Chapter 1. Rebirth. In July 2088, on the Blue Planet, a sudden and unprecedented wave of extreme cold swept across the globe, plunging every corner of the planet from the Arctic to the Antarctic, and even the equator into a frigid abyss of -80 degrees. Accompanying this chilling phenomenon was a blizzard of over 3 meters in thickness. Who could have predicted that just a day prior, the temperature had soared to a balmy 30 degrees, only for it to plunge to a bone-chilling -60 or 70 degrees the very next day? Humanity was caught utterly unprepared, and soon discovered that they could no longer step outside, as the relentless snow had buried the entire ground floor overnight. Countless souls perished from the cold and starvation due to the lack of preparedness. Many families, having consumed their last morsel of food, found their gaze shifting toward their fellow humans. Sun Ran was bound tightly to a chair, helplessly watching as his beautiful neighbor, Su Ningmeng, was cruelly dismembered by his own wife's family, her body a canvas of mutilation. In that moment, regret consumed him. He lamented his foolishness in trusting the words of his wife and father-in-law, luring the long-legged beauty into this horrific fate. The result was dire. "Darling, don't move. Please, do not struggle, it will be over soon. Look at Su Ningming, she is so obedient. Sis, stop wasting time with him. Let's finish this. Tonight, we can have a human hot pot, with extra bones for flavor. Indeed, daughter, if you cannot bear to do it, let me assist you." A month of life in this frozen apocalypse had birthed a devil within every surviving human heart. No need. How could I possibly harm this worthless fool? Before I die, I must tell you, Sun Ran, the honest one, our son is not your flesh and blood. He was conceived with Song Rensham. You have unwittingly raised him for years. Bound to the chair, with his mouth stuffed full, Sun Ran's eyes widened, veins bulging in rage upon hearing this revelation. "Ha ha ha. Finally found your courage at a time like this. You waste." Moreover, young Master Song's favorite pastime is to insult husbands in front of their wives. Do you recall how you often fell asleep right after dinner a while back? Ha ha. Enough of this chatter. Go accompany that wretched Su Ningming. Your flesh will become our feast. Thank you, dear husband, for your final contribution to our family. Ha ha ha. With that, a blade sliced through Sun Ran's throat. "Son, quickly catch the blood. Don't let go to waste. This is prime material for blood tofu." At that moment, blood flowed over the jade ornament resting on Sun Ran's chest. This jade had been a serendipitous find at an antique market years ago for a mere 200 yuan. His wife had berated him for it, accusing him of hoarding money and being foolish to buy a fake. Now, it drank in Sun Ran's blood as if it were a parched soul encountering a sweet stream, and moments later, it emitted a dazzling white light. Instinctively, Sun Ran raised his hand to shield his eyes from the brilliance, only to find himself standing before the community's garbage bin, holding a bag of trash, his complexion pale and drenched in cold sweat. "Son, brother Sun, is it really you?" A melodious voice interrupted Sun Ran's frantic movements. "Su Ningming?" Only then did Sun Ran realize that a living person stood beside him. At that moment, Su Ningming, just like him, clutched a bag of garbage, her face ashen and trembling, as she also checked her body for wounds. After a brief moment of mutual astonishment, they exclaimed in unison, "You've been reborn? You've been reborn? We've been reborn? We've been reborn?" Overcome with joy, Su Ningming embraced Sun Ran, tears streaming down her face as she wept. "Why are your wife's family so cruel? Carving my flesh and drinking my blood? Are they even human?" Sun Ran slowly lifted his arm and gently patted her back, saying nothing. After all, it was he who had lured Su Ningming out based on his wife's words. "Brother Sun, before I died, I saw that wicked woman cut your throat." "Why?" After a moment, did a flash of white light appear, and we were reborn. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the jade ornament I was wearing. Your blood had splattered on it before, but perhaps it wasn't enough to activate it. When my blood flowed, it was sufficient to trigger the rebirth, thus granting us a second chance. Sun Ran searched for the jade ornament in his clothing, only to find it missing. Instead, a similar tattoo had appeared where the ornament once hung. "Su Ningming, quickly check if you have a tattoo on your chest." He reached to pull aside her clothing to look. However, upon his hands brushing against her firmness and softness, he swiftly withdrew. Flustered, he chuckled. Just check for yourself, I got a bit carried away. Su Ningming blushed deeply, having never been in a relationship. The mere touch of Sun Ran's hands had nearly rendered her weaker body was far too sensitive. Turning crimson, she spun around and lifted her fitted running top, only to discover a similar jade ornament pattern. Could it be that aside from rebirth, there are other functions? Sun Ran lowered his gaze, concentrating intently on the jade ornament tattoo, becoming increasingly dizzy. Just as he neared the brink of collapse, a sudden explosive sound erupted in his mind, revealing an endless expanse of space within his consciousness. It's a personal space. This is the most useful ability in this apocalypse. Ningming, focus on that pattern, and you will unlock the space. Indeed, a minute later, Su Ningming activated the space as well, seemingly sharing it with Sun Ran. Quick, check what date it is today. Oh. Su Ningming frantically rummaged through her small bag, pulling out her phone. It's April 1st, 2088. We've returned to 3 months before the apocalypse. The two discarded the trash, and neither Su Ningming nor Sun Ran went for their respective morning routines. They began to devise a plan to confront the impending apocalypse. In 3 months, the blue planet would usher in a new ice age, with temperatures plummeting to minus 80 degrees, and northern regions would likely experience temperatures below minus 100 degrees. Moreover, the cold would arrive without warning, as if someone had plunged the blue planet into a rapid cooling device. After pondering for a moment, Sun Ran declared, the first step is to make money and purchase a larger villa. As for the second step, let's focus on achieving the first step first. Su Ningming, with a bewildered expression, asked, what should I do? Didn't I just say? Make money and buy a villa. How do we do that? Sun Ran smacked his forehead. She truly was a naive soul. Forget it. You should head home and rest. Let's exchange WeChat, and they'll contact you later. Oh, all right. Just as she took a few steps, Su Ningming suddenly turned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she earnestly said, Brother Sun, I don't blame you for luring me out of my home. You were unaware at the time. My only hatred is for your wife and her family. I want revenge. Sun Ran gritted his teeth. Rest assured, Ningming, for what they have done to us, I will ensure they pay back tenfold, if not 100-fold. Chapter 2 Resignation and Eye Lemons. You should head home first. I will go buy breakfast, Sun Ran said. Brother Sun, why are you still concerned about serving that entire family? You ought to buy them a bag of dung to eat. Su Ningming retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Sun Ran smirked slyly and replied, I have a plan that, if successful, it will significantly expedite the process of earning money to buy a villa, and I might even collect some interest along the way. A small sacrifice for a greater strategy. This will be the last time I buy breakfast for this pack of dogs. Just wait and see. All right, then I shall return home. I need to tidy up before heading to work. She said, Brother Sun, do be cautious. They're not shy about resorting to violence. If anything happens, contact me via WeChat. After parting ways, Sun Ran went to the breakfast shop at the community entrance and purchased 10 sticks of fried dough and 5 bowls of bean curd, putting to take home. As he opened the door, his father-in-law, Zhao Teju, remarked sarcastically, You take so long to buy breakfast that the whole family could starve to death. What has taken you so long? Indeed, brother-in-law, look at the time. My girlfriend, Xiaoli, will be nagging me soon. Hurry up and set the breakfast out. Zhao Xiaozhu chimed in shamelessly, Oh, by the way, brother-in-law, could you transfer me 500 yuan? I'm out of cash. Sun Ran remained silent. Thinking to himself, let them boast. Tomorrow I shall make them aware of my true capabilities. Daddy, bad daddy, there are no buns for breakfast. A voice full of youthful innocence piped up, Sweetheart, Grandma will buy you some buns on the way to kindergarten later. You're useless, Daddy 1T, but Grandma will. Sun Ran's alluring mother-in-law, Song Shuzhen, quickly scooped up the 5-year-old boy to comfort him. Sun Ran felt utterly overwhelmed, wondering what kind of strange family he had married into. Why had he not noticed this before, and why had he toiled so hard for 5 years serving them? Mom, I'll 1T be eating at home today. Their essay meeting at the company. And I'll grab something on the way. He said, Sweetheart, you must be good at kindergarten today. A refined woman stepped out of the bathroom, clad in a fitted white blazer and a short skirt paired with black stockings. Accentuating her perfect figure, with only a light touch of makeup, she outshone countless glamorous stars. Her fair, exquisite face was framed by black-rimmed glasses, exuding an intellectual beauty that could instantly ignite a conqueror's desire in men. This was Sun Ran's lawful wife, Zhao Qian, with Zhao Qian's stunning appearance, who in the community wooed envy Sun Ran for being able to sleep beside such a beauty every day. Even if he endured humiliation at home, what did it matter? As Sun Ran glanced at Zhao Qian, memories flooded back like a burst dam. They had been classmates in university. The difference was that Sun Ran was from the countryside, while Zhao Qian was a local .1, was an utterly ordinary boy, while the other was the cream of the crop among the girls, admired by all as the campus belle. Revisiting that fateful night after graduation, their class held a farewell party. Sun Ran, with his outstanding academic performance, had been recruited by a top 100 company in advance, naturally becoming the star of the class. Everyone clamored to toast him, claiming that he should take care of his old classmates when they entered society. Having buried himself in study for 4 years, Sun Ran had never encountered such a situation. Halfway through, he succumbed to drunkenness. When he awoke the next morning in the hotel, his head throbbed painfully. Turning his head, he was shocked to find someone lying beside him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhao Qian, the campus belle, naked and vulnerable. Her tear-streaked face tugged at Sun Ran's heartstrings, and he seemed to understand everything. He slapped himself hard twice. Unexpectedly, this startled Zhao Qian awake. Sun Ran, don't blame yourself. You were drunk last night, she said, trying to sit up. Zhao Qian, don't cry that I will take responsibility. I will work hard to earn money and marry you, he assured her. What followed was a natural progression. A month later, they were married. The wedding took place at Zhao Qian's home, as Sun Ran's family struggled to afford his education, let alone the exorbitant prices of urban housing. Thus, he naturally became a proud son-in-law. 7 months later, their love bore fruit 2 months ahead of schedule. A son named Zhao Yi entered the world. From that moment on, Sun Ran dedicated himself to the family. Besides working, he focused on caring for the child, cooking, cleaning, and even washing his mother-in-law's undergarments. During festive seasons, he would hurriedly return to his hometown to buy gifts for his parents, only to rush back to the city to cook for this ungrateful family. Eventually, Sun Ran's parents passed away due to illness, and he never returned home again. After graduating, Zhao Qian secured a position at a large publicly traded company. Busy every day and often returning late at night, inebriated, Sun Ran felt helpless but devoted himself to alleviating her burdens as much as possible. For 5 years, Sun Ran worked tirelessly, believing he owed it to her for tarnishing her innocence and causing her pregnancy. He regarded it as his karma. Shaking his head, he cast aside these memories and surveyed the room full of people, sneering coldly before turning to leave. What is wrong with Sun Ran this morning? Why is he being so quiet? Zhao Zhu grumbled, clutching a stick of fried dough. I don't mind him, I'm off. You all enjoy your breakfast, Xiaoya, goodbye, Zhao Qian said as she put on her shoes, grabbed her new LW bag, and swayed her alluring hips out of the door. That moment, Sun Ran had already arrived at the hardware market. Today, he would initiate the first step of his revenge plan. Aptly titled, The Most Difficult Surgical Operation in Human History. After leaving the hardware market, his next stop was the largest electronics mall in the city center. After making his purchases, he glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock. At this hour, the house would certainly be empty. His brother-in-law had long since gone out. The 2 elderly folks should be dancing in the square, and little Xiaoya was at kindergarten, making it the perfect opportunity for Sun Ran's scheme. Quietly returning home, he followed the instructions to install the electronic miniature camera and connect it to his phone. After a simple test, everything was functioning perfectly. He concealed the secret weapon he had bought from the hardware market beneath the bed. Grinning sinisterly, suddenly his phone rang. Sun Ran, do you even know what time it is? Why aren't you at work? Is the company your family? Yes. The voice on the other end was that of his boss. The so-called Ice Queen, Lin Yao, who always wore a cold expression as if she were perpetually menstruating. I had some family matters. I'm running late, Sun Ran explained, unflinching that I don't care what family matters you have. Even if someone died, you should immediately bring me the proposal. You have 10 minutes or you're fired. Damn, I've been reborn, and I won't let this woman bully me anymore. Sun Ran grinned wickedly. All right, just wait and see. In his previous life, Sun Ran had inadvertently caught Lin Yao playing poker with the company president in the office. Ever since then, she had targeted him, finding every opportunity to make his life miserable, deducting his salary under various pretexts, and piling on work tasks. Whenever he made even the slightest mistake, she would publicly humiliate him, all in an effort to get him fired. But to maintain this job, Sun Ran had to swallow his pride. After reflecting on all of this, Sun Ran decided it was time to take down this woman. Returning to the company, he prepared a resignation letter and marched straight into Lin Yao's office. Pushing the door open without knocking, "Oh, you have any manners? Did your finger break? Can't you knock? Knock! Knock my foot!" Sun Ran shouted vehemently. "I'm resigning. Approve it immediately and also calculate my bonuses and performance pay for the past 6 months. Plus 6 months of back pay." Lin Yao burst into laughter at his words. "Is this your Family S company? Whether it's my Family S or not is none of your concern. But if you want everyone in the company to know about your little affair with the chairman tomorrow, then you need not approve it." With that, Sun Ran tossed aside the resignation letter and turned to leave. "Wait, do you know what you're doing? You think you can secure that money with your life? Stop with the useless chatter. Just tell me if you approve or not. If not, we'll see." Lin Yao stared at Sun Ran, who met her gaze without flinching. In the end, Lin Yao conceded. She didn't dare gamble with her future. Picking up the resignation letter, she skimmed it quickly and then signed her name heavily. "Get lost, and I hope you can keep your mouth shut forever." Sun Ran eyed Lin Yao, whose fitted sweater accentuated her perfect curves, and said, "Lin Yao, you know well that every man in the company covets your body. And I'm no different. Since I'm leaving, let me indulge in a little practical experience that I ask that request too much. You think you can get away with this?" Lin Yao retorted. "Well, if I can't have you, I might as well ruin you. Goodbye." Lin Yao was already on the verge of collapse, shouting, "Come back." She hastily walked to the door and locked it behind her. "I'll give you 200,000. Just leave and find a young one at a foot massage parlor." "Doesn't that work?" "No. I want you. Just tell me outright." Lin Yao closed her eyes in despair. "How can you ensure that once you're done with me, you want to go around spreading rumors? I'm busy. I have no time for your nonsense, believe it or not. Trust me when I say that in my eyes, you are merely an outlet for my frustrations. I shall not cling to you, for you are not of such significance." Lin Yao fixed her gaze upon Sun Ran, sensing that he did not appear to be lying, and quietly turned away, shedding her short skirt. "You scoundrel, strip completely." With that, Sun Ran unleashed his fury, disregarding Lin Yao's feelings entirely, acting with reckless abandon. In no time, Lin Yao's body bore the marks of bruises. Half an hour later, amidst the envious glances of colleagues, Sun Ran departed with nearly 300,000 in his pocket, nonchalantly enjoying the warmth of April's spring in a city center park. Little did anyone know, all of this would vanish in just 4 months, as countless souls would succumb to the freezing cold and hunger due to lack of preparation. Even if one survives this period, myriad ailments brought on by the chill await. Cherish it, humanity. Thus, Sun Ran reclined on the lounge chair, silently savoring the last moments of beauty. It was not until 4:30 in the afternoon that he finally rose from the chair, leisurely riding his electric scooter back home. Upon his return, he found exactly as he had imagined. Zhao Qian and his mother-in-law, Song Shuzhen, bustling about in the kitchen preparing a meal. If this were the world before the apocalypse, Sun Ran would have been utterly astonished. Yet at this moment, he regarded them as if they were mere clowns. "Darling, you're back. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon that you've worked hard these days. Let me treat you to a ready meal today." Zhao Qian, embodying the essence of a devoted wife, carefully took Sun Ran's coat and handed him a pair of slippers. "Thank you, Zhao Qian. I shall relish your culinary skills in a moment," Sun Ran replied with a smile that concealed his true intentions. For now, at least, the atmosphere at home remained harmonious. Whether it would continue to be harmonious was a matter for Sun Ran to decide. Chapter 3. A successful plan soon enough, for small dishes were served, each a feast for the senses. During the meal, Zhao Qian kept serving him, enveloping him in a warmth he had never experienced before. Yet, Sun Ran knew that behind this gentleness lay a twisted madness. "How does my cooking taste, darling? Is it good? Delicious. Thank you for your efforts, Zhao Qian," Sun Ran replied with a blissful expression that in Zhao Qian's gaze he saw not satisfaction but rather disdain. Indeed, it was disdain. Such exquisite dishes. How can we not drink a toast? The moment of truth had arrived. In his previous life, Sun Ran had believed that Zhao Qian had genuinely prepared a feast to reward him, and after joyfully drinking a glass, he soon felt drowsy. You know, my tolerance isn't great. I get drunk easily. Zhao Qian's father, Zhao Zhu, slammed his chopsticks down, displeased. A grown man who can't even handle a drink. What good are you? Zhao Qian, pour me a glass too. Of course, Dad. Zhao Qian quickly responded, rising to pour the drinks. Sun Ran feigned a brave front, declaring, then I shall accompany you in this endeavor. No need for such theatrics. Just drink moderately. Alcohol isn't cheap. Before long, Zhao Qian returned with 2 small glasses of white liquor, handing one to her father, the liquid sparkling enticingly. She offered Sun Ran the other, and he thought to himself, this sedative hasn't fully dissolved yet. And they've already served it up? They must be in quite a hurry. Here, let's down this small glass in one go. No spitting it out. Zhao Dazhu, seemingly in on the act orchestrated by Zhao Qian, who usually ignored Sun Ran, was now eagerly participating in the drinking. All right, Dad, cheers. With that, Sun Ran down the drink in one gulp, while Zhao Qian's gaze was fixated on his mouth, urging him to swallow it all at once. When he set the glass down, he realized there was still a good deal of the undissolved sedative remaining. Sun Ran smiled wryly, thinking to himself how he had inadvertently consumed a fair bit of the drug. Next, Sun Ran polished off the remaining half bowl of rice and excused himself to go for a walk, a routine he followed daily after meals, during which he would also buy some vegetables and fruits. He nonchalantly changed his shoes and stepped outside. The moment he closed the door, he hurriedly retrieved the emetic he had bought from the pharmacy, chugging a large bottle before running to the stairwell of the emergency exit, where he prepared a plastic bag and began to vomit uncontrollably, nearly expelling his bile. He mused, those competitive eaters online truly risk their lives for a few bucks. Just one round of vomiting could be life-threatening. Half an hour later, Sun Ran returned holding half a watermelon and several apples, placing them in the kitchen. What is going on today? Why am I so tired? I bought fruit for the kitchen. Zhao Qian, remember to eat it later. Zhao Qian, brimming with excitement, said, Darling, you must be exhausted from working all day. Hurry and rest. All right, Zhao Qian. Sun Ran feigned excessive fatigue as he returned to his room, lay under the covers, and patiently awaited the next phase. 5 minutes later, the bedroom door swung open. Darling, wake up. I can't find a knife to cut the watermelon. Where did you put it? Darling. Zhao Qian, perhaps feeling anxious, slapped him twice, her own hand stinging, yet Sun Ran remained unresponsive. Hey, sweetheart, you should head upstairs. This useless man is completely knocked out. I've already changed in your favorite outfit. Oh, how annoying. Fine, I'll indulge you. Is that enough? Hurry up, I can hardly wait. Sun Ran, too, felt a sense of impatience beneath the covers. 5 minutes later, he heard the living room door open, followed by Zhao Qian's surprised exclamations and gasps. The 2 older lights had taken the children out to play in the bouncy castle, while his brother-in-law, Zhao Zhu, often stayed out late. It was now a world for just the 2 of them. The battlefield soon shifted to the bedroom. Sun Ran need not open his eyes to know that the brutish man was Song Run. This Song Run was from the same university, though not the same major. The family business was a publicly listed real estate company, where Zhao Qian worked, yet she never disclosed her specific role to Sun Ran. The residential complex where they lived had also been developed and constructed by Song Ren's family company. Otherwise, how could Zhao Qian, with her academic background, have landed a job at a listed company right after graduation? Driving a luxury car worth over $1 million and carrying bags worth several thousand? Come, stand up, pose with the wedding photo. Song Run, adopting the demeanor of a renowned director, began directing the leading lady into character. Seeking to immerse himself quickly, for at his young age, having overexerted himself, he found that without some twisted excitement, his brain simply failed to release dopamine. Before long, the 2 became engrossed, completely oblivious to the fact that Sun Ran had already opened his eyes. Not only had he opened them, but he was also holding a large bottle of super strong adhesive, which could solidify in 1 to 3 seconds at room temperature, boasting exceptional efficacy. Sun Ran aimed the glue, fired and fired again, continuing without hesitation. At first, Songren only felt a chill, but the next moment he realized he could not move. A violent tug sent him into excruciating pain. Zhao Qian felt similarly. Why was there such a fiery pain out of nowhere? The two looked down in horror to discover Sun Ran, now standing, causing them both to gasp in shock, though they quickly realized Sun Ran had taken action against them. What the hell did you just do to me? Sun Ran, Song Ren bellowed. Sun Ran leisurely walked to the television wall, retrieving a camera, and calmly stated, "During your forgetful performance, I added a bit of super strong adhesive. Is that too much to ask? Have you lost your mind, Sun Ran? Are you insane? Ah, don't pull me. It hurts like hell." Zhao Qian screamed in desperation. The two stood on the bed, maintaining a position that was both highly stimulating and precarious. "Didn't you give Sun Ran a sedative? He drank it. I saw him drink it." Sun Ran chuckled, saying, "I did drink it, but I also vomited it back up. So, what do you two propose to do about this?" "Do about what? Do you even know who I am? Dare to play this game with me? I can make a call and have you eliminated. All right, in this dire situation, you dare to threaten me? You should know that every second you delay, your brother's chances of survival diminish. I am not in a hurry." Upon hearing that his brother might be in danger, Song Ren immediately softened. "What's your price?" "Haha, good. I want to be greedy. I've raised your son for 5 years, and while there's no merit, there's certainly effort involved. Asking for 10 million isn't excessive, is it? My wife let you enjoy her for 5 years. 5 million isn't too much to ask. In total, 150 million. If you agree, transfer it immediately, and I'll call for an ambulance. If not, we'll just stay like this. Are you out of your mind? 150 million? 5 million is the most I can offer." Sun Ran replied with a devilish smile, nonchalantly saying, "It's all the same to me. After all, yes, your brother. Not mine. And tomorrow, I'll upload this video online, showing how the young heir of a certain real estate company destroys other families that I'm certain many will share it, and then your family has stock." "Stop, Sun Ran. I concede this time. Hand me your phone. I'll transfer the money." Hasten the conclusion of affairs to swiftly proceed to the hospital for the delight of all, Sun Ran, with a cheerful smile, handed his phone to him. Perhaps due to the limitations of bank transfers, he completed the transaction in 3 installments. "That I am aware of your capabilities, Song Ren. Should this money be frozen or scrutinized? Or should I encounter any form of personal harm? The video will be promptly disseminated online. Now, it is your turn, Zhao Qian. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, we shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau for our divorce. I do not seek the house, but I must be compensated. I do not ask for much. Over the years, my salary has been entirely expended on this family, totaling 1.5 million, along with an additional 500,000 for emotional distress, resulting in a total of 2 million. Otherwise, we shall see each other in court. I shall leave my phone here. You may call an ambulance yourselves." With that, Sun Ran grasped his meticulously packed suitcase and departed with a flourish. Chapter 4. Song Ren's wife, Tang Tiantian. When the ambulance arrived at Zhao Qian's home, the paramedics were taken aback by the peculiar position of the two individuals. Pondering whether such benefits existed, if every scenario were akin to this, working overtime would hardly matter. The joy of the job is paramount. However, complications arose as the stretcher could not accommodate the two, and they were unable to separate. Thus, they were left with no choice but to descend the stairs on their own. Downstairs, the ambulance had gathered a crowd, including Zhao Qian's parents and children. "Hey, Lao Zhao. Isn't this your doorstep? Whose family is in trouble?" Zhao Dacha shook his head, stating, "I haven't heard of anyone falling ill. This dilapidated vehicle is blocking the way. It's quite distressing. Hurry up and move it." As he spoke, the doctors assisted the two individuals as they slowly emerged. Upon recognizing his daughter and Song Ren, Zhao Dachu's blood pressure spiked, prompting him and his wife to rush over. The onlookers, noticing the unusual manner in which the couple exited, quickly grasped the underlying implication. They thought to themselves, "These youngsters truly know how to have fun. Are they locked in like dogs?" As they silently scorned the Zhao family. They sympathized with Sun Ran.it is said that since the establishment of the Central City Hospital, they had never encountered such a sensational operation. The adhesive had thoroughly dried, and the surgical area was complex. It took a full 2 hours to separate the two. This moment, both were utterly exhausted. Song Shuzhen hurried over to support her daughter, softly inquiring, "You two may play, but how could you endanger your health like this?" Zhao Qian, with reddened eyes, replied, "Oh, Mom, it's not what you think. It was Sun Ran." She recounted the events of the night to Song Shuzhen in their entirety. "I wondered why this good-for-nothing suddenly changed. Did someone inform him of something? He dares to demand a divorce, and 2 million. How naive. Let me call him. I'll surely scold him." "Oh dear, don't call just yet. Let us discuss this when we get home, that we've already embarrassed ourselves enough. And I shudder to think how we will hold our heads high in the neighborhood after this." Meanwhile, Sun Ran found himself in an upscale beauty salon owned by none other than Song Ren's wife, Tang Tiantian. Indeed, after exacting revenge on the two main characters, Sun Ran's next target was Song Ren's spouse. "This is what one might call an eye for an eye. You toyed with my wife, and now I shall turn your world upside down." Sun Ran could only lament his past naivete. He had long perceived that Zhao Qian lacked affection for him, but was reluctant to awaken from this dream. Now that he had been reborn, and with the impending apocalypse looming, it was indeed the perfect time for retribution. "Tang Jia, there's a gentleman here to see you. He claims it's urgent." At that moment, Ting Tintan was in her office attending to a wealthy client seeking a card, and as she looked up, her flawless visage bore no trace of imperfection, a testament to her meticulous self-care. Her figure was equally impressive, perfectly contoured, slender where it ought to be and ample where it should be. In her late 20s, she embodied the pinnacle of feminine allure, akin to a ripe peach. "Please have him wait at the front desk. I'll meet with him shortly." "Certainly." After a brief after parting ways with Sun Ran in the morning, Su Ningming returned home to change her attire in preparation for work. Upon gazing into the mirror and beholding her flawless 36D figure, she clenched her tiny fists and resolutely declared, "In my previous life, my frailty cost me the loss of both of you precious treasures. In this life, I vow to protect you both." The two treasures seemed to respond to her words with a gentle quiver, causing onlookers to feel a wave of dizziness. Sun Gu was right. It was time to make money. One must amass wealth to procure countless resources and purchase a villa. Today, the pursuit of wealth was imperative, with over 300,000 in her account, a sum inherited from her parents. Her usual earnings were spent as soon as they arrived, leaving her with nothing. It appeared that resorting to leveraging her allure was necessary. Su Ningming resolutely clenched her tiny fists upon arriving at the office. Her thoughts turned to her superior, the bald-headed Zhang Detu, who always leered at her with a glimmer in his eyes, as Su Ningming cleverly positioned her phone within her folder, exposing the camera, and unhesitatingly approached Zhang Detu's office, feigning humility and seeking advice, all while attempting to entice him into inappropriate behavior, intending to capture it on video for blackmail. However, upon seeing Zhang Detu's repugnant visage, she immediately felt a wave of trepidation. Zhang Detu, unable to resist the allure of the three ruffians, accompanied by Zhao Xiaozhu, charged at Sun Ran like a pack of ferocious dogs lunging at their prey. At that moment, Sun Ran, eager to test whether the jade ornament had indeed enhanced his physique, braced himself against the oncoming assault, opting not to defend, but to retaliate with unyielding fists, as he anticipated. The blows from the thugs barely affected him. However, with each punch he threw, they staggered back 2 steps to go the onlookers. It appeared that Sun Ran was besieged by multiple attackers. Yet the reality was that these ruffians were suffering in silence. Each had endured several punches, now dazed and feeling increasingly fatigued. Seizing the opportune moment, Sun Ran targeted each thug's nose, delivering a series of swift strikes that rendered them unconscious, swiftly concluding the skirmish. Only Zhao Xiaozhu remained standing. "Brother-in-law, I realize my mistakes. I'll call my sister come here and divorce you right away. That shameless woman deserves to be kicked out. Just you wait, I'm leaving now." Zhao Xiaozhu exclaimed, turning to flee. In a flash, Sun Ran lunged forward, seized him by the collar, and unleashed a flurry of slaps across his face, swelling it instantly. "Tell Zhao Qian that my patience is limited. At 1:30 this afternoon, if you dare not show up, your entire family shall await their doom. Get out." He hurled Zhao Xiaozhu 2 meters away. Sun Ran, then turned away from the crowd of spectators. As he walked, he shed his coat, now marked with footprints, only then feeling the soreness in his muscles. Yet the predominant feeling was exhilaration. He had taken on 4 opponents and defeated them all. The jade ornament had indeed fortified his body. Ha! It seemed his chances of survival in the apocalypse had significantly increased. Since divorce was no longer an option for the morning, he decided to engage in other pursuits. Sun Ran arrived at the wholesale grain market to assess prices. Locating the largest shop to inquire, a 50-kilogram bag of Northeast rice was priced at 140 yuan, while 50 kilograms of flour cost 125 yuan, and 5 liters of cooking oil were approximately 80 yuan. Of course, these were retail prices. Wholesale rates would be lower. Sun Ran calculated that purchasing 10,000 tons of rice at this price would require several million yuan, indicating he needed to secure funds immediately. After recording the prices on his phone, he proceeded to the fresh meat wholesale market, where beef, pork, and chicken were abundantly available, with varying prices but consistent quality. To thrive in the apocalypse, he knew he needed to stock up on meat. He gathered price information before returning to the hotel, awaiting his visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau at 1:30 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaozhu, weeping as he hurried home, burst through the door, crying out, "Sister, Mom, Sun Ran beat me up. Look at my face, I look like a pig." Song Shuzhen and Zhao Dachu had just returned from dropping off their child, and upon seeing their son's battered visage, they were filled with concern. "Didn't you go with your friends? Where are they?" Zhao Dachu asked in astonishment. "Damn, how could I forget them? They were all knocked out by Sun Ran, and are probably still lying at the Civil Affairs Bureau." Zhao Xiaozhu lamented, "Why, brother-in-law, ugh. Sun Ran said my sister must come to the Bureau at 1:30 this afternoon, and I can't deal with this. I need to find my friends quickly, or they might die at the Bureau's entrance." At that moment, Zhao Qian was eavesdropping in her room. The door swung open. "Zhao Qian, what do you propose we do?" Song Shuzhen asked with a furrowed brow. Zhao Qian, her expression dark, replied, "What else is there to do but divorce? I just messaged Song Ran. He said he is recuperating and will settle the score with Sun Ran once he is well. Don't you still doubt the strength of Song Ran's family? I have over 2 million in my account. We'll divorce first, secure our position, and when Song Ran recovers, I'll reclaim everything with interest. Do they think my Zhao Qian's money is so easy to take? I'll ensure he has a life to take it, but no life to spend it." Chapter 7. Purchasing a villa at 1:30 in the afternoon in the lobby of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhao Qian limped over to Sun Ran's side. Gazing at the once familiar figure of Sun Ran, she felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. He had always been the one to wash her undergarments, to cater to her every need during her menstrual cycle with unwavering attentiveness. It was precisely this submissive nature that had extinguished any spark of attraction she felt for him. He was neither domineering nor wicked. In contrast, Song Ran, whenever he found interest, would demand satisfaction regardless of the setting, be it at the office, in public, or even in front of her parents. Otherwise, he would resort to violence after investing so much, including bearing a child for him. All she received in return was an 180-square-meter apartment, a stable job, several million in savings, a luxury car, and countless designer handbags. Reflecting on this, it seemed that Song Ran offered a far better deal. "Next," called the clerk. "Let us go. It's our turn." Sun Ran stood up, devoid of emotion, and walked directly to the divorce window, with Zhao Qian laboriously following behind. "Have you two considered this thoroughly? I see from your records that you have a child. For the sake of the child, there is no need for mediation. We can proceed directly to the next step." "Thank you. I'm pressed for time." Sun Ran politely interrupted the clerk. "Very well, you may sign here, and the marriage certificate will be revoked." After signing, their legal marital status was officially dissolved. "Transfer the funds," Sun Ran instructed, pulling out his phone to face Zhao Qian. "All right." Zhao Qian transferred 2 million to Sun Ran and then coldly remarked, "I hope you can spend this 2 million without a hitch. Just don't run into any trouble." Sun Ran smirked dismissively. "Rest assured, even if your entire family faces calamity, I'll remain unscathed. Farewell." Upon entering a taxi, Sun Ran checked his bank balance on his phone. After leaving his job, he had requested half a year's salary from the company, totaling 300,000, and with the 15 million from Song Ran and the 2 million from Zhao Qian, his balance now stood at 17.3 million. Though it seems substantial, it might not even cover a single floor of a villa. Hello, brother Sun. This is Ning Ming, that I'm currently at the sales office next to our community. And there's a villa that seems to meet your needs. Would you like to come take a look? Sure, I have some free time now. I'll be right over. Driver, please make a U-turn and head to the main entrance of Longxi Garden. Thank you. 10 minutes later, at the sales office of Longxi Garden, Su Ningming waited with a large cup of lemon water for Sun Ran's arrival. Upon seeing him exit the taxi, she eagerly waved. Sun Ran paid the fare and hurried across the street. Were you waiting long? Not at all. Here, this is the lemon water I got for you. Thank you. I'll want to be polite then. I'll treat you to a grand meal later. That sounds wonderful. Thank you. Brother Sunday. The two entered the sales hall, with Su Ningming explaining, You have no idea. I scoured several streets nearby, but couldn't find a suitable villa. Then I remembered there are villas in our community. And lo and behold, there's actually one for sale. It's this one today. As they spoke, they arrived at a model display. The sales representative approached, recognizing the young woman who had previously inquired about the villas and now accompanied by someone else, indicating genuine interest. Hello, sir. This villa is being sold on behalf of the owner, who is currently abroad and has entrusted us with the sale. This villa features a basement floor of 3,000 square meters, with 5 upper floors, each with a usable area of 2,000 square meters, totaling 13,000 square meters. The front yard spans over 4,000 square meters, complete with a private swimming pool. The basement directly connects to the community's underground garage, making parking and access extremely convenient. The interior is fully decorated, essentially move-in ready. The selling price is $800 million, with an option for installment, requiring only a 30 down payment. This villa's specifications and size were ideal for Sun Ran's future plans for an apocalypse fortress. However, the price was indeed steep. Is this the final price? Sun Ran asked nonchalantly. My authority allows for a price of $780 million. If you are genuinely interested, I can consult with my manager. Please do. Thank you for your patience. Shortly after, a middle-aged man accompanied the sales representative, extending his hand warmly. Sun Ran reciprocated politely, engaging in brief pleasantries before cutting to the chase. The lowest price is $750 million. And there are several executives already considering this villa. Several executives? At this exorbitant price, how many would actually buy? It would just gather dust here. $750 million. I'll take it. I can make a down payment of $100 million right now. If that's the case, I'll just explore other options. The manager feigned a struggle, as if he had endured countless internal conflicts before arriving at the most challenging decision of his life. All right. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Great. 30% of $700 million is $210 million. I'll handle the loan for the remainder. I'll pay the $100 million deposit now. I'll gather the remaining $210 million within a week. And then I'll return for the subsequent formalities. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. I'll hand you the keys to the villa so you can start preparing. This way, you can move in earlier. The manager's thoughtfulness was commendable. Thank you. Having taken the keys and exited the sales office, Su Ningming could hardly believe her eyes. In such a short span of time, Sun Ran had purchased a villa worth $700 million. Sun Ran, give me a slap. I feel as though I'm in a dream, she exclaimed with a laugh. Enough of this nonsense. Come on, let's go check out our new villa area. Sun Ran mounted Su Ningming's small electric scooter, with Su Ningming obediently seated behind him. The awkwardness lay in the fact that her scooter was the smallest women's model, leaving them in a rather close embrace. The journey delighted Sun Ran, who reveled in the sensation of her two ample assets pressing against his back, secretly pondering that they would have plenty of fun in the apocalypse to come. The small electric scooter first passed by the high-rises of Longxi Garden Phase 1, where Zhao Qian and Su Ningming resided, before continuing towards the house district. Beyond that lay the villa area, where independent villas each boasted their own gardens, exuding beauty. The inhabitants of this enclave were undoubtedly individuals of considerable wealth and status, truly the elite at the pinnacle of the social pyramid. After navigating a series of turns, they finally arrived at the villa they had purchased. Why aren't you getting out? Sun Ran urged. Unbeknownst to him, the bumps along the way had rendered Su Ningming's body weak, leaving her unable to stand. She mustered her courage and said, "Oh dear, I'm feeling car sick. Could you help me?" "Wow, you got car sick after such a short distance? That's impressive. Come on, be careful." He assisted her down from the vehicle, only to turn around and discover a large wet patch on the seat, the leather gleaming under the sunlight. Well, who would have thought you were so sensitive? He remarked with approval. Just stand still for a moment while I open the door. After unlocking the grand entrance, the two stepped into the garden, which, having been neglected for some time, was overrun with weeds and wilted plants. The yard was quite spacious. If cultivated with vegetables and fruits, it could easily sustain a dozen people. Upon entering the living room, both were taken aback by the stunning sight before them. Is this really going to be ours? It's absolutely magnificent. It feels even more beautiful than Barbie's house. Living here after the apocalypse would be simply heavenly. Su Ningming exclaimed. The opulence of this villa, typically only seen in dramas and films, was now a reality. Indeed, the DCOR is quite impressive. This money was well spent. Let us head upstairs. The first floor comprised the living room, connecting the front and backyards, along with the dining room, study, and other communal areas. The second and third floors housed various rooms, while the fourth floor was dedicated to entertainment, featuring a gym, a starlit cinema, a bar, and an array of billiard and board games. The pair then took the villa's private elevator down to the basement, which served as a storage level, complete with a freezer, drying area, tool section, and storage space, just as the sales associate had described. This level indeed boasted an impressive 3,000 square meters of area that, if fully stocked, it could rival a medium-sized supermarket. Brother Sun, what shall we do about the remaining funds? Do you have any ideas on how to earn 200 million in cash within a week? Su Ningming asked with concern. Sun Ran paused, offering a wry smile. I truly have no plans, but where there's a will, there's a way. Let us go enjoy a grand meal and think it over. In the nearby hot pot restaurant of Longxi Garden, Sun Ran and Su Ningming were busily immersing slices of beef into a bubbling pot of spicy broth. Su Ningming placed the meat in with her chopsticks, never leaving it. Her eyes fixated on the slices, ready to fish them out the moment they changed color, slathering them in sauce before devouring them. In no time, 2 plates of beef and 2 plates of lamb had vanished. Lemon, I feel as if my body has been significantly enhanced by the jade, and it seems to be continuing to strengthen. What about you? Any sensations? Yes, indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to consume this much. She replied, her mouth full. Not that anyone is competing with you, Lemon. Just take your time eating, Sun Ran said, somewhat exasperated, wondering if her appetite had been the enhancement, just as they were indulging in their feast. A shrill voice pierced through the air. Oh dear, is that you, Sun Ran? While your wife is off getting played with by other men, you seem quite relaxed here enjoying hot pot with another girl. Instantly, this tantalizing gossip grabbed the attention of every diner on the first floor, with some even climbing onto their chairs to get a better view, oblivious to the hot pot's boiling contents. Sun Ran calmly wiped his mouth, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. What's wrong, Aunt Wong? Do you wish to join your husband in the hospital? I doubt you'll be making it there anytime soon. If you did, it would likely be him in need of a blood transfusion. The crowd erupted in laughter, as Aunt Wong, known as Wang Guji, was a neighbor of Zhao Qian and had been a close friend of his former mother Dash and Dashlaw. In his previous life, Sun Ran had often visited their home, serving tea and refreshments. Come on, Mom. Let us just leave, urged the young woman beside Wang Guiji, who was trying to defuse the situation. Leave? How dare you speak to me like that? You scoundrel. Where's your manners? Where's your decency? Wang Guiji retorted aggressively. If I were addressing a person, I would certainly be courteous. But speaking to a yapping dog? What manners are needed? It's a miracle I haven't kicked you yet. I suggest you vacate immediately and not ruin my meal. Wang Guiji was taken aback, realizing that Sun Ran, who usually kept to himself, had transformed. She found herself at a loss for words, just as she was struggling to respond. Her daughter-in-law Dong Fong interjected. Sun Ran, I apologize. My mother means no harm. You two enjoy your meal. We'll take our leave. Sun Ran glanced at Dong Fong, a girl from the countryside who was not unkind and possessed an understated beauty. Her modest attire often concealed her figure, only revealing its allure after the apocalypse, when temperatures plummeted to -80 degrees and snow reached 3 meters in depth. With food running scarce, Dong Fong's husband, Zhu Gang, had resorted to publicly selling her semi-nude photos in the community group in exchange for provisions. When Sun Ran saw the image, he was utterly astounded by her beauty. Su Ningming's proud assets paled in comparison. Dongfang, dear, remember, don't be too kind-hearted. Otherwise, you'll be taken advantage of. You all should leave. Don't disrupt our meal. Dongfang, I've noticed you have a knack for attracting him. It's one thing to remain silent. But why assist outsiders? With a swift motion, Sun Ran stood and slapped Wang Guizhi across the face, causing her to spin around. Dazed. Leave. Now. Wang Guizhi, clutching her face, stomped her foot and fled, while Dongfang nodded at Sun Ran before hurriedly following her mother. The dining hall fell silent. Wang Guizhi and Dongfang had initially intended to visit the market, but upon spotting Sun Ran enjoying his meal, they recalled their earlier conversation with their friend Song Shufan about Sun Ran's alleged misconduct concerning 2 million, and decided to confront him. Wow, brother, that was incredibly satisfying. Su Ningming exclaimed, her excitement palpable. People like that don't deserve leniency. They're just old hags trying to assert their authority. It's a pity for Dongfang. She is lovely, with a great figure, and a genuinely nice person. She must be suffering in that household. Hold on, how do you know Dongfang is a good figure? Isn't it obvious? If a woman wears loose clothing, yet has a pronounced bust. Her physique can't be bad. Oh, I see. Are you aware that her husband is selling her photos for food? Of course, not just her, but a friend of hers named Xine Tong as well. If I recall correctly. Right? How could I forget? These scoundrels appear so normal. Yet when trouble arises, they throw their wives under the bus. Sun Ran, do you think we could rescue these poor girls and bring them to our villa once it's decorated? Sun Ran pondered for a moment and replied, it's possible, but they must come to us willingly. Remember, gifts given out of compulsion are seldom appreciated. Understood, brother Sun. I'll follow your lead. Having finished their meal, the two left the hot pot restaurant. Brother Sun, I'll bring the house deed tomorrow to secure a loan. We should be able to get 5 million, but there is still a significant gap to that 200 million. Su Ningming said, her expression clouded with worry. She feared losing the villa, the perfect sanctuary in this apocalyptic world, having already envisioned how to furnish each floor. Sun Ran affectionately ruffled her hair and said, I've decided to make a trip to Myanmar tomorrow. It's a prosperous time. Gold is valuable, but jade is priceless. I plan to leverage my spatial abilities for a zero-cost jade acquisition. Su Ningming's sharp mind quickly grasped the implications. I'll accompany you. We can adapt as needed and increase our chances of success together. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Ran nodded and declared, all right, brothers in arms, let us face this battle as father and daughter. Su Ningming extended her petite fist, nodding vigorously as she exclaimed, yes, a father-daughter team in battle. Wait a moment, when did you become my dad? You're so mischievous, Sun Ran. Laughing, she added, just kidding. Hurry and book the tickets. Let us check the schedule for the next flight to Myanmar. All right. Su Ningming opened her phone to search for flights, while Sun Ran lit a cigarette, his mind wandering through potential scenarios and overlooked details. Brother Sun, I found it. The flight to the capital is at 10:45 tonight, and then we'll transfer to Lingnan City before heading directly to Naypyidaw. Myanmar that we're expected to arrive by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Good. There is still time. Book 2 tickets. Here's my personal information. I'll send it to you on your phone. I'll go back to the hotel to grab my passport and ID. See you in 10 minutes. Okay, brother. The two hurried home to fetch some clean clothes and their identification. 10 minutes later, they reconvened at the entrance of Longxi Garden, quickly hailing a taxi to the airport, where it was still not yet 9 o'clock. After checking in, they waited in the departure lounge. Is this your first time abroad? Sun Ran asked, glancing at Su Ningming. Yes, I've had my passport for years, but never had the chance to use it. What about you? This is my 3rd time, always traveling with my previous company's leadership. As they chatted casually, boarding time approached. The moment the plane took off, Sun Ran noticed Su Ningming's evident anxiety. He gently grasped her hand and smiled reassuringly, saying, don't be nervous. There is a sensation of weightlessness during takeoff, but once we reach cruising altitude, it will be fine. I understand. It's just that it's my first flight, and I'm a bit anxious that it's all right. You'll get used to it soon. After a 2-hour flight, they successfully arrived in the capital, transferred to Lingnan City, and then to Naypyidaw, Myanmar, despite the night's travel. Both felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. Brother Sun, your jade ornament is truly remarkable. It feels like a Haven tea slept a wink, yet I'm not tired at all. Indeed, and I sense my body is undergoing changes daily. Once we finish gathering funds this time, let us return and focus on fitness to elevate our physical condition. Upon reaching Naypyidaw, Sun Ran rented a vehicle from a Chinese-owned car rental company and hired a driver who also served as a translator, guiding them to Mandalay, Myanmar's largest jade raw stone trading city. The journey was nearly 200 kilometers and took over 2 hours. Once they disembarked, they were immediately enveloped by the vibrant jade culture of the city. With countless shops selling raw jade stones lining the streets, their authenticity nearly impossible to discern. Dressed as typical tourists, they quickly attracted numerous locals eager to recommend stones. Sun Ran decisively declined their offers, and with the driver's assistance, they arrived at a medium-sized raw stone marketplace. Business was generally modest due to the influx of competitors. Upon seeing new customers, the owner promptly greeted them and began explaining the offerings. In the backyard, mountains of raw jade stones were piled high. The driver-translator stayed close, while Sun Ran and Su Ningming explored the stones. With the owner ready to jot down the identification numbers of the stones, Sun Ran expressed interest in. "Brother, I'm going to check out that area. I'll be back shortly," she announced, prompting everyone's attention. However, Su Ningming remained unfazed. Sun Ran smiled. "Go ahead, be careful. If you find something you like, let me know." "Okay, brother." Everyone's focus remained on Sun Ran, as it was uncommon for women to be interested in raw stones. This was typically a man's domain. Meanwhile, Su Ningming had ventured to the back of the warehouse, where she found herself alone in a blind spot devoid of surveillance. Even if she were to be seen, who would suspect a young girl of stealing raw stones? Yet at that moment, Su Ningming was indeed pilfering raw stones. As she strolled, she discreetly pocketed the stones she touched. Among the towering piles, a few hundred pieces would go unnoticed. 10 minutes later, she feigned normalcy and returned to the group, while the driver and owner merely cast her a cursory glance before resuming their conversation with Sun Ran. Unbeknownst to them, over 300 assorted raw jade stones had accumulated in the shared space between her and Sun Ran. Sun Ran randomly selected a few stones, totaling less than 100,000 yuan, then paid and moved on to the next venue. Chapter 9. The Raw Stone King. Following the same routine, the translator led them through over a dozen medium to large jade raw stone markets. At each venue, Sun Ran spent around 80 to 100,000 yuan, capturing the attention of the owners, while Su Ningming found secluded corners to stash raw stones. Each market yielded only a modest haul, totaling around 200 to 300 pieces. After all, greed could lead to peril, especially since each market had armed guards. Upon returning to their hotel in Naypyidaw, the two were exuberantly animated. Their shared space now contained nearly 4,000 pieces of raw jade stones. Simply selling these stones could yield 200 to 300 million yuan, and if high-quality jade were to be extracted, the profits could multiply. However, this was not sufficient. Sun Ran aimed to acquire more and return home, thereby resolving their procurement finances in one fell swoop. The next day, they ventured to Myanmar's second-largest jade raw stone selling city. Although not as vast as the previous one, it was bustling with people due to its reputation for high-quality stones. They confidently headed straight to the largest raw stone market, where the morning crowd was already substantial and the staff were busy attending to customers. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ningming slipped away, but this market was crowded, making it challenging to execute her plan. Steeling herself, she ventured deeper into the market. As she progressed inward, the crowd thinned, revealing larger stones, some weighing 4 to 5 tons, with even larger ones reaching upwards of 10 tons. Even Su Ningming, a novice in jade, sensed the immense potential of these colossal stones. Resolutely, she thought, "Once I secure these large stones, I'll return home. Collecting smaller ones will prolong the process and increase the risk of detection. Perhaps one of these could fetch an astronomical price." With her mind made up, she approached a massive stone, pretending to inspect it. In the next moment, it mysteriously vanished, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. She boldly pocketed 5 similar large stones before nonchalantly walking away. Sun Ran had just completed his transaction when he noticed Su Ningming approaching. They exchanged a glance, silently confirming their respective tasks were complete. and it was time to leave. I in the car. Su Ningming sent Sun Ran a message. Brother, check the space. The phone chimed. What the heck? You've got such massive stones. I think we have enough. We should return home immediately. I feel this place is becoming unsafe. Sun Ran had read news articles about jade raw stones and had dreamt of striking it rich overnight. Stones of such size could easily fetch billions. Or even more, if they revealed jade upon processing. I'll book the tickets right away. Su Ningming promptly began arranging their flight. Their initial plan to visit another raw stone market was promptly abandoned. Instructing the driver to return directly to Naypyidaw en route, Su Ningming secured tickets for a noon flight to Yunnan. Upon returning to the hotel, they packed their belongings, returned the rental car, and headed straight for the airport. Meanwhile, the jade market was thrown into chaos. Several pieces intended for the annual auction had mysteriously vanished that morning. This was no trivial matter, as the auction stones often valued in the billions. Reviewing surveillance footage revealed that just before 9 a.m., the stones were still present. However, after a stunningly beautiful girl passed by, the stones had inexplicably disappeared, leaving a trail of vanished stones in her wake. After scrutinizing the footage multiple times, the market owner felt a chill run down his spine. What sort of entity could make raw stones vanish? Gather all the brothers. We must find this girl and the man accompanying her. With a commanding order, hundreds of armed men piled into jeeps, commencing a citywide search. Boss, I've traced the vehicle they rented to a car rental company in Naypyidaw. They're likely headed back there now. Recall the brothers and proceed to Naypyidaw. Coordinate with the local crew to monitor the airport, train station, and bus station. We cannot let them escape. While they scoured the city for Sun Ran and Su Ningming, the duo had already arrived at the airport to check in as the plane ascended. Their hearts finally eased. After a 7-hour flight, they successfully landed in Kunming, Yunnan. As long as we're back home. We reach safe. Let us hurry and convert these stones into cash. Otherwise, they're just a pile of useless rocks. Where shall we sell so many stones? In Lingnan province, where the wealthy reside. That's where we'll go to sell. I can't wait to see how much all these raw stones will fetch. Upon disembarking from their flight, the two individuals promptly boarded the nearest high-speed train, making their way to the capital city of Lingnan province. Dongsheng, they hailed a taxi to the largest jade jewelry store in the city, a grand establishment spanning 4 floors, adorned with opulent decorations that shimmered like jewels. As they entered, they were greeted with a courteous bow from 2 elegantly poised young ladies. After perusing the store, they approached the manager in the main hall. Hello, I have some authentic Burmese jade rough stones for sale. Do you purchase such items here? Inquired one of them. The manager, with a polite smile, replied, Good day, sir. We do indeed engage in the acquisition of rough stones. Please take the elevator to the 3rd floor, where our dedicated personnel will assist you. Thank you for your assistance, they responded, ascending to the 3rd floor. They were promptly attended to as they exited the elevator. Sir, madam, this way, please. They were led into a private room, where Sun Ran asked, Could you explain how you acquire rough stones? Certainly, the attendant began. We operate on 2 methods, discrete and open transactions. Discrete transactions involve pricing based on observation without opening the stones, while open transactions require us to cut into the surface, revealing the internal characteristics before pricing. I see. And how much can you purchase? Sun Ran queried. Well, how much rough stone do you possess? Came the reply. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Ran stated, approximately 200 tons. Can you handle that? They're all genuine Burmese jade rough stones. How much? 200 tons? Ahem. I cannot make that decision alone. Please wait a moment while I consult our owner, the manager said hurriedly before departing. Half an hour later, an elderly gentleman entered the room, accompanied by the manager. Greetings, young friend. I am the owner of this jewelry store, and my surname is Xiao. He introduced himself. The two immediately stood, extending their hands with smiles. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I heard from Xiao Zhang that you have 200 tons of jade rough stones for sale. May I see what you have? Do you have any photographs? He inquired. Yes, we have photographs and samples. Sun Ran retrieved the jade rough stones from his backpack, while Su Ningming produced a tablet. They had taken pictures of several rough stones weighing several tons in a secluded spot prior to their visit. Mr. Xiao examined the samples closely, stating, Indeed, these are rough stones from the old pits in Myanmar. May I see the photographs? My goodness! Could it possibly be the Stone King? The quality is astounding. I never expected to encounter such an opportunity in Lingnan province. Mr. Xiao exclaimed, visibly excited. It appears these massive rough stones are quite valuable. Young man, if the stones in your photographs are genuine, I fear my establishment alone may not be able to handle this. Would you mind if I called in a few associates? Not at all, not at all. Rest assured, these rough stones are undoubtedly authentic. Sun Ran reassured him. Excellent. When can we view the merchandise? Mr. Xiao inquired. Tomorrow would be best. I just returned from Yanmar and have some matters to attend to. I will bring the rough stones over in the morning, Sun Ran proposed. That works, but we cannot bring them here. I will provide you with an address. It is our jade processing factory, which is spacious and secure, Mr. Xiao confirmed. Agreed. It's settled then. Chapter 10. A Fortune in Hand. After leaving the jewelry store, the two sought a place to grab a bite before checking into a luxurious hotel. In the afternoon, while Su Ningming rested in their room, Sun Ran ventured out to locate a large truck. That it was essential that the stones not be transported directly from their spatial storage, as that would raise questions. Beneath the sweltering sun, he found 5 suitable large trailers at a distribution station, each capable of carrying approximately 50 tons. After confirming the address and timing, he made a partial payment as a deposit. With the first task accomplished, Sun Ran tirelessly sought a warehouse to rent. On the outskirts of the city, numerous warehouses were available for short-term rental, though the minimum lease was 10 days at a cost of 20,000. No longer concerned about such trivial expenses, Sun Ran, having observed Mr. Zhao's demeanor, was confident that his rough stones would fetch an excellent price. Through an intermediary, he finally secured a large warehouse for 10 days at the cost of 20,000. Upon receiving the keys, he transferred all the rough stones from his spatial storage to the warehouse, awaiting the arrival of the large trucks the following morning. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already past 7 in the evening. With no sales yet made, the two lacked the appetite for a proper meal, opting instead for a light snack before retreating to their room to rest. The night passed quietly, and the next morning, 5 large trailers arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by a crane. With the crane's assistance, the heavy stones were carefully loaded onto the vehicles. After 2 hours, 6 colossal rough stones, alongside over 4,000 smaller pieces, were successfully loaded. Sun Ran and Su Ningming settled into the first truck and set off towards the address provided by Mr. Xiao. After 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at Mr. Zhao's processing plant. Once unloading was completed, Sun Ran settled the remaining transport fees. At last you've arrived. We old fellows were nearly beside ourselves with impatience. Come, let us inspect the goods, Mr. Xiao urged, beckoning them forward. The elderly gentleman behind Mr. Xiao produced powerful flashlights, scrutinizing the massive stones with the same fervor one might reserve for a beautiful woman, drooling in awe at the sight. Their expressions revealed their excitement. These stones were indeed valuable. After half an hour of examination, the elderly men shifted their focus to the smaller rough stones. Following a cursory inspection, they approached Sun Ran, asking, "Young brother, how do you intend to proceed with the sale?" Sun Ran had discussed with Su Ningming the plan to sell openly, revealing the stones. After all, there was no cost involved. Any increase in price would be profit, and losses would be inconsequential. Mr. Xiao, I wish to sell openly and reveal the stones, Sun Ran declared. Mr. Xiao nodded in approval, exclaiming, "What a bold spirit! Young people like you are rare. Since that is the case, I will arrange for the master craftsman to commence the cutting process. It may take some time, so please bear with us. I'll have someone bring lunch in a bit. I must attend to this personally. To have the opportunity to cut such a Stone King is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." "Very well, Mr. Xiao. Please do not mind us," they responded. Before long, the workshop erupted with the deafening sounds of machinery and running water as over 50 cutters began their work, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. "Goodness, it's rising. Boss, this one is increasing, a vibrant green," came a shout that drew the attention of several elderly gentlemen. Armed with flashlights, they rushed over to inspect, and indeed, the quality was extraordinary. Nearby, personnel took notes and assigned numbers for easy settlement later. With every rise, there's bound to be a fall, but given that these were all acquired at no cost, Sun Ran did not mind. It would be strange if every single piece yielded green results. Finally, it was time for the 6 pieces that Mr. Xiao referred to as the Stone Kings. The group huddled around, deliberating on the best angle for cutting, aiming to preserve the integrity of the stones while revealing their contents. After much discussion, Mr. Xiao took up the cutter himself, as the stakes were high that a single cut could lead to either fortune or ruin. Should these stones be purchased in Myanmar, they would cost at least hundreds of millions of yuan. If nothing valuable was found within, it would indeed be a catastrophic loss. It was no wonder Mr. Xiao praised Sun Ran's courage, as the cutting machine gradually sliced through the stone's exterior. A faint green hue began to emerge, suggesting a rich quality within. As the opening widened, Mr. Xiao erupted in excitement. It's rising, a substantial increase. The second stone was handled by another cutter, and it too revealed an increase. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth stones followed suit, each one yielding impressive results, albeit with varying degrees of increase. In truth, such Stone Kings are typically of high quality. The only question is how much they will rise. Mr. Xiao, accompanied by the elderly gentleman, approached Sun Ran with broad smiles. Congratulations, Sun Ran. Your stones have risen significantly, and there have been minimal losses. We've discussed the pricing, and we would like to know your thoughts. If agreeable, we will purchase all of them. Sun Ran accepted the pricing sheet, his heart racing as he concealed his astonishment behind a calm facade, as though the sum were merely pocket change for the month. The quoted price for the 6 colossal Stone Kings was 12.5 billion, while the rest of the rough stones totaled approximately 1.8 billion. The grand total came to 14.3 billion. Handing the figures to Mr. Xiao, Sun Ran smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, you know I have my costs. How about we settle on 14.5 billion? Sun Ran, my young friend, what do you think of that? Consider it a gesture of friendship. Should you have such fine goods in the future, I will gladly purchase them all. Reflecting on the fact that these were all acquired without cost, Sun Ran nodded. Very well. Let us go with 14.5 billion. He then produced his bank card, stating, Here is my account. Please transfer the funds here. Of course, Mr. Xiao turned to the elderly gentleman, saying, I will cover the initial payment. You can reimburse me for whichever stones you choose. How does that sound? The wealthy gentleman agreed readily. All right, Xiao. We'll follow your lead. 10 minutes later, Sun Ran received a notification confirming the deposit of 14.5 billion. Mr. Xiao, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you, that we shall not linger here any longer, and I hope for future opportunities to work together. After a few friendly exchanges, Sun Ran and Su Ningming returned to the city center, purchasing tickets for the next flight back to Chaoshi. That evening, they arrived back in Chaoshi. The moment the plane touched down, they both exhaled a sigh of relief. After 3 days of travel, filled with both excitement and trepidation, they had successfully secured a staggering 14.5 billion yuan, a sum that would surely suffice for the time being. Come, let me take you back to your community, Sun Ran offered. After that, I returned to the hotel. It was quite late today, so we shall celebrate properly tomorrow. Since disembarking from the plane, Su Ningming has not stopped smiling, her lips curving upwards in a silly grin. Very well, brother. Suddenly, it feels so surreal. 14.5 billion. I never imagined we would truly succeed. Indeed, we have succeeded. Your contribution is paramount. Had it not been for your decisive action in acquiring several large Stone Kings at the last moment, we could never have amassed such wealth. Thus, your 2 treasured possessions are safely secured this time. As they chatted and laughed on their way back to the community, it was already past 11 at night, and the streets were eerily quiet. Just as they were about to part ways, a black business vehicle screeched to a halt beside them, its doors flinging open to reveal 7 or 8 burly men wielding baseball bats. The last to emerge was none other than Song Run, Chapter 11. Shattered eggs, plotting the safe house. Hey, where have you two been? We've been waiting for you both for an entire day and night. Where have you been gallivanting? Song Run exclaimed, brandishing a hefty baseball bat with bravado. Sun Ran chuckled. Isn't this young Master Song? Has your little brother recovered? Can he stand? It was better not to mention that. The moment it was brought up, Song Ran flew into a rage. These past few days have been excruciating for him. He had been waking up in agony every morning, each time his little brother's morning glory tearing open his wounds anew, causing unbearable pain. 4 days, he had not dared to gaze upon beautiful women, let alone touch his wife. Only yesterday had the pain somewhat subsided, and he had brought his gang to lie in wait at the community entrance. Intent on venting his frustrations by breaking Sun Ran's third leg. Son of a bitch, Sun Ran, I toyed with your wife to give you face. This time, let us see how you can still act tough. Brothers, break his legs first, then toss him in the car. What about the woman? Just right, my little brother is fine now. Let us have some fun with her. Sun Ran exchanged glances with Su Ningming and said, Ningming, when I strike someone, you strike whoever I strike. Protect yourself. Don't worry, brother. I don't take these little punks seriously. Suddenly, Sun Ran launched an attack, landing a punch on the closest man's face. A tortured scream escaped as the man's nose was broken, blood gushing forth. Sun Ran seized the opportunity to grab the baseball bat, and unexpected Sun ran to act first and with such decisiveness. The other burly men rushed forward, bats raised. One man swung his bat towards Sun Ran's head. But Su Ningming seized the moment, delivering a swift kick to the man's subordinate. Oh! The kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Incapacitated, Su Ningming hurriedly picked up a baseball bat, and the two charged into the fray, engaging in a chaotic brawl with the remaining assailants. Essentially, if Sun Ran and Su Ningming were hit, it was of little consequence. However, if they struck back, it was likely to knock the opponent unconscious. Both of their bodies had been enhanced by a mysterious jade ornament, granting them extraordinary reflexes. They barely sustained any blows, while the 7 or 8 men opposite them were rapidly falling one by one. Young Master Song, your turn. Come on, fight like a man. Brother Sun, I was wrong. I won't trouble you again. Wrong? How so? Su Ningming lifted her leg and delivered a kick that landed squarely on Song Ran's subordinate, sending chills down Sun Ran's spine. This girl clearly had violent tendencies. That kick, she had obliterated Song Run's family jewels. Song Run writhed on the ground, rolling in agony, his screams echoing for 2 miles. Oh, my jewels! Su Ningming raised the baseball bat and struck his thigh with a resounding crack. You dare to toy with me, you bastard. With another swing, she knocked Song Ran unconscious. Sun Ran addressed the groaning thugs on the ground. Scram with your boss. If you dare come back, next time, I will kill you all. The group hastily scrambled to their feet, dragging the unconscious Song Ran into the vehicle, their previous bravado now replaced by utter humiliation. Are you all right? Did you get hit? Sun Ran asked with concern. These soft-shell shrimp are like tickles. They barely hurt, but you, standing in front to shield me from their attacks. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. I didn't expect you to be so brave that if you're fine, go home and rest early. You've been through a lot these past few days. See you tomorrow. Heroine. After parting ways, Sun Ran returned to the hotel, took a hot shower, and opened his laptop to search for companies that could construct a doomsday safe house. With the increasing number of wealthy individuals, safety awareness was also on the rise, leading them to desire an absolutely secure refuge. Where there is demand, there is a market, and thus corresponding service companies emerge. Numerous such companies had recently been established. However, after browsing a few, he felt they were somewhat overblown and not quite suitable. The Panchur Decoration Company, known for designing and participating in the Antarctic Research Station project, specializes in the design, renovation, and decoration of various types of safe houses. This one seemed more reliable. He planned to visit them tomorrow. He noted down their address and contact number, preparing for a visit. The next morning, he was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. Brother, are you awake? Hurry up. I'm downstairs at your hotel, and I can't wait to go shopping. Come down quickly. Su Ningming shouted excitedly over the phone. Sun Ran chuckled helplessly. All right, just a moment. I'm coming down. After a quick wash and getting dressed, he hurried downstairs to find Su Ningming pacing eagerly in front of the hotel, mumbling to herself. Hey, what are you talking to yourself about? You startled me. I was planning what to buy. Let us go. I hardly slept a wink last night. Wait a moment. Don't rush into spending. Today, we're heading to a Panchur Decoration Company in the provincial capital to finalize our Doomsday Fortress plan before we go shopping. Oh, okay, business first. Let us go. Su Ningming nodded in understanding. The two booked high-speed train tickets and set off on their journey once more. 2 hours later, they arrived in the provincial capital and took a taxi directly to Panchur Company. Indeed, it was a top-tier decoration company in the country. Even the office building was impressive. Upon entering the company and passing through the front desk, they found the department responsible for designing safe houses. The department manager, surnamed Wu, was a robust man over 6 feet tall. "Hello, Manager Wu. I would like to create a safe house that My villa consists of 5 above-ground floors and 1 basement level, along with a yard of over 4,000 square meters. My requirements include converting the yard into a sunroom with a sloped roof to prevent snow accumulation. The materials should be made of 20 centimeters thick double-layer bulletproof glass. The entire villa needs to be fitted with the most advanced insulation layer, increasing the thickness to over 2 meters, capable of withstanding temperatures below -100 degrees. All external doors should be replaced with the highest security-rated blast-proof doors, and I want some mechanisms installed, integrated with an intelligent management system and the most advanced recirculating water system. Additionally, both gasoline and solar power generators must be installed. These were all proposals Sun Ran had conceived the night before, and he presented them all at once. After jotting down notes, Manager Wu nodded. "No problem, Mr. Sunday. Following your suggestions, I would like to add a few of my own. First, for the 5-story building, all windows should be upgraded with 5 layers of the best insulating fiberglass, which is not only bulletproof, but also offers unparalleled insulation. For the water system, I recommend equipping each floor with large storage tanks, insulated to prevent freezing even at -100 degrees. This way, in the event of a water outage, you could still have access for about a year. As for the power system, we can install solar panels on the roof, allowing energy collection even on cloudy days. However, such solar panels can be quite expensive. The overall indoor ceiling will be excellent, so an air filtration system must be installed on each floor to ensure fresh air circulation even without opening windows. Additionally, for heating, I recommend installing 2 systems, 1 electric and 1 coal-burning, to accommodate various scenarios. Finally, the intelligent management system should be paired with surveillance throughout the house and surrounding area that we will install over 200 discrete cameras that won't be easily discovered, providing real-time video and audio transmission." Sun Ran nodded. "Manager Wu, your experience is evident. Your supplemental points are excellent. Let us proceed with your design plan. When can you provide me with a proposal, and how soon can construction commence? What's the estimated timeline?" Manager Wu pondered for a moment and replied, "I can provide you with a design proposal in 3 days that if you agree to the quote, we can commence construction a week later, completing it within 6 months. Sun Ran shook his head. "That won't do. It's too slow. I need the proposal and quote by tomorrow. If everything is acceptable, construction must begin within 3 days, and completion within 3 months. Money is not an issue. I can pay more." Manager Wu nodded, realizing that someone with such a lavish mansion would indeed not be lacking in funds, standing up with a smile. Manager Wu assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Sun, even if I have to forego sleep tonight, I will deliver the proposal and quote to you. Thank you for your trust. Then I'll trouble you." Manager Wu, Chapter 12, Experiencing Wealth Upon Departing from the Rock Company. The 2 individuals arrived at the largest Yida Mall in the provincial capital, where they indulged in a shopping spree. Regardless of what caught their eye, they inquired not about the prices, but simply packed their selections and found a secluded spot to stow everything away in their spatial storage. They reveled in the thrill of being affluent. "Brother, we should purchase a few more down jackets and such. When the cold sets in, they will certainly come in handy," Sun Ran remarked with a smile. "Ordinary down jackets cannot withstand temperatures plummeting to -80 or 90 degrees. We must procure specialized frost-resistant gear from a professional source. For today, let us buy whatever we fancy. As for the professional cold-resistant attire, I will find a way to acquire it. All right, I'm so thrilled. We've purchased so much, and it only amounts to a few million. Having an abundance of money is truly a blessing. Ha ha! Today's goal is to spend an entire 100 million. If we can't spend it all, we shan't return home." The 2 continued their exploration floor by floor, buying whatever pleased them, until they became numb to the extravagance. Eventually, they reached the supermarket on the ground floor, pushing shopping carts filled with snacks, pickled vegetables, instant noodles, and frozen foods. They cleared out the seafood section, leaving no trace of king crabs, lobsters, or abalones. After settling the bill, which totaled less than 300,000, they found a deserted area to store all their purchases. Leaving Yida Mall, They promptly took a taxi to the most expensive buffet restaurant in the provincial capital, where they indulged in a lavish seafood feast. With a price tag of 3,999 yuan, they devoured king crabs and lobsters as they feasted. The service staff looked on in astonishment. The last voracious eater they had encountered had long since vanished. And these two seemed to be equally insatiable. After satisfying their appetites, they took a train back to Chaoshi, eagerly awaiting news from the Raw Company. Su Ningming returned home to sleep, while Sun Ran, feeling bored, suddenly thought of Song Ren's wife, Tang Tiantian. Just yesterday, he had been ambushed by Song Ren, and the urge for revenge surged within him. He decided he must exact some interest in that moment. Song Ren lay at home, unable to rise from bed. Recently recuperated, he had suffered another setback. His two precious jewels had been shattered by a kick from Su Ningming, and the doctor had advised complete bed rest, alongside medication and consultations with foreign hospitals for potential transplant surgeries. This was akin to a death sentence for Song Ren. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Sun Ran. Noticing the time, he exclaimed, "It's already 8 o'clock. Why hasn't Tang Tiantian returned yet?" He promptly picked up the phone and dialed her number. At a few seconds later, the call connected at "Hello, husband, what's the matter?" Song Ren, an experienced veteran, instantly sensed something was amiss in her tone. "Where are you?" Tang Tiantian, attempting to control her breath, replied, "I'm at the store. I just did some yoga, and I'll be home shortly. There's something you need?" "Nothing much, but don't you check the time? Hurry back. I haven't eaten yet. Bring me a seafood rice bowl." "All right, understood." After hanging up, Lin Yao cast a resentful glance at Sun, "It's all your fault for meddling. I almost got discovered. Even if discovered, it wouldn't matter. From now on, Song Ren will essentially be incapacitated. What is the point of living with such a person? Remember, if you encounter any difficulties, come find me at Villa 32. Villa 32. Did you really buy that 5-story villa? Indeed. I plan to renovate in the coming days if it comes to it. You can always come find me. Wow, I didn't realize you were so wealthy. Let us go. I need to head back to bring food to that useless man. Sure thing. Half an hour later, Sun Ran left the beauty salon, feeling satisfied. Tang Tiantian tidied up and drove home to deliver food to Song Ren. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Manager Wu from the Rock Company sent a video. "Good morning, Mr. Sunday. I hope I'm not disturbing you." In the video, Manager Wu sported dark circles under his eyes. Clearly having endured a sleepless night, "I'm not disturbed. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Wu." With a wry smile, Wu responded, "Who asked you to be in such a hurry? It was unavoidable. Here is the design plan and quote. Take a look. If all is well, I will bring a team for an on-site survey today. We should be able to commence work by tomorrow. All right, let me review the plan. I'll get back to you in 10 minutes. After terminating the video call, Sun Ran perused the documents sent by Wu. Upon a cursory glance, he found that they generally met his requirements. The quote indicated that if completed within 3 months, the total would be 350 million. Uncertain of the market rates, but adhering to the principle of getting what one pays for, Sun Ran reopened the video call to inform Wu that he was entirely satisfied with the proposal and pricing, urging him to expedite the site visit. "Understood. I will head to Chaoshi right now and call you upon arrival." After hanging up, Sun Ran reclined on his bed, lit a cigarette, and mused, with the first step of accumulating wealth complete, and the second step of establishing a doomsday fortress nearly fulfilled, the third step involves procuring supplies. That will be quite troublesome and requires careful consideration. Just then, his phone rang again. It was the manager from the real estate office. "Hello, Mr. Sunday. When would it be convenient for you to come in and settle the remaining balance for the villa?" Sun Ran suddenly recalled that he still owed the sales office 200 million for the property. My apologies. I've been so busy that I forgot. I'll swing by in a bit." "Sorry about that." "No worries. We understand that someone like you, involved in major business dealings, must be quite busy. We won't disturb you further. See you soon." After dressing, Sun Ran had a quick breakfast, just as Su Ningming arrived to find him. "Brother, what are your plans for today? Have you eaten? If not, let us eat together. I'll be heading to the sales office to pay the remaining balance for the villa, and then the design team from the Raw Company will be coming to. I haven't eaten yet. I overindulged on seafood yesterday and have a bit of an upset stomach this morning." "Ha! Who told you to devour 10 king crabs in one sitting?" That is a minor consequence. After finishing breakfast, they went to the sales office, where Sun Ran transferred the $200 million down payment and arranged for installment payments. Given that the impending icebound apocalypse was just months away, the notion of repaying the bank seemed inconsequential. As noon approached, Manager Wu from the rock company, accompanied by 7 young professionals, arrived in Chaoshi. Sun Ran sent them the address, and they took a taxi to Villa 32 in Longxi Garden. Manager Wu: "I'll leave this to you. Rest assured, Mr. Sun." With that, Wu led the 7 individuals as they began measuring and sketching plans throughout the villa. Sun Ran and Su Ningming settled into a swing chair beneath a gazebo, engaged in conversation, imagining the impending apocalypse, with the outside world engulfed in cold and snow while they remained warm and cozy indoors. Brought them immense joy. It will be such a delightful experience. Su Ningming exclaimed, eyes closed in bliss. "Haha. So according to you, the apocalypse might turn out to be a blessing." "Indeed. I plan to collect all varieties of variety shows, films, dramas, songs, and novels to ensure that I have something new to enjoy every day. I shall stockpile countless snacks to accompany my binge-watching sessions. Oh, how utterly blissful. Not to mention acquiring large plush toys, various figurines, and 100 boxes of My Little Pony cards." Sun Ran shook his head helplessly. "All right, since spiritual supplies are part of the necessities, I'll leave that to you. Here, $10 billion. Make it happen." After transferring the funds, he added, "Be sure to buy plenty of single-player games. I want a variety of them." "Not a problem. I'll also set you up with several high-end desktop computers and perhaps even an esports room. How does that sound? Handle it as you see fit. You can spend the $10 billion however you like." As the two of them fantasized about their future, they were interrupted by a voice from outside. "Hey, SNT, that's Sun Ran." "Sun Ran, is that really you?" The speaker was Aunt Wong, an old neighbor from Phase 1 of Longxi Garden. Known for her penchant for taking advantage of others. Though she was a bad person, she often spoke without a filter. "Sun Ran, why are you holed up in someone else's villa? Is this your friend's place?" Sun Ran stood up, smiling as he replied, "This isn't my friend S. It's my house that I bought it." "What? You bought a villa? With what money? Do you really think I bought it with mere leaves?" "Of course I paid cash. Why don't you come in and take a look?" "I'd rather not. Such an expensive house might get ruined by my presence. I'll just continue walking my dog." With that, Aunt Wong led her little dog away. Just a week ago, the scandal involving Sun Ran's wife Zhao Qian and a wild man had just begun to fade. Now, a week later, news of the green-hatted man's son, Ran, purchasing a villa had skyrocketed to the top of the neighborhood's hot topics. Chapter 13. A frenzied accumulation of supplies. What? "Aunt Wong, are you sure Sun Ran really bought a villa?" Zhao Qian's mother, Song Shuzhen, in astonishment inquired, "Is that so? While I was out walking the dog today, I happened to see your son-in-law." "Oh. I saw Sun Ran in the villa, engage in conversation with the decorators. I never anticipated that Sun Ran would purchase a villa immediately after divorcing her daughter." Zhao Qian: "Where's the logic in that? Anyway, I must return home to prepare dinner for my husband." With that, Wang Jie departed, leaving behind the startling revelation about Sun Ran's new villa. How could Sun Ran possibly afford such an extravagant purchase? Was it conceivable that he won the lottery without our knowledge? After all, that would be marital property, and he cannot squander it alone. This simply cannot stand. Later that evening, upon Zhao Qian's return from work, Song Shuzhen hurriedly relayed the news that Zhao Qian's reaction mirrored her mother's disbelief. Both deemed it implausible. Regardless of its likelihood, shall we not investigate to ascertain the truth? Absolutely. Let us go. Zhao Qian, accompanied by Zhao Yi and 2 elderly companions, arrived at the villa described by Wang Jie that moment. The construction crew from the Pancher Company had already set up operations that must be said, money truly makes the world go round. The villa was completely enclosed, with trucks continuously delivering materials. Even though it was past 6 in the evening, there was no sign of work ceasing. The site was bustling with workers, and Sun Ran's presence was nowhere to be found. Song Shuzhen casually approached a worker, asking, "Excuse me, who is your boss?" The worker glanced disdainfully at the impolite elderly woman and turned away. Such a lack of manners. No wonder they toil for a lifetime. After several laps around the entrance, they still failed to spot Sun Ran. "Who are you looking for?" A burly man emerged from the courtyard. It was Manager Wu from Pansher Company that I'm seeking the owner of this villa. I am his mother-in-law. Are you referring to Mr. Sun Ran? Yes, indeed. It is my son-in-law. Ah, greetings, and he and Miss Su just left. Is this villa truly purchased by him? Zhao Qian stepped forward, inquiring. Yes, Mr. Sun indeed bought it. I have verified the property deed, which bears Mr. Sun Ran's name. There is no forgery. Oh, then I shall not disturb you further. Please continue your work. Clutching Zhao Yi, the group returned home, each lost in thought. This villa must cost several hundred million. How could Sun Ran, having just divorced me, purchase such a property within days? There must be some underlying issue. This cannot be allowed. Zhao Qian picked up the phone and dialed Sun Ran's number. Sun Ran. I ask you, did you truly buy that villa? Sun Ran replied with a sneer. What business is it of yours whether I purchased a villa? Do not forget, we are divorced. Humph, we are divorced, yet you concealed your premarital assets. I can still sue you. I am entitled to half of that villa. Sun Ran laughed heartily. Then go ahead and sue. I wish you the best of luck in realizing that dream. With that, he hung up at tea that moment. Sun Ran was at a beauty salon, clandestinely meeting with Tang Tiantian. In previous encounters, it had been Sun Ran who took the initiative. This time, it was Tang Tiantian who reached out to him. The reason being that Song Run had been acting strangely lately, often resorting to verbal and physical abuse, leaving her disheartened and contemplating divorce. Inside the office, the air conditioning was set high, and the two lay in the lounge. Covered with a small blanket, Sun Ran, I genuinely feel like asking him for a divorce. He is behaving like a lunatic, verbally assaulting and even hitting me, claiming that I am provocative, parading around in shorts before him. It is scorching, and I am in my own home. What is wrong with wearing shorts? Sun Ran chuckled. Is it possible that Song Ran is no longer a man? What do you mean? Sun Ran recounted the incident where Song Ran attempted to attack him, but ended up being kicked in the groin by Su Ningming. He deserves it. This is all his doing. I simply want a divorce, but I fear he will not agree. Does he really have a right to refuse? Once my villa renovation is complete, you could divorce him and move into my villa. Wait, you actually bought a villa? I thought you were merely joking last time. Tang Tiantian exclaimed in surprise. Why would I deceive you? Is your family not also in the villa area? Yes, we reside in Villa No. All right, endure a little longer, and I will come to fetch you once the renovations are complete. Song Ran won't dare to protest. How much longer must I wait? I cannot endure this lunatic any longer. I'm not as brave as you. I am still trembling. No worries, at most 3 months. Rest assured. After a while of intimacy, Tang Tiantian tidied up and left for the day, while Sun Ran returned to the hotel. The following day, Su Ningming arrived on an electric scooter to meet Sun Ran. Their task for the day was to procure supplies. Shopping bit by bit at the supermarket was far too tedious. Their first stop was the grain and oil wholesale market, where they placed an order worth 5 billion yuan, including Northeast rice, various types of flour, and cooking oils, transactions amounting to tens of thousands of tons. The food could be stored indefinitely in their space, enough to last them for 500 years. Any surplus could simply remain there, considering their abundant finances. Their second stop was the fresh produce wholesale market, where they placed another order for 5 billion yuan, acquiring whole pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and assorted cuts of meat. The third stop was the seafood market, where they again placed a 5 billion yuan order for various fish, king crabs, and shellfish. Later, during the calculations, they realized the seafood was pricier, necessitating an additional 2 billion. The supplier was left astonished by the scale of the order, as Sun Ran explained it was for employee benefits, prompting the supplier to wonder just how many employees this company had for such a substantial order. The fourth stop was the seasoning market, where they ordered 5 billion yuan worth of all kinds of oils, salts, sauces, teas, butters, spices, and grilling equipment. The fifth stop was clothing, where they ordered 2 billion yuan worth of various garments, socks, underwear, and bed linens. The sixth stop was a canned goods factory, where they placed a direct order for 5 billion yuan for canned fish, luncheon meat, and canned fruits. The seventh stop was the fruit wholesale market, where they included all varieties of fruits from both northern and southern regions in a 5 billion yuan order. The eighth stop was the snacks and beverages wholesale market, where they ordered 5 billion yuan worth of snacks, chips, chocolates, and instant noodles. Additionally, they placed a 2 billion yuan order for beer and another 2 billion for liquor. along with a 10 billion yuan order for various bottled waters. Anticipating any potential shortages in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the ninth stop was a tobacco company, where they placed a 20 billion yuan order for premium tobacco. Sun Ran could smoke for 10 lifetimes and not finish it all. The final stop was the coal wholesale market, where they ordered 10,000 tons at the rate of 3,600 yuan per ton, enough to fuel the villa for a century, after an exhaustive day of shopping. They had spent a total of 90 billion yuan and still had nearly 40 billion remaining in their bank account. Sun Ran, this is the first time I feel that spending money can be such a tiring task. Yet it is a gratifying fatigue. This is just the beginning. Once we receive these goods, we shall continue shopping in other cities. We must exhaust all our funds before the impending apocalypse. All right, but I quite enjoy this. Chapter 14. The lawsuit. In the following week, Sun Ran and Su Ningming took turns guarding the large rented warehouse, ensuring that any deliveries were unloaded there and subsequently placed into their space. Unfortunately, some fruits and seafood needed immediate storage, as they would spoil within days if left outside, particularly the seafood. Within the space, time stood still. Even if something was stored for 1,000 years, it would remain unchanged upon retrieval. After 5 days, all the ordered supplies had been successfully stored in the space. Just as Sun Ran was preparing for another round of shopping with Su Ningming, he received a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Sun Ran. This is the Intermediate People's Court of Zhaozhaida. In regard to your ex-wife, Zhao Qian's lawsuit, we would like to verify some details with you. Would this be a convenient time?" After contemplating for a moment, Sun Ran replied, "Certainly, please specify a time and location." An hour later, in the court's reception room, Sun Ran sat across from 2 judges. "This is your ex-wife's complaint, alleging that you concealed personal assets and used them to purchase real estate following your divorce. Therefore, we seek clarification on whether your personal assets were acquired before or after the marriage." Sun Ran calmly retrieved some documents from his bag, stating, "Here are my airline tickets to Myanmar, along with receipts for purchasing jadeite raw stones there. Additionally, this is the receipt for selling jadeite raw stones in Dongshi, Lingnan Province. And here is proof of my bank transactions. All the dates on these documents pertain to activities conducted after our divorce. Thus, all these funds were acquired post-marriage." 2 judges meticulously examined the documents, conducting a thorough investigation. They contacted the bank and verified the information with Mr. Xiao, the jeweler from Lingnan Province. Ultimately, it was revealed that Sun Ran had remained completely silent. Every record could be reconciled. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Sun and no need for thanks. I am curious about the outcome of this lawsuit. The evidence is irrefutable. All of these are your assets and income acquired post-marriage, having no connection to your premarital circumstances. Therefore, the only possible outcome is for Zhao Qian to withdraw her lawsuit." "Very well. Thank you." As Sun Ran exited the courtroom, he coincidentally encountered Zhao Qian and her family. Their heads bowed as they left that moment. They were filled with deep regret. Who would have thought that the usually honest Sun Ran would engage in smuggling raw stones in Myanmar? Amassing over 10 billion. Is that reasonable? Zhao Qian looked up and spotted Sun Ran, hurriedly approaching him and pressing his arm against her chest. If there are benefits to be had, one must seize them. "Come on, press hard. Husband, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I will send Zhao Yi to Song Ren's family right now, and then we can live well together. You love children. I will bear you another. How does that sound? This time it will surely be yours. We shall take no precautions, and I won't step outside until the child is born. Surely you can trust me now." Sun Ran chuckled and replied, "You are not at fault. I'm the one who erred. My mistake was not divorcing you sooner. Release my arm. I have no interest in your second-hand affection." Zhao Qian's face flushed with anger. This once devoted admirer now appeared resolute. Yet the thought of Sun Ran's immense wealth forced her to swallow her pride. "Husband, I truly regret my actions. After all, we were husband and wife for a day. A bond lasting 100 days, we've been together for 5 years after all. Enough, what of 5 years? How many times have we shared intimacy? Twice or thrice. An average of once every 2.5 years. And you dare speak of 100 days of affection. Hurry and leave. Go seek your brother Song Ren. Oh, and by the way, I suspect he is no longer much of a man. His essence has nearly been shattered. Sun Ran yanked his arm free and swiftly departed from the courthouse, leaving Zhao Qian's family in a state of disarray. Sister, do not worry, as long as Sun Ran resides in the neighborhood. We still have a chance. You can slowly win him over with genuine feelings. Surely he will eventually accept you. ISNT, your most loyal admirer. It's different now. Truly different. What have I missed? The Zhao family is now in utter chaos. The illegitimate child, Zhao Yi, cries incessantly at home, filling the air with disarray, and no one tends to him. Zhao Qian remains holed up, even skipping work. Zhao Xiaozhu's 3 friends have all been hospitalized due to Sun Ran's actions. And an additional compensation of 50,000 was required, or else they would have to forfeit Zhao Xiaozhu's kidney. The 2 elders sigh at home all day, feeling as though they have lost 100 billion. The villa is still under intense renovation, with 100 million already paid for the first phase. Another third will be paid once the project reaches its halfway point. The bulk of materials is prepared. The 2 of them discuss their current needs for high-end, cold-resistant clothing, vehicles, and weapons. However, both are ordinary individuals and have no connections in these matters. It matters not that they lack connections. Sun Ran called Manager Wu of the Pancher Company, expressing his desire to purchase cold-resistant clothing capable of withstanding -100 degrees and vehicles that can operate in extreme weather. Mr. Sun, believe it or not, I do have such connections that I have a classmate involved in the procurement of equipment for Antarctic research stations. I will reach out to her, and you 2 can coordinate later. Thank you. Manager Wu. Half an hour later, Manager Wu sent over a phone number. Sun Ran quickly dialed the number, and a young woman answered. Hello, I am Sun Ran, referred by Manager Wu. I wish to purchase some cold-resistant clothing and vehicles, specifically those that can withstand -100 degrees. Wow, it seems you truly are the typical doomsday enthusiast that old Wu described. I can completely fulfill your requirements, but it will be somewhat pricey. The clothing will cost approximately 200,000 per set, and the snowmobiles will be 12 million each. No problem. Are these items in stock? Let us order 500 sets of clothing and 5 snowmobiles. So many. One outfit could last an ordinary person a lifetime. Why do you need so many? Haha, we have a large group. All right, in 1 month. We will have the clothing and vehicles ready. We will directly deliver the goods to Jingguang, and you can collect them then. However, you must pay 50% of the deposit up front. No problem. I will transfer 100 million to you now. Upon receipt of the goods, I will transfer the remaining amount. Agreed. Let us finalize this. After leaving the bank account details, Sun Ran swiftly transferred the deposit, and in 1 month he could simply collect the goods. Now, the final item remains. Firearms. In this frozen apocalypse, people have become exceedingly volatile due to a lack of food. Possessing a gun would drastically alter the situation. But where can one acquire firearms? Glancing at his bank balance, he suddenly recalled that with over 2 months remaining, he could easily make a trip to Bear Country. There, procuring firearms is relatively straightforward if one has the right connections. Chapter 15. Acquiring firearms and gourmet dining now. There is no need for complex visa procedures between Hua Country and Bear Country. Entry can be made through the Heihe port. Sun Ran, along with Su Ningming, traveled to Bear Country under the guise of fishermen and subsequently hired a local who could speak Chinese. Neither had ever been to Bear Country, so they initially enjoyed a few days of leisurely exploration. The weather was neither too hot nor too cold. Perfect for fishing. It must be said that the resources here are truly abundant. One could easily catch over 2 kilograms of crucian carp from any small river, along with various cold-water fish that taste exceptionally fresh. After a couple of days of leisure, Sun Ran and their guide, Joseph, found time to share drinks and discuss weaponry. Dear Joseph, I wish to purchase a batch of firearms while I am here. Do you have any connections? My dear friend, firearms are readily available for purchase here, but transporting them back to your country is quite complicated and may require some connections that I understand. Could you take me to a place that sells weapons tomorrow? I wish to buy more for self-defense. You understand? I have quite a few enemies over there, so it's better to be prepared. Joseph chuckled and replied, Certainly, Mr. Sun Ran, as long as you have money. Any type of weapon can be procured. After consuming a bottle of vodka, Joseph appeared quite inebriated. Sun Ran, with his robust constitution, remained unaffected, easily processing the alcohol. The next day, Joseph drove them to a town located 300 kilometers away. Populated by over 30,000 residents, being a transportation hub, it served as a small cargo distribution center. Joseph led them to a hardware store selling various tools, and, of course, the most crucial items, firearms. After explaining their intentions, the owner nodded, locked the store, and hung up the close sign before ushering them into the backyard. Dear friends from Hua Country, the firearms sold outside require strict adherence to official procedures, including obtaining personal gun ownership permits, which can be quite cumbersome. Thus, these weapons are far more suitable for you. You merely need to select and pay, and I can handle the transportation. Sun Ran nodded, stating, There's no need to trouble you with the transportation. I will provide you with a warehouse address, and you can deliver the goods there. The owner happily replied, All right, my friend, I will arrange it as per your request. Sun Ran gazed at the dazzling array of firearms before him, unsure of what to choose. Oh, hell with it. Only children make choices. Owner, I'll take all these weapons. Please tell me the total cost. You want them all? My heavens, are you planning to form an army? My friend. Haha. No, I simply have a fondness for these weapons. Very well, let me calculate the total point. 120 handguns at $80 each. 200 assault rifles at $250 each. 15 sniper rifles at $400 each, and 50 submachine guns at $450 each. The grand total amounts to $88,100 The handgun ammunition totals approximately 20 million rounds, priced at $200,000. The assault rifle ammunition amounts to 15 million rounds, costing $220,000. The sniper rifle ammunition totals 30,000 rounds, priced at $120,000. And the submachine gun ammunition totals 10 million rounds at $300,000. If you want the ammunition as well, the total comes to $92,810, but I'll give you a discount, making it $920,000. All right, boss, let us go with your quoted price. Let's head to the bank for the transfer. The transfer went smoothly, settled entirely in Hua Country currency, with the help of their local guide. Sun Ran rented a warehouse previously used for storing grains, which was now vacant. Please call him and arrange for all the weapons to be delivered here. Thank you. A day later, all the firearms arrived at the warehouse. That evening, Su Ningming and Sun Ran swiftly stored all the firearms in their space. The next 2 days were devoted to practicing how to use these weapons. Assembly, loading, aiming, shooting, maintenance, and various related matters. After the two individuals have fired thousands of rounds, they gradually develop a feel for the firearms, becoming less unfamiliar with these weapons. There are no innate sharpshooters. They're all trained through the expenditure of ammunition. With their training completed, the duo bid farewell to their guide and set off to return home. Upon their return, their first order of business is to visit Longxi Garden to check on the progress of the villa's renovations. That IT is now May 20th, and with only 40 days remaining until the impending apocalypse, they must complete the construction of their sanctuary beforehand. This moment. The sunroom of the villa has been fully constructed, featuring bulletproof glass that has been reinforced by nearly 50 centimeters. Sun Ran has tested it. And even when struck by a large iron hammer wielded by an adult, it merely leaves an impression that to cause significant damage would require the use of missiles. Otherwise, it is futile. The solar panels on the sunroom have also been installed, and the exterior of the villa is nearly finished. Currently, they are in the process of installing various water tanks, control systems, blast doors, as well as a multitude of surveillance equipment and mechanisms. IT is expected that in another 20 days, everything will be completed. The anticipation is palpable. They long to move in immediately, envisioning a space that will undoubtedly be incredibly cozy. With her pair of heart-shaped eyes, Su Ningming cheerfully exclaimed, I am quite eager as well. But we still have a considerable amount of money left unspent. We must think of what else we should procure. We don't want to find ourselves at a loss once the apocalypse arrives. The two of them returned to the hotel, racking their brains to determine what they were still lacking. 10 days later, on June 1 ST, Jean Gang called to inform them that the customized cold-resistant vehicle and professional cold-proof clothing had arrived and were ready for pickup. With nothing pressing to do, the two seized the opportunity to take a leisurely outing before the apocalypse struck. This time, they opted to purchase a vehicle outright and drove to Jean Gang to collect the car and attire, storing everything in their space. Brother, I just thought of something we are missing, Su Ningming suddenly remarked from the passenger seat. What are we missing? Think about it. The supplies we've acquired are all raw meat or canned goods requiring cooking. Since time stands still in our space, why not buy some ready-made meals? That way, we can simply take them out when we need to eat, and they'll still be warm. Brilliant. How did I not think of that? Let us head back to Chaoshur and start ordering from hotels. Chaoshur boasts over 500 hotels and restaurants of various sizes. They decided to stick to their usual routine, renting a warehouse first. Then proceeding to book banquets, they chose the highest specifications available, with a table costing 8,888 yuan, featuring lobster, abalone, king crab, and a variety of dishes, totaling 14 courses. They reserved 500 tables, ensuring that 50 tables would be prepared each day for 10 consecutive days. All packed and delivered to the designated warehouse. After paying the deposit, they moved on to the next establishment, a seafood feast at 6,666 yuan per table. Reserving another 500 tables, they continued with fusion cuisine. Barbecues, buns, porridge shops, and various snacks. Within 3 days, they had booked every well-known hotel and restaurant in Chaoshur, causing food prices to skyrocket and resulting in a shortage that necessitated borrowing from neighboring districts. By June 25th, all banquet orders had been accepted, and now their shared space was filled with an abundance of supplies and delicacies. They could eat a different meal every day for hundreds of years. Chapter 16. Former boss Lin Yao is pregnant. On June 26th, the villa was completely finished, with all equipment installed. Sun Ran and Su Ningming conducted thorough tests to ensure everything functioned correctly before settling the final payment. After nearly 3 months of preparation and hard work, they were finally ready to face the apocalypse with composure. Sun Go, what if the apocalypse never comes? Su Ningming asked while munching on a large bag of spicy strips in the living room. Her mouth smeared with oil. If it doesn't come, that would be even better. We still have over 1 billion left unspent, and if it doesn't arrive, that money would be enough for us to live a lifetime. Right. Plus, we won't have to work. We can just eat, drink, and sleep at home every day. Just thinking about it is delightful. You stay at home. I have something to take care of. I'll be back shortly. I know what you're up to. You're just going out to find women. Su Ningming pouted. Clearing his throat, he replied, You're just a child. You don't understand that I'm off. Goodbye. Indeed, he was off to find a woman. Albeit somewhat reluctantly, he had just received an unexpected phone call from Lin Yao, his former superior. They had once crossed boundaries in her office to vent their frustrations, but he never anticipated this. Sun Ran, I'm pregnant. Big sister, if you're pregnant, you should go to the hospital. Why are you looking for me? The child is yours. Don't joke around. This isn't funny at all in the past month. You're the only one I've been with. And you got me pregnant without any precautions. I haven't had my period for a month, and I just went to the hospital for a checkup. I am already 2 months along. This left Sun Ran speechless. Lin Yao surely wouldn't joke about such matters, and she was unaware of his newfound wealth from purchasing the villa. What do you want to do? He asked. I'm confused. I don't know what to do. Do you have time to meet? All right. What time and where? Half an hour later, they met at a CAF located beneath the building of Sun Ran's former company. Lin Yao appeared significantly more haggard than before, her demeanor markedly altered. It was evident that the news of her pregnancy weighed heavily on her. Sun Ran, I hate you. Do you know that? Your selfishness has led to all of this. Upon seeing him, Lin Yao burst into tears. Sun Ran, who dreaded seeing women cry, hurriedly fumbled for tissues to hand to her, exclaiming helplessly, What S done is done. Let us find a way to resolve it. Crying won't help. The more she cried, the more heartbroken she became that you have any idea how much I sacrificed for this managerial position. I came from a poor rural background, with no connections or qualifications after graduating from university. I worked my way up entirely on my own, and you've ruined everything. Sun Ran shook his head, affirming, Lin Yao, I can provide financial compensation. Just tell me what you want to do about this child. Lin Yao ceased her tears and, with a shuddering breath, said, I've considered terminating the pregnancy, but the child is innocent. I simply can't bear to do it. Sun Ran nodded. In a few days, you will be grateful for the decision you made today. I won't keep up the pretense any longer. I'll lay all my cards on the table. I'm actually a billionaire. A billionaire? I heard you and your wife divorced. How can you pretend to be wealthy? Oh, come on, don't believe me. Here, let me show you. He took Lin Yao's phone and instantly transferred 10 million yuan. Ding! The notification chimed. 10 million yuan received. This left Lin Yao utterly astonished. You're truly a billionaire. Then what about earlier? Can I experience the lifestyle of ordinary people for a while? I have reliable information that in 3 days, the weather will turn extremely cold, accompanied by heavy snowfall, that I'll drive to pick you up in my villa then. Have you lost your mind? It's July. It's sweltering, and you're telling me it will snow? Huh. You need not concern yourself with whether it's hot or not. Just wait for my call. I'll take my leave now. Contact me when the time comes. Use this money to buy some nutritional supplements. Sun Ran stood up and left. He realized that he had neglected to purchase any baby supplies among the items he had acquired. He quickly drove to the largest baby goods store in the city and began shopping that he cleared the shelves of various brands and types of formula, baby clothes, bathing supplies, nutritional products, snacks, and complementary foods. Fearing it wouldn't be enough, he visited 3 stores in total, spending over $1 billion before returning to the villa, thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning to the villa, he noticed that Su Ningming was not on the first floor. The house was too large, so he had to call her that I'm in the game room on the 5th floor. Come on up. Oh, all right. Xiaodu, please close all security doors in the villa. Received, my master. The entire residence was under intelligent management. Without it, it would take at least several minutes to close all the doors individually. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he found Su Ningming in the game room. Dressed in a tank top and shorts, engrossed in a video game. Brother, what are you looking at? Come on, let us play together. Sun Ran picked up a controller, and the two engaged in a zombie killing game. After half an hour, she declared, I'm hungry. Let us stop playing and see what we could eat tonight. How about roasted lamb leg with some beer? Sun Ran chuckled, whatever you want. Let us go to Shinkong Ding for dinner. The two made their way to Shinkong Ding, where the ceiling simulated an endless starry sky, creating a breathtaking atmosphere. Hey, I've noticed something off since you returned today. There's something you want to tell me? Su Ningming wielded a knife, deftly slicing off a succulent leg of lamb, dipping the tender morsels in a chili powder before savoring them. Nothing escapes your keen little eyes. The matter is as follows. Sun Ran candidly divulged the details of his affair with Lin Yao. For after all, this villa belongs to both of them, not solely to him. If he were to bring a woman back, he would certainly seek her consent. I was initially perplexed, but considering she carries your child, it would truly anger me if you were to remain indifferent. And oh, worries. Such a vast abode can feel rather dull with just the two of us. Having a sisterly companion brings me joy. So, do you feel anything else about this? Sun Ran inquired tentatively. He chuckled. Are you insinuating that I might feel jealous? Is that what you mean? Sun Ran nodded. Truth be told, when I first heard the news, I felt a touch of displeasure. Yet, contemplating the impending apocalypse, we women are inherently the weaker sex, and you, in the future, must bear the weight of humanity's propagation. Thus, your having multiple wives does not trouble me excessively. Moreover, we have yet to cross that final threshold. During the past 3 months, they had ventured abroad together to procure raw stones, acquire weaponry, and gather supplies, forging a profound friendship and bond. They often joked and playfully interacted. Yet neither had crossed the ultimate line. All right, Ningming, with your assurance, I feel at ease. I shan't say more. This villa will always have your half. You will forever be the lady of this house, and that shall not change. Chapter 17. The apocalypse has finally arrived on June 30th, the eve of the frozen apocalypse. Song Rin languished at home, quietly mourning. Since the incident with the egg, his spirit had waned, and he now placed his hopes in foreign medical institutions for a prompt surgical arrangement. A knock resounded at the door. Hastily, Song Rin opened it. Are you Mr. Song Ren's residence? Yes, please come in. 4 imposing figures, menacing in demeanor, entered, a quartet of formidable mercenaries, genuine veterans from the battlefield. He had paid a hefty sum to secure their services, their purpose being the elimination of Sun Ran. What would you like to drink? No need for such formalities, Mr. Song. Please outline the target of this mission so we can expedite our task and return to the African front. You know how busy it is over there. Very well. The target is named Sun Ran. He's exceptionally skilled. The last time I brought along 7 or 8 brothers, he bested us all. His residence is in this villa community, not far from my home. There's also a woman named Su Ningming. She must be captured as well. I want my brothers to take turns attending to her. That wretched woman. Understood. The men will be killed, and the woman will be brought back. The previous quote was 20 million. That still stands, correct? Absolutely no issue whatsoever. It's late. You might as well stay for the night. Why second floor has guest rooms. We can act tomorrow. The men exchanged glances and nodded. Then we shall trouble you, Mr. Song. Just then, Ting Ting returned from work. Upon opening the door, she was met with the unsettling gaze of 4 hulking men, as if they wished to devour her whole. Ah, darling. Who are these gentlemen? Song Ren's expression darkened, his irritation palpable. Don't ask unnecessary questions. Hurry and prepare something delicious. I wish to enjoy a DR accompanied by Lin Yao. We explored the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the villa in a leisurely manner. Lin Yao's little mouth was in constant motion, exclaiming in awe at the opulence of the estate, marveling at the extravagant amenities she had never encountered before. Including an indoor elevator that it was nothing short of a palace that on the 2nd floor, we discovered a spacious bedroom complete with a private bathroom. After taking a refreshing shower, Lin Yao donned the brand-new pajamas prepared by Su Ningming and lay down on the bed, drifting off into a blissful slumber. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Sun Ran and Su Ningming sat by the window. One was incessantly smoking while the other sipped coffee, occasionally glancing at the clock and the thermometer. The clock finally struck 12, and soon, snow began to fall from the sky, causing the temperature to plummet from 28 degrees. It dropped to 18, 8, 0, -10, -20, -30, and finally stabilized at a frigid -50 degrees. Xiaodu, activate the electric heating system, Sun Ran instructed. Instantly, the entire heating system of the villa sprang to life, with powerful electric heaters radiating warmth from every corner of the residence. The indoor temperature remained comfortably around 26 degrees. Lin Yao, sleeping soundly on the 2nd floor, remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, the entire Longxi garden had descended into chaos. Some residents exclaimed how romantic it was that it was snowing, while others pulled out their phones to take pictures, posting on social media with captions lamenting their plight. Without exception, the entire community was jolted awake by the cold. Even closing the windows proved futile, as they scrambled to find thick blankets and clothing to stave off the shivering. The snow fell like goose feathers, transforming the outside world into a winter wonderland. Sun Ran and Su Ningming exchanged glances and shared a smile. The icy apocalypse had indeed arrived. Chapter 18. The first day, early the next morning. Sun Ran opened his phone to find the owner's group chat in utter disarray. Oh my. I nearly froze to death yesterday. What on earth is this weather? Tell me about it. The fish in my aquarium are frozen solid. Thankfully, I managed to close the windows just in time. The snow outside has piled up to over a meter, almost reaching my balcony. What should we do? I reckon it will likely stop soon. Such extreme weather usually doesn't last long. The chat was filled with various discussions, but none concerning food shortages, as families had stocked up on provisions, and both gas and electricity remained uninterrupted, allowing everyone to treat this as a stay-at-home retreat. After scrolling through videos of blizzards and temperature drops from across the country, I turned on the news. Experts stated that this was a high-energy particle beam from deep within the cosmos, directly affecting the sun's activity, leading to a global temperature drop and widespread snowfall. This extreme weather might persist for about 3 days before naturally dissipating, urging the public to remain calm, stay indoors, and avoid unnecessary casualties. In my previous life, experts claimed it would end in 3 days, only to later extend it to 10 days, then a month. Eventually, it turned into an indefinite situation through the villa's intelligent caretaker monitoring system. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to -62 degrees and was still declining. The electric heating inside was remarkably effective, keeping the entire house at a cozy 26 degrees. Upon waking, Lin Yao gazed out at the thick blanket of snow, finally believing Sun Ran's prediction, and dashed downstairs in her alluring pajamas. Sun Ran, it's really snowing. How did you know? Lin Yao asked, astonished. That's for you to worry about later. For now, just enjoy your stay here. There is plenty of food, he replied. Seeing Lin Yao's alluring figure, Sun Ran found it hard to contain himself. Realizing she was dressed rather scantily, Lin Yao reconsidered, but then thought, this man is the father of my child. So what is there to be embarrassed about? Did you sleep well last night? I slept very comfortably. I'm a bit hungry now. Sun Ran stood up, walked over to Lin Yao, embraced her, and gently kissed her. Saying, "Why don't you go watch some TV on the sofa while I prepare breakfast?" Lin Yao suddenly felt as though she had fallen in love, though this man had initially coerced her. He had proven to be far more amiable than she had anticipated. This the allure of the wealthy. Lin Yao obediently nodded, planting a kiss on Sun Ran's cheek, blushing as she said, "Thank you, husband." Upon hearing the word husband, Sun Ran was momentarily taken aback. Breakfast was simple: rice porridge, salted duck eggs, accompanied by steaming meat buns, which were famous in the city, costing 5 yuan each. Tea this time. Su Ningming sleepily descended the stairs for breakfast. She was dressed even more scantily, practically appearing as if she were wearing nothing at all. "You too? Hurry and wash up. Come eat." During the meal, Sun Ran's eyes were nearly overwhelmed by the scene before him, which was simply tantalizing. These buns are truly delicious, Lin Yao exclaimed, devouring 4 in quick succession. Tea this rate, I'm definitely going to gain weight. Su Ningming laughed. "No worries, Lin Jia, we can hit the gym on the 5th floor later. Even though you're pregnant now, moderate exercise is beneficial for the baby. All right. Thank you, sister." After finishing breakfast, the three of them strolled for a while before heading to the gym on the 5th floor to work out. Sun Ran's fitness goal was to strengthen his body. He could sense that the jade pendant was quietly enhancing his entire being, and with exercise, the results would be even better. Thus, working out became a daily essential for both Sun Ran and Su Ningming. "Zhao Qian, I recall there are a few bags of instant noodles at home. Have you seen them?" Zhao Qian's mother, Song Shuzhen, searched the house for instant noodles. Previously, Sun Ran had been responsible for purchasing rice, flour, oil, and vegetables, while these individuals simply had to eat what was prepared. Now that Sun Ran was absent, they realized they had no food left. Breakfast had been bought outside, and for lunch, they would just grab something on the go. In the evening, whoever was hungry would boil instant noodles or noodles. Now, they discovered that only half a bag of rice and half a bag of flour remained, with no vegetables in sight. The refrigerator still contained a bit of frozen meat, purchased by Sun Ran earlier. In the kitchen's upper cabinet, Zhao Qian emerged from her bedroom, her face pale. The once vibrant Zhao Qian had lost all her former charm. Song Ran no longer paid her any attention, and Sun Ran had become a wealthy man. Meanwhile, she found herself with nothing. Suddenly, she realized that the root of all her troubles lay with her greedy family, who had always instilled in her the notion that she must marry a wealthy man. Now, she was left with nothing. With only 5 packs of instant noodles remaining, they could barely manage one meal today. For lunch, they would have to settle for rice porridge. Fortunately, the experts claimed it would last just 3 days. Otherwise, they would truly face starvation. Tea that moment. Zhao Yi burst into the room, shouting, "I don't want to eat instant noodles. I want meat buns." He then threw himself on the floor, rolling around and wailing. Watching her son throw a tantrum, Zhao Qian lost her last shred of sanity, and a surge of unrestrained fury exploded within her. Grabbing Zhao Yi, she slapped his little face twice. "You brat, if you don't want to eat, then starve. I'll let you starve to death, just like your useless father. I'll make you shout. I'll make you shout." The more she spoke, the angrier she became, landing another couple of slaps. "This was no worries. You 3 can temporarily stay at my home for these 3 days. There are plenty of rooms available. I hope I'm not imposing on Mr. Song." The first day of the frozen apocalypse has passed amidst a swirl of curiosity, excitement, and confusion. Chapter 19. They said 3 days and then 10. One cannot trust the words of so-called experts. The second day of the apocalypse. The homeowners group in Longxi Garden. "Does anyone have extra rice or flour available for purchase?" "Thank you. Dear neighbor, I have 2 bags of 20 pounds of rice. I can sell you 1 bag, as I want to be able to finish it in 2 days. "Thank you. Which building are you in? I'll come find you directly from the underground parking lot." "Why is the temperature still dropping? I read online that it's impossible for this weather to improve in just 3 days. Is it really true? Trust the experts, dear. They say it will be 3 days. So let us have faith in their words." The atmosphere remained relatively positive on the second day. There was generally no shortage of food. Even though it was cold, wearing thick clothing at home allowed everyone to endure. Zhao Qian had already consumed 3 bowls of rice porridge. Song Shuzhen took some frozen meat from the refrigerator, sliced it into strips, added a bit of soy sauce and salt, and stir-fried it all. Even Zhao Yi, who is usually picky, found the meat strips delicious. Zhao Qian's younger brother, Zhao Xiaozhu, was particularly eager, almost fighting for the stir-fried meat, fearing he would miss a bite. Can't you eat a little less? You're a grown man. Why are you so greedy? There's still tomorrow. Zhao Qian frowned and said. Zhao Xiaozhu was not one to back down, retorting, I want to eat what is it to you? Mind your own business that you're nearly 30 and still single, while my brother-in-law is so wealthy. You drove him away. Mentioning this sent Zhao Qian into a frenzy. She grabbed the steaming rice porridge before her and dumped it on Zhao Xiaozhu's head, causing him to yelp in pain. Luckily, the low temperature meant the porridge cooled quickly, preventing severe burns that I swear. Zhao Qian, I'll kill you today. Zhao Xiaozhu, who was usually timid outside, was defiant at home, seeing the two about to brawl. Zhao Dazhu and Song Shuzhen quickly intervened. Zhao Yi watched the commotion between his mother and uncle, laughing heartily while cheering them on. The Zhao household had descended into utter chaos after preparing breakfast. Tang Tian sneaked back to her room. Sun Ran, how are you doing? Do you have any food? You would believe how much these for big men can eat. My rice is about to run out, and there is hardly any meat or vegetables left. Thankfully, the experts say this cursed extreme weather will end in 3 days. Otherwise, I'd be worried they might eat me. After reading the message, Sun Ran quickly replied, don't worry, I have plenty of food. We're more closed tomorrow night. Then sneak out through the underground garage. MY Villa is stocked with food that I'll wait for you at the door. Ah, are you implying I should leave Song Ran entirely? But we aren't divorced yet, that if I cheat while still married, that wouldn't look good when it gets out that I'll endure for a couple more days. I want to part ways with him openly before being with you. Sun Ran pondered for a moment, but decided not to say more, considering it was only the second day of the apocalypse. All right, I'll follow your lead. Call me if anything comes up. Honey, who is texting you so early? Lin Yao asked sweetly from the side. Sun Ran tucked away his phone and replied, a neighbor. You don't know her. Have you woken up, darling? Want some gum before we? No thanks, I'm not coming. My legs are still shaking that I'm starving. I'll make breakfast for you today, so you can taste my cooking. I didn't know you could cook. Well then, I look forward to your breakfast. Lin Yao took 20 minutes to get dressed in front of Sun Ran. Then she went to the basement level, where the temperature was controlled by the smart home system at around 10 degrees, prolonging the shelf life of items. She grabbed a large steak from the fridge, a few potatoes, and 2 bags of bread and milk from the shelves. Back in the kitchen on the first floor, she cooked the steak in butter, sliced the potatoes into strips for frying, dipped the bread in egg and milk, and pan-fried it over low heat. Finally warming the milk, a simple Western breakfast was ready. She went upstairs to call Sun Ran and Su Ningming down to eat. Wow, I didn't expect your cooking skills to match your looks. Lin Jia, this is delicious. Lin Yao's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Since I usually live alone, I love experimenting with food in my spare time. If you like it, I'll often cook for you. Sun Ran took a piece of bread and said, it's indeed delightful. I've decided to leave breakfast to you from now on. No problem. After breakfast, it was time for exercise. Their daily metrics were steadily increasing, indicating that both Sun Ran and Su Ningming's physical fitness was improving day by day. Sun Ran could now easily handle 40 kilograms in dumbbell exercises, managing to lift 100 times in one go without issue. Su Ningming was at around 30 kilograms. Lin Yao watched in astonishment. Are these two superheroes? The afternoon was mostly relaxation time, playing games, watching movies, swimming in the indoor pool, playing billiards, and various board games without repetition. After dinner, the three lounged on the sofa, watching TV dramas. The second day of the apocalypse came to an end. The third day of the apocalypse arrived as expected. Residents in the community began falling ill. Many suffered from colds and fevers. Fortunately, every household had some basic medicine, so it was not life-threatening. But would the extreme weather truly dissipate after 3 days? A suffocating atmosphere began to spread through the homeowners group. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 70 degrees, while the television news experts continued to prattle on, claiming this extreme weather would soon pass. However, people were not foolish. As of now, it was still snowing outside. With nearly 2 meters of accumulation, the first floor was completely buried under snow. Some residents, unable to stay indoors, donned thick down jackets and strolled around the underground parking lot, chatting. Despite the cold, the underground garage was somewhat sheltered from the wind, making the temperature more bearable. The four big men at Song Ran's home had consumed rice porridge for lunch. The eggs had been eaten that morning, and only a few potatoes remained. With all the meat gone, if this continues, they would be starving by tomorrow. Yet everyone still firmly believed that the temperature would rise the next day, and they could all go out to shovel snow and shop at the supermarket. Holding on to this hopeful fantasy, they finally welcomed the fourth day of the apocalypse. Upon waking, the first thing they did was check the thermometer, and no change whatsoever. Various experts on short video platforms emerge again to explain that this wave of high-energy particle rays from deep space would continue for another 10 days. Urging the public not to panic and to refrain from spreading rumors that if food became scarce, neighbors should help each other to weather this day. Believing that soon, the extreme weather would pass, the comment section was filled with curses. Nonsense experts. First 3 days, then 7. Is there any truth to it? The so-called experts' words are less reliable than my dog-ass farts. I'm down a half a bag of noodles, and my neighbor borrowed 20 from me. How am I supposed to help? Dear expert, I just ground up eggshells in a powder and drank them. I can't hold on much longer. It's been 2 days since I last went to the bathroom. Just to let you know, the comment section was rife with various complaints, but the tone was predominantly one of anger. Sun Ran silently chuckled, waiting for 10 days later when the experts would once again be proven wrong. Marking the true beginning of the apocalypse, people went completely mad, with no food available. The weather grew colder, and the 3-meter-thick snow had frozen solid, making it impossible to start any path. Sun Ran muttered a curse under his breath. This damned apocalypse, Chapter 20. 3 Unfortunate Souls. The 5th day of the apocalypse. I in the homeowners group. Dear neighbors, does anyone have extra noodles or rice? I'm willing to pay a high price for a bit. Thank you for your help. Once the extreme weather passes, I will definitely repay you generously. The message was sent by Sun Ran's ex-wife, Zhao Qian. There was no choice. Their rice porridge had run out, and the flour they made into flatbreads was gone as well. The entire family was left with only half a bag of salt. That morning, they each had a cup of salt water to stave off hunger. The group was eerily silent as no one dared to sell food. Who knew how long this cursed weather would last? Until 10 minutes later, the group buzzed with activity. Beautiful lady, I have rice at home. How much will you pay? The profile picture belonged to a young woman. Zhao Qian quickly replied, how about 10 yuan per pound? Sun Ran happened to see this message and smirked slyly, addressing the group. Dear friend, in this extreme weather, who knows how long it will last? It's best to save some food. Zhao Qian, seeing Sun Ran's message, was furious. Sun Ran, what do you mean? We should help each other through tough times. What is it to you? Can you guarantee you won't run out of food? Sun Ran glanced at Zhao Qian's message and casually shared a photo of his breakfast. The picture displayed century egg and lean meat porridge, 3 tiers of Hangzhou steamed buns, 3 cups of milk, a salted duck egg, and a plate of sliced roasted duck. This breakfast, even in normal weather, would be considered extremely lavish once the photo was shared in the group. Everyone lost their composure. It's nearly minus 80 degrees, and you have the leisure to post photos of steamed buns? What kind of family is this? To the esteemed residents of the group. The experts have proclaimed that the weather will return to normal in 10 days. However, no one can guarantee this. It is advised that everyone manage their food supplies prudently and refrain from selling indiscriminately. Following the dissemination of this information by Sun Ran, the young lady who had intended to sell Zhao Qian grain immediately responded with an apology, stating, I am sorry, I just realized that there is not much rice left at home. So I will refrain from selling for now. My apologies. Zhao Qian, holding her phone at home, was seething with anger, ready to crush her teeth in frustration. Today, her household had completely run out of food. With no other options, Song Shuzhen donned thick clothing and went door to door within her unit, spending 2 hours to procure 5 pounds of rice and 4 sprouting potatoes, costing her 300 yuan. How could Sun Ran be so despicable? He has food to eat himself, yet he forbids others from selling to us. Why doesn't he just disappear? Song Shuzhen glared at the meager food supplies, cursing vehemently. If they rationed what little they had, it might last 2 more days. However, Song Ren's household was teetering on the brink of collapse, with 4 burly men, alongside Song Run and Tang Tiantian. They were truly out of options. Upon seeing Sun Rant's message in the group chat, Song Rin's mouth watered at the thought of the steaming roast duck and soup dumplings that in the pre-apocalyptic world. He had looked down upon such low-end, greasy food, insisting on seafood at every meal, yet now he would gladly beg for just a bite. With a cunning glint in his eye, he devised a plan. Brother One, look at the person who posted this image. He is our target. His villa must contain ample food. How about we break into his villa tonight, eliminate him, and seize his provisions? Brother One had not eaten breakfast and was in a foul mood due to hunger. Taking Song Rin's phone, he enlarged the image to appear genuine, not Photoshop. Mr. Song, wait a moment while I confer with my brothers. Back in the room, Mercenary One and his 3 comrades began a plot. Brother Two and Brother Three. Dress warmly and investigate the type of security door in the underground garage. Brother Four, be vigilant for any surveillance equipment at his entrance. We must ensure everything goes flawlessly. Understood, Big Brother. The 3 men, preparing for their mission, were given the last remaining flatbread by Tang Tian Tian, which they devoured hungrily alongside a cup of salt water. Clad in ill-fitting down jackets, they exited through the underground garage door, cautiously making their way to Sun Rant's villa's underground entrance. Hold on before you rush to the door. Let me check for cameras first. Brother Four retrieved his night vision binoculars, a mandatory piece of equipment for their mission, and scanned the vicinity of the security door, finding no telltale red dots from hidden cameras. Damn, Sun Rant is quite the miser. Despite his wealth, he couldn't even spare for a camera. He deserves to be taken down by us. Brother Four stowed the binoculars, speaking disdainfully. With no cameras in sight, Brothers Two and Three approached the security door. Wow, this door is impressive. It seems to be military-grade, anti-explosive. Brother Three, can you manage to open it? Brother Three specialized in disarming explosives, locks, and safes. After examining it for a while, he frowned and replied, "It will take about an hour, and I will need a small pinpoint explosion to so complicated." Brother Three knelt down to inspect it further, stating, "There's no way." Although Sun Rant didn't install surveillance, this door is exceptionally sophisticated. What a miser! As the 3 men squatted, deep in discussion, they failed to notice the sudden emergence of 4 water spray devices from the anti-explosion door. In the next moment, the devices unleashed a torrent of freezing water, akin to high-pressure hoses, aimed directly at the 3 burly men, instantly drenching them in icy cold water. The temperature in the underground garage plummeted to a bone-chilling -50 degrees. While outside, it was a frigid -80. The concept of -50 degrees might be foreign to many, but it is essentially the temperature at which water freezes upon contact, before the 3 men could react. Their heads and clothing were soaked, and within seconds, they were encased in ice. They screamed in terror, scrambling to escape the spray zone, but the water devices seemed to have a mind of their own, relentlessly pursuing them. Utilizing the physical prowess honed through years of mercenary training, they managed to support one another and finally fled the icy barrage towards Villa 1, their pants soaked and movement hindered with every step. Luckily, they had consumed some food before leaving, allowing their bodies to generate enough heat. Otherwise, they would have succumbed right there. Inside, Sun Rant watched the scene unfold on his screen, laughing heartily as he observed the 3 men's plight. In fact, even before they reached within 300 meters of his home, his smart assistant had already alerted him. There were 200 concealed cameras within that radius. Not only could they clearly see what the trio looked like, but they could also hear their conversations distinctly as the 3 men gathered. Sun Rant activated the water trap. The water was merely regular, but with a touch of tranquilizer, it could incapacitate someone in mere seconds. Given the current outdoor temperatures, it would surely freeze a person to death shortly. However, Sun Rant had no intention of killing anyone just yet. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun. He aimed to diminish the bravado of these mercenaries first. Chapter 21. Borrowing food from Villa 2 at Song Rant's home. Upon witnessing his 3 comrades return, looking as if they were frozen popsicles, he erupted in fury. Did Sun Rant somehow anticipate the extreme weather and prepare accordingly? Who in their right mind would install water spray devices at their own door? But there was no time to dwell on Sun Rant's actions. The 3 men were on the verge of freezing to death. Song Rant and Brother One hurriedly stripped them of their wet clothing, wrapping them in dry blankets. and instructed Tang Tiantian to boil some hot water. Each of the three men clutched a cup of hot water, taking a long while to recover. Yet they still shivered uncontrollably, their faces pale and speech slurred. Song Run fanned the flames of anger, exclaiming, "That Sun Ran is utterly despicable. To spray water on us in such frigid weather is inhumane." Brother One furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sun Ran is no fool. He seems to have known about the extreme weather in advance, setting up this trap at his door. We must strategize carefully." Song Rin nodded in agreement, stating, "Brother One, I believe our most pressing concern is to find something to eat. Otherwise, we won't have any food today." Brother One smirked dismissively. "Oh, that's simple. Once my brothers recover, we will go to Villa 2 to borrow some supplies. If they refuse, they shouldn't blame us for being ruthless." Song Rin quickly flattered him. "With you leading, it will surely be a piece of cake. Brothers, rest assured, once this extreme weather passes, I will reward you. Perhaps an additional 5 million. Brother One nodded with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Song. In a bit, we will head to Villa 2, and you and Mrs. Song can await our good news at home." The four mercenaries had returned to their homeland from afar, driven solely by the promise of money. When the employers suddenly increased their payment, Brother One and his comrades felt obliged to honor their contract and procure some food. An hour later, the three unfortunate brothers had fully recovered. It was imperative to find sustenance immediately, lest their bodies lack energy and succumb to exhaustion. Mr. Song, who resides in Villa 2. Villa 2 was home to an elderly couple whose son rarely returned from abroad, while their daughter worked in the country but did not live with them. "All right, let's first go to Villa 2 to borrow some supplies. Mr. Song, you stay here and wait." With that, the four men donned their gear and made their way through the underground passage to the parking lot. Arriving at the underground entrance of Villa 2, they knocked for quite some time, yet no one answered. Was this household deaf? Brother 3, who was responsible for knocking, was nearly hammering his hand to pieces. "Damn, they might have frozen to death. There's no one home. Let's pick the lock." "No problem, big brother. I'll have it done in 5 minutes." Brother 3 picked up his tools and began work on the door lock. Unlike Sun Ran's fortified door, this household's lock was far simpler. Within 5 minutes, indeed, even less than 3, it was opened. Done. Brother One pulled out a folding knife and boldly entered the house. "Is anyone here?" Still, there was no response. Had they truly perished from the cold? Upon reaching the first floor, the silence persisted. They split up to search for food, determined not to overlook anything. Meanwhile, the owners of the villa were huddled together in their bedroom, seeking warmth. There was indeed food available, but the cold was too severe, and being elderly, they were more susceptible to the chill. The air conditioning had frozen over and was unusable, but fortunately, they found an electric heater meant for their pet in the storage room, which they kept in the bedroom. Thus, after their meals, they would return to the bedroom for warmth, completely oblivious to the sounds of knocking emanating from the basement. "Old man, do you hear that noise from downstairs?" "Impossible. My hearing is exceptional. I haven't heard a thing," the old man stubbornly replied. "Listen, what does that sound?" "No, there is definitely a noise on the first floor. Let us check it out lest someone truly breaks in and steals our food." The old man listened intently, and it seemed he too perceived a sound. He lifted the quilt, donned his clothes, and picked up a badminton racket. The two of them cautiously opened the door and, trembling slightly, descended the stairs at a slow pace. "What are you lot doing? Put that down." Indeed, halfway down the staircase, they spotted 4 burly men rummaging through drawers in search of food. The shout startled the 4 men, who turned to see an elderly couple. The first man forced a friendly smile and, with a congenial tone, said, "Uncle and Auntie, I am your neighbor. I knocked earlier, but no one answered, so I thought you weren't home. Since you are here, that's wonderful. My brothers and I have run out of food and wish to purchase some from you. What do you say?" After all, one does not strike a smiling face. The old man also set down his racket and, looking troubled, replied, "We, too, have very little food left. I truly cannot sell you anything. You should hurry and check with someone else." The second man, a ruthless character, brandished a 50-kilogram bag of rice and menaced, "Is this what you call having no food? Don't mistake kindness for weakness." The first man did not intervene, but continued to smile at the old man, as there is always someone willing to play the villain. Observing the imposing figures, the old man thought to himself that if they did not sell something today, they might not leave peacefully. Ah, my memory fails me. Take this bag of rice, and you can give me 200 yuan. The first man nodded and cheerfully remarked, all right, the second man will pay, and while we're at it, grab some potatoes and meat from the fridge. We'll give you 500. Excellent, brother. The two elderly individuals could only watch helplessly as their food was taken away. With this bag of rice, they could manage to stretch their rations for about 5 more days. They hoped that, as the experts predicted, the temperature would rise and extreme weather would dissipate after those 5 days. Once the 4 strongmen departed, the elderly couple exhaled in relief while sitting on the stairs. Thankful for their habit of stockpiling food in the storage downstairs, they still had 2 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, some cured meats, and pickled vegetables. Within 10 minutes, the first man returned with a bag of rice, several potatoes, and frozen meat. Song Ren was overjoyed upon seeing this and immediately called Tang Tiantian to prepare a meal. The 4 burly men, like hungry wolves, fixated their gazes on Tang Tiantian's curvaceous figure. Song Ren inwardly cursed, damn this weather, it better improve soon, otherwise I will surely end up wearing a green hat. When Sun Ran awoke, Lin Yao had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast, given the intense workout routines that Sun Ran and Su Ningming undertook daily. They required ample meat for sustenance. Thus, breakfast consisted of 4 pieces of steak, freshly squeezed orange juice, fried potato strips, and several cheese meatballs, all of which were homemade from beef Lin Yao had retrieved from the freezer on the first floor. Su Ningming, who had already completed a 5-kilometer aerobic run that morning, was now ravenously hungry and quickly devoured the steak. Sun Ran, smiling, took out his phone and snapped a picture of Su Ningming enjoying her steak. Along with the lavish breakfast spread, which also included the graceful and beautiful Lin Yao, he then shared the photo in their group chat, tagging Zhao Qian at that moment. Zhao Qian was sipping on a bowl of rice porridge, the only accompaniment being shredded potatoes with a pinch of salt and no oil. Upon hearing her phone ring, Zhao Yi rushed over to pick it up, only to see a photo filled with delicious food. Instantly, he was brought to tears, exclaiming, I want fries and ketchup. I don't want rice porridge. Zhao Qian hurriedly snatched the phone away, her teeth gritting in frustration as she glared at the image Sun Ran had shared. Such a lavish breakfast, paired with 2 stunning beauties. This scoundrel is clearly trying to provoke me. But wait, why would he want to provoke me? Does he seek my attention? He must be doing this on purpose to make me jealous. It has to be. Next, Zhao Qian dialed Sun Ran's number. Chapter 22. Experts say extreme weather will persist for another month while enjoying his meal. Sun Ran received Zhao Qian's call. The phone connected. Both parties fell into silence. Sun Ran was preoccupied with his food, while Zhao Qian attempted to maintain an air of composure. 10 seconds passed before Sun Ran, growing impatient, hung up, annoyed by the silence. Zhao Qian stared incredulously at the disconnected call, convinced it must have been an accidental mispress. She tried again. When the call connected once more, Zhao Qian, having learned her lesson, spoke gently. Darling, stop right there. No more darling talk. We are no longer a couple. If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, I'm trying to eat. Why are you treating me this way? I know you sent that photo to grab my attention and intentionally provoke me. I want you to know that you succeeded. Darling, I was wrong. I've been reflecting on my past mistakes. I truly wish to seek your forgiveness, even if just once. Can you give me another chance? I genuinely love you that I don't care about your money, your villa, or your food. I only care about you. Listening to Zhao Qian's words, a rather amusing revenge plan suddenly sparked in Sun Ran's mind. After all, with nothing else to occupy his time, why not have some fun? Is what you're saying true? You don't care about my wealth, only about me? I truly mean it, Sun Ran. During this time, in the community, many individuals have already succumbed to the harshness of the cold, falling ill with fevers. Coupled with a lack of adequate clothing and food, it is only a matter of days before tragic incidents of freezing and starvation will arise. Various so-called experts, clad in thick down jackets, lounge comfortably in their homes, confidently proclaiming that the weather will surely improve by tomorrow or the day after. Observations indicate that the sun has regained its vigor, and temperatures in certain regions of the earth have risen by 3 to 5 degrees. Sun Ran chuckled derisively. It is already below minus 80 degrees, and yet they continue to boast, all for the sake of views and fleeting accolades. Seemingly oblivious to reality, On the 10th day of the apocalypse, authoritative news on television broadcast the latest updates. According to reports from the meteorological station and astronomical observatories, the extent and duration of this high-energy particle beam are unprecedented. This cold wave is expected to persist for approximately a month, if not longer, with temperatures continuing to decline. Due to the severe weather conditions, the military and government are currently unable to organize effective rescue operations, prompting citizens across various locales to self-organize for survival. A plea for resilience has been disseminated, and major short video platforms are fervently sharing this news, plunging humanity into despair. Many residents of Longxi Garden sincerely express their gratitude to Sun Ran, who organized a campaign urging those with supplies not to sell them. Conversely, some harbored deep resentment towards him, lamenting their dire lack of resources and questioning how they would survive. Moreover, television experts have stated that the harsh conditions may last a month or even longer, with no definitive end in sight. Is humanity truly facing extinction? On the 11th day of the apocalypse, as dawn broke, Sun Ran, exhibiting remarkable self-discipline, made his way to the gym. At this point, the 40-kilogram dumbbells were insufficient to challenge his strength, compelling him to increase the weight to 60 kilograms. With remarkable agility, he maneuvered the weights as if they were mere leaves, lifting them effortlessly. After 1,000 repetitions, he transitioned to the treadmill, setting the speed to maximum and completing a fasted aerobic workout of 10 kilometers in a mere 15 minutes, far quicker than the typical 45 minutes it usually takes. Following this, he engaged in a variety of high-intensity exercises that Su Ningming, not to be outdone, executed her rigorous training with impeccable form, now easily managing a single-handed lift of 45 kilograms after an hour of training. They proceeded to the dining area. "Brother Sun, how is your revenge plan coming along? I simply cannot contain my curiosity," she exclaimed. "Haha, today we shall put it into action. Here is the plan," he replied. "Zhao Qian, I have made up my mind to forgive you. Over these past few months, I have realized that you have always held a place in my heart. However, you must promise never to contact Song Ren again." Upon receiving the message, Zhao Qian leaped for joy, her excitement palpable as she replied, "Darling, rest assured, I will never reach out to Song Ren again. From now on, I shall wholeheartedly serve you. Darling, when do you think we can move into your villa?" "And who are that Su Ningming and the other woman?" Sun Ran smiled knowingly, having hooked her with his words. "They are my partners. The funds for purchasing raw materials were contributed by them." "What? Are you implying that they own half of the villa?" she asked incredulously. "Indeed, but fear not. Your family can move in as well. The space is ample, and there will be enough food for everyone. While it may not be lavish, it will certainly suffice." Zhao Qian considered this. After all, they were just two women. When the time came, they could easily evict them, thinking, compete with me, Zhao Qian, for a man. They're still too inexperienced. "Mom, Dad, little brother, hurry and bring the children. We're going to Sun Ran's villa right now. He has already forgiven me." "That's wonderful. Sister, when you speak to brother-in-law, could you ask him to let me have the 3rd floor once I marry Nana?" "Of course, that should be simple enough. Your brother-in-law is essentially my loyal admirer, so worry not." Zhao Yi, unsure where to go, immediately perked up at the mention of loyal admirer, exclaiming, "Loyal admirer daddy! Loyal admirer daddy!" Zhao Qian chuckled softly, opting not to comment. With little to pack, they bundled a few changes of clothing and toiletries, ensuring they were warmly dressed before heading out. After traversing the underground parking lot for nearly 15 minutes, they arrived at the villa's fortified entrance. Sun Ran opened the door. "We have arrived," called out Zhao Qian's family, shivering in the cold. As the fortified door automatically opened, they stepped in a changing room on the lower level. Instantly enveloped in warmth, why, they wondered, was Sun Ran's villa so cozy, especially the basement? Surely the upper floors were even more inviting. Sun Ran descended wearing only a tank top and shorts, creating a stark contrast to their heavily bundled attire. "Zhao Qian, Dad, Mom, you're here. Just leave your coats here and come inside to warm up." The family, shedding their usual bravado, complied obediently, with Zhao Qian merely donning a snug bodysuit as she approached Sun Ran, softly expressing, "Darling, thank you for forgiving us." At that moment, Zhao Yi abruptly shouted, "Loyal admirer daddy! Loyal admirer daddy!" Zhao Xiaozhu, standing behind him, kicked him lightly and scolded, "How dare you address my brother-in-law like that, you little brat?" Zhao Yi, having been kicked, opened his mouth wide and began to cry loudly, his wails attracting the attention of Su Ningming and Lin Yao. The two women approached with furrowed brows, warning, "Just so you know, Sun Ran, if you bring your ex-wife's family here, they better behave. Otherwise they can leave and not disturb others." Sun Ran feigned a submissive tone. "Understood, Ningmeng, Manager Lin. Thank you for your understanding." Seeing her man cowed within the villa was not what Zhao Qian had envisioned, prompting her to turn around and stifle Zhao Ye's cries, eventually calming him down. Exiting the changing room, Zhao Qian's family was immediately struck speechless by the myriad of shelves in the lower level. Countless neatly arranged jars of meat, candies, chocolates, large containers of M&Ms, various snacks, potato chips, rice, vegetables, fruits, instant noodles, and sausages filled the space that, my goodness, old Gama has so much stock. The array of crimson bottles lined up together was nothing short of a breathtaking sight. This was indeed paradise, an absolute heaven. With such abundant supplies, rationing could easily last 2 years. No, I must find a way to evict those two women. All of this will belong to me. Zhao Qian. Unbeknownst to others, Zhao Yi stealthily pocketed a piece of chocolate from the shelves. Upon entering the living room on the first floor, Zhao Qian's family felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, their eyes widening in awe. The temperature here was remarkably warm, devoid of any chill. The decor was simply exquisite, comparable to a palace. Having visited Song Ren's villa before, this one made that place seem utterly lackluster. "Darl, Sun Ran, why is this villa so warm?" Zhao Qian inquired, her tone imbued with admiration. Sun Ran, seemingly relishing her calling him darling, eagerly explained, "The entire house is equipped with electric heating, with outlets on every floor. Even in the event of a power outage, coal heating can be utilized." "Wow, how advanced. You truly are impressive, darling," Sun Ran humbly replied. "It's all thanks to the ideas from Su Ningming and Manager Lin. You must be hungry. I've prepared some food." Leading them to the kitchen, they found a large pot of rice porridge, several boiled potatoes, and a few bags of pickled vegetables. Nothing else. Zhao Qian, slightly displeased, remarked, "Darling, at home, we eat rice porridge every day. Can we have something different?" Before Sun Ran could respond, Su Ningming interjected with a sardonic tone, "All the food and supplies in this villa belong to us. Sun Ran has no authority to distribute food. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Don't be picky." Sun Ran, suddenly agitated, exclaimed, "Enough! My wife's family has just arrived. Surely we can have some meat? Is it too much to ask for this small privilege?" Su Ningming scoffed, "Sun Ran, I suggest you recognize your position. There are some leftover meat in the fridge. Consider it pity for your ex-wife's family." With that, she ascended the stairs. Sun Ran forced a smile, muttering, "This woman truly knows how to stir trouble." "Come on, let us eat," he said, turning to retrieve half a roasted chicken and a pork knuckle from the fridge. Zhao Qian's family, famished, dove into the food, and within 10 minutes, everything had vanished. Embarrassed, Zhao Qian wiped her mouth and asked, "Darling, where are we going to stay?" "Let us head to the second floor," he replied. Upon reaching the innermost room on the second floor, Sun Ran opened the door, stating, "This is it." Song Shuzhen, who had been silent for a while, voiced her displeasure. "Sun Ran, are you suggesting that our family must squeeze into one room?" Sun Ran nodded helplessly. "Yes, I have no choice. My words carry little weight." Zhao Qian thought to herself. As expected, he remains as ineffective as ever. However, on the surface, Zhao Qian did not display any contempt towards Sun Ran, and cheerfully remarked, "This place is wonderful. There's food and drink, and it's not cold. Once the extreme weather passes, my dear husband, we shall move out at tea that time. You can use the money from selling jade to buy a small villa." "Are you still dreaming?" Sun Ran chuckled and replied, "How could I possibly afford a villa? The money I received was spent on this very villa that I had hoped to sell it for a profit. But who could have anticipated the sudden onset of extreme weather? Now, I have not a penny to my name." Zhao Qian's mind raced, and she said, "No worries, darling, don't lose heart. This extreme weather will likely pass swiftly. When we sell the villa, we will have money, just the same." Sun Ran forced a bitter smile and said, "Zhao Qian, to ensure your family could move in, I transferred my shares in this property to them. Without that, they would never have agreed to your family's arrival. In other words, I am now completely broke. What? Are you serious? Zhao Qian's expression shifted dramatically. Moments ago, she had been full of admiration, but now only anger and despair remained. Sun Ran nodded honestly. Upon realizing Sun Ran's admission, Zhao Qian felt a wave of darkness wash over her. After all this, the reason she could reside in the villa was because Sun Ran had traded away his shares. This foolish man turned out to be a destitute wretch. Chapter 24. Zhao Qian, who was kicked out after just one day. Sun Ran returned to his room with an expression of regret, leaving Zhao Qian's family to process the situation on their OWNAT that moment. Su Lingming and Lin Yao were waiting for him in the room. How was that? We performed quite well, didn't we? Sun Ran laughed heartily and said, indeed, if we were to shoot a short drama with this lineup, it would surely be a hit. That I never realized you had such talent, Su Lingming replied proudly. Of course, if I were to debut, I would undoubtedly shine as a brilliant star in the entertainment industry. Now, tell me, what was their reaction when they discovered you were broke? Sun Ran recalled and said seriously. Well, it was quite a spectacle. Their expressions ranged from shock to disbelief, then to despair, and yes, even disdain. In short, I believe the expressions of Zhao Qian's family could be featured in an acting textbook, serving as a demonstration for students at Beijing Film Academy. Haha, absolutely splendid. Now let us proceed with our plan. Okay. That evening, Su Lingming and Lin Yao enjoyed steak, fries, and hamburgers at the dining table, while Sun Ran and Zhao Qian's family squeezed around a small table in the living room, eating rice porridge and steamed buns. The stark contrast irked Zhao Qian immensely, particularly upon learning that Sun Ran had relinquished his shares in a property worth over 100 million just to ensure her family wouldn't go hungry or cold. She was torn between feeling touched and wanting to berate him. Zhao Qian scoffed inwardly. There was no way she could feel gratitude for this useless man who couldn't even handle 2 women. Indeed, with 2 women here and 3 men, her younger brother, her father, and Sun Ran, how could they not prevail against 2 women? After the meal, Su Lingming stood up, her face darkening as she said, once you finish eating, you all should return to your rooms promptly. We wish to watch television in the living room. Sun Ran cautiously remarked, Lingming, it's barely 7. It's too early to go back to your rooms with nothing to do. Why not let them watch a bit of television too? Absolutely not. Allowing them in here is already extremely gracious. If they don't listen, they can leave. Song Shujin stood up, hands on her hips, and said, I say, you 2 young ladies, don't go overboard. The reason we can stay here is that my son-in-law, Sun Ran, transferred his property shares to you. Even if we were paying to stay, why should we listen to you? Su Lingming, instead of getting angry, laughed and responded, haha, that is hilarious. Yes, Sun Ran did transfer the shares to us in exchange for your right to reside here, but your daily meal expenses amount to 3,000 yuan. These expenses will be reimbursed to us once the extreme weather passes, as all this food was purchased by Manager Lin and me. Sun Ran didn't spend a single penny. Zhao Qian's face turned pale instantly. How much more was Sun Ran hiding from them? If they stayed for a month, that would amount to nearly 100,000 yuan. Sun Ran lowered his head, saying nothing, embodying the image of a failure. Zhao Qian pulled her mother, Song Shujin, and Zhao Dao, who wanted to argue, back to their room to conspire. Relying on Sun Ran, the useless man, was clearly a lost cause. It seemed they would have to depend on their own. They were just 2 young women, while her brother and father were both strong men. Tomorrow, the 2 of you should find a rolling pin or a kitchen knife as makeshift weapons, and we'll rush in to seize the villa first. By then, you 2 women and my brother will belong to you. Don't even think about your little Na. These 2 women are certainly attractive with decent figures. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaozhu quickly nodded, saying, Sister, your thoughts are quite thorough. These 2 women are absolute gems. I could easily have 2 wives and a grand villa. That would truly be the pinnacle of my life. Zhao Xiaozhu's father, Zhao Dazhu, was not pleased and frowned. I laughed heartily. I hereby declare that you all must vacate my villa immediately. Otherwise, I shall break every single one of your legs. At this moment, Zhao Xiaozhu had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while Zhao Dazhu's face was smeared with blood. Whimpering in agony nearby, Sun Ran was pinned to the ground, utterly unable to move. Zhao Qian and Song Shuzhen stood there, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. They dared not approach. Was this woman truly that formidable? 1 against 3, a mere young girl taking on 3 older men. Sun Ran shouted, "If you must leave, then you must at least give us a sack of rice." Su Ningming chuckled and replied, "Very well, consider feeding the dogs. I won't even require reimbursement for the meals of the past few days. You lot, hurry and get out." Sun Ran struggled to rise, aiding Zhao Xiaozhu, while Zhao Qian and Song Shuzhen supported Zhao. Zhao Yi, terrified, remained silent, trailing behind them as they passed the storage room on the basement level. The sight of supplies rivaling that of a large supermarket made their eyes glisten with envy. However, only Sun Ran quietly hoisted a 50-kilogram sack of rice in the changing room. He donned a thick down jacket and left in disarray. The moment the blast door slammed shut, Zhao Qian felt the cold weather seep in, and her heart shattered. She disregarded her unconscious brother and the bloody Zhao, despairingly trudging homeward. Chapter 25. Unveiling the mystery. The dilapidated family Sun Ran effortlessly lifted the unconscious Zhao Xiaozhu, feigning great effort while dragging along a sack of rice. Song Shuzhen, eyes filled with dissatisfaction, glared at Sun Ran and huffed. Leading the way with Zhao Dazi, the group ahead walked further away. Sun Ran slapped Zhao Xiaozhu's face. Zhao Xiaozhu exhibited no reaction. It seemed that Su Ningming's previous kick had been rather forceful, leaving him still dazed, truly a waste. After more than 10 minutes, the shivering group returned to Zhao Qian's home, greeted by the familiar door. The familiar decor and the familiar chill, which was indeed bone-chilling tea that moment. Zhao Xiaozhu had regained consciousness, and, seeing his useless brother-in-law Sun Ran supporting him, immediately shrugged off Sun Ran's hand and entered the house unceremoniously. As Sun Ran, holding the sack of rice, attempted to enter, Zhao Qian approached, snatching the rice from him and coldly stating, "Sun Ran, I'm afraid there's no room in my home for you." "You must leave," Sun Ran, astonished, exclaimed. "Zhao Qian, why? I've already forgiven you. Did you not say you would bear my child?" Zhao Qian replied with a sardonic laugh, "Spare me your naivety. Back then, when you were wealthy. Owning a villa and resources, of course, I would consider it. But what do you have now? You are nothing but a penniless wretch, a failure. Hurry and leave. I do not wish to see you." Feigning disbelief, Sun Ran painfully declared, I gave up my shares in the villa, so you could reside there. Do you not realize that I still love you? Love is worth less than this sack of rice. Now be gone. Your presence disgusts me. Failure." Zhao Qian pushed Sun Ran away, closing the door at his face. Sun Ran banged on the door, drawing the attention of neighbors, and ultimately had no choice but to leave. Head bowed in defeat. That failure, having lost everything, still dared to leech off me. How ridiculous. Song Shuzhen carried the 50-kilogram sack of rice into the kitchen, saying, "Make it last. It should sustain us for 20 days. Let us hope the extreme weather passes swiftly." She spoke. She opened the rice bag. "Oh, what is this?" "A letter." She unfolded the letter, and Zhao Qian and the others gathered around to read the missive found within the rice sack. "Hello, Zhao Qian. Suck my roux. Fuck you. However, I sincerely hope you do not read this letter, for if you do, it means you have failed my test. In truth, I have been deceiving you. This villa is mine. And Su Ningming and Lin Yao are my women. All the supplies in the villa were purchased with my money, and my bank account still holds over 10 billion. The test was quite simple. When I exchanged the shares of the villa for your right to reside there, you merely needed to express gratitude, heartfelt appreciation, and thanks to me, and you would have passed. Yet, at that moment, you wore a face of disbelief, regret, anger, and disdain. Thus, you failed the first test. But fear not, I set up a second test. Last night, when I secretly brought you roast chicken and pig trotters, I proposed we move to the adjacent room. Had you merely agreed, even for a chat, you would have passed the second test. Consequently, your family would have earned permanent residency, along with endless supplies and a warm home. However, upon learning that I had no money and owed them 3,000 daily for meals, your family sought to seize my 2 women, demanding that Zhao Xiaozhu entertain on weekdays while your old lecherous father enjoyed weekends. I must say, your greed is matched only by your foolishness. Ever since your family entered the villa, every move you've made has been under surveillance. Therefore, I must say, Zhao Qian, your family truly deserves this. Farewell. I shall return to the villa to continue enjoying my life. I wish you all a swift demise from the cold or starvation. Upon finishing the letter, Zhao Qian's face drained of color, leaving her speechless for a long while. Zhao Xiaozhu piped up, damn, he must be boasting. How could the villa belong to him? I simply cannot believe it. Just then, Zhao Qian's phone rang. It was a video call from Sun Ran. Zhao Qian immediately answered. Sun Ran, what do you mean? Explain yourself. On the video, Sun Ran had changed into shorts and a tank top, his muscles straining against the fabric. Before him lay an array of sumptuous delicacies. Colossal king crabs, cheesy baked lobsters, braised ribs, everything steaming hot. Nothing much. The letter explains everything and to dispel your doubts, take a look at this. Sun Ran produced the property deed, showing that he was the sole legal owner. See? This villa belongs to me. And look at this. He pulled out his phone and displayed his online banking balance for the camera. This is my account balance. 1,532,000,000. Zhao Qian, you had your chance. You proved to be utterly useless. Had you passed even one test, your family would be sitting here enjoying these delicacies. Such a pity. You will not partake. Su Ningming, clad in a tight short-sleeve shirt and ultra-short shorts, exuded an aura of sensuality. She plopped on his Sun Ran's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and saying, Zhao Qian, with your brother and father being such failures, I could single-handedly take on 10 of them. How dare they attempt to sneak attack me? The fact that I didn't finish them off is a testament to my kindness. I assent it. Darling, Sun Ran's hand found its way to her special place. Chuckling, who told them to be so greedy? Wanting to take you and Lin Yao? Truly heartless. On the other side of the video, Zhao Qian's family wore expressions of regret, rage, and shock. Only Zhao Yi, hiding nearby, cautiously munched on the stolen chocolate from the villa's basement. Enough chatter, we're about to eat. Zhao Qian, I hope you refrain from ever asking for my forgiveness again. The opportunity is past. With that, he ended the video call. Sun Ran laughed heartily and said, Zhao Qian's family must be seething with rage right now. Su Ningming remarked, they are probably at each other's throats, shifting blame. Indeed, she was quite right. At Zhao Qian's home, Zhao Xiaozhu exclaimed, Zhao Qian, you are nothing but a wretch. Your brother-in-law went through so much to forgive you, and you are still ungrateful, knowing he has no money and not even offering a kind word. If I were Sun Ran, I would be furious. Had you shown even a modicum of appreciation, we would still be in the villa, not freezing here. Song Shuzhen chimed in, I'm not saying this to be cruel, Zhao Qian, but you ought to be more gracious. Your behavior is shockingly superficial. At that moment, Zhao Qian paid no heed to their words, for she was utterly distraught. She had squandered a winning hand. Why could she not have felt gratitude from the start? A man relinquished a villa worth over $1 billion just so her family could reside within its walls. Why did she not feel a shred of sentiment? Why? At that moment, Zhao Qian was engulfed in regret, lamenting why she could not have feigned a grateful demeanor. However, it was too late to dwell on it. She had once again wounded Sun Ran, who possessed billions, a villa, and countless resources, while her family faced the prospect of hunger and cold. Yet, despite the regret and sorrow, they still needed to eat. Opening the rice obtained from the villa, they began to prepare rice porridge with a practiced ease that tugged at the heartstrings. The family returned to a life of subsisting on porridge. After finishing the steaming rice porridge, a collective rumble of stomachs echoed through the air, and an overwhelming urge struck them. Zhao Xiaozhu, youthful and agile, dashed to the restroom, not to return. This left Zhao Qian and the others in a dire predicament. Unable to hold back for even a second, fearing an imminent eruption, the temperature in the room hovered around -10 degrees. If they soiled their only warm clothing, washing it would be impossible. Ultimately, the group resorted to using basins for laundry and foot baths, each squatting in the living room to resolve their predicament. The odor was unbearable. After a tumultuous barrage, a few individuals collectively exhaled in relief. Gazing at a basin of yellow broth, they nearly retched. Before they could even take the basin to the bathroom for a rinse, another wave of overwhelming nausea surged forth. No, the bag of rice that Sun Ran provided us is toxic. At that moment, Zhao Qian's phone chimed, signaling a video call from Sun RN. As Zhao Qian squatted, succumbing to her distress. She answered the call. By the way, Zhao Qian, I forgot to tell you that I had mixed laxatives into that bag of rice. It was meant for catching mice, but I accidentally grabbed the wrong one. You must not eat it, Sun ran. I could just as Zhao Qian was about to unleash her fury, Sun Ran had already disconnected the call. Meanwhile, in Zhao Qian's home, the stench was unbearable. One episode followed another without pause. Within a single day, the family of 5 collectively endured over 20 bouts. Even expelling bile, coupled with the frigid temperatures, the family was left nearly lifeless. Chapter 26. Extreme Weather Indefinitely Looming. Organizing a self-help group on the 20th day of the apocalypse, Zhao Qian blocked Sun Ran from her contacts, as he persistently sent her pictures of his meals 3 times a day to provoke her. Since she had blocked him, Sun Ran directly shared the photos in the community owner-esque group, and each time Zhao Qian, unable to resist, clicked to view, growing more envious and regretful with each glance. Ever since the last bout of diarrhea nearly cost her half her life, the family had taken 3 days to recover. Due to their illness, they had all lost considerable weight, and their neighbors, seeing their plight, sold them some noodles and rice at exorbitant prices to prevent them from starving. Hello everyone. I am an expert from the meteorological station, and I regret to inform you that the impact of the high-energy particle beam from deep space far exceeds our expectations. This extreme weather could persist for a considerable duration. Everyone must prepare for a prolonged battle against the cold, and you may organize self-help groups to assist one another in overcoming these challenges. Due to the extreme weather, effective rescue operations are temporarily unfeasible. I hope everyone can stay strong. At last, the expert spoke the truth. When this video was disseminated across major short video platforms, despair spread among the populace. Previously, some had secretly reveled in the idea of skipping work and school, enjoying endless gaming at home. What bliss it seemed. But now, this was a matter of life and death, with no food and the inability to leave their homes as temperatures plummeted. Starving or freezing to death was merely a matter of time. Although the public was displeased that the experts only now revealed the truth, the proposal to establish self-help groups at the community level garnered widespread support. In the Longxi Garden Owners Group, discussions on the matter erupted. The first phase of residents occupied high-rise buildings, consisting of 10 towers in total. A gentleman named Wang Gang spoke up in the group. Greetings, fellow residents. I am Wang Gang, and prior to the extreme weather, I worked at our neighborhood committee. As you have seen, the experts' video suggested that we form self-help groups at the community level. Having prior experience in similar initiatives, I propose that we establish teams based on building numbers, with 3 representatives from each of the 10 towers to discuss how we can weather this crisis together. Anyone is welcome to nominate themselves. With someone taking the lead, the process will be much smoother, and soon everyone was actively contributing to the discussion. After over 2 hours of deliberation, 3 representatives were finally selected from each building, leading to the establishment of the Longxi Garden Phase 1 self-help group. However, the lower-level houses of Phase 2 and the villas of Phase 3 did not participate, likely due to their residents' relative affluence and ample food supplies. In Zhao Qian's building, predominantly occupied by young individuals, no one was willing to step forward, resulting in Song Shuzhen unexpectedly being elected. 30 individuals gathered in the underground parking garage, ultimately deciding to convene at Song Shuzhen's home, the closest location to discuss how to procure supplies. Besides these 30, another individual appeared, Song Run. Leveraging his status as the developer's son, he sought to join the Phase 1 self-help group. After all, as the developer's son, he deserved some consideration. Thus, the Longxi Gardens self-help group was formed with a total of 31 members. Upon arriving at Song Shuzhen's home, the living room quickly filled to capacity. Surprisingly, the crowd's warmth made the chill less oppressive. Upon entering, Zhao Qian immediately spotted Song Run. He hurried over and pulled Zhao Qian into the bedroom. Don't touch me. Just speak your mind, Zhao Qian replied coldly. In the months preceding the apocalypse, Zhao Qian had incessantly called Song Run, urging him to find a way to deal with Sun Ran and retrieve the 2 million. If he failed, Song Run would have to compensate her the same amount. However, when Song Run attempted to confront Sun Ran, he suffered a grievous injury. leading to a heated argument where he lashed out at Zhao Qian, warning her that if she called again, she could forget about ever receiving a dime, aware that he had acted inappropriately. He now spoke with a conciliatory tone. Zhao Qian, I have hired 4 assassins, and if they can eliminate Sun Ran, his villa and wealth will be yours. Once the extreme weather passes, you can move in. What do you think? Zhao Qian felt tempted. If Song Ran succeeded, she could indeed reside in the villa. Moreover, she had not disclosed the existence of the underground storage full of supplies to Song Ran. If he truly had Sun Ran killed, her family could monopolize those resources. Zhao Qian was no longer particularly interested in money, as the duration of this extreme weather remained uncertain. Her foremost desire was to enjoy a decent meal. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. All right, Song Ran, go ahead and attend your meeting. If you need my assistance, just let me know. As he gazed at Zhao Qian's beautiful visage and curvaceous figure, a wave of desire surged within him. Unfortunately, his own misfortune had rendered him incapable, and with a sigh, he exited the room. After some discussion, they decided to elect Wang Gang, who had spoken first in the group, as the president of the self-help group. His work experience made him well-suited to handle various trivial matters. The vice president would be the affluent Song Ran, who promised a reward of 200,000 for each member once the extreme weather subsided. The next order of business was to address the looming food shortages. Song Shuzhen was the first to stand, stating, Director Wang, I believe we should first collect supplies from each household, manage them collectively, and then distribute them based on the number of residents. Those who contribute more can be recorded, and after the extreme weather, they will receive financial compensation. Wang Gang nodded in agreement, saying, Song Jie's suggestion is excellent. Let us see if anyone has other proposals. With no food left at Song Ran's home, having exhausted the provisions purchased from Villa Number 2, he was in a state of urgency to participate in the self-help group. He stood up, saying, I concur with Aunt Song's idea. As for the financial compensation after the extreme weather, I will cover it. The crowd's perception of Song Ran shifted. They suddenly recognized that this notorious playboy had some sense of responsibility. Since there were no objections, they decided to proceed with Aunt Song's plan. I typed slowly. So Xiao Song, you will notify everyone in the group. Be sure to add note that if any household does not cooperate, they should not come to the self-help group for assistance in the event of food shortages. Absolutely. I will take care of it right away. Hello, fellow residents. I am a newly appointed vice president of the Longxi Garden Self-Help Group. I would like to announce the self-help measures we deliberated during our meeting. First, the self-help group will collect supplies from each household and manage them uniformly, distributing them according to the number of residents in each family. Second, families that contribute significantly will receive cash compensation from me after the extreme weather, with a minimum of 50,000 and no upper limit. Third, any family that does not join the self-help group and fails to proactively submit supplies will be blacklisted. In the future, if they face shortages, the self-help group will not assist them. Fourth, implementation will begin tomorrow morning. Please prepare all your supplies in advance, so we can complete the initial inventory within a day. This way, we can swiftly proceed to the next phase of our efforts. I hope everyone will cooperate with the self-help group's initiatives so we can overcome this crisis together. Chapter 27. Don't ask why. Just know I have the genes of a rogue son, Rand chuckled upon reading the pinned announcement in the group. With 10 buildings, each 30 stories high and 3 households per floor. That amounted to 900 households. How much food could there possibly be? Surely, the leaders of this self-help group would prioritize their own meals first. May I ask the leaders of this self-help group how you intend to ensure that the collected supplies are managed transparently? Who is to say that when we hand over all our food, you indulge yourselves first before distributing to us? Sun Ran took the lead in questioning the group. Indeed, why should we trust you? Apologies, but our family will not be participating. Neither will we. We were already on the brink of starvation before this extreme weather, and now we have to listen to you foolish leaders. Not participating. Having previously been brimming with confidence, Song Ran now felt his enthusiasm extinguished by the barrage of insults and refusals flooding the group. He glared at Sun Ran, the first to oppose, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. That wretched individual, Sun Ran, despite having his own provisions, dares to oppose me. Helplessly, I glanced back at the president, Wang Gang, who furrowed his brow in silence. IT seems the Self-Help Association, barely established, is on the verge of collapsing. It's understandable if some choose not to participate. After all, human nature tends to be rather selfish. How about this? Let us first tally those residents who wish to join. We must not dishearten those who place their trust in our Self-Help Association. Look how eloquently our leader articulates his thoughts. Sun Rin could only nod helplessly as everyone exchanged greetings before returning to their respective homes. For dinner, Zhao Qian's family still had rice porridge. After dining, Sun Ran commenced his evening workout, having just completed 20 pull-ups when a notification chimed on his phone. Upon inspection, he discovered a friend request adorned with an image of a large lotus flower, rendering the identity unrecognizable. Driven by curiosity, he accepted it. Sun Ran, this is your upstairs neighbor. Anim, I.D. Oh, you remember me. Sun Ran chuckled softly at the screen, thinking, how could I possibly forget that insufferable creature? Of course I remember. Emmy, what brings you here? Well, I've noticed the delectable pictures you post in the group daily, and I wonder if I might purchase some from you. Rest assured, I won't let you suffer a loss. You know my grandson is at that age where he needs to grow. We're out of meat at home, and thus I thought to buy some from you. I admit, I was wrong in the past. Please, don't hold it against us, even if I'm begging you. Sun Ran replied. I'll think it over. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. After ending the video call, he opted not to continue his workout. Instead, he turned to the floor-to-ceiling window, seated himself in a chair, and silently lit a cigarette, reflecting on that unpleasant incident from the past. It was a summer evening 2 years ago, shortly after 8. When Zhao Qian returned home from work and encountered Mi Xiao Ling and her grandson, Xiao Xiaofu. Despite residing above and below each other, they merely exchanged greetings without any deeper connection. As usual, Zhao Qian greeted Mi Xiao Ling with a smile, but unexpectedly, her grandson, Xiao Xiaofu, approached and grabbed at Zhao Qian's chest several times, his grip surprisingly strong, causing her considerable pain. Startled, Zhao Qian gasped. Although still a child, Xiao Xiaofu was already 14 years old, nearly as tall as Zhao Qian, with a robust physique and a budding mustache, clearly precocious and aware of much more than his years suggested. One might mistake him for 17 or 18. Enraged, Zhao Qian sees Xiao Xiaofu, preparing to strike him. Mi Xiao Ling quickly intervened, pulling Zhao Qian back while exclaiming, "Oh dear, why are you quarreling with a child? He's just a boy who enjoys playing pranks." Zhao Qian, her face flushed with anger, retorted, "You call this a child? His actions are tantamount to sexual harassment. I could report him. How shameless, at such a young age, engaging in such behavior. What will become of him as he grows up?" Mi Xiao Ling, offended, shot back, "How dare you speak of my precious grandson in such a manner? Perhaps if you didn't dress so provocatively, he wouldn't be tempted to touch you. Why doesn't he bother anyone else? I see you as the shameless one." Zhao Qian, believing herself to be unrivaled in shamelessness, suddenly felt quite inferior in comparison to Mi Xiao Ling. In a fit of rage, Zhao Qian swung her newly purchased LV bag at Mi Xiao Ling's face. "You old hag, you're the one who's shameless. Your entire family is shameless." Upon witnessing Zhao Qian's attempt to strike his grandmother, Xiao Xiaofu rushed forward, wrapping his arms around her waist, his hands roaming unceremoniously over Zhao Qian's chest. "Ah, let go of me!" "Ah!" Her shrieks attracted the attention of nearby neighbors, prompting Xiao Xiaofu to release her. Grinning triumphantly while sniffing his hands, realizing she was outmatched by the two, Zhao Qian wisely retreated upstairs. Upon returning home, Sun Ran observed Zhao Qian's arrival and promptly rose to reheat their meal. But to his surprise, she burst into tears upon entering. "What happened, Qian? Who upset you?" Sun Ran asked, panic-stricken. Through her sobs, Zhao Qian recounted the events. Seeing her in tears, Sun Ran felt a surge of anger. "What the hell? Is there no law? I'm going to confront them," he declared, storming upstairs to settle the score with Mi Xiao Ling's family. When he knocked, Xiao Xiaofu's father, Xiao Fu, a towering figure at 6 feet tall, with a face full of blubber and tattoos adorning his bare arms, answered the door. "What do you want? Are you in a hurry to die? Your son sexually harassed my wife. What do you intend to do about it?" At that moment, Xiao Xiaofu appeared, making faces at Sun Ran. "Wow, son, you're better than your old man? Huh, Tell me how you harassed her. Sun Ran felt fury boiling within him. What kind of family were these people? He felt utterly powerless. If this is your attitude, I have no choice but to call the police. In response, shouted Fu kicked Sun Ran in the stomach, arrogantly proclaiming, "Go ahead and report it. I am not afraid. Worst case, I'll spend a few days inside, then come back and block your door every day." The kick to Sun Ran's abdomen nearly caused him to regurgitate his dinner. Leaving, Sun Ran ignited a cigarette. "I can't sleep." Sun Ran, when exactly are you going to take me? I am always ready. And every day I see you and Lin Yao being so affectionate. It's making me quite restless. Sun Ran was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Su Ningming's ample bosom and curvaceous figure, and felt a sudden rush of desire. Today, he crushed the cigarette into the ashtray after taking a couple of puffs. Roughly lifting Su Ningming, he carried her back to the bedroom on the second floor. The two had been comrades in arms since the world fell apart, working together to earn money, gather supplies, and craft weapons. Their bond was inseparable. They had only yet to break through the final barrier of their relationship. Su Ningming felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. "Honey, could you be a bit gentler? I'm a little scared." "I will, darling." After a night of passion, Su Ningming underwent a splendid transformation, finally evolving from a girl into a young woman. The next morning, Lin Yao rose early to prepare breakfast and immediately noticed the change in Su Ningming. With a cheerful smile, she asked, "So, how was it? Was it comfortable?" Su Ningming, still feeling a bit bashful from her recent metamorphosis, replied, "Oh, how can one speak of such matters? What's there to be afraid of? We're all women. And we're good friends. It's something we can discuss." Well, it was quite painful at first, but later, just then, Sun Ran energetically descended the stairs. "What are you two chatting about so happily? Is breakfast ready?" "I'm starving." Lin Yao teased. After a night of labor, how could one not be hungry? "We'll be ready soon, and I will make sure to replenish you well this morning." While having breakfast, Sun Ran inquired, "Ningming, do you remember the Mi Shaoling and Xiao Dafu family living upstairs?" Su Ningming, with a large lobster in hand, took a hearty bite, her mouth full of lobster meat as she mumbled, "Of course I remember." After taking a sip of water and swallowing the lobster meat, she continued, "Especially her grandson, Xiao Xiaofu. He is simply a low-budget pervert. You wouldn't believe it, but once I ran into him and his grandma in the elevator. And that little creep actually groped my chest, but I managed to dodge it. How old is he? And already so lecherous. If he grows up like this, who knows what he'll become?" Sun Ran was astonished. "You were also assaulted by Xiao Xiaofu?" "Yeah, more than once. There was even a time he tried to grab my backside, but I cleverly evaded him." "Huh." Sun Ran, have you also been harassed by Xiao Xiaofu?" Sun Ran shook his head and replied, "Not me, but Zhao Qian. In that case, we must seek revenge. Yesterday, Mi Shaoling added me as a friend, wanted to buy food for me. So, let us put our heads together and think of a good plan for revenge." Su Ningming pondered for a moment and said, "I don't have a solution, but I remember Xiao Xiaofu's stepmother, Qian Xiaoya. She seems quite nice that I've met her a few times, and we've exchanged a few words. Plus, marrying Xiao Dafu was not by her own choice, and she doesn't seem happy living there. Once, I saw her face bruised, probably from being hit by Xiao Dafu. Indeed, although Qian Xiaoya doesn't love Xiao Dafu, he is extremely possessive of her. What if we lure Qian Xiaoya to our villa, pretending I want to cuckold him? Wouldn't that be more painful for him than killing him?" Su Ningming scoffed. "Sun Ran, I think you have a crush on Qian Xiaoya. But to be fair, she is indeed beautiful, and her figure is quite impressive. Her assets are not smaller than mine. If we could really bring her to our villa, that would be wonderful. The four of us could have a mahjong game together. Besides, it would mean freeing her from her suffering." In truth, Sun Ran genuinely liked Qian Xiaoya. Who wouldn't like a beauty? Even though Qian Xiaoya dressed very plainly and never wore makeup, her natural beauty was on par with Su Ningming and Zhao Qian. As Su Ningming had said, Qian Xiaoya was slender yet generous. During that time, Zhao Qian hardly engaged in any intimacy with Sun Ran, which left him feeling restless whenever he saw Qian Xiaoya and Su Ningming. Su Ningming had already made up her mind. Qian Xiaoya must be included. This was part of the plan to retaliate against Xiao Dafu. But what about that little pervert, Xiao Xiaofu? Su Ningming shook her head and said, "I don't have a good idea. How about we just beat him up? What good would that do? No, no. Let us think of something else. Su Ningming's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea that muscular guy on the third floor? I think his name is Sher Kong. The one who walks with a swagger like a sissy? Yes, yes. He is into fitness and hands out flyers in the community every day. I've heard he is a one. One. What does that mean? Oh, it means he is into guys. What if we capture Xiao Xiaofu and give him to Sher Kong along with some food? What do you think of this plan? Wow. Ningming, I didn't TC this side of you. But I like it. Let us do it your way. Is this really that malicious? Xiao Xiaofu likes to harass us women. So this time I'll turn him into an OW. By the way, I have Qian Xiaoya's WeChat. Do you think I should contact her in advance? Sure. Message her and let her know we're coming to pick her up at the villa. Send her some pictures of the food we have and tell her that this extreme weather 1T pass. If she wants to escape the Xiao family, she should come to our villa. If she refuses, I'll have to take her by force. I must put this green hat on Xiao Dafu. Absolutely, darling. Just watch me. This is my specialty. In the following days, Su Ningming and Lin Yao found themselves rather bored. They had just finished acting with Zhao Qian, and their craving for theatrics had not yet been satisfied. Finally, they had a task ahead. Opening WeChat, Su Ningming tentatively reached out to Qian Xiaoya, confirming her identity. After ensuring it was indeed her, she explained the situation and sent numerous pictures of her meals. Upon seeing the images, Qian Xiaoya was utterly astonished, for she wasn't in the Owner S group and had not seen Sun Ran S post there. Moreover, she didn't want to stay in her current home for even a second longer. The reason being Xiao Xiaofu, he had been yelling at her daily for food, and Mi Xiaoling naturally sided with her grandson. If she dared to retort, they would both berate her, hurling the most vile insults. Initially, Xiao Dafu tried to persuade his mother, but as food ran out, both he and his mother's tempers flared, and they began to berate her together, sometimes even resorting to physical violence. Now, things had escalated further, with Xiao Xiaofu also getting involved, and as he attacked her, he would take the opportunity to grope her chest with considerable force. Fortunately, she was bundled up against the cold. Otherwise, she would have surely been hurt. Xiao Dafu observed his son's antics, but did nothing to stop him, leading to Xiao Xiaofu's increasing audacity. Sometimes he would sneak in her room at night, if it weren't for her desperate resistance. Who knows what might have happened? When Qian Xiaoya saw Su Ningming's message about coming to the villa to give Xiao Dafu a green hat, she readily agreed. She wouldn't mind if they killed the entire Xiao family. Chapter 29. The plan begins, honey. It's all set. So soon, it wouldn't be Xiao Dafu pretending to be Qian Xiaoya, would it? Do you think I'm that foolish? You have no idea what Qian Xiaoya has endured this past month. With Mi Xiaoling and the Xiao father-son duo constantly abusing her, and Xiao Xiaofu always pawing at her, it's been unbearable. He even barged into her room at night. If she doesn't leave soon, she might not be able to keep herself safe, Su Ningming said, visibly enraged. All right, I've added Sher Kong on WeChat that I'll contact him now. After a few beeps, Sher Kong's voice call was connected. Sher Kong, hello. I'm your upstairs neighbor, Sun Ran. Hello, Sun Ran. I remember you. What is up? Are you sure on food? Yes, indeed, that I had a bit of expired bread and a small piece of chicken breast this morning. If you're also lacking food, I might not be able to help you. Sun Ran chuckled. Sher Kong, I don't need your help. I want to propose a deal. I'll provide you with food, and you help me deal with someone. As for how to handle it, you can use your unique method. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean to discriminate against you. It's just that I want revenge. What do you say? Sher Kong, who was lamenting his lack of food, pondered this. Being a burly man weighing over 200 pounds, he had a significant appetite. May I ask who this person is? It's Xiao Xiaofu. The one with the perky backside and dark complexion? I quite like him. Yes, that is the one that I'll knock him out and deliver him to your place for 10 days. You are not allowed to let him leave your home, and you must punish him in your special way, and you'll need to send me videos and photos. I will provide you with 10 bags of 50-pound rice and 100 pounds of beef. Sher Kong's massive head began to contemplate. 10 bags of rice could last a person a year if rationed properly. 100 pounds of beef, consumed at half a pound daily, could indeed last for 8 months. As for the young man, Xiao Xiaofu, he was precisely indulging in his preferred delicacies. This transaction, by any calculation, was a boon. Not only did it provide sustenance, but it also allowed him to vent his desires. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Excellent. Simply await my arrival at home. Do remember, I require videos and photographs. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Rest assured, Sun Ran, despite my seemingly gentle demeanor, I am unequivocally a man of my word when it comes to action. After ending the voice call, the next step was to contact Mi Shaoling. Sun Ran opened WeChat and initiated a voice call to Mi Shaoling. Hello, Aunt Mi. I have prepared some food valued at approximately 500 yuan, including rice and meat, which I intend to deliver to you. Are you interested in purchasing it? After sending a photograph featuring 2 pork knuckles, a large piece of beef, and about 20 pounds of rice, he awaited her response. Yes, thank you so much. Sun Ran, we were in the wrong before, and I apologize that I hope you can forget the unpleasantness of the past. We are neighbors. It is all forgotten. I shall deliver it to you now. Oh, I feel quite embarrassed, but I appreciate your kindness. Cursed be this shameless old man, taking advantage of every opportunity. Yet this arrangement conveniently facilitated the revenge plan of Sun Ran and Su Ningming. Lin Yao, you need not accompany us. Lemon and I can manage just fine. Lin Yao nodded obediently, reminding them, you both must exercise caution and return early. Su Ningming, carefree and bold, replied, do not worry. Not to brag, but even alone, I could easily take on 7 or 8 robust men. She was not exaggerating. She indeed possessed such strength. Ever since the jade ornament enhanced their physiques, their power, agility, reflexes, and endurance had multiplied exponentially, growing silently each passing day. Currently, Su Ningming's weightlifting began at 40 kilograms, increasing to 50 with ease. Even a professional trainer would feel dwarfed in her presence. An average man could deliver a punch with force ranging from 60 to 80 kilograms. Su Ningming, tested on the strength machine in the villa, could effortlessly exert 250 kilograms of force, and with full effort, she could reach 500 kilograms. At his peak, Tyson could generate 400 kilograms of power. Thus, if Su Ningming were to face Tyson, a single punch would undoubtedly knock him out. Her achievements were already astonishing, not to mention Sun Ran, the possessor of the jade ornament, whose enhancements surpassed hers. Dealing with the Xiao family required no effort from Sun Ran. Su Ningming could handle it single-handedly. Clad in specialized cold weather gear capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -80 degrees. They departed the villa. This attire fit impeccably, allowing for significant mobility without any bulkiness. Darling, I don't even feel cold. This cold weather gear you purchased is truly exceptional. Had I known, I would have come out to play in the snow sooner. Sun Ran smiled and remarked, it's not too late to realize that, but the snow outside is already frozen solid. Constructing a snowman might be a challenge. The two laughed and chatted as they walked from the underground parking lot to Longxi Garden Phase 1. Ah, we are returning to this building again. It brings back so many memories. Had it not been for you, I would have either starved or frozen to death, even if I had been killed by Zhao Qian's family. So, my dear, I truly thank you that we need not be so formal. Our journey to this point was destined. It was fated for us to be together and exact a swift revenge on these scoundrels. Indeed, my love, you are wonderful. It is Zhao Qian, that wretched woman who lacks discernment. Thankfully, her ignorance has provided me with this opportunity. Their robust physiques allowed them to ascend to the 18th floor, where Xiao Dafu resided. Aunt Mi, please open the door. It's Sun Ran, here to deliver your food. In a short while, the door swung open, revealing Xiao Dafu, his countenance adorned with excess flesh, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Ran. What is this paltry collection worth 500 yuan? You must truly be desperate. Hand it over quickly. I'll have my mother transfer the money to you shortly. Sun Ran, feeling playful, feigned fear and exclaimed, we agreed on cash upon delivery. If you insist on this, I shall not sell it. Look at you, so cowardly. I heard you made a fortune in Myanmar trading jade. With your wealth, why bother about such trifles? Hand it over. Have you forgotten how you ended up in the hospital last time? Coward. At that moment, Xiao Xiaofu emerged, resembling a small bear, nearly 6 feet tall. Dad, I sent that Zhao Ania's husband downstairs. I once grabbed his wife's chest. Hey, Dad, look. This is the beautiful woman from downstairs. I think her name is Su Ningming. He then charged towards Su Ningming. Had this been in the past, she would have screamed in terror, but now, A cruel smile graced her face that a dog cannot change its ways. With that, she delivered a punch to Xiao Xiaofu's face, sending 3 of his yellow teeth flying. Chapter 30. The Rescue of Qian Xiaoya. This was merely Su Ningming holding back her strength. Otherwise, that punch could have easily killed him. "Wah, Dad, he hit me. My teeth are gone." Xiao Xiaofu wailed, leaning against the elevator door. Xiao Dafu, furious, cursed as he charged at Su Ningming. Sun Ran pretended to hold him back, saying, "Oh, it's all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Let go. If you don't, I'll hit you too." Sun Ran pleaded desperately. Xiao Dafu, "It truly is a misunderstanding. Please stop. I fear you might get hurt." "Hurt? What a joke. Am I supposed to let a woman beat me?" "Let go. Quickly." Sun Ran feigned a shake of his head, sighing dramatically. "Then I shall wash my hands of this. Do not regret it." With that, he released the clawing Xiao Dafu. "Su Ningming, you've knocked out my son's teeth. I'll make you serve us both for a night. Is that unreasonable?" Su Ningming initially considered knocking him down with a punch, but seeing Sun Ran enjoying his performance, she decided to play along. "Xiao Dafu, I didn't mean to. I was scared when your son lunged at me. I was wrong. Dad, don't listen to her. My teeth are gone. I want to sleep with her." Xiao Dafu looked at his bloodied son, grinning lewdly. "Now you know regret, but it's too late." Sun Ran, "Put down the food and get lost." "Su Ningming, you must stay." He advanced menacingly towards her. The contrast between them was stark, a beauty against a bear-like figure. Xiao Dafu suddenly lunged, attempting to seize Su Ningming and overpower her. Before he could reach her, she skillfully raised her leg and kicked toward his groin, though the thick down jacket provided some protection. The sound of shattering was still audible. "Yeah." Xiao Dafu collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a word due to the pain. Su Ningming's kick was clean and precise, and with her extraordinary physical abilities, it was almost guaranteed that Xiao Dafu would never father children again. "Oh dear, Xiao Dafu, my apologies. Did I kick a bit too hard?" Sun Ran chimed in. "I told you so. I didn't want you to go. Fearing you'd get hurt, but you wouldn't listen." Mi Shaoling, unwilling to part with the 500 yuan, had instructed Xiao Dafu to intimidate Sun Ran into leaving, while she remained hidden inside, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly hearing a scream, she dropped her phone and rushed out. In the corridor, her precious grandson was bleeding profusely, while her son lay on the floor, writhing in pain and barely conscious. For a moment, she was torn between checking on her son and her grandson. "Qian Xiaoya, you worthless money sucker, come out and see. Your man is being beaten to death. Qian Xiaoya, I am speaking to you. Get out here now." Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoya had dressed and was carrying a suitcase, walking over to Sun Ran and linking her arm with his, her ample bosom pressing firmly against him. Despite the heavy clothing, he could still sense her firmness and softness. "Mi Shaoling, Xiao Dafu, I apologize, but from now on, I belong to Sun R and AS for divorce. We shall handle it once the extreme weather passes. If it does not, then so be it. I intend to enjoy life with Sun Ran in the villa, while you all, a bunch of lunatics, can fend for yourselves." That moment, Qian Xiaoya looked triumphantly at the disheveled Xiao family. Xiao Dafu's eyes were bloodshot with fury. Had looks been lethal, they would have been dead 1,000 times over. Sun Ran crouched before Xiao Dafu, smiling as he said, "This is karma. You once condoned your son's harassment of women, and now I shall teach him a lesson about harassment. Not worry. I will send you videos and photographs of his education." With that, he slapped Xiao Dafu across the face, causing 6 or 7 teeth to fly out. Mi Shaoling, in a frenzy, lunged at Sun Ran, screaming, "You hit my son. You cannot escape." Before Sun Ran and Su Ningming could react, Qian Xiaoya kicked her down and ruthlessly struck her on the head and body. "You vile demon, your son attacks me. Your grandson harasses me, and you dare to insult me. Now, this is your retribution. You deserve it." With a few kicks, the old lady curled up on the ground, clutching her head and trembling, too afraid to utter another word. Su Ningming stepped forward to embrace Qian Xiaoya, softly murmuring, "Xiaoya, it's all over now. It's all over. Let's go." Qian Xiaoya clung to her and began to weep, finally liberated from her suffering. Sun Ran seized Xiao Xiaofu, who was leaning against the elevator door, and dragged him downstairs that moment. Xiao Dafu had already been knocked unconscious by a slap from Sun Ran. Meanwhile, Mi Xiaoling, cradling her head, dared not speak. "Let go of me." "Sun Ran, what the hell are you doing?" "Let go of me." Slap. Sun Ran directly turned his face into a swollen mess. "Speak again, and I'll kill you." Weighing in at 160 pounds, Xiao Xiaofu was dragged down like a lifeless dog by Sun Ran to Shi Kang's residence. Every time Sun Ran encountered Shi Kang, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing over 200 pounds, he walked with a swagger and spoke with an exaggerated flourish. The striking contrast was magnified by his immensely developed muscles. Upon meeting Shi Kang, Sun Ran wasted no time with pleasantries and bluntly stated, "Shi Kang, this is your charge for 10 days. You must send videos every day. Each video must be no less than 10 minutes. This lad has quite a temper, so manage him as you see fit. Remember, if you can use your hands, try to avoid using your mouth. There's too much food to carry at once. Wear more, and let's go downstairs together. I'll tie him to a chair first. Let him go hungry for a day." Shi Kang nodded, raising his flamboyant fingers to signal his compliance. Elegantly donning his coat, he accompanied Sun Ran to the underground parking lot to collect the rice. After 3 trips, they successfully deposited 10 bags of rice and 100 pounds of beef into Shi Kang's abode. "I won't disturb your romantic interlude. Farewell," Shi Kang awkwardly replied. "Goodbye, dear." Upon returning to the villa, Qian Xiaoya changed into the clothes that Su Ningming had prepared for her in the dressing room on the first floor. "Xiaoya, we must discard all these old clothes. Throw them all away. Let's get new ones for good luck." Qian Xiaoya nodded in agreement, saying, "I'll do as you say, Ningming." She removed her heavy down jacket, revealing a fitted sweater underneath, confirming Sun Ran's suspicions. Her frail frame was burdened with undue weight. Qian Xiaoya rarely wore such form-fitting attire in front of others, and she began to blush. Brother Sun Ran. I need to change clothes that— Oh, my apologies. You all change. I'm done. Bye-bye." My husband is just a man with lustful thoughts but lacking the courage. "Wow, Xiaoya, seeing you so voluptuous, I can't help but want to grab a handful." Saying this, she playfully squeezed Qian Xiaoya's ample bosom. "Hey, what are you doing? You're a woman too. Don't you have any? Why are you so lewd?" Qian Xiaoya protested, covering her chest. "Who told you to look so good? Hurry and change your clothes. After you're done, I'll take you upstairs for a bath and prepare a delicious meal for you." Whether it was due to Qian Xiaoya's good character or out of sympathy for her, Su Ningming, Lin Yao, and Qian Xiaoya quickly became inseparable friends. Meanwhile, Sun Ran was watching the video sent by Shi Kang. After saving it, he found Xiao Dafu's WeChat in the owner's group and added him as a friend. It was quickly accepted. Before Sun Ran could send a video, Xiao Dafu sent a voice message. "Sun Ran, where have you taken my son? I've already reported it to the police. Once the extreme weather passes, just wait for your imprisonment." Sun Ran casually replied, "You know, I can only go to prison after the extreme weather passes, but will the extreme weather ever pass? Don't rage so helplessly. First, take a look at your son's study video. I think he is making quite rapid progress. At least he is showing some manners." As Xiao Dafu clicked on the video and watched for a while, he let out a furious roar and fainted dead away. Chapter 31. Poor Qian Xiaoya, who hasn't tasted ribs. Mi Xiaoling heard the commotion from her son's room and hurried over, only to find Xiao Dafu unconscious. The phone was still buzzing, so out of curiosity, she picked it up and put on her reading glasses to examine it closely. "Oh dear Dafu, I'm not scolding you, but why do you have such a penchant for this sort of thing? It's so indecent. 2 men engaging in such activities, truly disgusting." That moment, Xiao Dafu groggily regained consciousness. Hearing his mother's incessant criticism, he snatched the phone from her hand, but the sudden movement aggravated the pain in his groin, causing him to gasp in agony. Lifting the blanket revealed that his groin was swollen like 2 large goose eggs. Despite having taken 2 painkillers, they were of no help, unless a miracle occurred. He was essentially done for. Oh dear. Even in this state, why are you still watching such indecent material? Mi Xiaoling lamented. Xiao Dafu, feeling utterly drained, replied, "You should take a look for yourself. It's your grandson. He was taken away by Sun Ran. Ah, no wonder he looks so familiar. I sent that the flamboyant guy from the 3rd floor of our building. Indeed, I recognized him long ago, but in my current condition, I can't move at all. What should I do? I'm so filled with rage. Why did I provoke Sun Ran? And that Su Ningming woman, when did she become so formidable? At this moment, Xiao Dafu felt utterly hopeless. His son was taken away to learn fencing. The woman had run off with Sun Ran. And worst of all, he had lost his own manhood. All of this was a result of his past misdeeds. Had he managed his son better, preventing him from harassing others, perhaps today would not have come to pass. Had he only offered an apology to Sun Ran instead of treating him like a hospital patient, maybe Sun Ran would have shown mercy and he could have preserved his dignity. But what good is regret? Son, you don't have to go. Even if it cost me my life, I will rescue my grandson. With that, Mi Shaoling grabbed a kitchen knife and headed downstairs to find Shi Kong. In the safe haven, Qian Xiaoya was dressed in a fitted short-sleeve top and yoga pants, her perfect figure on full display. The group was gathered around the table for lunch. Typically, Lin Yao was responsible for cooking all the meals, while Su Ningming and Sun Ran spent most of their time exercising. Today's lunch was prepared with Qian Xiaoya's assistance. There was braised pork ribs, steamed yellow croaker, spicy king crab, and cheesy baked lobster. The first two dishes were made by Qian Xiaoya, who rarely had a chance to indulge in such high-end ingredients like king crab and lobster. The latter two were made by Lin Yao. The staple was rice. Let us welcome Sister Xiaoya. Today, let us have a drink to celebrate her liberation from suffering and her rebirth, Su Ningming announced loudly. Because Qian Xiaoya was dressed quite snugly, along with Su Ningming's words, she instantly became the center of attention. Her fair face flushed bright red, and her hands fidgeted nervously with her clothes, unsure whether to sit or stand. Sun Ran, noticing Qian Xiaoya's endearing demeanor, quickly interjected, "All right, Xiaoya, would you prefer white wine or beer? We also have soft drinks." Gratefully, Qian Xiaoya glanced at Sun Ran and quietly replied, Since everyone is happy, let's just have some beer." Su Ningming immediately turned to the liquor cabinet for beer. A case of A-grade Augustiner beer and a case of Budweiser light beer were retrieved. "Come, let us drink to our heart's content today." Lin Yao then took out a bottle of freshly squeezed juice. "Sister Xiaoya, I'm pregnant, so I want to be drinking that. I'll substitute juice for wine, welcoming you into this big family." Upon hearing that Lin Yao was pregnant, Qian Xiaoya quickly glanced at her flat belly. It was just over 2 months along, not yet showing much. As Su Ningming explained, "The child is Sun Ran's, and so am I. After today, you'll probably become one of Sun Ran's as well." Qian Xiaoya had long been prepared to devote herself to Sun Ran, but hearing Su Ningming speak so bluntly made her feel a bit shy. Sun Ran stepped forward to ease the atmosphere, saying, "All right, let us pour the drinks. First, to celebrate Sister Xiaoya joining our family. Second, to celebrate the revenge I took on Su Ningming's great enemy. Third, to wish us joy in this damned frozen apocalypse. Cheers!" Everyone raised their glasses. And those drinking beer downed it in one go, while Lin Yao, drinking juice, also finished half a glass. They all began to eat. Qian Xiaoya, clearly embarrassed to serve herself, only took a small piece of fish, then buried her head in her bowl of rice. Sun Ran picked the best ribs for her and thoughtfully removed the legs of the king crab, extracting the meat and placing it in her bowl. "Xiaoya, there's no need to feel shy about eating. From now on, we are family. I can't guarantee much, but there will be plenty of food." Sun Ran spoke tenderly. "Oh dear, Sister Xiaoya, why are you crying? No crying at the table. It's bad for your health." Su Ningming noticed that Qian Xiaoya was shedding tears while eating rice. "I won't cry anymore, that I'm just a bit emotional, since marrying into the Xiao family. I haven't had a good meal in this extreme weather. I can only have thin porridge every day. Now that I'm finally eating so many delicious dishes, I just can't help but feel moved." The three fell silent. Regardless of how they lived before the apocalypse, at least they could occasionally enjoy a good meal, while Qian Xiaoya had evidently suffered immensely in the Xiao family. Just the thought of eating a piece of rib could bring her tears. Lin Yao, sensing that Qian Xiaoya's statement was somewhat exaggerated, asked, "Sister Xiaoya, have you really not eaten a single rib in the 2 years since marrying into the Xiao family?" Qian Xiaoya nodded and said, "Every time Xiao Dafu's mother prepares ribs, she forbids me from eating them, insisting that they must be saved for her son and grandson, claiming that one needs to go to work and the other needs to grow, both requiring nutrition. I am left with nothing but a bit of vegetable soup for my meals. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Sun Ran grasped Qian Xiaoya's hand and said, "It's all in the past. Here, you can eat to your heart's content, as much as you desire." "Yes, yes, Sister Xiaoya. Take this plate of ribs. I'll just have a lobster." Lin Yao quietly assisted her in picking out crab meat as they dined. The group spent over half an hour enjoying their meal, and gradually, Qian Xiaoya began to laugh and chat. With the passage of time, her introverted and shy demeanor would undoubtedly change. After the meal, Sun Ran's phone rang. "Sun Ran, Xiao Xiaofu's grandmother is banging on the door outside, demanding that I let him go. What should I do? Just kick her out. Tell her to scram. Tomorrow, you can come to my villa to collect 20 pounds of pork." "What? She has a kitchen knife. I'm a bit scared." "What are you afraid of? She's just an old lady. Does she really dare to harm you? Here's what you should do. Through the door, tell her that Xiao Xiaofu can stay with you for a few days, and you'll give her a bag of rice along with 20 pounds of beef. Later, come to my villa, and I'll compensate you double." "All right, brother. I'll go tell her." The video call was still active, and Shi Kong, from behind the door, raised his voice. "Annie, please stop banging. I want Xiao Xiaofu to stay and play with me for a few days, and if you agree, I'll give you a 50-pound bag of rice and 20 pounds of beef. How does that sound?" Chapter 32. Selling out a grandson for food. The sweet taste of Love Me Xiaoling, initially seething with anger, fell silent upon hearing the mention of rice and beef. Why? Because there was nothing to eat at home, and her son was severely injured, his condition making it nearly impossible for him to find comfort. This was the time when he needed nutrition the most, caught in a dilemma between a bag of rice and beef versus her beloved grandson. What choice could she make? To hell with the grandson. That little rascal had been precocious since childhood, harassing the attractive women in the neighborhood since his teenage years. If he hadn't gotten into trouble by groping Zhao Qian, would they be in such a predicament today? With this thought, Mi Xiaoling resolutely declared, "Fine, Shi Kong. I agree. Let Xiao Xiaofu stay with you. But you better keep your word and provide me with food." Shi Kong quickly dashed to the kitchen, grabbed 2 bags of rice and a piece of beef weighing about 20 pounds, then opened the door to place the items outside before swiftly shutting it, fearing Mi Xiaoling might attack him with a knife. "Annie, you can take your time carrying it upstairs. I need to go practice fencing with Xiao Xiaofu. Bye." At that moment, Xiao Xiaofu, bound to a chair in the living room, was in tears, having cursed his grandmother's ancestors multiple times. Sun Ran remarked in the video, "You can come to my villa now. I've placed the rice and beef at the door for you to collect." "Great, thank you, Sun Ran. Come over to my house to play sometime." After hanging up, Shi Kong approached Xiao Xiaofu, who looked at him as if he were a demon. Yet, faced with Shi Kang's 200 pounds of muscle, Xiao Xiaofu had no capacity to resist, feeling as helpless as a weakling. His cries echoed throughout Shi Kang's home. After lunch, the 3 of them were responsible for cleaning up the dishes, while Sun Ran took the elevator to the 5th floor, elegantly lighting a thin cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke, since he worried about disturbing the already pregnant Lin Yao with smoke on the 1st floor. Sun Ran always retreated to the 5th floor to smoke. The view here was splendid, allowing him to gaze outside. Nearly a month had passed since the apocalypse began, with snow intermittently falling, completely covering the 1st floor. The world had become a vast expanse of white, resembling a winter afternoon. Yet it was only August, the hottest month of the year. Outside, the temperature had plummeted to a staggering -85 degrees, and the accumulated snow had frozen solid, making it impossible to even attempt to shovel it. Sun Ran, what are you thinking about? At some point, Qian Xiaoya had silently stood behind him, perhaps so engrossed in the view that he hadn't noticed her approach that, "Oh, nothing much, just enjoying a smoke here." "You don't mind, do you?" Sun Ran turned to look at Qian Xiaoya. Noticing her skin was fair and smooth, akin to that of a porcelain doll, it was hard to believe she never engaged in skincare. Yet her complexion was so flawless. "I don't mind. Go ahead and smoke. I quite enjoy the smell. My dad smokes it. Ah, how is your father? Is he recovering?" Qian Xiaoya shook her head and replied, "The surgery was unsuccessful, and he passed away within 2 months. Perhaps it's for the best. He won't have to suffer in this extreme weather." As she finished speaking, tears streamed down her face. Sun Ran handed her a tissue from the table and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "You're right. This damn weather is unbearable. Who knows how long it will last?" Sometimes, death can be a form of relief. Suddenly, Qian Xiaoya threw herself into Sun Ran's arms, crying, "Thank you so much, Brother Sun Ran. I've been contemplating suicide these days. I can't go on like this with no food and being constantly berated and beaten by them." Sun Ran felt her warmth and softness, sighed softly, and said no more tears. "It's all in the past. From now on, let's focus on happiness. Go take a nap. You need a rest. As long as Xiao Dafu and his family are still alive, we'll find ways to make them suffer. To let them experience what it feels like to be bullied." Qian Xiaoya seemed to recall Xiao Xiaofu's plight and burst into laughter. "Brother Sun Ran, you're so wicked. You can come up with such terrible ideas." Sun Ran quickly shook his head. "That's not my idea. It was that girl Su Ningming who thought of it. Go on. Choose any room on the second floor. After a tiring morning, you deserve a good nap. In this villa, you have nothing to worry about. Just be happy. Tonight, we can watch a movie together in the cinema on the fifth floor that I'll make you popcorn that's far better than what's sold outside." Throughout her life, Qian Xiaoya had never experienced the feeling of being cherished by a man other than her father. Today, she felt that deep, sweet affection emanating from Sun Ran. This is what love between a man and a woman feels like. So beautiful. Regrettably, she was no longer pure. With this thought, Qian Xiaoya's eyes began to redden again. "Brother Sun Ran, would you despise me?" Sun Ran was taken aback. "Despise you for what? A pure, kind, and beautiful girl like you deserves to be cherished, pampered, and adored. How could I ever despise you? Stop overthinking. I would never." After saying this, to prove he truly would not despise her, he planted a firm kiss on her smooth forehead. "Now you believe me." "Little fool." Qian Xiaoya's face turned crimson as she replied, "Yes, I believe you. I'm going to take a nap now. See you later, Brother Sun Ran." With that, she gracefully strode towards the elevator to rest. Inside the elevator, Qian Xiaoya patted her chest, breathing heavily, and murmured to herself, "Is this what love feels like? So sweet. I adore it." At Song Ren's home, lunchtime arrived, yet no one was eating, for there was nothing left in the villa. The meager supplies that the elderly couple on the second floor had stored had long been ravaged by the 4 starving men. Tang Tiantian was hiding in her room, too afraid to come out. Terrified of being devoured by the 4 famished to make matters worse. She was ill, having suffered from a high fever for 2 days, and the 2 expired fever medications she took provided no relief. Coupled with the lack of food at home, she felt as if she were nearing death. That moment, Song Ren slumped on the sofa, wrapped in a thick blanket. The self-help meeting from 2 days prior had initially seemed promising. But as soon as everyone learned they had to surrender their supplies, they all backed out. Thus, the plan had to be aborted. What to do? Would they truly starve to death? Thought struck. He still had 4 mercenaries. Didn't he? If he could recruit these 4 mercenaries into the self-help group and forcefully scour for supplies from house to house, wouldn't that work? In these extraordinary times, special measures must be taken. All for the sake of the self-help group, to assist everyone through this trying period. Once the extreme weather passed, if anyone complained about his forcible collection of supplies, he could always claim it was in the name of the self-help group, that it was for the benefit of those without food. Yes, that's the plan. As long as he successfully gathers supplies, he wouldn't have to suffer from hunger, for how much would be distributed later. That would be determined by the self-help group. With this thought, Song Ren opened his phone and contacted the self-help group's president, Wang Gang, laying out his plan. The 2 shared a sinister smile as they successfully reached an agreement. He then found the 4 brothers and informed them of their inclusion in the self-help group to assist in gathering supplies from house to house. Moreover, there was no need to worry about government retribution once the weather returned to normal. As this was a public service initiative of the self-help group aimed at helping residents in need, 4 individuals, famished and desperate, did not hesitate for a moment before agreeing. Chapter 33. The Emergence of Su Li. The pinnacle of the slightly overweight realm arrives at the perfect moment. Song Ren returned to Zhao Qian's residence with his 4 companions, where Wang Gang had also arrived, accompanied by Song Shuzhen and several enthusiastic members of the self-help group. They convened a meeting. Upon seeing the 4 burly men behind Song Ren, Wang Gang felt assured of the success of their mission. Excitedly addressing the 4, he proclaimed, on behalf of the self-help group, "I extend a warm welcome to your participation. Welcome, welcome. The first man, currently agitated by hunger, managed to maintain basic decorum, nodding and smiling as he replied, "President Wang, let us first discuss how to gather food." Wang Gang promptly responded, "Indeed. I propose we enact a mandatory collection under the auspices of the Neighborhood Committee. Anyone who objects shall be seen as opposing the authority of our government. Once this extreme weather passes, we shall settle the accounts together." Song Ren gave a thumbs up, praising, "That's the spirit. President Wang, your experience at the Neighborhood Committee truly shines." Turning to Wang Gang, he urged, "Send out the notification in the group now. We shall commence this afternoon." Wang Gang retrieved his phone and began issuing the announcement in the group chat. Given that many recognized him as a member of the Neighborhood Committee, his words carried significant weight. "Attention all residents. In accordance with the latest directives, please prepare all supplies at home. This afternoon, members of the self-help group will collect from each household for unified distribution. This is a compulsory directive. Any obstruction to the self-help group's efforts will be treated as a crime of obstructing official duties, with immediate warnings issued for severe cases leading to detention." The notification from Wang Gang stirred many dormant members in the group into action. "Why should we comply?" protested a small widow, Su Li, who owned a supermarket on the ground floor of Building 2 after her divorce. Living alone, she managed the store while also producing short videos showcasing her figure, garnering a notable following who affectionately refer to her as Dumpling. In the group, she voiced her concerns. "In this weather, who knows when things will return to normal? If we give you our supplies, what will happen to us?" Others echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, what if you fail to distribute?" Unlike previous days, some began to lean towards supporting the self-help group. As their own food supplies dwindled, that "SU boss, how can you be so selfish? You want T-starve with your supermarket, but what about us without food? Haven't we supported your business enough? Really? Wang Lao Air, are you genuinely here to support my business? Each time you buy a mere 50-cent bag of pickled vegetables, you stare at me like I don't notice. That is not fair. I simply enjoy pickled vegetables." Sun Ran, enjoying a cigarette and tea by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 5th floor, nearly burst out laughing at Su Li's spirited retorts. He was well acquainted with her, often purchasing household necessities from her store, despite several supermarkets in the area. Su Li's beauty and slightly plump figure made every visit a mix of admiration and concern for her well-being. Su Li, embodying the bold spirit typical of Northeast women, was straightforward and generous. Treat her well, and she would reciprocate with sincerity. Their relationship had always been amicable, and Sun Ran kept an eye on her well-being, ready to assist if anyone bullied her tea that moment. Another voice in the group turned against Su Li. "This is a special time. The self-help group has stated they will provide economic compensation after the extreme weather. What are you afraid of? Your little supermarket's goods aren't worth much. By sharing, you could save many lives. Once the compensation arrives, you might even profit more than from those Risco videos." Zhang Lao-san, "Do you even have the decency to speak? You're always the first to like my videos, and in the comments, you're the most lewd. Don't think I don't know. You're always running to my store. Hasn't your wife scolded you enough for that? And who I choose to give my goods to is my own business. I don't want any compensation. If anyone tries to force me." ILL wield a kitchen knife. "Su Li, I never noticed how selfish you are. Now that we need you, you're putting up barriers. Once the extreme weather passes, we'll all boycott your supermarket. And then let us see how you fare." Su Li fell silent, realizing her solitary voice could not contend against the entire community. Just as she was about to relent, Sun Ran's message appeared in the group. "Everyone, Su Li is my woman. I dare anyone to attempt to seize her supplies." Upon reading the message, Su Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Under the harsh weather, she had longed for a strong man to shelter her from the storm. Amidst the greed directed at her supermarket, it was this younger man, just 2 years her junior, who stood up for her. How could she not be moved? Songren scoffed. "Sun Ran, are you calling her your woman? Why not claim she's your mother while you're at it? You're just all talk." As Songren read the message, his cheeks flushed crimson, but he quickly explained to those nearby, "That's nonsense. What makes you think I'm anything but a man?" Wang Gang interjected. "I want to know which authority issued that directive. Don't think you can treat your opinions as commands just because you work at the Neighborhood Committee." Sun Ran mocked him in the group. "Wang Gang, don't preach to me that you've struck it rich and moved into a grand villa, enjoying your food and drinks. but don't belittle our self-help group's efforts to aid everyone. Wang Gang's righteous declaration was met with support from several group members. I don't care how you help others, but anyone who dares to touch Su Li will face consequences. Song Ren's mind began to churn with ideas that he pulled the first man aside and whispered, Sun Ren is hiding in his villa, like a turtle. If you four can ambush him, not only will you accomplish a mission, but you might also seize his supplies. The first man nodded. All right, let us set a trap, Song Ren confirmed, pulling out his phone to type in the group. Sun Ren, the self-help group will forcibly collect supplies from Su Li's supermarket. After the extreme weather, I will ensure she receives compensation. If you have the guts, come out of your villa. I dare you to obstruct our efforts. Sun Ren smirked at the challenge. Fine, let us see what you can do. He promptly called Su Li, stating decisively, Sister Su, if you trust me, pack your things in 5 minutes that I'm coming to get you. I believe you, Sun Ren, but I don't want to make it easy for those scoundrels. Don't worry, I have a plan. 5 minutes later, Sun Ren arrived at Su Li's home, donned in a snug, insulated outfit. Song Ren and his companions were unprepared for Sun Ren's swift arrival to retrieve Su Li. Su Jia, open the door. Hearing his voice, Su Li hurriedly opened the door, allowing him entry. Listen closely. If you discover my secret, you will be mine from now on. If you refuse, I will leave immediately. Su Li grasped Sun Ren's arm, resolutely declaring, Sun Ren, I trust you. I'm willing to be your woman. I will follow your lead. Excellent. No matter what happens next, don't be surprised. Once we return to the villa, I will explain everything. Next, Sun Ren entered the supermarket, swiftly gathering shelves and goods into a spatial pocket, then moved to the small storage room to collect its contents as well. The entire process took less than a minute, leaving Su Li utterly astonished. Take off your coat and wear this. Oh, okay. As Su Li removed her bulky down jacket, revealing a snug sweater that left Sun Ren momentarily dazed, she truly was the pinnacle of the slightly overweight realm. In no time, she donned the professional winter gear Sun Ren had prepared. Let us go. We're heading back to the villa. 3 minutes after Sun Ren and Su Li departed, Song Ren arrived at Su Li's doorstep, accompanied by Brother One and the other 3 brothers, along with Wang Gang, preparing to lay in wait for their quarry. However, they could not have anticipated that the rabbit had already left 3 minutes prior. Chapter 34. Song Ren faints from anger. The third supermarket vows to resist. Damn. Why is it so cold? My feet are numb after just a short while. Song Ren muttered softly. Brother One, equally frozen yet silent, remained hidden in the corridor. After half an hour, they could no longer endure. Their hands and feet were stiff with cold, and it seemed that even without waiting for Sun Ren, they would soon be devoid of any fighting spirit. Song Ren sent another message in the group, stating that we are about to forcibly requisition Su Li's supermarket. Let us see if he dares to show up. Song Ren, trembling, pulled out his phone. His fingers were so frozen that he could no longer type and had to resort to voice messages. Sun Ren, we, the Self-Help Society, are currently at Su Li's doorstep, preparing to enforce our actions that if you are a man, step forward to protect your woman. Weren't you quite bold earlier? What happened to turn you into a coward now? Meanwhile, in Sun Ren's villa, Su Li had changed into a new outfit. Indeed, she was the genuine article with 2 ample treasures. Have you had your fill of looking? If not, I shall let you gaze to your heart's content tonight. Sun Ren wiped the drool from his mouth, awkwardly replying, I've seen enough, Sister Sood. I always thought you were padded, but seeing you today truly opened my eyes. All right, little brother, tonight come to my room, and I shall show you what the pinnacle of the curvy world looks like. Just then, Sun Ren's phone rang. It was a voice message from Song Ren. Sun Ren chuckled, then feigned anxiety, declaring, Song Ren, if you dare to harm Su Li, I will not let you off lightly. Song Ren quickly retorted, Can you stop with the empty threats? Why don't you come save your woman instead? Sun Ren replied with an infuriated tone, You are being too much. I curse you to an ill fate. After hearing Sun Ren's voice message, Song Ren scoffed, He's definitely afraid. This guy 1T even dared to leave his villa. Fine, if he won't come to rescue Su Li, then we mustn't hold back. Knock on the door, and if it doesn't T open, let Brother 3 break it down. Seeing no other option, Wang Gang stepped up to knock, saying, Su Li, I am Wang Gang, the president of the Self-Help Society. We have come to requisition your supplies. Rest assured, all that we take will be recorded, and once this extreme weather passes, we will compensate you accordingly. More than you lose. We will even award you the Good Citizen Medal." After a prolonged silence, they remained frozen, fingers nearly unable to bend. Song Rin stepped forward, raising his voice. "Don't expect Sun Ran to save you. He is merely a master of idle threats. I give you 1 minute. If you do not open the door, we will force it open. At that point, you won't get any compensation, as you would be obstructing our duties. You decide." Silence reigned, a deathly silence, interrupted only by the howling wind outside. Damn, this woman truly refuses to drink when offered wine. "Brother 3, open the door." Brother 3 glanced at Brother 1, who nodded silently. He removed his gloves, flexing his stiff fingers, and began to pick the lock. Under normal circumstances, such a residential lock could be dealt with in a minute. But after standing in sub-zero temperatures for over half an hour, their bodies were frozen, and they had not consumed anything to generate warmth. 5 minutes passed, and the door remained stubbornly shut. They dared not urge him. As they waited, their minds wandered, imagining a treasure trove of food, snacks, and sausages behind the door. Song Rin's mouth watered at the thought. Once inside, he planned to slap Suli twice for good measure. Then boil water for a delicious bowl of instant noodles, adding in 2 starch sausages without meat. My goodness, how delightful that would be. Drool dripped on a Brother 3's head as he struggled to unlock the door. But he remained oblivious, as the drool froze instantly. With a loud click, the door swung open. Brother 3's hands were now frozen purple, and he hastily donned his gloves as they all surged into the room. "You scoundrel," Sun Ran, "you shall not escape your fate." To their dismay, Suli's small supermarket and storeroom were utterly bare. Nothing remained, not even a scrap of packaging. Song Run, with an exaggerated gesture, brandished his phone and began to berate Sun Ran in the group chat. Sun Ran offered no response, merely sending a photo of himself and Suli together, where she, clad in a fitted short-sleeved shirt, joyfully embraced his arm. Due to the force of the embrace, certain areas had been compressed, altering their shape. The men in the group silently magnified a particular area of the image, comparing their observations. Even if they could not partake in the feast, a visual indulgence was a consolation. Song Run, after lying in ambush for an hour, how refreshing it must be. "Ha! A bunch of foolish dogs." At this moment, Song Run, weakened by hunger, anger, and low blood sugar, collapsed into unconsciousness. Wang Gang, witnessing this, had no choice but to carry him home, where they shared the last of their rice, boiling it into porridge to split among themselves. After all, they would still need Song Run and the remaining brothers to collect supplies in the afternoon. At that moment, Zhao Qian, seeing Suli settled in his son Ran's villa, felt an overwhelming awkwardness. How wonderful it would be if she were in that position, a villa as warm as spring, with an entire basement filled with food. Just the thought was blissful. Yet, the despair of never being able to reside in such a place washed over her. When would this cursed weather finally pass? In the afternoon, the Self-Help Society commenced its official operations. After all, apart from Suli's supermarket, there were 2 other supermarkets within the 10 buildings. Therefore, the core members of the Self-Help Society, along with Brother 1 and the others, decided to start with these 2 supermarkets first. After all, if they were to be intercepted by Sun Ran again, it could spell disaster. The first supermarket offered no resistance, opening its doors wide for the Self-Help Society to gather supplies, as for whether the owner had hidden any stock. Wang Gang and his team did not inquire further. After all, they had surrendered all their inventory. After several trips, they successfully transported all the supplies to Wang Gang's home on the first floor. As they departed, Song Run warmly shook hands with the owner, assuring him that after the extreme weather, he would compensate him with 500,000 in cash, providing a receipt as well. The owner, beaming, replied, "Helping the residents of our community is my greatest honor. Whether or not I receive that 500,000 is of no concern. Yes, young Master Song, just transfer it when the time comes. Cash can be a hassle." Song Rin replied with a smile. "No problem." A splendid start indeed. They proceeded to collect supplies from the second supermarket. However, the owner of this supermarket had locked the door tight and barricaded it with sofas and tables, resolutely refusing to let the Self-Help Society in. The owner thought to himself, "I don't lack money. I just lack food. My family of 6, including 2 elderly, 2 children, and their parents, consumes a significant amount daily. I absolutely cannot let the Self-Help Society take my supplies. If these scoundrels take away the food, my entire family will starve. Old Zhang, open the door. I am Wang Gang, the president of the Self-Help Society. Get lost. I want to open the door. My son and I have knives ready. If you dare to break in, we won't hesitate to kill you. Song Ren smiled sinisterly and said, Old Zhang, don't worry. I will compensate you. Just open the door, and you will receive plenty of food, money, food, and reputation, all in abundance. Don't talk to me about useless things. I only know that without this food, my family of 6 will starve to death. Hurry and scram. Wang Gang sighed, and, turning to the members of the Self-Help Society behind him, remarked, Why is this old comrade's awareness so low? If he won't cooperate, we must take forceful measures. Brother 3. It's up to you. Brother 3, having just consumed 2 sausages plus a large piece of chocolate, felt a surge of warmth in his body. Seeing the eager looks from everyone, he nodded heavily and declared, Comrades, watch closely. It seems that the apocalypse truly transforms a person. Even a ruthless mercenary has now become self-sacrificing. What a rare sight indeed. Chapter 35. The retribution of Song Ren and the frustrated fury of the 4 brothers. The door to Zhang's supermarket was easily opened by Brother 3. Although the sofas at the entrance initially impeded their progress, the 4 mercenaries swiftly cleared the obstacles and subdued Zhang and his son, who were wielding knives. Only 2 women and 2 children remained trembling in the bedroom, too frightened to emerge. Wang Gang, elated, led the core members of the Self-Help Society into the house to begin collecting supplies. However, he was stopped by Brother 1. The remaining 3 brothers immediately understood their leader's intent. Standing beside him and awaiting his command, President Wang, we brothers will not share the supplies from the supermarket with you. You all should return. Wang Gang was taken aback. That wasn't agreed that Song Ren would bring his 4 subordinates to the Self-Help Society, helping to unlock doors and gather supplies. Song Ren, what does your team mean? Are they trying to monopolize our supplies? Song Ren was equally perplexed by Yi Hao's words. Turning around, he quietly asked, Yi Hao, what do you mean? Did we not agree to gather supplies together? Why the sudden change of heart? Yi Hao let out a hearty laugh, completely disregarding Song Ren's presence, and proclaimed loudly, the door was opened by my 3rd brother, and the supermarket owner was subdued by my brothers. Why on earth should I share the supplies with your self-help group? He then turned to Wang, the president, and added, What do you say? President Wang, if you find this unacceptable, we can settle it with our fists. 2nd brother, go entertain President Wang. All right, brother, I've been itching for a good fight. President Wang, I promise to be gentle. Upon seeing the towering figure of nearly 2 meters approaching him, Wang immediately softened, hastily responding, Brother, Yi Hao is right. Those who are capable should work harder, or rather, the more one works, the more one gains. Well then, we self-help group will take our leave. It's quite cold. So you all carry on. With that, he scurried away with the other members of the self-help group, heads bowed in defeat. Yi Hao turned to Song Ren and said, Mr. Song, we are in extraordinary times, and I believe survival takes precedence over tasks. Thus, we are temporarily severing our employer-employee relationship. Once the extreme weather passes, I will return with my brothers to complete your tasks. Now, let us begin transporting the supplies. Let us aim to have everything back at the villa within an hour. The Zhang family was tightly bound by 4 robust men, unable to move an inch, while Yi Hao and his brothers, along with Song Ren, commenced transferring supplies to the underground parking lot. Due to Grandpa Zhang's frequent procurement, the family possessed a tricycle, significantly facilitating the speed of their transport an hour earlier, as they prepared to move the supplies from the 2nd supermarket. Sun Ren received a call from Tang Tiantian, Song Ren's wife, in the villa. Brother Sun Ren, I'm unwell. I've had a fever for 3 days, and there are no antipyretics at home that I feel like I won't make it. Tang Tiantian spoke weakly. And those 4 perverts are always watching me. I feel they will soon disregard their relationship with Song Ren and harm me right in front of him. I'm so scared. Sun Ren shook his head and replied, I told you to come to the villa, but you wouldn't listen, insisting on maintaining your pride. Now look where that has gotten you. Sick and uncared for. Put on some clothes and come to my villa immediately. You'll stay here from now on. I have medicine and nutritional supplements. You won't need 3 days to recover to your former self. Hearing this, Tang Tiantian's tears streamed down her face. When Song Ren learned of her illness, instead of seeking medicine for her, he merely complained about her timing, feeling she would only hinder him, and left her to fend for herself. Come mealtime, she was still expected to prepare food for everyone, as if she were not even considered a person. Why are you crying? Hurry up. If Song Ren returns, you won't be able to leave. Only then did Tang Tiantian realize she must avoid those 4 brutes at all costs. Their predatory gazes felt as though they could devour her. She sensed that if she did not escape today, her purity might be lost forever. Ignoring her frail condition, she hastily packed her personal belongings into a suitcase, then quietly descended the stairs, peering out of the underground parking lot's door. No one was in sight. Undeterred by the biting cold, she dragged her suitcase towards Sun Ran's villa, stumbling twice along the way due to her frantic pace. Meanwhile, the second brother and the other 3 were busy transporting supplies downstairs. Upstairs, Yihao had his arm around Song Ren's shoulder and said with a smile, Mr. Song, since we are no longer in an employer-employee relationship, I will speak frankly. Look at all these supplies we have fought hard to procure. Why should we share any with you? You are a businessman. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and I trust you understand that better than I do. So, what will you offer in exchange for the supplies? Song Ren's heart trembled as he instantly grasped Yihao's implication. He was eyeing Tang Tiantian, though he felt he could not be a man at this moment. It was only temporary. Once the extreme weather passed, he planned to go abroad for surgery to change his reproductive organs and would emerge even stronger. Moreover, Song Ren was particularly sensitive to the thought of being cuckolded, perhaps due to the numerous times he had done so to other men, making him acutely aware of this matter. With a forced smile, Song Ren replied, Well, brother Yihao, I understand. How about I add another 10 million? Yihao's smile faded as he glanced sideways at Song Ren, saying, Do you think money is of any use in this weather? I won't beat around the bush. Starting today, your wife belongs to us 4 brothers. After all, you're not a real man at the moment. We'll take care of her for you. Song Ren, with tears in his eyes, glared at Yihao. If looks could kill, next year's anniversary would mark Yihao's demise. Don T, look at me like that. If you want to die, I can help you. Just bury you in the snow. And who would know it was us? Yihao chuckled darkly. If it weren't for our brother's penchant for disrespecting you while you are alive, I wouldn't even want to keep you around us, so enjoy your little secret. Upon hearing the phrase disrespecting you while you're alive, Song Ren clutched his hair in anguish and collapsed to the ground in tears. This was truly poetic justice. Those 4 brothers happened to share his interest. Big brother, the first batch of supplies is ready. Good. Let us head back to unload. This will expedite the process that I estimate we'll need 2 more trips to finish transporting everything. Everyone, hurry up. After we're done, we brothers will enjoy Tang Tiantian tonight. Damn, we finally get our chance. If you had listened to me, we could have done this much earlier. Big brother, you're too trustworthy. The second brother remarked from the side. All right, tonight, I'll certainly make your wishes come true. First, we eat well, then we'll take turns. Instantly, the 4 brothers were filled with vigor, while Song Ren, in stark contrast, felt like a walking corpse. If not for his labored breathing, one might have thought he was dead. In the underground parking lot. Brother, look, there's a woman running ahead. She looks so familiar. The second brother pointed at the woman dragging a suitcase in a frenzy. Yihao, busy pushing the tricycle loaded with supplies towards the villa, hadn't he noticed. Upon glancing up, his eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, Damn, it's Tang Tiantian. Quick, catch her. Don't let her escape. At that moment, they were less than 100 meters away from the villa's underground blast-proof door. Meanwhile, through the external surveillance, Sun Ren had already spotted Tang Tiantian and the 4 brothers in pursuit. The distance closed rapidly. 80 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Tang Tiantian threw away her suitcase. The blast-proof door was nearly within reach. Open the door, brother Sun Ren. It's Tang Tiantian. Even from 20 meters away, she called out. Regardless of whether Sun Ren could hear her. With a click, the blast-proof door swung open, and just as the 4 brothers were about to close in on her, they collided with the door at the last moment. Damn, so close. Yihao yelled furiously from outside. Song Ren, upon realizing his wife had made it to Sun Ren's home, felt a surge of relief. He was finally free from the fear of being disrespected. But then it struck him. Hadn't Teehee just been cuckolded? And judging by the situation, Sun Ran had likely been wearing the metaphorical green hat for quite some time. The thought pierced his heart even deeper. This was retribution. This was nothing less than poetic justice. Chapter 36. Yi Hao, infuriated to the point of blood loss. In this life, Sun Ran would strike back. Sun Ran, if you're a man, step out and face me one-on-one. The second brother was now frenzied, mercilessly pounding on the villa's blast-proof door. He was the first of the four brothers to covet Tang Tiantian. Had Yi Hao not kept him in check, he might have already taken matters into his own hands. Watching the duck that was almost in their grasp fly away could drive anyone mad. Sun Ran, observing the frantic expressions of the four brothers on the surveillance screen, found immense amusement in the situation. Xiao Du, activate spray mode. Give them a good soaking. Hidden mechanisms above the blast-proof door deployed 4 high-pressure water guns, unleashing a torrent upon the four brothers outside. Damn, run. In their fury, they forgot all about the water guns. The high-pressure jets soaked them instantly, and with the underground parking lot's temperature plummeting to nearly minus 60 degrees, their clothes froze almost immediately. They could no longer concern themselves with the supplies and the tricycle. All they could think about was getting to Song Ren's villa to shed their drenched clothes before suffering frostbite. Meanwhile, Tang Tiantian was in the changing room on the first underground floor, her heart racing. She was just a few meters away. If she were caught, her fate would be utterly tragic at that moment. Sun Ran came down from upstairs holding several articles of clothing. Tiantian, toss those old clothes. I'll take you upstairs to shower. These are new clothes. I'm not sure if they fit, but you can wear them for now. And once Uniming wakes up, she'll help you find some. Shower? You can't be serious. It's freezing outside. Sun Ran chuckled and replied, Come on, there is plenty of hot water. 2 individuals ascended to the second floor, where Su Li had just finished her bath and changed into her attire. Clad in a fitted short-sleeved top and a mini skirt, she undeniably epitomized the pinnacle of the slightly plump aesthetic. Coupled with her striking beauty, which could easily garner a score of 95, she was indeed a mature woman exuding familiarity from every pore. Who is this enchanting beauty? Sun Ran. Is she yet another one you have rescued? This is none other than Tang Tiantian, the wife of Song Run from the Self-Help Society. If I hadn't intervened, the 4 assassins under Song Ren's command would have surely targeted her. What a bunch of brutes. Why have they not succumbed to the cold? Perfect timing. Su Jie, please escort her to the bathroom while I await your return in the living room. Su Li led Tang Tiantian to wash up, while Sun Ran activated the surveillance, spotting a 3-wheeled cart laden with supplies in the parking lot. Without a doubt, this was pilfered from one of the 3 supermarkets by the notorious 4 brothers. Having seen it, there was no question of leaving it for them. It must be secured. Sun Ran donned a professional cold-resistant suit and sprang into action as he pushed open the blast-proof door. A wave of frigid air hit him. Having grown accustomed to the warmth indoors, he had almost forgotten the harshness of the outside chill. Accelerating to his maximum speed, 5.5 seconds for 100 meters, he swiftly stowed the 3-wheeler into his space and made his way to the 3rd supermarket in the community, the one owned by Grandpa Zhang. Upon entering, he found the entire family bound together, crying out as they faced him. Sun Ran hurriedly untied them and quickly instructed, the most perilous place is often the safest. Take the remaining supplies and seek refuge at your neighbor S house across the street. Song Ren and his men are on their way. How you communicate is your concern, but you must be swift. This is all the assistance I can provide. With that, he turned and departed. Grandpa Zhang, noticing that nearly half of his home remained intact, immediately made a decision. He dashed to the neighboring door and proposed to trade supplies for shelter. The elderly couple residing there, having maintained a cordial relationship with him, agreed without hesitation. Together, they moved all the supplies into their abode and concealed them. In just 5 minutes, Sun Ran had already changed clothes in the basement. Meanwhile, Song, our Xiao Li, stood up, raising his voice. Indeed, with so many talented individuals among us, how dare you seize our meager supplies? At that moment, Number 2's eyes glinted with blood-red fury, fueled by the escape of Tang Tiantian and the loss of an entire supermarket's worth of resources. His rage reached its zenith that he slowly approached Xiao Li, speaking in a low, measured tone. What gives you the right to claim our supplies? Just this. In a flash, a blade gleamed, and a crimson line appeared across Xiao Li's neck. Blood erupting like a fountain, splattering all over number two's body and face. Mere seconds later, Xiao Li's lifeless form crumpled to the floor, blood pooling throughout the room. A murder! Song Shuzhen shrieked before fainting. Number two licked the blood from his blade, gazing at the others like a demon. Why elder brother has instructed you to gather the supplies. Do you understand? Wang Gang, his pants dampened with fear, nodded vigorously. I understand. I understand. He turned to summon the others to consolidate the supplies they had just distributed, then retreated several steps, trembling in fright. Off came the down jackets, cotton coats, and padded trousers. The group hurriedly stripped off their outerwear, tossing it onto the pile of supplies. Ergo, you three change clothes and transport the supplies outside. That I'll stay here with President Wang for a while. The three brothers swiftly changed, beginning to move the goods. A half hour later, number one surveyed the now empty living room and addressed President Wang. I apologize. If my brothers are to survive, then someone must perish. If you wish for vengeance, come to Villa 1 and find me. With that, he donned his down jacket and departed Wang Gang's home alongside his three brothers. The door clicked shut. Several key members of the self-help group slumped to the floor, Xiao Li's blood having frozen into crimson ice. This group of individuals finally grasped the grim reality. The apocalypse had truly arrived. Inside the room, the temperature remained a steady 26 degrees. After bathing, Tang Tiantian consumed some nutritious porridge, took fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medication, and lay in her warm bed, drifting into a sweet slumber. Even in sleep, she clutched Sun Ran's hand tightly, as if releasing it would cause everything to vanish in an instant. Sun Ran gently stroked Tang Tiantian's smooth forehead, contemplating their journey from coercion to conquest and the blossoming of mutual affection. It had been quite an intriguing path. Not only had he gained a beautiful and voluptuous wife, but he had also bestowed a green hat upon Song Run, a veritable win-win situation. Once he confirmed she was soundly asleep, he slowly extricated his hand and made his way to the living room on the first floor. That moment, several women were seated on the sofa, animatedly chatting as if they had an endless array of topics to discuss. Even the typically introverted Qian Xiaoya was contributing to the conversation, occasionally bursting into laughter. Indeed, humans are social creatures. What are you discussing that brings such joy? Sun Ran plopped down between Su Ningming and Qian Xiaoya, instantly feeling the softness and warmth of Qian Xiaoya's body. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She contemplated shifting away, but realized that with Sun Ran as the only man in the house, it was essential to curry favor with him. Thus, she subtly leaned forward, ensuring her form pressed against his arm. Who says a gentle and kind-hearted wife cannot possess cunning? Sun Ran sensed the unusual warmth emanating from his arm and turned to smile at her, his arm shifting restlessly. This only deepened Qian Xiaoya's blush. Fortunately, no one noticed the pair's subtle antics, as Su Ningming immediately wrapped her arms around Sun Ran's, grinning as she said, I was just telling them about your revenge on Song Run and Zhao Qian, how they became conjoined twins. Sun Ran chuckled softly, replying, all right, you all continue your conversation. I'll prepare some popcorn. Tonight, we'll watch a movie in the cinema on the 5th floor. Hooray! What movie are we watching? Let us watch Lust, Caution. It's quite educational. Puffed. Were you really intending to watch it for its educational value? Do you even have a clue? Then what do you think I was aiming for? Su Ningming suddenly found herself at a loss for words, her face reddening as she playfully smacked Sun Ran's arm and turned her head away. Unexpectedly, Su Li, the robust woman, chimed in, I know. I've seen that movie. It's all about the romantic entanglements, right? What is there to be embarrassed about? Sister Su, you are indeed a role model for our kind. Let us watch it together tonight. Oh, and if you have any thoughts after watching, feel free to reach out to me. If Su Li's fans discovered that Sun Ran had such privileges, they would likely swoon in despair. After all, she was their beloved plump goddess. Song Shuzhen trembled as she returned home, still shaken by the horrific scene of Xiao Li's murder. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Mom, why didn't the self-help group send you any supplies? Our whole family is waiting for you to bring back food. Zhao Yi had already succumbed to hunger-induced fainting. Zhao Xiaozhu, clad in a thick cotton coat, her hair resembling a bird's nest, exclaimed, What supplies? Your mother almost didn't make it back. She then recounted the events surrounding Xiao Li's murder at the hands of number 2. What? Song Ren's subordinates actually committed murder. Aren't they afraid of being apprehended by the authorities once the extreme weather passes? How would I know? I was nearly scared to death. Did you not see how Xiao Li's blood gushed out like a faucet? Zhao Qian, having listened intently, hurried to her room to call Song Ren. After a lengthy wait, someone finally answered. Song Ren, did you know that the 4 people you hired committed murder? At that moment, Song Ren was in the kitchen. Donning an apron while cooking for the 4 burly men. I know. Number 1 came back and told me. I've now become their servant. Tang Tiantian ran off with Sun Ran. I'm utterly powerless. I still have 2 billion in my account, but I can't spend it. Why am I so unfortunate? Woe is me. Suddenly, another man's voice crackled over the line. Song Ren, stop your whimpering and get back to cooking. Take care of your own backside. The call was abruptly disconnected. Zhao Qian stared at her phone, rendered speechless. Who concocted this script? Why the most ineffectual person, Sun Ran, emerged as the greatest victor, while she, despite her beauty, could barely afford a meal? Is there truly any fairness left in this world? Chapter 38. The Fallen Song Ren, the Darkened Zhao Qian. Wang Gang, President. When will you distribute food? Just a bag of noodles would suffice. I have salt at home. Indeed, I can no longer endure this. My husband has gone a week without contributing. Upstairs, I still have some grain. I can come down. What is this race course? Why do I see someone driving? Everyone, I apologize. The supplies we collected have all been taken by Song Ren and his bodyguards. Xiao Li from the self-help group has been murdered. Everyone gasped, and President Wang shared the grim news in the group, attaching a photograph of Xiao Li's lifeless body. Damn, that corpse is really Xiao Li. Are these people so courageous as to commit murder? Wang Gang, do you not think this is a fabricated play? I heard ketchup looks quite similar to blood. Could those upstairs use their brains? Just look at the photo. Xiao Li's face is frozen. If this were staged, it would be too realistic. Song Ren, will you not provide an explanation? The crowd clamored for Song Ren to surrender the supplies. Meanwhile, in Song Ren's villa, number 1 and his companions slurped instant noodles, the table laden with vacuum-sealed chicken legs, each with a bottle of beer before them. Delicious. After so many days of hunger, he finally survived. Number 2 had finally emerged from his rage over losing Tang Tiantian, taking a hearty swig of liquor and exclaiming. Number 1 lit a cigarette. Taking a deep drag. Let us conserve these supplies. They should last us over a month. I reckon the extreme weather will pass by then. After that, we'll find a chance to eliminate Sun Ran and quickly abscond with Song Ren's money out of the country, never to return. Indeed, big brother, Song Ren is truly wealthy, with 2 billion to his name. What a boon for us brothers. And that Sun Ran, I refuse to believe he can remain cooped up in the villa forever. And his woman, I expect to deliver a perfect affront before him. Meanwhile, Song Ren sat in a corner of the kitchen like a soulless husk, utterly defeated by the sudden blow that left him in despair. With his freedom gone, his wealth evaporated, he had become a slave to number 1 and his 3 brothers. His phone incessantly buzzed, filled with messages from his group demanding he return the supplies, or they would collectively storm his villa. Opening his phone, Song Ren managed a bitter smile. Come on, I hope everyone rises up and kills number 1 and his brothers. Zhao Qian's family lay at home, cold and starving. They had hoped Song Shuzhen would bring back some food from the self-help group, but not only did she return empty-handed, she also came back terrified and bedridden with a high fever. Just then, Song Shuzhen's phone chimed. Weary and weak, she pulled it out to find a message. Sister Song, I still have some noodles at home. Would you like some? The message was sent by Lao Tian, a man in his 60s living diagonally across from Zhao Qian. Single and alone, he claimed that his former spouse had left him due to a lack of emotional compatibility. However, those familiar with him knew the truth. Lao Tian had strayed into an affair with a lady from the square dance group, and her children had caught him, resulting in a severe beating. Ashamed, Lao Tian's wife could no longer bear to live with him and chose to divorce. Upon reading the message, Song Shuzhen quickly turned to glance at Zhao Dezhu, who was sprawled on the bed, drowsily oblivious to his phone. She thought to herself, could it be that Lao Tian has taken a fancy to my beauty? Oh dear, who would have thought that at my age? I would still attract admirers. Humph. It seems my allure remains undiminished. Suddenly, She felt as though the world had brightened, and even her ailment seemed to improve significantly. Thus, she hastily replied, "Lao Tian, to be honest, we have nothing left to eat at home. If you have any noodles, I would be willing to pay a good price for some. Sister Song, I live alone and have my pension. I'm not short on money, if you catch my drift." Song Shujin's face flushed with embarrassment. Did this unseemly Lao Tian think she was oblivious to his intentions? But at this point, there was no need for pretense, especially given Lao Tian's eagerness, as if he could hardly wait a moment longer. "Ah, I understand your meaning, but Zhao Daju is home, and I can't leave just yet. Can we wait until tonight?" After a lengthy pause, Lao Tian did not respond, and just as Song Shujin was about to lose her patience and dress to confront him, her phone rang. "Sister Song, you've misunderstood my intentions. What I meant was for you to bring your Zhao Qian over to keep me company, that I can offer you 3 packages of noodles in return. I usually live alone and like to stock up on food. If you think that's insufficient, I can add a bit more." Upon reading the message, Song Shujin's face paled instantly. It turned out that she was not the object of Lao Tian's desire. The fool was herself. "Lao Tian, at your age, you still have your sights set on my daughter? What a disgrace." She turned off her phone and went to bed, but the more she slept, the hungrier and colder she felt. "Grandma, I'm hungry. I want something to eat." I could see that moment. Zhao Yi came running, clamoring for food. The child had scarcely eaten in nearly a month and had grown thin. Song Shujin, feeling pained, embraced Zhao Yi, realizing there was nothing left in the house. The mutual aid group had also fallen silent, with the entire community cursing Song Run and Wang Gang from the group. But what good was cursing if it didn't yield food? It was no longer realistic to go out and buy food. No one was selling any. Gritting her teeth, she decided to consult Zhao Qian about Lao Tian's offer for the sake of her child. "Good boy. Zhao Yi, Mommy will bring back food soon. Just hold on a little longer." She turned and walked into Zhao Qian's room. "Zhao Qian, Lao Tian for across the way just said he would give us 3 packages of noodles, but he needs you." Zhao Qian suddenly sat up, looking at Song Shujin with disbelief. Neither spoke for a moment, and Song Shujin thought to herself, "My dear daughter, I truly wish I could go for you, but he has no interest in me." After a while, Zhao Qian suddenly laughed and said, "Mom, I'll go. You just wait at home that I'll step out and change my underwear. I've been wearing the same one for days, and it's dirty." Song Shujin felt a pang of sympathy, but she nodded helplessly and left, closing the door behind her. Sitting at her vanity, Zhao Qian murmured to herself, "Since fate has turned blind, I might as well do something wicked. After all, the heavens won't be able to see." Ha ha! After a moment of grooming, Zhao Qian made her way to the kitchen, resolutely opened the door, and knocked on Lao Tian's door. Upon peering through the peephole and seeing Zhao Qian, who was clearly well made up, Lao Tian's heart raced with excitement. Everyone in the community knew that Zhao Qian was among the most beautiful. Lao Tian had fantasized about her daily. Never did he imagine his wish would come true. He quickly opened the door, stammering, "Come in, it's a bit hot outside." "Oh no, it's quite cold." Zhao Qian covered her mouth and smiled, causing Lao Tian's heart to skip a beat. "Uncle Tian, I heard from my mom that you want to give us 3 packages of noodles? But I can't let you give them to us for free. From now on, I am yours. You could do whatever you wish." Saying this, she disregarded the cold and removed her down jacket, revealing a snug pink sweater underneath. Accentuating her Qian Xiaoya is just an ordinary woman. She has just experienced a tremendous shock, and now her heart feels as if it is being scratched by a cat's claws. "Oh, I sigh. Don't feign ignorance, brother Sun Ran," Qian Xiaoya said, gazing at Sun Ran with a face full of sorrow, her words hesitant. Even if Sun Ran were foolish, he would understand her meaning. How could he endure the sight of her clad in a snug tank top? Revealingly unadorned beneath, a night devoid of conversation ensued on the 40th day of the apocalypse. Running water had completely vanished. The cold had little effect on the power supply, so electricity had not yet ceased. With no water available, people ventured down into the freezing temperatures to dig up snow, boiling it at home for drinking. Communication within the group had dwindled significantly, ever since the last incident when the number 1 quartet had robbed the self-help meeting. Silence had reigned. Finally, early in the morning, someone spoke up in the desolate group chat, "Selling photos of my wife. 10 complete for a package of noodles, 20 for 10 packs of instant noodles. 30 for 20 pounds of rice. If interested, please message me privately. Everyone, I will first send a picture of her dressed, just so you can see it. If anyone wishes to purchase, you must message me privately. The images are absolutely enticing, guaranteed to please. Damn, this is indeed a photo of Dong Fong. Who would have thought she would be so generous, usually so unassuming? Chow Daley, that rascal, is quite something, going so far for food. If he were to share a couple more photos, I would forego food and drink just to buy a few. Those upstairs wishing to obtain something for nothing should simply say so. Have they no shame? Although the group had become lively once more, very few were willing to part with their resources for mere photographs. The seller, Chow Daley, was typically a drifter, while his wife's name was Dong Fong. Another crucial figure in this tale is Chow Daley's mother, Wang Guizhi. Wang Guizhi, Chow Daley's mother, is good friends with Zhao Qian's mother, Song Shuzhen. After Sun Ran and Su Ningming were reborn and successfully made money, purchasing a villa to celebrate at a restaurant, they had encountered trouble with Chow Daley's mother, Wang Gui, who could not best Sun Ran an argument and was eventually pulled away by her daughter-in-law. Dong Fong in Sun Ran's villa. Su Ningming rushed over, phone in hand, exclaiming, "Husband, look! Chow Daley is selling photos of Dong Fong that it seems earlier than in the last life." In the previous life, it was nearly 2 months into the apocalypse before Chow Daley began selling photographs in the group. But this time he had started earlier, likely due to the depletion of resources in the 3 supermarkets, leaving his family without food. Before Sun Ran could respond, Su Li interjected, "Are you referring to Chow Daley?" "Yes, Sister Su Li. Do you know him?" Su Li gritted her teeth. "How could I not know him? My divorce from my ex-husband was partly due to this scoundrel." Upon hearing the gossip, everyone immediately set aside their tasks, gathered on the sofa, and began snacking on seeds and fruits, eager to hear more. Su Li, not one to hold back, recounted, "My ex-husband was originally an honest primary school teacher. When we first married, he worked while I ran a supermarket. Though we weren't wealthy, we were content. That was until one day when Chow Daley came to buy cigarettes at my supermarket and immediately took a liking to me. From then on, he would come every day under the pretext of buying cigarettes, lingering for hours like a tea that time. He wasn't yet married to Dong Fong, so he would flirt with me. Sometimes, when my ex-husband had time off from school, Chow Daley would still hang around, and my ex-husband, being timid, wouldn't say anything and simply endured it. Later, Chow Daley began spreading rumors in the neighborhood, claiming I was promiscuous and had seduced him. When my ex-husband heard this, instead of confronting Chow Daley, he turned his anger on me. Eventually, when Chow Daley came to my supermarket again, I chased him out with a kitchen knife. Yet he only escalated the situation, spreading more slander about me to my ex-husband, believing him would drink and threaten me, accusing me of infidelity. This infuriated me so much that I struck my ex-husband with a bottle, landing him in the hospital. After he was discharged, we divorced. Upon finishing Su Li's tale, everyone raised their thumbs in admiration. This woman is fierce. Later, when Chow Daley learned I was divorced, he attempted to force himself on me, but was met with a swift kick to the groin, followed by a bottle to the head. Since then, he has never dared bother me again. I later heard he met Dong Fong through an introduction, and they married last year. Su Ningming, filled with indignation, said, "Sister Su Li, I had no idea you had it so tough." Su Li smiled wryly. The saying beauty brings disaster applies to someone like me. My ex-husband was weak, and a petty criminal harassed me. If I hadn't been tough, my reputation would have been ruined long ago. Everyone nodded in agreement. In this society, the good are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are ridden like horses. Tang Tiantian, holding her phone, enlarged Dong Fong's photo, commenting, "Husband, look at how good Dong Fong's figure is. She's also quite beautiful. How do you feel about her? I find Dong Fong quite pitiable," Su Li added. "Indeed, Dong Fong is a good girl, and she's truly lovely. She visited my supermarket a few times and spoke politely. Why not rescue her? You could add her to your harem, avenging me in the process." Sun Ran chuckled. "Why does this always come back to me?" Su Ningming laughed. "Husband, don't be shy. Be honest, given your current condition. It would be hard to manage with fewer people. My legs are still a bit shaky." Qin Xiaoya suddenly laughed. "How could you not be shaky? Yesterday's film was over 2 hours long, and I saw you too, could hardly sit still. Su Ningming's face flushed. She immediately pounced on Qian Xiaoya, pinching her ample bosom and grinning. Oh, Xiaoya, you were spying, you little rascal. The two began to playfully tussle, causing everyone to watch with amused expressions. Lin Yao remarked, if we want to save Dongfang, we must act quickly. If someone buys her photos before we do, it will be our husband who suffers. This statement jolted everyone awake. Indeed, indeed. Husband, wait. I will add Chao Dailai on WeChat now and let him know I want all his photos. Sun Ran nodded. No need. I will add him. I have a good impression of Dongfang. The last time at the restaurant, her mother-in-law caused trouble for us, but it was Dongfang who pulled her away. Since fate has brought us together, let us extend a hand to save her. With that, Sun Ran sent a friend request to Chao Dailai, which was approved almost instantly that he initiated a voice call. Chao Dailai, this is Sun Ran, that I won't waste time with pleasantries. I want all the photos. You need to announce in the group that I, Sun Ran, have taken them all. I will give you 10 bags of 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of pork, and 2 roast chickens. All right, I will bring the goods for the trade shortly. If this doesn't work, then forget it. Chao Dailai silently calculated. It had been a while since anyone had added him, and no one had resources to buy his photos. While there were many lecherous individuals, the priority was still to fill their stomachs. Now, someone was offering such resources for his wife's photos, which could only mean Sun Ran had some interest in his wife. What a scoundrel Sun Ran was, living in a villa with so many beautiful women, yet still harbored thoughts about his wife. One could hardly call him human. However, in this environment, who could afford to turn down resources? All right, Sun Ran, it's a deal. I hope you keep your word. I'll be waiting at home. Don't try any tricks. I am no stranger to the world. Sun Ran chuckled. Rest assured, I have sufficient resources. I only want the photos. Not a problem. I have taken around 40 to 50 photos in all sorts of angles, guaranteed to satisfy your desires. After hanging up the call, Chao Dailai was ecstatic, finally seeing hope for food. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Dongfang lay curled up in bed, her face bruised, silently shedding tears. She truly wished for an end to her suffering, but being bound to the bed left her utterly helpless. If these photos circulated in the community, how could she ever hold her head high again? With this thought, tears flowed anew. Chapter 40. The successful rescue of Dongfang. I am going to Chao Dailai's home to rescue Dongfang. You all stay here, Sun Ran announced as he walked, pulling out professional cold weather gear. In no way. I must go with you, Su Ningming declared, springing high and grasping Sun Ran's arm firmly. I want to go too. I must witness Chao Dailai's downfall to feel avenged. If you don't let me go, I won't let you into my bed. Su Li pouted, her lips alluring at Husband, I also want to see that I. Qian Xiaoyao whispered. Tang Tiantian reclined on the sofa. Why are you all looking at me? I won't go. I'm still unwell, so I'll pass. Lin Yao chuckled, stroking her belly. I'll prepare lunch for you. Once we bring Dongfang back, we can feast. How about braised ribs for lunch, along with crab prepared 3 ways? The main course will be red wine beef pasta. What do you think? Sun Ran approached, wrapping his arm around Lin Yao's shoulder and gently caressing her belly. With a smile, he said, You're the chef of our household, and your word is law. Just be sure not to overexert yourself. Lin Yao shook her head and replied, Moderate activity is beneficial for the health of the fetus. You must be cautious. Don't act recklessly. Rescue those in need and return to me. I will be waiting for you to take tea that moment. Lin Yao's world revolved solely around Sun Ran. She understood the harshness of the outside world. Without this child, she would never have had the opportunity to reside in this villa. Sun Ran had once assured her that one day she would be grateful for her decision to keep the child. Little did she expect that such a moment would arrive so swiftly. Rest assured, Lin Yao, we are on our way. Sun Ran, Su Ningming, Su Li, and the curious Qian Xia donned their warm-down jackets and swiftly made their way to the address provided by Chao Dailai. Ah, why is it so cold? It feels like the temperature has dropped even further. Su Li remarked, That's merely a result of spending too much time indoors. Move around a bit, and you won't feel cold. The temperature inside the underground car hovered around -50 degrees. It's so much warmer back in the villa. Su Li shivered. Soon, they arrived at the underground entrance of building number 4, 8th floor. The elevator is out of service, so we can only take the stairs. If anyone feels weary, Just let me know, and I will carry you. Qian Xiaoya and Su Li shook their heads in unison, indicating they were fine, after enjoying hearty meals over the past few days. Qian Xiaoya's physical condition had significantly improved. Meanwhile, Su Li, with her naturally robust physique, found climbing 8 flights to be a trivial task. Bang, bang, bang. Chow Daley, it's me, Sun Ran. Open the door. Chow Daley peered through the peephole and called out from the doorway. Bro, first take out the rice so I can see it. Sun Ran lifted a 20-pound bag of rice and said, Is this sufficient? Step back. I need to see all the supplies. Otherwise, I won't open the door. Chow Daley insisted. Damn, quite cautious, aren't you? Reluctantly, Sun Ran retrieved 10 bags of rice and some pork from his space and placed them at a distance. Su Li and Qian Xiaoya, who were hiding in the shadows, were already accustomed to Sun Ran's actions. Wise women knew what questions to ask and which matters to leave unexamined. If Sun Ran wanted them to know something, he would surely tell them. Upon seeing the 10 bags of rice and a large piece of pork, Chow Daley's mouth watered. All right, you can come in. I'll bring the supplies inside and send you photos. You'll receive every single one. Sun Ran scoffed. What if you don't send them? Why should I trust you? Chow Daley immediately replied. How about this? I'll send you 10 photos first, and after I move the supplies inside, I'll send you the rest. How does that sound? Sun Ran nodded reluctantly, saying, Fine, I'll trust you this once, but you better not deceive me. Otherwise, I'll make a habit of leaving unpleasant surprises at your doorstep. I am off now. With that, he turned and entered the stairwell, the sound of his footsteps echoing as he descended. Meanwhile, Chow Daley retrieved his phone and sent 10 photos directly to Sun Ran. After waiting 5 minutes to ensure no one was around, he cautiously opened the door and stealthily began moving the rice back to the old house. Just as he lifted the rice and turned to enter the house, Sun Ran and the 3 women burst from the stairwell, launching a kick that sent Chow Daley flying. Ouch! Who the hell wants to die? How dare you kick me? My back is broken. Turning around, he was astonished to see Sun Ran returning. Sun Ran, what are you doing? Didn't I send you the photos? I'll give you the rest once I move the rice inside. Why the rush? Sun Ran shook his head and said, Brother, look behind me. You recognize who that is. Chow Daley lifted his gaze to see Su Li standing behind Sun Ran, his eyes widening in shock. Su Li, what are you doing here? Su Li replied, Why shouldn't I be here? Sun Ran is my man now. He must avenge me. Is it not permissible? Remember the misdeeds you committed? Did you really think you could overpower me? I am eager to see how you plan to do that now. With that, she raised her leg and delivered a kick, hitting him squarely. Ouch! He cried out, startling Wang Guizhi, who rushed out in alarm. What are you all doing? My son promised to send you the photos. He wouldn't deceive you. This statement left everyone speechless, so this scoundrel knew about selling his daughter-in-law as photos. Sun Ran turned to Su Ningming and Qian Xiaoya, instructing you two go inside and take Dongfang with you. Wang Guizhi, Chow Daley, I'm sorry, but I'm taking Dongfang with me. I've deleted all the photos from your phone. I advise you to behave yourself in the future. Chow Daley erupted in anger, shouting, That's my wife. How dare you take her? You're committing a crime. A crime? You, a grown man, are selling your wife as photos for food. Is that what it means to be a man? And what about your incessant harassment of Su Li, which led to the divorce of a happy couple? How will you account for that? Wang Guizhi interjected venomously, who told Su Li to dress so provocatively. She deserves to be divorced. Her attention was solely on her son, completely oblivious to Su Li standing behind her. That I dress provocatively, so I deserve to be assaulted by your son? You old hag. Su Li retorted, delivering a kick to Wang Guizhi's plump face, knocking out several teeth and causing blood to gush forth. At that moment, Su Ningming and Qian Xiaoya escorted Dongfang out. Wang Guizhi, Chow Daley, I won't force anyone. Let us give Dongfang the choice. If she wishes to stay, we'll leave immediately. If she wants to go, you won't be able to keep her. Sun Ran turned to the pale and sickly Dongfang and said, Sister, it's your decision. You want to return to the villa with me? Or stay here? Speak freely. With me around, no one will dare to force you. Dongfang blinked her large, expressive eyes and resolutely declared, I want to go back to the villa with you. I want to be your woman. What the hell, Dongfang? If you dare to leave this house. I will break your legs, you shameless harlot. Once the extreme weather passes, I'll go to your home and make a scene, ensuring everyone in the village knows you're a promiscuous woman. Chao Dalai and Wang Guizhi lay on the ground, hurling insults at Dongfang. It seemed Dongfang had already built immunity to their words. She turned to Sun Ran and said, "Husband, can you help me break their legs? I despise them. They forced me to take those photos for food. I wanted to die, and they bound me to the in this freezing weather. I pleaded with them while naked, only to be met with beatings and insults. If you hadn't come to save me, I would have become their tool for exchanging food." Chao Dalai was preparing to contact Song Run and his 4 bodyguards, intending to hand her over in exchange for food. Su Li seethed, "These 2 beasts." She then stormed into Chao Dalai's house and quickly found a rolling pin. "Husband, hold me down. I want to avenge Dongfang." "No, please, Dongfang, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I'll treat you well from now on. I'll one-T hit you again." Chao Dalai pleaded, but Su Li wasted no time smashing the rolling pin against his kneecap, striking multiple times to ensure his meniscus was shattered. Wang Guizhi, terrified, begged, "Sun Ran, my mother-in-law is your friend. Please consider her feelings and spare me." Sun Ran chuckled. "Had you not mentioned that, we might have had a discussion, but now there is nothing to talk about." Attack! A scream pierced the air as Sun Ran and the 4 women returned to the villa. The moment Dongfang stepped into the villa, it felt as though she had been transported from hell to heaven. The tension in her body finally relaxed, and she fainted in Sun Ran's embrace, utterly exhausted. Chapter 41. Dongfang's Revenge. The darkening Zhao Qian and the infatuated Zhao Shaozhu Wang Guizhi opened her eyes to discover her leg was not broken, and Sun Ran and his companions had already departed. It seemed that Su Li had refrained from going too far, knowing the other party was an unarmed elderly woman. However, her son's leg was indeed broken, and as an elderly woman without food, how long could she survive? Wang Guizhi gazed at her unconscious son and the retreating figures of her daughter-in-law, at a loss for words. Perhaps this was karma. Sun Ran carried Dongfang into the bedroom on the 2nd floor, only to find that the other women had vanished. With no other choice, he had to assist her in changing clothes himself. The room was warm, and wearing such heavy clothing was impractical. As Sun Ran removed the professional down jacket, he nearly bled from his nose. This was quite the revelation. Earlier, when Su Ningming and Qian Xiaoya had come to rescue her from Chao Dalai's house, Dongfang had been tied to the bed, completely exposed. To expedite her departure, Su Ningming had directly handed her a set of professional down clothing. "I swear this is for your rescue. Please don't misunderstand." "Sister," Sun Ran retrieved clean clothes from the wardrobe and helped the unconscious Dongfang change. Inevitably, there were some awkward moments during the process, but there was little to be done as Dongfang lay unconscious. She felt someone assisting her with her clothes and gradually woke from her stupor, only to find Sun Ran awkwardly trying to dress her. She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, startled into silence. Her heart raced violently. She felt utterly embarrassed to speak, choosing instead to feign unconsciousness, allowing events to unfold around her. Fortunately, Sun Ran, being a man of integrity, did not engage in any inappropriate behavior. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered to himself, "This woman's attire is quite troublesome. It's far too intricate." Dongfang chuckled at Sun Ran's remark. "Ah, Dongfang, my dear sister, you're awake. How wonderful." Dongfang's cheeks flushed instantly as she softly replied, "I just woke up. I don't know anything that—" "Oh, well," Sun Ran said, "doesn't this seem a bit like a case of there's no silver here after all?" He stood up and smiled. "You seem to be lacking in nutrition. Come, let me take you downstairs for a meal. A few days of proper nourishment will do you good." Suddenly, Dongfang grasped Sun Ran's hand, saying, "Thank you, brother Sun Ran. Thank you for saving me." Sun Ran playfully teased her. "Still calling me brother?" Dongfang's face turned a deep crimson. Earlier, outside Chao Dalai's home, she had intentionally provoked them by calling him husband. But now, in this formal context, she felt an unexpected shyness. Sun Ran laughed heartily. "Just teasing you. Come on, let us eat." Unexpectedly, Dongfang sprang up and embraced Sun Ran tightly, her front pressed against his back as she sweetly exclaimed, "Naughty husband." Sun Ran felt as though his very soul had been lifted by her sweet voice. Thinking to himself, "Another little enchantress. When she changed her clothes earlier, her figure was certainly on par with Su Ningming. I foresee a future filled with happiness. At the dining table, an array of dishes had already been laid out. A large platter of king crab legs, a generous serving of crab shell egg custard, and a pot of pork rib stewed with green beans surrounded by a circle of large pancakes. A pure Northeast culinary delight. There was also a pot of black chicken soup, specifically prepared for Dong Fong and Tang Tian Tian to restore their health. Each person had a plate of beef pasta, piled high with tender pieces of beef, perfect for those who prefer their noodles with a side of meat. Sun Ran raised his glass and addressed everyone. Let us toast to welcome Sister Dong Fong into our midst. Cheers! The women joyfully lifted their glasses, exchanging heartfelt blessings. A.S. Dong Fong carefully savored a piece of beef. Tears of joy streamed down her face. She thought, not only am I alive, but I have unexpectedly gained such a wonderful man and a life so splendid. I must show Chow Dali just how happy I can be without him. Dong Fong took out her phone and snapped a beautiful selfie. I in the photo. Her fair, smooth face bore no wrinkles. And she wore the fitted yellow cami that Sun Ran had helped her change into, which, albeit a bit low-cut, accentuated her figure beautifully. She took several more photos of the food and sent them directly to Chow Dali. Meanwhile, Wang Gizhi struggled mightily to lift Chow Dali onto the sofa, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain that he lamented. This leg is practically useless. In this weather, there's no way to go to the hospital. I'll just have to wait here to die. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon opening it, he found photos sent by Dong Fong. As he clicked on them, he discovered her selfie and a feast laid out before her. The contrast between the stunning, voluptuous woman in the new clothes and the one who used to wear thick, padded clothing due to the toilet's malfunction. Guan Xiaozhi inexplicably lingered in the restroom for an extended period, suggesting that something clandestine was undoubtedly afoot. As fate would have it, this scene was observed by Xen Tong. She quietly set down her phone and retreated to the bedroom, pondering. To catch a thief, one must catch the goods. To catch an affair, one must catch both. Just wait, you scoundrel. If you truly dare to seek Zhao Qian, prepare for divorce. Meanwhile, Guan Xiaozhi busied himself in the kitchen, stuffing food into his thick down jacket. Before addressing Xen Tong in the bedroom, wife, I'm going downstairs to fetch some snow for boiling water. We're out of water. Go ahead. I'm going to sleep. Upon hearing Xen Tong's intention to sleep, Guan Xiaozhi felt a surge of joy. Sleep well, my dear wife. Be sure to cover yourself with blankets. Love you, ma. Xen Tong, already clad in her down jacket, hid beneath the covers, fuming to the point of nearly grinding her teeth. Scoundrel. Scoundrel, love you, ma. Disgusting dog. As soon as Guan Xiaozhi stepped out, he began contacting Zhao Qian. Xen Tong stealthily positioned herself behind the door to eavesdrop on his conversation with Zhao Qian. Hello, is this Zhao Qian? Are you available right now? Choose a place. I'm good with anywhere. The food is all prepared. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Guan Xiaozhi ascended the stairs. Xen Tong quietly followed him, making her way to Zhao Qian's floor. By this time, the two had already met. You look even better than in the photos. Zhao Qian did. Oh, not at all. It's so cold, I haven't even put on makeup. I'm feeling a bit chilly in this light clothing. Fuming with rage, Xen Tong, unable to see them but only hear their voices, decided to ascend a few more flights of stairs to catch a glimpse of their interaction, hoping to catch them in the act. Come into my embrace, dear brother. It's warm here. Xen Tong peeked out and saw Guan Xiaozhi had unzipped his down jacket, revealing his well-defined chest. One must admit, Guan Xiaozhi's physique was indeed impressive. Zhao Qian's face flushed as she lowered her head and shyly said, Oh dear, you're making me blush. Could you close your eyes? I want to snuggle into your arms. After that, you can do whatever you wish. Guan Xiaozhi, like a foolish deer, replied with a silly grin. I'll close my eyes. Come, let me warm you. A piercing scream. Just as Guan Xiaozhi closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Looking down to find a cold fruit knife embedded in it. Xen Tong witnessed this scene and quickly covered her mouth, trembling as she rushed downstairs, inadvertently bumping into the stair railing, creating quite a ruckus. Zhao Qian froze, immediately realizing someone was on the staircase. Xiao Zhu, there's someone on the stairs. Hurry, go chase. After saying this, she yanked the fruit knife from Guan Xiaozhi's body, disregarding his fate, and dashed out of the corridor with Zhao Xiaozhu. Poor Guan Xiaozhi, who hadn't even touched Zhao Qian, collapsed in the corridor. "Sister, hurry! I see her, it's Xian Tong." "Huh, I'm going to catch her." At this point, Xian Tong was utterly panicked. Her husband had been killed by Zhao Qian, and she was being relentlessly pursued by Zhao Xiaozhu. If caught, her life would be irrevocably ruined. Run. She must run. Thankfully, Xian Tong regularly exercised and had enough energy from recent meals, allowing her to sprint swiftly. The distance between them was roughly a floor and a half of stairs. Xian Tong exerted all her strength, racing downwards frantically. 9th floor, 8th floor, 7th floor. Finally, she reached her destination. Fortunately, it was a fingerprint lock, and she quickly opened the door, slamming it shut behind her. Moments later, frantic pounding echoed from the door. "Open up, you wretched woman. Otherwise, I'll break the door down, and you'll regret it." Xian Tong struggled with all her might to barricade the door with a coffee table and sofa, gripping a kitchen knife tightly as she stared anxiously at the entrance. After a short while, voices emerged from outside the door. "Is Xian Tong in there? This scoundrel is remarkably swift. What should we do?" "Sister, this flimsy door can't possibly withstand us. Go home and fetch a hammer. Let's smash it open. I refuse to believe we can't break in." "All right, sister, I'll grab a hammer. Once we get in, I'll make sure that wretched woman pays." Hearing Zhao Xiaozhu's heavy footsteps ascending the stairs, Xian Tong felt a wave of despair wash over her. It was all Guan Xiaozhi's fault. That idiotic scoundrel, with such a beautiful wife at home, why did he seek out that wretched Zhao Qian? Now look, not only had he ruined himself, but his wife was also in peril. What to do? Suddenly, she recalled that yesterday she had been chatting with her best friend, Dong Fong, who had mentioned being at Sun Ran's villa. Dong Fong had said the villa was particularly warm and stocked with plenty of food. At that moment, Xian Tong had felt glad for her friend, relieved that she had finally escaped from the scoundrel. Chao Dalei? Yes, Sun Ran. He was Zhao Qian's ex-husband, and their divorce due to infidelity had caused quite a stir in the community. Especially the incident where Zhao Qian and Song Run had to be taken away by ambulance. Seeking his help should be feasible, but would he help her for no reason? Her good friend, Dong Fong, had now become his woman, and he already had several other women. The pivotal question was whether she could accept this situation, or could Sun Ran accept her? While Xian Tong was lost in thought, Zhao Xiaozhu had already descended the stairs wielding a hammer. "Sister, step aside. Don't get in my way. Watch this." Hearing the loud banging sounds, Xian Tong could no longer afford to hesitate. Aligning herself with Sun Ran was undoubtedly better than with Zhao Xiaozhu. After all, numerous women catered to Sun Ran, and he would be able to see her only once every few days. If it were Zhao Xiaozhu, she might not even get out of bed for an entire day. "Dudu, is this Dong Fong? Please have Sun Ran answer the phone." "Hurry, I'm in dire straits." Oh, just a moment." Dong Fong hurried to the living room and handed the phone to Sun Ran. "Sun Ran, this is Xian Tong from downstairs. My husband has been killed by Zhao Qian, and her brother is currently battering down my door. I fear I cannot hold out for much longer. Can you come save me? If you can rescue me, I will be yours forever. You can have your way with me. Please." Sun Ran and the women around him were momentarily stunned, as they could clearly hear the sound of Zhao Xiaozhu pounding on the door. Dong Fong anxiously urged, "Hubby, Xian Tong wouldn't lie. You must rescue her. If she falls into Zhao Xiaozhu's hands, her life will be a living hell." Sun Ran naturally recognized Xian Tong, having lived in the same building for so long. Although they had never spoken, he was also aware of Zhao Xiaozhu's pursuit of Xian Tong and how her husband had ended up in the hospital because of it. After contemplating, Sun Ran stated, "I cannot stand by idly. Dong Fong, tell Xian Tong to hide well at home. I'm going to save her right now. You all stay put." Su Ningming stepped forward, declaring, "No, I must go. Let us settle old scores together." Sun Ran understood Su Ningming's intent and nodded. "All right, let us go together." The two quickly changed their clothes and rushed from the underground parking lot to Xian Tong's home. "Hey, what are you two young people doing? Is there no law anymore? Be careful, or I'll call the police." An elderly neighbor of Xian Tong's, disturbed by the noise from Zhao Xiaozhu's incessant banging, opened the door to intervene. Zhao Xiaozhu raised the hammer menacingly, snarling, "You old fool, If you want to die, just say so. I'll give you a hammer right now." With that, he raised the hammer to strike, causing the old man to hurriedly slam the door shut. "Ha ha ha, coward, still want to meddle? Tui, smash, smash." After several strikes, the fingerprint lock was utterly destroyed. Zhao Xiaozhu then produced a steel rod over half a meter long, a weapon he had once used during his street brawls, although he had never actually employed it until now. Inserting the steel rod into the lock, he forcefully pried it, and the door swung open. The moment the security door was breached, Exciton was met with Zhao Xiaozhu's leering, grotesque face, prompting her to scream in terror. "Don't come any closer." Chapter 43. Rescuing Exciton. Striking down the knees of the four, desperate Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian stood behind Zhao Xiaozhu, arms crossed, bearing a chilling smile. This woman was indeed quite beautiful. "Little brother, you have a good eye. This woman will be yours from now on. Hurry and take her down. I'm going inside to look for food." "All right, sister." With that, Zhao Xiaozhu began clearing away the clutter of the sofa and coffee table at the entrance. Exciton, inside, brandished a kitchen knife, shrieking incessantly, "Don't come in. I will cut you. I will kill you." Zhao Xiaozhu, unfazed, retorted, "Go ahead. If I die at the hands of beauty like you, I would consider it a blessing." "Ha ha." As he spoke, he pushed aside the sofa and stepped over the coffee table. "Teacher Exciton, do you know how much I miss you these past few years? I truly love you. Come now, be obedient, put down the knife, and return with me. I'll treat you to a life of luxury. Get lost. Don't come any closer. Take one step forward, and I swear I'll stab you." Zhao Xiaozhu sneered. "Come on, stab me. Come on." With that, he lunged at Exciton, forcefully pinning her knife-wielding hand against the wall. "You claim to be such a stunning beauty. Yet how could you possibly wield weapons? You might harm yourself, and I would be heartbroken." With that, I tightened my grip on Exciton's wrist, producing a loud crack as the kitchen knife clattered to the floor. Exciton felt a surge of despair. All she could hope for was that Sun Ran would arrive swiftly to rescue her. At that moment, Zhao Qian entered the room, heading straight for the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, her face immediately lit up with joy. "Indeed, there is an abundance of food here, enough to last our household for a while. You take this wretched woman back home and tie her up, then come downstairs to collect supplies. All right, sister, come on. My little beauty, don't make me resort to violence. It would be detrimental to everyone involved." With that, she grabbed Exciton's hair and forcefully dragged her outside. As they reached the doorway, Zhao Xiaozhu suddenly froze. As if under a spell, unable to move, Zhao Qian, unable to see the doorway from the kitchen, could only observe Zhao Xiaozhu standing still. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, sister. Why are you here with your husband?" Zhao Qian's anger flared up instantly. How dare you call him brother-in-law? Fuming, she stormed out of the kitchen, ready to berate Zhao Xiaozhu, only to find Sun Ran and Su Ning Meng standing outside. "Sun Ran, what brings you here?" Zhao Qian exclaimed in shock. Sun Ran replied with an expressionless face. "I am here for revenge." Zhao Qian chuckled and said, "I merely gave you a green hat. Is it really necessary to cling to it? Besides, we are already divorced, and I have compensated you. What more do you want?" Sun Ran shook his head and replied, "I have told you, but you do not understand. In any case, we must settle this today." Zhao Xiaozhu timidly pushed Exciton towards Sun Ran, saying, "Brother-in-law, I deliver this woman to you. Please spare me. I will return home now and never appear before you again. I beg you, let me go." "Yes, it was all my sister's idea. She killed Guan Xiaozhi, and I had nothing to do with it. I was merely a helper, but I didn't do anything. To be honest." Zhao Xiaozhu was not afraid of Sun Ran, but he was genuinely terrified of Su Ningmeng behind him. The beating he received last time had left a psychological scar. "Be quiet, Zhao Xiaozhu. How did I end up with such a spineless brother? Come on, Sun Ran. Do as you wish. If I utter a sound, you can take my surname." With that, Zhao Qian closed her eyes, adopting a stance of righteousness. Sun Ran looked at Zhao Xiaozhu kneeling on the ground, and Zhao Qian awaiting her fate with closed eyes. A cold smile spreading across his heart. "Stop pretending. I know your little tricks. Song Run and his 4 subordinates should be arriving any moment now, right? Did you think your little phone call to Song Run would escape my notice? Today, I will settle everything in one go. so I wouldn't have to run back and forth. Indeed, as soon as the words left his mouth, the sounds of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs. Within moments, Song Ren and his four brothers appeared in the stairwell. "Ha, Sun Ran, I didn't expect this turtle to dare show up. Let us see how you escape today." Number one laughed arrogantly. Song Ren chimed in, "Sun Ran, you will surely die today. Later, I will go to your villa and take back all your women," letting Number one and his brothers have their way with them. Ha ha ha! Number one certainly had the confidence to boast. He was absolutely sure he could take down Sun Ran without weapons, especially with three brothers at his side. Sun Ran disdainfully replied, "Don't celebrate too soon. Now that everyone is gathered, let us settle both new grudges and old scores." With that, he pulled out a black gun from his pocket and aimed it at Number one. "Huh, what kind of toy gun do you think you're scaring?" "To scare you." Bang! A bullet struck Number one's knee. My leg. The remaining three brothers, all seasoned mercenaries, realized that if they did not engage Sun Ran in close combat, they would be taken down one by one. At that moment, they split into three directions and charged at Sun Ran. Sun Ran did not hesitate and raised his gun. 3 gunshots rang out, and all 3 brothers were shot in the knee. They had underestimated Sun Ran, an ordinary person with exceptional marksmanship. Just then, Su Ningmeng fired a shot, startling Sun Xiaosheng. It turned out that Zhao Xiaozhu had attempted to sneak up on Sun Ran while he was distracted by Number one and his men, only to be shot in the legs by Su Ningmeng. "Ah, my..." Zhao Xiaozhu screamed in agony and lost consciousness. In the stairwell, Number one and his brothers clutched their knees, pale and silent as they gazed at Sun Ran, while Song Ren had long since vanished without a trace. Inside, Zhao Xiaozhu lay unconscious, bleeding profusely. Zhao Qian, pale-faced, looked at Sun Ran. "I know begging for mercy is futile. Just kill me, I have lived long enough. In this wretched apocalyptic weather, how could a useless person like you thrive? I am truly unwilling." Su Ningmeng interjected, "My husband is not useless. He is simply foolishly in love with you, pouring all his energy into you. As for you, I believe you are the real waste. You possess such a wonderful man, but fail to cherish him, willingly becoming someone's plaything. That if you are not a waste, then who is? My husband and I will not kill you. That would dirty our hands. We will simply watch you starve to death, freeze to death, and slowly perish in despair. Wretched woman." With that, Su Ningmeng turned and entered Exantong's home, pretending to help her gather clothes, while secretly collecting all the food in the house into her space. Then she took Exantong and left. After their departure, Zhao Qian did not feel relieved at having escaped a calamity. Rather, she was deeply affected by Su Ningmeng's words. Starving to death, freezing to death, dying in despair. What immense suffering that must entail. She once had the opportunity to move into a villa, but due to her greed, she lost that chance. Now she was neither human nor ghost, merely a shell of her former self. In the stairwell, Number one and his brothers helped each other and departed the corridor. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaozhu remained unconscious. Zhao Qian returned home like a zombie. Upon seeing her return alone, Song Shuzhen quickly asked, "Where's Xiaozhu? Why has he come back?" It was only then that Zhao Qian remembered that Zhao Xiaozhu was still downstairs. The three hurriedly returned to the 6th floor, bringing the barely conscious Zhao Xiaozhu back upstairs. The good news was that the bullet had not remained lodged inside. The bad news was that Zhao Xiaozhu's manhood had disappeared along with the bullet. Number one and his 3 brothers limped back to the villa, each extracting bullets from their bodies and performing rudimentary bandaging. The 4 brothers exchanged glances, wanting to weep without tears. None of them had anticipated that Sun Ran, an ordinary person, would possess a gun, and that his marksmanship would be remarkably good. One shot had shattered their knees, and in the future, when they board a bus, they would undoubtedly find someone willingly giving up their seat for them. As they would now be disabled, Sun Ran and the others returned to the villa. After changing clothes in the basement, Dongfang and Exantong embraced each other in tears upon seeing one another. The two had been close friends during university. The difference was that Exantong had better family circumstances, securing a job immediately after graduation, while Dongfang had not been so fortunate, working various jobs until she met Zhao Lei through an introduction. Regardless of their pasts, their fates and identities were now identical. They were both women of Sun Ran, At that moment, Lin Yao had prepared dinner, and Exin Tong looked incredulously at the sumptuous spread before her. Finally believing that her dear friend Dong Fong had not been lying. 4 dishes and a soup, all in generous portions. After dinner, the women sat on the sofa, snacking on fruit and chatting, the atmosphere particularly warm. Sun Ran, however, had gone to the 5th floor alone to smoke. Sitting at the bar on the 5th floor and gazing out the window, he lit a thin cigarette and took a deep drag. Feeling at ease, husband, I truly found it hard to act today. Without turning around, he knew it was Su Ningming behind him. Sun Ran turned to look at Su Ningming, who was dressed in a refreshing outfit, and smiled, saying, "This is the distinction between us and beasts. There's no need for guilt. To be honest, today was my first time firing a gun, and I felt quite nervous while Zhao Qian did not die. Her fate in this brutal apocalypse will surely not be a good one. Let the apocalypse take its slow toll on her." Su Ningming obediently nodded, then nestled into Sun Ran's embrace, mischievously saying, "Later, I will announce in the group about Zhao Qian's murderous deeds, so everyone can be on guard against her. This way, she can no longer seduce men to obtain food. What do you think?" "A splendid idea. Let us proceed with that. Tonight, you shall stay with me. How about we engage in a battle of 300 rounds?" Su Ningming blushed and replied, "You must take it easy. Otherwise, I will need to rest in bed all day tomorrow." Chapter 44. The Self-Help Society's Wang Gang organizes a retaliation against Number 1 and his brothers at Wang Gang's residence in the Self-Help Society. A tall, thin young man spoke mysteriously. "Brother Wang, I saw it with my own eyes. There's no mistaking it. 4 gunshots rang out, and Song Ren's 4 bodyguards were all severely injured. Blood was everywhere. It was terrifying. And then, after that, I don't know, I saw it through the peephole. All 4 of them were shot. Even if they don't die, they will lose half their lives." Wang Gang remained silent for a long while before extinguishing his cigarette. "Gather the members of the Self-Help Society. We need to hold a meeting." "All right, I'll notify them right away." Half an hour later, all members of the Self-Help Society had gathered, even Song Shuzhen, who had abandoned taking care of Zhao Xiao Zhu to attend the meeting. "Members of the Self-Help Group, you are all aware that the supplies we painstakingly gathered last time were seized by Song Run and his bodyguards. Moreover, they even took the life of one of our own. This time, taking advantage of their injuries, we must seek vengeance and reclaim our supplies. Those in agreement remain. Those who dissent may leave now, but let it be known, should anyone dare to leak our plans, they shall feel the sharpness of my blade." With that, he brandished a fruit knife measuring over 30 centimeters. Ever since witnessing Xiao Li's demise, everyone had become exceedingly irritable, largely due to hunger. Half a minute passed, and not a single soul departed. "Very well. Since everyone consents, I shall grant you 10 minutes to return home and procure weapons and tools for breaking in. We must act swiftly while they are vulnerable." "Yes, President." Without the slightest hesitation, everyone rushed home in search of instruments of harm. 20 minutes later, a group of over 20 arrived at the underground parking lot. Their hearts ablaze with fervor. They feared not the cold, only sought revenge and the reclamation of their supplies. Upon reaching the underground entrance of Villa Number 1, Wang Gang issued a command, and 2 robust men stepped forward from the crowd, wielding sledgehammers to commence their assault on the door. 80, 80. The familiar battle cry echoed once more. Inside, the 4 brothers of Number 1 lounged immobile on the sofa, even when ordered by Song Ren to prepare a meal. He feigned ignorance, retrieving some food to indulge himself in solitude. Song Ren thought to himself, "I may not be able to defeat you, but can I not outrun you?" Just then, the sound of the door being smashed reverberated downstairs, startling the 4 brothers. Their greatest fear had finally materialized. Unfortunately for Song Ren, his underground entrance was not as fortified as Sun Ran's blast-proof door, and within 10 minutes, it was breached by the crowd. Just as the 4 brothers managed to crawl out to the 2nd floor, they were discovered by the rushing throng. "Here, quick, seize them!" Several sturdy men charged up the stairs, disregarding their injured legs, yanking at the brothers' ankles with brutal force. The violent exertion nearly caused the 4 brothers to succumb to pain. Their previously unbleeding wounds burst open, blood gushing forth, quickly soaking their garments. dragging the four brothers into the living room. Wang Gang stood before them in a triumphant pose, grinning as he said, get up and fight me." Just as Wang Gang was mocking them, the second brother suddenly extended a healthy leg and delivered a vicious kick to Wang Gang's groin, eliciting a piercing scream. What a coward, still so arrogant. The second brother regarded Wang Gang with disdain. The remaining members of the self-help group glared at the four brothers, yet hesitated to advance after a prolonged silence. Wang Gang finally regained his composure. Fortunately, he was dressed warmly, or that kick might have rendered him impotent. "Damn it, strike them with all your might. If they die, the blame is on my committee," Wang Gang bellowed, brandishing his knife as he lunged at the second brother. Seeing Wang Gang charge, the others followed suit, launching a collective assault on the four brothers. Although Wang Gang wielded a knife, he was too fearful to stab downwards, worried about injuring his own men. Instead, he retracted it and began to punch the second brother's face. 10 minutes elapsed, and the four brothers lay on the ground, their faces bloodied, their faint breathing betraying their continued existence. "Enough! Cease the assault, Kuei! Pass me your rolling pin." Wang Gang seized a rolling pin and swung it at the other brother's uninjured leg with force. The four men, in a state of unconsciousness, were jolted awake by the pain. Wang Gang took particular care of the second brother, delivering several strikes to his groin. Out of breath, he then declared, "Move the supplies, first to my house, and then we shall divide them." At that moment, Song Run, concealed on the second floor, secretly observed the unfolding events below, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Once Wang Gang finished relocating the supplies and departed, Song Ren cautiously descended the stairs. With a grin, he addressed the four brothers. "Fortunately, I have hidden a substantial amount of supplies. I certainly won't starve any time soon. As for you four, I shall not concern myself." Just as he was about to turn and ascend the stairs, he suddenly returned, seething, and said, "You four scoundrels dare to covet my wife, expecting me to cook for you, and even eyeing my behind. This cannot stand. I must exact my revenge." With that, he removed his trousers and began to relieve himself upon their faces. Unbeknownst to him, the first brother had already regained consciousness, suddenly sitting up and seizing Song Ren's subordinate, squeezing with all his might. Song Run let out a shriek, collapsing in agony and inadvertently falling onto the faces of the four brothers. The first brother, having exerted himself too much, also fainted. The 5 men lay entangled together in a most compromising position. Meanwhile, in Sun Ran's villa, everyone was enjoying their midday meal. Excluding Sun Ran, there were already 7 women surrounding him, their laughter filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Sun Ran reveled in the indulgence, relishing the abundance of pleasure, and the camaraderie had grown so intimate that nothing was off limits. Risque jokes and physical contact were welcomed by all, especially the 4 women who had shared intimate moments with Sun Ran, who were particularly uninhibited. Only Dong Fong and Xin Tong, who had joined later, were still somewhat reserved. The midday feast consisted solely of seafood: steamed king crab, garlic oysters, Boston lobster, Matsuba crab sashimi, sea urchin rice, and tuna sashimi. Had this feast occurred before the apocalypse, it would have easily cost tens of thousands. However, within Sun Ran's space, an inexhaustible supply of such seafood existed. The few of them could feast without fear of depletion, even to the point of gout. Sun Ran focused on eating while the women assisted in shelling. "Make sure you eat as well. Dante, just cater to me." Xin Tong laughed and said, "In our household, you are the only man. We must ensure you are well fed before we indulge ourselves." Dong Fong offered a peeled leg of king crab to Sun Ran's mouth, adding, "Indeed, you are our main force. You need to replenish your strength. Otherwise, I fear you may not be able to keep up." Upon hearing this, Sun Ran feigned annoyance, stating, "Can I keep up? Fine. Once we finish eating, none of you are to take a nap. Come to my room one by one and witness my prowess." Su Li brought a piece of tuna to Sun Ran's mouth, grinning as she declared, "I must be first, or I fear I shan't be satisfied." "All right, fine, Sister Su Li. You are formidable. Tonight, I shall let you experience my might. You'll be left breathless." Just then, Lin Yao let out a sudden exclamation, causing Sun Ran to turn in haste, Akati turned out Lin Yao had accidentally pricked herself on a crab shell while peeling. Sun Ran, suddenly struck with inspiration, approached and pressed the wound against the jade pendant on his chest. Indeed, a miraculous scene unfolded. Chapter 45. The Turning Point, Secrets of the Kanglan Realm. A wondrous spectacle occurred. Lin Yao's blood, upon contacting the jade pendant's pattern, was instantly absorbed. Moreover, an unending stream of fresh blood continued to be drawn from the wound. Fortunately, the cut was minor. After a while, only a small amount of blood had been drawn. Approximately a minute later, the jade pendant ceased its absorption. Lin Yao stared blankly at Sun Ran and inquired, "Darling, what were you just doing?" Sun Ran remained silent, instead lifting her top. Lin Yao's face flushed instantly, thinking to herself, "Why is Sun Ran acting so strangely today? With so many people around, engaging in such intimate actions." Just as I suspected, Lemon, look, a jade pendant pattern appeared on Lin Yao's fair and ample chest. Quickly, Lin Yao, focus on feeling this jade pendant's pattern. You will discover something different. Lin Yao gazed down at the pendant on her chest, inspecting it from left to right, finding nothing unusual, just as she was about to shift her gaze. Suddenly, her mind erupted with a sound, and she discovered a vast space filled with an array of supplies, food, and clothing. Exiting the space, Lin Yao opened her eyes wide in astonishment, exclaiming, "This space is where you and Su Ningming store food, right? Why do I also possess this space?" Sun Ran explained, "Because your blood was absorbed by the jade pendant, we can share this space. Anyone else wishing to share the space may come to me to register. In addition to space sharing, this jade pendant can enhance our physical attributes. Just look at my Lemon. Her physique is extraordinary that I wish to register. I want it now." Qian Xiaoya took a large shrimp and stabbed it into her finger before rushing to Sun Ran's side. The jade pendant, encountering new blood, began to absorb immediately. After about a minute, Qian Xiaoya too awakened her own space. Subsequently, both Lin Yao and Qian Xiaoya felt a significant boost in their strength and reaction times. Even their eyesight returned to normal. Next, Tang Tiantian, the mature Su Li, the shy Dong Fong, and the confident Xen Tong each took turns to bleed, one after another, in Sun Ran's embrace as the jade pendant absorbed their blood. In no time, everyone awakened their spaces, and their physical attributes saw considerable enhancement. The consequence of this was that everyone's appetites surged tremendously. After finishing their meal, everyone gathered in the gym on the 5th floor to exercise. For Sun Ran had stated that reasonable exercise would accelerate the enhancement of their physique. Sun Ran transformed into a fitness coach, meticulously guiding each individual on the proper use of gym equipment and the correct execution of exercises to avoid injury. This process was nothing short of tantalizing. Even Su Li, who was typically unrestrained in her indulgences, found herself blushing and flustered under Sun Ran's guidance. That it was no surprise. After such a prolonged absence of male proximity, her reaction was entirely understandable. Once the training session concluded, it was time for a well-deserved afternoon nap. Outside, the temperature plummeted to a frigid -80 degrees, while indoors, it felt as warm as spring. After a refreshing shower, lying in the cozy embrace of warm blankets for over an hour was an exquisite pleasure. Sun Ran reclined on the sofa, a cigarette in hand, engrossed in a novel on his tablet. Yet within half an hour, drowsiness overcame him, and he drifted off to sleep on the sofa. Suddenly, he found himself in a lush green meadow, basking in bright sunlight, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant scent of flowers. This serene scene was a stark contrast to the bitter cold outside. "Did is anyone there?" he called, but received no response. Out of nowhere, a book floated down from the sky, a withered ancient tome, landing gently before him. Sun Ran promptly picked it up and turned to the first page. "My brother has come back to life. Greetings, fated one. I'm Luo. 150 million years ago, my brother Hao Yin was born." A momentous occasion for our family, which had not seen the arrival of a new member in over a millennium. However, this marked the beginning of our family's nightmare. Shortly after his birth, my mother passed away, and every subsequent year, a close relative would die. Yet, no one suspected it was due to my brother, for he was so innocent and kind-hearted at that time. Then one year, my father, the clan leader, died mysteriously, throwing our family into chaos. All blame fell upon my brother, who was accused of being the reincarnation of a vengeful spirit, destined to bring ruin to our family. They demanded his execution when he was merely 20 years old. He stood behind me, silent and terrified. How could I believe my dear brother was a monster? When the moment came for our family to kill him, a transformation occurred. Dark energy erupted from his mouth, instantly turning everyone it touched into mindless husks. Only I remained unscathed, as my brother laughed heartily. An ever-increasing wave of dark energy emanated from him. The number of the undead grew, and so did Hao Yian's power and the darkness surrounding him. Soon, the elite families of the city took notice and banded together to contain the dark energy, attempting to eliminate Hao Yian. Yet, no matter their methods, they could not kill him. Ultimately, they resorted to sealing him away, believing they had quelled the disaster. Just when we thought it was over, the surviving members of our family, in a bid to eradicate the source of our troubles, killed Hao Yian's wife and their 1-year-old child at the Seal's altar. This child, being of my brother's bloodline, could not be spared. When their blood splattered onto the seal, a horrifying event unfolded. Hao Yian was resurrected, and no one could comprehend what he had become. He resembled an ancient demon. With a massive form and a grotesque visage, I could hardly believe this was my brother. Endless dark energy enveloped the city, transforming all humans into soulless husks. Thus, with the power gone, the network vanished as well. The Wi-Fi, upon which people's survival depended, became unusable. This left humanity in utter despair, deprived of sustenance. Even the nourishment for the spirit had dissipated. All that remained was the wait for death. After being ambushed by number one, Song Ren had completely become a shell of his former self, clinging to the scant supplies in his dwelling as he barely survived. Meanwhile, the 4 brothers of number one had miraculously endured. With no food or drink, they were in a state of resignation to their fate. However, Zhao Qian's family had managed to secure some food from the Self-Service Association, struggling to persevere. The entire community was shrouded in silence, and the city itself seemed frozen in time, devoid of any signs of life. In the villa district of Longxi Garden, at Villa number 12, a woman gazed despondently at her 2 emaciated silver tabby cats, tears stinging her eyes. Today marked the beginning of their food shortages. Cuddled in a cold blanket, she and her 2 cats awaited their inevitable demise in silence, with the water and electricity cut off. Each time darkness descended, it was these 2 cats that kept her company. A haunting voice echoed in her mind, tempting her to consume the cats, thereby freeing herself from starvation. Yet she resisted the urge, preferring to perish rather than harm them. Perhaps if she fell asleep, she would not awaken to hunger again. Darling, wake up quickly. Why is it already 8:30 in the morning and still dark outside? Su Li urged, nudging her still sleeping husband. Sun Ran in alarm. Exhausted from a night of turmoil, Sun Ran mumbled groggily, "Could it be that you misread the time?" "How could that be? My phone and the clock on the wall both show it's 8:30. Look outside. It's still pitch black." Sun Ran rubbed his eyes, sensing something was amiss. In his previous life, he hadn't lasted long before meeting his end, leaving him uncertain of the current situation. Sitting up, he hastily donned a shirt and checked his phone, confirming it was indeed 8:30. Yet outside, darkness reigned that moment. Su Ningming pushed the door open and entered. "Darling, it seems the sun has vanished today," Sun Ran remarked quietly. "Could it be that the eternal night foretold in the tome has begun? Is Hao Qian resurrecting?" The group gathered around the dining table, taking a few bites of breakfast before moving to the window to observe the outside world. Although the city was plunged into darkness, the villa had a generator, and there was an abundance of diesel fuel to sustain its power and heating. Thus, they remained unaffected. "Have you all noticed anything unusual?" Sun Ran inquired. Su Ningming frowned. "I sense an unfamiliar energy in the air that seems to repel us." Sun Ran nodded. "I share that sentiment. It feels as though this energy is drifting in the atmosphere, attempting to invade our bodies while simultaneously resisting us." Lin Yao suddenly interjected, just as the book describes. "Have we now become immune to this dark energy?" A jolt of realization surged through Sun Ran. Every event recounted in the tome was unfolding before them. Was this extreme weather merely a precursor to Hao Yin's resurrection, rather than a result of cosmic high-energy particle beams? And was this eternal night merely the beginning of calamity? If such dark energy penetrated their bodies, what transformations might occur? Suli patted her ample chest and murmured, "I don't know. Perhaps we'll have answers in a few days." Qian Xiaya grasped Sun Ran's hand, saying, "If we hadn't activated the Jade Space together yesterday, accepting its inheritance, perhaps today that dark energy would have invaded our bodies." Qian Xiaoya's words left everyone in stunned silence. Indeed, if Lin Yao hadn't pricked her finger and Sun Ran had unwittingly helped activate the space, today could have been a very different scenario. At Song Ren's home, the four brothers of Number One lay quietly on the sofa, barely sustaining themselves with the scant water they had. They had held on for several days, their bodies now gaunt and skeletal. A frightening sight. Suddenly, Number One stirred. He felt an absence of hunger and pain. Gradually, he sat up as more and more dark energy infiltrated his body, repairing his damaged cells and enhancing his physical capabilities. His cells greedily absorbed the dark energy from the air, tirelessly working to rejuvenate him. Before long, the other three brothers also rose from the sofa, appearing like mere shells of their former selves. Motionless yet alive to Tizhao Qian's home, the supplies acquired from the Self-Service Association had been consumed 5 days prior. Zhao Xiaozhu's injuries had worsened, with persistent fevers and inflamed wounds. He seemed on the brink of death. Yet astonishingly, this morning, he emerged from his room, his crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Son, why are you out here? Quickly return to bed. Your father and sister will go hunt for food soon, so we can eat meat." The only reason they had survived was due to Zhao Qian and her daughter working together to eliminate their downstairs neighbor. In the absence of food, humans became the ultimate sustenance. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind them, and Zhao Qian emerged with a blank expression. Following her was Zhao Tao. The three of them appeared as if they had risen from the depths of hell, their faces pale and unmoving. Song Shuzhen was gripped by fear and hurried back to her room. Before she could close the door, a shadow darted past her, and upon closer inspection, it was Zhao Yi. He stood there, eyes fixated on Song Shuzhen, as if ready to devour her at any moment. The calamity of this world had finally begun. Chapter 47. Zhao Qian awakens her gifted skill. At Villa Number 12, a woman on the brink of death lay beside her two emaciated silver tabby cats. To an untrained eye, they appeared as mere corpses, for their breathing was barely discernible. Suddenly, one cat trembled and stood up, inching closer to the woman, gently licking her cheek with its tiny pink tongue, as if trying to rouse her. Before long, the other cat joined in, licking their caretaker. Gradually, the woman's breath grew stronger and more even. Eventually, she opened her eyes, and there stood her two adorable cats, though the darkness obscured their identities. The soft, fluffy sensation was unmistakable. The woman slowly regained her strength, sitting up and gathering both cats into her embrace, tears streaming silently down her face. She did not understand why she had come back to life. Only feeling an influx of vitality within her, in the darkness, she held her two cats tightly, sitting in quiet contemplation. 3 days later, the sun rose once more, dispelling the darkness, and one knew where the sun had gone during those 3 days. The outdoor temperature remained around -85 degrees, yet compared to the darkness, such frigidness was somewhat bearable. Despite the harsh conditions, Sun Ran and his women were unaffected. They continued to eat, play, and engage in philosophical discussions daily. Living a veritable paradise, suspicious individuals have appeared outside. Approaching the villa's smart assistant alerted. Sun Ran immediately headed to the monitoring room. Indeed, he observed a figure outside. Judging by appearance, it seemed to be a man. But curiously, he was dressed very lightly and walked with an unusual gait, resembling someone in the advanced stages of stroke. Suddenly, a term flashed in Sun Ran's mind. Zombies. Could it be that this dark matter could transform people into zombies? If so, then the ancient prophecy might indeed come to fruition, and humanity faced the possibility of extinction. Sun Ran continued to watch the monitor as the zombie aimlessly wandered before disappearing from view. Returning to the living room, Sun Ran felt a heavy weight in his heart. He shared the situation with the women as Yu Ningming frowned. What if everyone is turned into zombies? Wouldn't that leave just a few of us? I don't know, perhaps, Lin Yao replied, softly. Then Darling won't be able to find the eighth woman, and everyone will be unable to cultivate that divine skill. Tang Tiantian had long been fixated on the prospect of mastering that mysterious technique. Sun Ran stood up and approached the window, stating, I believe we are dealing with a probability issue in movies and novels. A portion of people are immune to zombie viruses. I don't think it's possible for everyone to be infected by this dark energy. Moreover, we are still in the dark about the current situation. We don't know what changes this dark energy might bring to humanity or if there are other forms. Su Ningming stood up, suggesting, why don't we go out and take a look, gather some information. Sun Ran pondered for a moment. That's a good idea. We can also gauge the strength of these zombies. With our firearms, even if we can't fight them, we should be able to escape. We'll join you too. Having more people is safer. It is not feasible. Su Ningming and I were among the pioneers who initiated the Jade Ornament space. Thus, our physical prowess now far exceeds that of an average person. The situation should not pose a significant issue. You may simply wait at home, but we shall not venture far, but remain in the vicinity to gather information. The other women, with no choice but to comply, nodded in agreement. Once the two of them donned their attire, they cautiously opened the underground blast door and stepped outside with utmost care. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from firing your weapon. I fear it may attract even more zombies. Rest assured, came the reply. Armed with a sharpened machete, they slowly made their way towards the villa area, where fewer people would render it safer. Sun Ren gently patted Su Ningming and pointed ahead. The individual they had observed on the surveillance footage was still advancing slowly. Though scantily clad, he exhibited no signs of cold as they drew nearer. Halting approximately 50 meters away, the figure suddenly ceased his advance and lifted his head. Inhaling deeply, in an instant, he turned to fixate on Sun Ran and her companion, emitting a series of rasping sound from his throat. Sun Ran immediately prepared for combat, while Su Ningming positioned herself behind, ready to provide support. As they closed the distance, the man's appearance became clearer. He bore no resemblance to the zombies depicted in films. Rather, he appeared almost human, albeit with a pallid complexion and blood-red eyes. His speed was comparable to that of an ordinary human, covering the 50-meter gap in less than 10 seconds. Sun Ran adjusted her grip on the machete and struck him sharply with the flat side of the blade. She sensed an immense strength in him, easily exceeding that of a typical person by at least double. Evaluating his power, she concluded that a one-on-one confrontation would be manageable. Can you hear me? What has transformed you into this? Sun Ran hoped against hope that he might comprehend her words, yet all he could offer in response was the same raspy sound, attempting to rouse him. She realized he seemed not to have been asleep at all. Ultimately, with no other recourse, she turned the blade and severed his head from his body. Nearby, Su Ningming retched violently, and Sun Ran soon followed suit. If they had not acted to eliminate him, he might have attracted more zombies, plunging them into greater peril. We must return. He is no longer human. Sun Ran silently reassured herself. Within the villa, the other women awaited Sun Ran and Su Ningming in the dressing room on the underground level. Upon their safe return, a collective sigh of relief was released. Sun Ran swiftly changed her clothes and declared, "Let us proceed to the living room." Meanwhile, at Zhao Qian's residence, she had regained consciousness upon awakening. She was met with the sight of blood splattered throughout Song Shuzhen's bedroom. Zhao Zhu, Zhao Xiaozhu, and Zhao Yi stood motionless, their bodies drenched in blood, while Song Shuzhen had been reduced to but half of herself. The fate of the remainder was all too evident. They had been consumed by the three men. Upon seeing Zhao Qian, the trio exhibited expressions of fear, their throats continuously emitting raspy sounds. At a sudden sharp pain pierced Zhao Qian's mind as an energy surged through her body from deep within her brain. This agony persisted for approximately 5 minutes. Once the pain began to fade, Zhao Qian erupted into laughter, astonished that she had survived this calamity and even awakened a talent. It dawned upon her that this dark energy could manifest abilities tailored to the host's obsessions and desires. The stronger the obsession and desire, the greater the likelihood of awakening a talent. Conversely, those lacking such qualities would succumb to the dark energy, transforming into mindless zombies. Her father, brother, and Sun had all met this tragic fate, while her mother had not even been afforded the chance to become a zombie, as she was one in a million, immune to the dark energy, and had ultimately been mercilessly devoured by the three. Zhao Qian's awakened talent was dubbed Endless Devour, allowing her to strengthen herself by absorbing the essence of human males. Following this dark energy enhancement, her physique had significantly improved, and she had also acquired a passive ability to control zombies. Sun Ran, I hope you are faring well in the villa. Your encouragement has enabled me to awaken my talent, she mused, laughing heartily. Chapter 48. Hao Qian Awakens. The group resolves to cultivate. Somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, a deserted island began to tremble, the surrounding frozen seawater gradually melting away, while the intensity of the island's quaking increased, revealing numerous fissures on its surface. Light began to stream forth from the cracks. I, Hao Qian, am immortal, he proclaimed, laughing maniacally. Suddenly, the island erupted, and a figure soared into the sky, greedily inhaling the air, with a mesmerizing visage devoid of discernible emotion. If Sun Ran were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, so was that long ago. The Earth was the main star of the Kanglin realm, for Hao Qian had been sealed at the very center of this realm. Hao Qian had broken free from his confinement. In the morning, Lin Yao would typically rise an hour earlier than everyone else to prepare breakfast. With the increase in numbers, the responsibility for meals was now divided into pairs, each group handling 3 meals for the day. Today, it was the turn of Su Ningming and Lin Yao. The two chatted and laughed while busily preparing breakfast for the entire household. Suddenly, Lin Yao exclaimed, Ningming, look, I can't control water. Originally intending to boil water for noodles, the tap water had long since ceased, necessitating the transfer of bottled water into the pot. She thought to herself that if only the water could flow directly into the pot. Shi Wunti needed to bend down to lift the heavy bottled tea, oh her astonishment. The water in the container seemed to comprehend her wish, flowing gracefully in the direction of her gaze and obediently entering the pot. Ah, have you awakened a talent? Is it a water attribute talent? Try again and see if you can control the direction of the water flow. All right, I shall try. Lin Yao focused intently on the direction of the water, gradually adjusting it. Indeed, the water flowed into a nearby cup as she envisioned. Wow, amazing, Sister Lin Yao, you did it. I feel a bit dizzy. It seems this also requires practice to enhance. I wonder what talent I will awaken. I can hardly wait. No need to rush. Take your time, and it will surely come. Yes, I understand. I'll go chop some beef now. With that, she turned to grab the kitchen knife, and in that instant, Su Ningming felt an inexplicable sense of connection with the blade. Could it be that I am awakening a talent as well? She set the knife down and fixed her gaze upon it. Moments later, the knife began to tremble, as though yearning to escape the pull of the earth. Rise! With a delicate command from Su Ningming, the knife indeed floated into the air, startling Lin Yao beside her. Wow! Ningming, you have awakened a talent too. Is it a knife talent? Su Ningming skillfully guided the knife back down to the cutting board, beaming as she proclaimed, No, it is called a metal attribute. My talent is of the metal variety, so you can control all metals. How impressive! Currently, I am still uncertain, but it should be accurate. At breakfast, Lin Yao and Su Ningming excitedly reported their developments to everyone, who rejoiced in their accomplishments. Sun Ran quickly finished his meal and, with a mysterious smile, announced, Allow me to present a little performance. Turning around, he waved his hand toward a distant coffee table, and a large apple on the fruit platter was sliced in half. Wow, how did you do that? Have you awakened a skill as well, dear? Sun Ran nodded and replied, I awakened a space talent this morning. What I just used was spatial slicing. This is merely the most basic application, and the effective range is quite limited. Let us see what attribute my talent possesses. As Qian Xiaoya spoke, a radiant light enveloped her. Wow, Sister Xiaoya looks even more beautiful. Sun Ran mused, perhaps we can add a performance this evening. Your talent is likely of the light attribute. And what about mine? Su Li's delicate hand shimmered with faint glimmers of light. You possess a lightning attribute talent. Tang Tiantian approached a flower pot and gently caressed it, causing the flowers within to bloom rapidly. Tiantian likely has a wood attribute talent, Sun Ran speculated. Excitedly, he produced a thin Chinese sword when Dong Feng suddenly snapped her fingers, igniting flames that dance from her hand. No need to elaborate. Dongfeng is undoubtedly of the fire attribute. Finally, there was Xen Tong, who exerted slight pressure with her feet, causing them to sink into the floor, yet she could still move forward gradually. Sister Xen Tong possesses a soil, attribute talent, everyone's astonishment. It seems that each individual has awakened to different attributes, with only one remaining, the attribute of darkness that a few of them collaborated to tidy up the dining table. And then they all proceeded to the small conference room on the third floor. Sun Ran presented the cultivation technique created by Hao Tian's sister, Luo Yi, and the group gathered to begin their study. The introductory section emphasized the necessity of mastering the initial technique of channeling Qi Point 3,000 years after Hao Tian had conquered the main star. The spiritual energy had been utterly depleted. To practice the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth, one must enter the space I had sealed in advance. Within that realm, I had established a colossal spiritual vein upon which there stood a palace, providing a place for you to cultivate until reaching the golden core stage. After that, you would need to venture out on your own, seeking opportunities. In the beginning, one must absorb the spiritual energy corresponding to their own attribute, thereby enhancing their physical constitution. With each breath, spiritual energy envelopes you, circulating through the 36 celestial meridians, allowing you to manipulate the flow of qi effortlessly with every gesture. This marks the qi refinement stage, which is divided into 9 tiers, each indicative of one's control over spiritual energy. I have left a ring in the palace to test your cultivation levels. Simply find it and wear it. After reviewing the first lesson, everyone grasped a crucial point. They must enter the space to cultivate, and this sanctuary can only protect them up to the golden core stage. Should they wish to advance further, they would need to leave this dimension in search of greater fortunes. What are your thoughts on this? Sun Ran, seated at the head of the table, inquired with a smile that I believe we should seize this opportunity. That sister named Luo Yi has mentioned the term main star several times. I suspect that our Earth is indeed the main star she referred to, and Hao Tian's resurrection may very well occur here. Therefore, if we do not grow stronger, even with this secure villa, we might ultimately find ourselves surrounded and devoured by those so-called zombies. Analyzed Su Ningming. Vesuli stood up and declared, I concur with Su Ningming. I believe everything is predestined by the heavens, leading us, 8 individuals with different attributes, to meet. Thus, we must seize this chance. Qian Xiaoya then added, if we do not step forward, humanity may truly have no chance at all. Therefore, I am willing to fight for it. The others gazed at Sun Ran with unwavering confidence. All right, since everyone is in agreement, we shall commence our daily cultivation in the space starting today, striving to reach the qi refinement stage as soon as possible, thus acquiring some means of self-defense. Chapter 49. Song Run awakened the most useful talent. Sun Ran, at the first layer of the qi refinement stage, looked on with deep sorrow as his 3 brothers transformed into mindless zombies. Driven by a powerful obsession, he successfully unlocked his talent, mastery of defense. Sun Ran, it is because of you that my brothers have become zombies. I will personally capture you and then feed you to my 3 brothers. One gritted his teeth, fuming with rage. Meanwhile, Song Run, hiding upstairs, unexpectedly awakened his own talent. The ability to change genders at Will.it seemed trivial, yet potentially advantageous, especially as he sensed the wrath emanating from one. Days ago, when one had been deprived of food, Song Run had chosen to turn a blind eye, nearly starving one's 4 brothers. If one discovered his presence, the consequences would surely be dire. With this thought in mind, he discreetly utilized his talent to transform into a woman. Surprisingly, he turned out quite attractive, with a commendable figure. Just as one prepared to take revenge on Sun Ran, he suddenly recalled that scoundrel, Song Ring, as he contemplated going upstairs to find him. He was taken aback to see a beautiful woman descending from above. She looked somewhat familiar, yet he could not be certain. Who are you? Where is Song Ren? He inquired curiously. I don't know. I just woke up and found myself in the villa. Humph, that little brat must have fled in fear of my wrath. What is your name? Song Ren shyly replied. I am Rin Song Song. Point one did not dwell on it further and continued to inquire. As far as I know, if a human does not awaken a talent, They will become a zombie. What talent have you awakened? This time, Songren panicked, struggling to fabricate a response. He hastily exclaimed, I don't know. My head hurts so much, it's quite distressing. With that, he collapsed into One's arms. Having not touched a woman in months, One was overwhelmed by the sensation of Songren's fragrant and soft presence, unleashing the desires that had long been pent up within him. Ah no. Songren never anticipated that she would fall victim to One's monstrous advances. An hour later, Songren curled up on the sofa, tears still glistening in her eyes. Song, you are now mine. As for sustenance, do not worry. I will take care of it. Although they had unlocked talents, they still required nourishment, and that nourishment consisted of human blood and flesh. All right, just be careful. Sending you little heart emojis. Songren shyly replied. Fine, so quickly embracing the role. One led his 3 zombie brothers to the underground parking lot. They were now immune to the cold, empowered by the dark energy they had absorbed. Upon reaching Songren's fortified door, they found that everything had changed. The 4 brothers had now become beings that were neither human nor ghost. You 3, smash the door with all your might. The 3 zombies fully comprehended One's command. Wielding large hammers and tirelessly beginning to batter the door. 10 minutes passed, yet the fortified door remained unyielding. One stood by, frowning, contemplating, although he had awakened his talent. The energy within his body was still insufficient, that he needed more blood and flesh, along with the absorption of dark energy from the air, to grow stronger. His 3 zombie brothers were in the same predicament. Having just transformed, their enhanced physiques remained limited. With the combined strength of the 4 brothers, they were still unable to breach the fortified door, so they could only seek to increase their power before returning to settle accounts with Songren. Enough of this futile battering. Let us go into the neighborhood and search house by house for living humans. Although few were immune to dark energy, some existed, and zombies who awakened their talents could strengthen themselves by devouring their kind. If one were to consume Zhao Qian, his physical attributes would multiply. Is this the cultivation space that Luo Yi arranged for us? Wow, it feels so comfortable. Songren led the women into the space. It had been ages since he had seen such lush greenery. It was truly beautiful. They all ran barefoot on the grass for a while before gathering beside Songren. The book mentions that Luo Yi has a cultivation palace here. Let us split up and search. We can't possibly cultivate on the grass, Songren jovially suggested. Thus, each ventured in a different direction to search for the palace. In no time, Songren spotted a colossal palace at the foot of a mountain. Over here! Come, everyone! As the 8 gathered before the palace, they were immediately struck by a sense of insignificance. Were humans a billion years ago truly so tall? Why was the palace constructed to such great heights? Perhaps it was due to wealth. Let us go inside and take a look. The entirety of the palace was constructed from a stone that resembled neither jade nor gold, yet appeared incredibly exquisite. Should cultivators from the realm of cultivation behold this palace, they would undoubtedly be awestruck, for this palace was built by Luo Yi using spiritual stones, entirely composed of spiritual stones. It was akin to constructing a palace with gold in the real world, truly shocking. The air within this palace felt even more pleasant, as if the spiritual energy were denser. This is indeed the case. It seems this palace was specially prepared by Luo Yi for us. Su Ningming marveled. Darling, come look over here, Qian Xiaoya exclaimed as she entered a side chamber. Inside, there lay a large table adorned with numerous weapons, defensive gear, and rings for monitoring cultivation levels. Wow, there are so many books here. This one appears to be about alchemy, this one about weapon crafting, and this one about formations, and this one about talismans. It seems Luo Yi has made ample preparations that everyone don the rings. Information automatically materialized in their minds that I am at the mortal realm stage. What about you? Songren lamented that I am too, but it's all right. Let us work hard to reach the Qi refinement stage soon. Came the encouraging response. Adjacent to the equipment room were small training chambers. Before entering, Songren glanced at his watch and declared, "It is currently 9:30 a.m. We shall cultivate until 11:30 a.m. Then return home for lunch and a nap. From 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., we will cultivate again, and in the evening, participation will be voluntary. Those who wish to join can let me know, and I will assist in bringing them in. Now, Let us begin. Entering the training room, Sun Ran commenced his practice of the initial technique from the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth, focusing on perceiving the elemental energies of the air. Then, he absorbed it into his body, transforming it into his own vital energy. Spiritual energy encompasses all things and is composed of 9 elements, evenly distributed throughout the air. Sun Ran soon sensed the spatial elements within the spiritual energy. They seemed to acknowledge his presence as well. He endeavored to guide these lively little entities into his body. Easier said than done. It appeared that these spatial elements were reluctant to enter him. After numerous attempts, he met with failure each time. Alas, it seemed that cultivation was indeed a formidable task. Sun Ran recalibrated his breathing, calming his mind, and once more attuned himself to the spatial elements of the spiritual energy. He then attempted to communicate and engage with them through his thoughts, striving to bring forth a sense of tranquility and stability, ultimately aiming to absorb them all at once. Eureka! He succeeded. The initial struggle had been arduous, but with a promising beginning, the subsequent process became significantly smoother. Not only were the spatial elements drawn into his body, but other elements followed suit, converting into his own vital energy. As he absorbed the elements, Sun Ran also had to multitask, ensuring that the elements within his body flowed according to the meridian circulation map outlined in the Qi Induction Classic. Juggling 2 tasks was indeed exhausting. Yet it continuously enhanced his mental fortitude. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and Sun Ran completed a cycle of meridian circulation, feeling invigorated. Suddenly, the ring in his hand emitted a bright light, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. Sun Ran. First layer of Qi refinement, Chapter 50. The woman who could control cats has emerged. So, what have you all gained from this morning's cultivation? Sun Ran smiled as he watched the women emerge from the training room. Su Ningming hopped over to Sun Ran's side, her ample assets causing him to momentarily lose his breath. Darling, I'm now at the first layer of Qi refinement, she exclaimed. Darling, I've reached the first layer too. Lin Yao proudly declared. Upon inquiring with the others, they too had attained the first layer. It seemed that their bodies, having been fortified by Luo Yi's jade pendant, were indeed quite gifted. Let us head home and prepare a meal. I am famished. I feel as though I could devour an entire cow. Sun Ran exclaimed as he led everyone back to the villa. Everyone was hungry, so they decided to indulge in some ready-made food. Go into the spatial realm and find whatever you desire to eat. Take as much as you want, Sun Ran generously declared. Yay, I want beef noodles, lots of beef and plenty of noodles. I'm so hungry. Several of them rummaged through the space for their favorite foods and laid them out in the living room. Darling, why didn't you grab anything from the space? Qin Xiaoya asked. You all have plenty. Just feed me a bite each, and I'll be full, he replied. You're so lazy. Here, let me feed you a big chicken leg. Come, darling, let me give you a bite of beef noodles, Su Li said, leaning over to offer him a generous piece. The 7 beauties took turns feeding him bites, and soon everyone was satisfied. After some exercise and a brief half-hour nap, they re-entered the training space. This time, they directly entered the inner palace instead of the grassy outskirts they had previously encountered. Let us go, everyone. Sun Ran encouraged, rallying them onward. The afternoon's training soon became monotonous, as they continuously absorbed various elements into their bodies, transforming them into their own true energy and allowing them to circulate through their meridians to strengthen themselves. As he opened his eyes, the alarm rang. It was already 6:30 in the evening. The lunch they had eaten was long gone. Now, there was but one word to describe their state. Hungry. It's no wonder they say the rich are martial while the poor are literary. After a bit of training, they were starved and their bodies craved meat. Indeed, most ordinary families in ancient times could hardly afford such sustenance. Everyone returned to the villa together, and that evening, Sun Ran specially took out a large cow leg, chopped it into small pieces, and cooked it in a 3-liter pressure cooker. Alongside some vegetables on the dining table lay a large bowl of beef, corn, and boiled potatoes, a feast that, for those who had been cultivating, was nothing short of a blessing. That as they dined, they shared insights on their cultivation experiences. That evening, everyone unanimously decided to forego training and instead visit the cinema for a movie, believing in the balance of work and relaxation. After the film concluded, everyone hesitated to return to their rooms, for the simple reason that each wished to spend the night with Sun Ran. Once one tasted the pleasures of such intimacy, it was hard to resist. Sun Ran, understanding their desires, chuckled and said, "All right, tonight it will be Dong Fong. Tomorrow it LLB Ixin Tong." Everyone immediately grasped the implications, realizing that among the 7 women, only Dong Fong and Ixin Tong had yet to share a marital bond with Sun Ran. While the others had already naturally formed such connections, Dong Fong lowered her head, shyly nodding. "I'll go change clothes and take a shower before coming to find you." "Darling duck, go on. Be quick about it." "Don T, keep me waiting." "Don't worry, I'll be fast." "I'll be right back." Dong Fong hurriedly dashed back to her room like an obedient little girl, eliciting laughter from the others. "Ningming, why don't you draft a schedule? One day for each person seems the fairest. In no way. One day a week is too long. I can serve you together with Lin Yao." "Well, that's acceptable. You two can figure out. My body is strong. I can manage with multiple at once." As night fell, Sun Ran's room was alive with spring energy and vitality. In Villa 12, 2 silver tabby cats circled around a woman, their anxiousness palpable. The woman, too, appeared listless. She was aware that both she and the cats required sustenance. Living beings, fresh blood, raw meat, or even kindred spirits awakened to their talents. The trio scurried about the room. The woman realized that her previous hunger could lead her to fainting or even death. Yet, the hunger she felt now ignited a frenzy within her. The darkness within her mind continued to surge, a voice urging her towards slaughter, relentless slaughter. Driven by this voice, the woman ventured outside with the 2 cats. Completely oblivious to the biting cold, her scarlet eyes dispelled all rational thought. The 2 cats mirrored her, their fur standing on end as they emitted low growls, signs of their predatory instincts awakening. The trio prowled through the underground parking lot in search of prey. Suddenly, 4 men came in her line of sight. To be precise, it was 1 man and 3 zombies. Indeed, they were the infamous Number 1 and his trio of brothers, returning from their hunt. They were fortunate, quickly discovering a survivor and a mutant during their thorough search, turning them into their meal, and even bringing back a large leg for Song Run, who had transformed into a woman. Number 1 paused, having noticed the woman and her 2 cats as well. He could not resist the opportunity, despite recognizing them as kindred spirits through their sense. His desire to devour them was overwhelming. To consume was to grow stronger. At that moment, the only thought occupying the woman's mind was to devour her foes. "Wang Defa, Wang Da Sai, transform and take them down," she commanded. The woman activated her talent proficiency, mastering beast control. She could tame and command animals and monsters to fight on her behalf. The 2 adorable silver tabby cats instantaneously transformed, their bodies swelling like balloons, morphing into fierce beasts over a meter tall. Their once cute faces twisted into menacing visages, with fangs extending over 20 centimeters, radiating an aura of terror. A single bite could spell death or dismemberment. Number 1 scoffed. Had he not consumed humans and kindred spirits, he might have struggled against these 2 cats. But now, things were different. He had devoured half of an evolved being's body and mind. His brain now registered as a level 2 evolved being. The 2 cats darted toward Number 1 like lightning. "Too slow. Haven't you eaten?" He swatted one away with a hand and kicked the other aside. With 2 yelps, the cats were sent flying 5 or 6 meters. The woman watched in distress as her cats flew, yet her hunger had reached its zenith. "Wang Defa, Wang Dit Sai, let us charge together," she yelled, and with that, the cats and the woman surged toward Number 1 from 3 directions. Number 1 leered at the running woman. She wore only a snug little sweater, accentuating her figure as she ran. Her chest bounced rhythmically. "Perfect. I'll keep this woman. I could devour those 2 beasts later. Huh. She has quite the looker. Much better than that Rinsong song." Meanwhile, Song Run in the villa sneezed twice, exclaiming, "Who is talking about me behind my back? Ugh, how rude." Chapter 51. Confronting Number 1. A frantic overpowering. No match, completely overmatched, even with the combined efforts of the 2 cats and the woman, they were unable to inflict any damage on Number 1. He intentionally tested his strength, dodging and striking effortlessly, reveling in the disparity between a level 1 evolved being and a level 2 evolved being. Is this the difference? This is a total rout. At that moment, Sun Ran and his companions were dining in the villa, when suddenly, the intelligent key emitted an alert. Master, there's a battle occurring 200 meters outside the underground blast door. Please prepare for defense. Sun Ran immediately rose and headed to the monitoring room, enlarging the combat footage on the screen. What the hell? ISNT that number 1. He is still alive? Wait, his leg has healed. Could it be that after absorbing dark energy, he didn't turn into a zombie, but rather evolved into a higher existence? What are these two monsters? Have they also emerged as products of absorbing dark energy? The woman is on the verge of collapsing. Should we save her or not? Su Ningming said from behind Sun Ran. Let us save her, darling. Anyone who opposes number 1 is our ally. All right, gather everyone and follow me. We shall first attempt an elemental attack to see if we can overpower them. If that fails, we will resort to guns. Very well. I shall inform everyone immediately. 3 minutes later, the trio donned their gear and swiftly made their way to the combat scene through the villa's blast-proof door. At that moment, the battle was nearing its conclusion, for number 1 had grown weary of the fray and had a fair understanding of his own strength. Just as he was contemplating a decisive strike, several familiar figures appeared in his line of sight. Sun Ran, how dare you show your face here? It's truly a case of heaven providing a path. Yet you choose to ignore it. Without regard for the woman or the 2 cats, he charged directly at Sun Ran with his 3 companions as the distance between them shrank to 30 meters. Number 1 and his 3 brothers suddenly found their feet ensnared in the ground, as if they were standing on cotton. In the next instant, countless spikes, akin to bullets, shot towards number 1 and his brothers. However, when the spikes struck them, they inflicted no significant harm. Lightning attack, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a cucumber, struck number 1 on the head, also affecting the 3 brothers behind him. Following this, water and fire elemental attacks were unleashed, with everyone utilizing their respective elemental powers, only to discover that while number 1 and his brothers appeared disheveled, they suffered minimal real damage. Their combat prowess remained intact. Who would have thought, Sun Ran, that you all awakened your talents? But wait, you are still human. How is it possible for you to awaken a talent? This is utterly unfair. Nonetheless, it matters not. Soon enough, you shall all perish. I shall drink your blood and slowly savor your flesh. Meanwhile, the woman and the 2 kittens, now restored to their smaller size, stealthily approached Sun Ran's group. Sun Ran, Xiao Shang said, quickly take this woman back to the villa. I can hold them off with spatial elements. Hurry, otherwise, no one will escape. Just then, number 1 and the 3 zombies had arrived before Sun Ran. Since everyone had already used their elemental skills, they found themselves devoid of offensive means and could only heed Sun Ran's command. Hastily dragging the woman and the 2 kittens back towards the villa, trying to flee. It's too late. You 3 pursue them. Remember, do not consume them. The 3 zombie brothers split into 3 directions, racing towards the women. Suddenly, a shocking turn of events unfolded as all 3 zombies collapsed to the ground, their first foot severed by an unknown force. Seizing the opportunity, the women dashed back to the vicinity of the blast-proof door, opening it and waiting for Sun Ran's return. Number 1 glared menacingly at Sun Ran, propelling himself like lightning to his side, instantly activating his talent. Mastery of defense. Sun Ran concentrated fiercely, channeling all his accumulated energy into the spatial blade he had invented, delivering a fierce cut across number 1's neck. His dismay. The anticipated spray of blood did not materialize. Instead, only a faint mark remained on number 1's neck. My heavens, number 1's defense is astounding. It's my turn now, Sun Ran. Number 1 seized Sun Ran by his clothing, hoisting him high before slamming him to the ground. Whoa, are you that bold? Sun Ran quickly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding number 1's lethal kick. Utilizing his spatial elemental talent, he exerted all his strength and instantly moved backward over 10 meters, then sprinted madly towards the villa. If he couldn't win, he must flee. Fortunately, number 1's talent was defense, not speed. At the moment the blast-proof door shut, Number 1 could not catch up to Sun Ran. In a fit of rage, he struck the door, yet against the high-tech blast-proof door. Even a level 2 evolved being seemed feeble. Ultimately, he could only retreat in frustration. Alas, the three zombie brothers were in dire straits, with their feet severed by Sun Ran's spatial blade, forcing them to crawl back. Number 1 was unperturbed. As long as there was sustenance, they would regenerate new feet on their own. Inside the villa, the recently rescued woman and the two kittens curled up in the underground changing room. They bore severe injuries, especially the two cats, whose bodies were marred with wounds and fresh blood. Sun Ran retrieved a piece of raw beef from his spatial realm, intending to feed the cats. To his surprise, one of the kittens struggled to carry the meat to the semi-conscious woman. As she caught the scent of the raw meat, her eyes snapped open, and she desperately tried to feed herself. After a few hasty chews, she swallowed and looked longingly at Sun Ran. The two cats also gazed at him with wide eyes. Raw meat, you say? Very well, that can be arranged. Sun Ran promptly produced a raw beef leg weighing over 40 pounds. The woman and the two kittens immediately pounced upon it, tearing and devouring it with fervor. The sight was somewhat alarming, particularly as the woman smeared blood across her face without a care. In a short while, all that remained of the beef leg was a mere bone. The woman, satisfied, patted her flat stomach. The two kittens also began to clean the blood and wounds from their bodies. It seemed that after consuming the raw beef, their wounds began to heal as well. Now, tell me, who are you really? Are you human or something else? The woman had fully regained her senses, accepting the towel Sun Ran offered. She shyly wiped her mouth and replied, "My name is Mido, a resident of Villa Number 12. These are my two cats. The male is called Wang Defa, and the smaller female is Wang De Tsai. Just a few days ago, when the sun ceased to shine, I and my cats were on the brink of starvation when a surge of energy entered our bodies. Miraculously, we regained our strength. At the same time, I awakened my talent. I can command my cats to assist me in battle. Moreover, I can absorb the dark energy from the air to enhance myself. However, each time I absorb this dark energy, I lose my sanity and feel an overwhelming urge to consume, be it raw meat or even humans or blood. I dare not absorb it. As for whether I am human or so, the most critical point is that everyone is currently lacking in any offensive techniques. They are merely resorting to basic elemental damage for their attacks. For instance, Lin Yao's water-based skills simply douse Number 1 with water. Well, it's suitable for bathing or washing a car, but the damage dealt is rather awkward. Thus, it is imperative to swiftly advance to the 5th layer of Qi refinement to unlock the elemental skills within the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth, skills such as Fireball Technique, Ice Arrow Technique, and Earth Escape Technique, among others. There is no need for anyone to feel pressured. Our blast-proof door is quite formidable, and for the time being, Number 1 cannot breach it. Sometimes, haste makes waste. All we need to do is our best. Let us keep pushing forward. As the only man in the team and everyone's husband, Sun Ran must step up to offer encouragement and guidance. Noticing that everyone's spirits were high, he brought Su Ningming and the 8 others, along with 2 cats, into the palace. Once everyone returned to their respective cultivation rooms, Sun Ran entrusted the Qi refinement manual to Mido and guided her to the final cultivation chamber. Mido, from now on, you will cultivate here. The spiritual energy in the palace is abundant, and with your talent, you should be able to reach the 1st layer of Qi refinement in no time. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me in the 1st cultivation room. All right, Sun Ran. I can tell you are a good person, and they're all your women in this apocalyptic world. I wonder if I have the honor of becoming one of your women. Rest assured, I do not mind how many women you have, for this is an apocalyptic era. Moreover, you have mentioned that if our hearts are in harmony, we will cultivate the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth even better in the future. Sun Ran looked at her, smiled, and said, "It is my fortune to have a beautiful and kind girl like you. Cultivate diligently, and as for other matters, take your time. Keep up the good work." In Sun Ran's view, cultivation is akin to filling a tank with water. However, it is slightly different. Once full, one must circulate and compress the energy, solidifying it to prepare for foundation laying. Every second, this process is repeated. It is indeed monotonous, but the thought of the perverse number one lurking outside, alongside countless other evolved beings like him, drives the need for survival. Therefore, to live, one must strive to cultivate. Only through cultivation can one vanquish Hao Yin and save the earth and humanity. The most crucial aspect is that cultivation can extend one's lifespan. Just imagine living for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. And the monotony of cultivation would vanish without a trace. Number one returned to the villa and saw Song Ren, or rather, Rin Song's Song, sprawled on the sofa, snoring away. Instantly, his anger flared. He seized Rin Song's Song, pinned him to the sofa, and directly took action. Groggily, Song Ren felt a sudden lightness in his body. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself suspended in mid-air, staring at number one's fierce face, rendering him immediately speechless. The next moment, he felt a chill at his rear and thought, "It's over, my innocence has been lost once more." 10 minutes later, Song Ren, enduring the pain in his body, cautiously glanced at the individual beside him, who was drooling over a leg. "Go on and eat," he muttered. "Damn, ever since I beheld Mi Do's unparalleled beauty and figure, looking at Rin Song's Song has suddenly sparked a sense of revulsion within me." Moreover, she increasingly appeared familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Without even having the chance to put on clothes, Song Ren dropped to the floor and began voraciously tearing into the leg. "So sweet, so fragrant. This is truly delectable." Number one leaned against the sofa, reflecting on the events of the day. Sun Ran and his women had all awakened their inherent skills, yet their auras were undeniably human. The good news was that after awakening their talents, they had not upgraded like himself, but instead retained their initial attack power. Thus, facing 8 opponents, he was entirely unperturbed. Now, the only obstacle before him was a high-tech blast-proof door. As a level 2 evolved being, he was still powerless against IT. It seemed he must rapidly ascend to level 3. Only then could he violently dismantle this door. Tomorrow, he must lead 3 brothers to continue the search for humanity. Looking down at Song Ren, still engrossed in his meal, he kicked him away. "Eat if you must, but hurry upstairs. Just looking at you irritates me." He then tossed aside the half-eaten thigh to the 3 brothers. They would need a substantial amount of energy to grow new limbs. The trio lunged at the food like African wild dogs, engaging in a frenzied scramble and tearing at each other. Their legs slowly began to sprout anew. Chapter 53. Zhao Qian slays Xiao Dafu, and Sun Ran's group advances to the second layer of Qi refinement. Zhao Qian's situation was similar to number one's. Accompanied by 3 zombie minions as they searched for food in the building. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered Xiao Dafu and his son, Xiao Xiaofu, descending from above. They were quite fortunate, having all transformed into evolved beings, retaining their human intellect while also evolving their own talents. Xiao Dafu's talent enhanced his attack, while Xiao Xiaofu's skill was rather peculiar, allowing him to transform into a flamboyant figure, simultaneously boosting his combat attributes. Some may have forgotten about this father-son duo. Xiao Xiaofu was the brat who had harassed Zhao Qian 2 years prior. When Sun Ran sought justice against their family, he was hospitalized by Xiao Dafu. Later, after Sun Ran's rebirth, Su Ningming incapacitated Xiao Dafu, and Sun Ran entrusted Xiao Xiaofu to a fitness coach downstairs for 10 days of training. Upon returning home after 10 days, Xiao Xiaofu appeared gaunt and dejected, falling into a state of despair. Gradually, Xiao Dafu noticed his son's increasingly effeminate demeanor. He began to favor tight-fitting clothing, and his gaze turned dark and brooding. However, at that time, Xiao Dafu was recuperating in bed and could hardly attend to his son. What infuriated Xiao Dafu the most was that his effeminate son frequently sought out the fitness coach, Shi Kong, on the 3rd floor. When his son returned, both Xiao Dafu and Wang Guizhi scolded him, forbidding him from going, yet within a few days, the boy couldn't resist and sneaked off to see Shi Kong again. Eventually, their household ran out of food, and every time Xiao Xiaofu ventured out to find Shi Kong, he miraculously returned with rice or meat. Xiao Dafu and his mother immediately changed their tone. "Why didn't you go see Shi Kong today? Hurry up, don't keep him waiting to eye in the face of food." What was a grandson? It was better to serve Shi Kong well. When the two met, Xiao Dafu contemplated whether to devour the other or collaborate. Not for any other reason, but because Zhao Qian, upon awakening her talent, exuded an alluring aura that made men's hearts race. Moreover, those who awakened their talents no longer feared the cold. Zhao Qian was dressed alluringly in a snug pink sweater paired with fitted jeans. Xiao Dafu's eyes sparkled with desire. Zhao Qian felt a bit puzzled. Why was Xiao Xiaofu avoiding her gaze? Did she no longer possess beauty? Little did she know, in Xiao Xiaofu's eyes, there was only sheer calm. Zhao Qian, where are you heading? How about we search for food together for mutual support? Xiao Dafu leered at Zhao Qian's chest. Sure, brother Xiao, but you must keep a close eye on your son. Xiao Fu, last time he pinched me here, it still hurts. Bam! In one swift motion, Xiao Dafu kicked Xiao Xiaofu away. Sister, do you see how I manage him? You as a father are far too strict. Don't kick the child to death. With that, she approached to help Xiao Xiaofu, but to her surprise, he recoiled as if he had seen a ghost, displaying an aversion to women. Zhao Qian awkwardly remarked, "This child has grown up and knows to feel shy. You were quite the handful when you were younger. Brother Xiao, what talent did you awaken?" Xiao Dafu chuckled. "I awakened an attack enhancement." "What about you, sister? My talent isn't particularly useful." "Never mind, let me show you." All right. Zhao Qian drew closer, removing her sweater to reveal only a black bra underneath. Xiao Dafu's saliva dripped onto the floor without him even realizing it. "Sister, your figure is truly splendid." There's even more. "Watch closely, dear brother." Zhao Qian, with her hands behind her back, feigned the act of removing her bra, and just as it was about to fall, she suddenly thrust her right hand onto Xiao Dafu's head. A tremendous suction force drew all the dark energy, essence, and blood from Xiao Dafu's body into her own. This process took a mere Tichari. Zhao Qian, accompanied by 3 zombies, began her relentless quest for survivors and evolved beings, methodically canvassing each household. Occasionally, she would encounter fellow evolved beings in the corridors. However, having already advanced 2 levels ahead of them, thanks to her early promotion, and with the assistance of her 3 undead companions, no one could match her prowess. Within a mere span of days, Zhao Qian ascended to the rank of a level 3 evolved being, significantly enhancing her strength. After 2 days of rigorous training, Sun Ran and 8 stunning beauties all progressed to the 2nd tier of Qi refinement. That evening, they gathered in the living room to host a small celebration. The most remarkable progress was demonstrated by Mi Do, who not only caught up, but could now simultaneously absorb dark energy from both the cultivation palace and the outside world, and had even mastered the ability to do so automatically. The cultivation space was infused with spiritual energy that contained dark energy, and the outside world was equally saturated with it, allowing for an uninterrupted 24-hour cultivation cycle, a veritable cheat to everyone's astonishment. The 2 cats had also advanced to the 2nd tier of Qi refinement and had awakened their intelligence, enabling them to engage in simple communication and interaction, a development no one had anticipated. The table was laden with a plethora of delicacies. Mi Do and the cats were still feasting on raw beef and fish. "Ladies," Mi Do declared, "after 5 days of cultivation, we have finally ascended to the 2nd tier of Qi refinement. My current sentiment is that even without your assistance, I could defeat number 1. However, the issue remains that number 1 and his minions are still out there preying on their own kind and survivors. So we must intensify our efforts. Once we reach the 5th tier and can learn skills, it will be time for us to hunt these zombies." "Indeed, my dear," Mi Do replied eagerly. "I have long awaited the moment to ascend to the 5th tier of Qi refinement. Then, a single skill will be sufficient to bring number 1 down." During this period, Su Ningmeng trained particularly hard, feeling somewhat humiliated that her own nails could not breach the defenses of others. Lin Yao interjected, "I, too, eagerly anticipate reaching the 5th tier of Qi refinement, as my skill allows me to launch ice arrows. Even if I cannot kill him, I can certainly freeze him." Tang Tian chimed in with a smile. "My skill is the wood vine technique, which can bind number 1, turning him into a living target for you all to unleash your attacks." Everyone had long memorized the content of their first skills and how to cultivate them. Yet, their insufficient cultivation level and lack of spiritual energy hinder their progress, prompting them to exert every effort to advance to the 5th tier of Qi refinement, with an early rise for training the next day. The conversation concluded before 10 o'clock. Mi Do voluntarily headed to the bathroom for a shower. Indeed, this was Mi Do's first night in Sun Ran's room. The following day, a vivid red flower was imprinted on the pristine white sheets. From that moment on, Sun Ran and her 8 women shared a profound connection, laying a solid foundation for their future collaboration in skillful attacks. Chapter 54. The irreconcilable conflict between humans and zombies emerges as Zhao Qian's power begins to manifest. Time passed swiftly, and 10 days flew by. During this period, perhaps due to Hao Ian's resurrection, the Earth's temperature began to rise, eventually reaching 10 degrees above zero. The snow started to melt, leading to severe flooding in the cities. However, this was trivial compared to the previous extreme cold. The harsh weather had finally subsided, and the surviving humans naively believed this was a sign of a forthcoming prosperous era. Little did they realize that this was merely the beginning of the apocalypse. Some survivors ventured outside in search of food, while the awakened beings and zombies sensed the sweet scent of humanity and set out to hunt them. A great battle was imminent. Humans who had not been infected by dark energy could not distinguish between the evolved beings and zombies. One moment they might be naively chatting, and the next their hearts would be ripped from their chests. Such occurrences transpired on every street in the city. Fortunately, the number of evolved beings was not extensive. With most being mindless, red-eyed, pale-skinned zombies, survivors spontaneously banded together and devised a method to test for evolved beings. This method involved food. Hungry humans would instinctively reach for food upon seeing it, while the evolved beings would not touch it at all, akin to how a normal human would react to excrement. After several days of adaptation and combat, the survivors gradually discovered that regardless of whether they faced evolved beings or zombies, inflicting physical harm on them had little effect, as their bodies had already been enhanced by dark energy. Only by decapitating them could they achieve a definitive kill. Slowly, the survivors in the urban areas began to unite, resisting the evolved beings and zombies while searching for food together. Among the most notable organizations were the Winter Sun Organization from the East City Police Station, the Ida Squad from the nearby Ida Plaza, and the No Bargain Group from the Chunhua Vegetable Market. These 3 organizations established their bases at the police station, shopping mall, and vegetable market, respectively, gathering surviving humans and gradually growing in strength out of course. These were merely the visible organizations. Various underground factions also existed, engaging in all sorts of nefarious activities, stealing human resources, killing evolved beings and zombies, and abducting women without remorse. Until one day, during a skirmish with zombies, the Winter Sun Organization accidentally discovered a crystal the size of a fingernail embedded in a zombie's head, which piqued their interest. Upon returning, they found volunteers for experimentation. The results were astonishing. After consuming the crystal core, the individual skills nearly doubled. Eager to restore human society to its former glory, the Winter Sun Organization unreservedly disseminated this information to various organizations. Before long, the underground faction leaders became aware of this news. Suddenly, numerous teams emerged, all hunting zombies solely for the purpose of obtaining the crystal cores within their heads. However, as the zombies served as minions to the evolved beings, the latter would not allow such slaughter to occur unchallenged. Thus, the conflict became irreconcilable, a fundamental class struggle that could only be resolved through the total annihilation of one side. On this day, Zhao Qian emerged from her community accompanied by 3 zombie henchmen. The snow had melted, the water gradually receding, and the temperature rising. Standing outdoors in a red bodycon dress, she felt as if she had been reborn. She mused that becoming an evolved being was rather advantageous, as it positioned her at the apex of the food chain. Now a level 3 evolved being, she could effortlessly crush survivors with her physical strength and speed. Even without employing her innate skills, the streets were eerily deserted, with only the occasional zombie wandering by, paying her no heed. In the eyes of the zombies, she could be clad in nothing, and they would still not spare her a glance. Such was their indifferent nature. Most zombies remained trapped indoors, while the number of evolved beings was sparse. They would not emerge unless hunger compelled them. Meanwhile, survivors lurked in the shadows, rendering themselves invisible. Thus, Zhao Qian, adorned in her striking red dress, stood out conspicuously on the streets. The scent of humanity, she chuckled, hiding quite well. Do you think I cannot see or smell you? After taking only a few steps, Zhao Qian caught a whiff of the sweet aroma of human blood emanating from a nearby supermarket. Nonchalantly, she strolled toward the store, thinking, "If you wish to play hide and seek, then I shall indulge you." Upon entering the supermarket, she found the shelves largely stripped bare, and even what remained held no interest for her. Hey there, all alone. Zhao Qian had previously sent her 3 companions away, choosing to enter the supermarket alone. Indeed, how terribly dull. Would you keep me company? Chatting is secondary. I have chocolate here. Care for a bite? The leader tossed her a piece of chocolate. Had this occurred before her transformation into an evolved being, the chocolate would have seemed delightful. However, now, as she gazed at it, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Brothers, I'm not hungry yet. This precious food is better off in your hands that I could accompany you for something else instead. Don't be absurd. I'm afraid that before we have our fun, you'll end up eating us. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's get to it. She's a big catch. Instantly, 7 or 8 burly men rushed out from the building, with the leader having already consumed 2 zombie crystal cores, rendering him nearly equal to a level 2 evolved being. Oh dear, so many of you. A frail woman like me is quite frightened that if you let me go, you can do whatever you desire. How about that? Zhao Qian feigned innocence. The men exchanged glances, thinking, this girl is truly stunning. Her figure and beauty are irresistible. Today, whether alive or dead, we must have her. Sorry, little sister, don't blame us for being ruthless. Onward. The squad, clearly seasoned, worked in tandem, using a fishing net to ensnare Zhao Qian. She made no attempt to evade. In her eyes, their movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, yet she deliberately allowed herself to be captured. Ouch, that hurts. Can't you be gentler? The leader felt a twinge of doubt. It was far too easy to subdue her with a single fishing net. Regardless, the situation had undeniably swung in their favor. Quick, bind her with rope. After the brothers take turns enjoying themselves, we'll crack open her skull and see if she has a crystal core. Understood, big brother. Zhao Qian, feigning vulnerability, pleaded, big brother, just once is enough. Why must you kill me as well? Isn't that a bit excessive? The leader approached, directly thrusting his large, dark hand in her garment, grasping forcefully a few times. With a grin, he remarked, humans and the undead cannot coexist. How could I possibly let you go? Thus, it was evident there was no room for negotiation. What nonsense is this? Hurry up, get inside. You first, boss, we brothers will line up behind. With that, he kicked Zhao Qian's pert backside, leaving a large footprint on her snug skirt. Zhao Qian feigned a look of grievance and followed the leader into the room. Soon, her startled cries and the leader's sinister chuckles resonated within. But mere seconds later, all sounds abruptly ceased. Was the boss that swift? Someone wondered. Who knows, perhaps it's been too long since he last encountered a woman. Should we go take a look? I'm not going. Whoever goes now will be the unfortunate one to let us wait a bit. There's bound to be a second round. Pity that moment. Zhao Qian's voice echoed from within. You all come in quickly. Your boss seems to have fainted. Damn. Let us check it out. As the brothers entered the room, they were greeted by an unforgettable sight. Their leader lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless corpse. Merely a thin layer remaining. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian sat elegantly in chair, licking her lips and watching them with a beaming smile. Chapter 55. Discovery of the Zombie Crystal Core. The formation of an 8-woman hunting team, led by one man, as the number of zombies increased. The streets were swiftly overtaken by the undead. According to preliminary statistics from the organization's Dongri Sunshine, Yida Battle Team, and the No Bargain Group, approximately 70% of the human population had transformed into zombies, leaving only 30% as survivors. The evolution of the undead was negligible, as there were very few. They represented the elite of both humans and zombies, possessing human consciousness while wielding the power to control zombies. Along with awakened innate skills, they were, without a doubt, favored by the dark King Hao Yan. At this moment, after draining several men completely, Zhao Qian joyfully realized she had advanced to level 4 as an evolved undead. She discovered that not only were her physical attributes significantly enhanced, but she could also command a greater number of zombies. This overwhelming sense of power left her thoroughly satisfied that the training palace. Sun Ran concluded a day of cultivation, standing to stretch before exiting the training room, only to find that others had yet to emerge. He casually lit a cigarette, waiting as he smoked point 10 minutes later. Everyone trickled out of the training room. So, did anyone advance today? Mido asked with a smile. That I did. I am now at the fourth layer of chi refinement. The spiritual energy here is extraordinarily dense. Plus, I can absorb dark energy outside. So how will you congratulate me? How about letting you have my husband for the night? Su Ningming teased as she hugged Mido. Oh, you naughty girl. I can't manage him all by myself. The next day's cultivation would be exhausting. Come, accompany me. Now that everyone was more familiar with each other, their banter became increasingly unrestrained. All right, enough fooling around. It's past 8, and I'm starving. Let us hurry back for dinner. Indeed, 12 hours of cultivation today is quite diligent. However, hard work does yield rewards. I believe I could advance to the fourth layer of chi refinement in another day, Tang Tiantian declared, clenching her small fist. Upon their return to the villa, they heard the intelligent butler, Xiao Du, incessantly repeating a warning. Numerous unidentified creatures have been detected lingering outside the first-floor explosion-proof door. Please remain vigilant, master. With the snow melted, the door was now fully exposed. Cautiously, they approached the window, pulling back the curtain slightly to reveal dozens of mindless zombies wandering outside. As they ambled, they lifted their heads, sniffing the air in search of survivors. Due to the gathering of Sun Ran and his companions, the scent of blood intensified, causing the zombies outside to gradually draw closer to the villa. With the explosion-proof door in place, they had no fear of it being breached. Even the windows were of the highest bulletproof standard. Unless struck by a missile, it was improbable that the zombies could break through with their claws. Let us not worry about them. Let us focus on our meal. Sun Ran suggested. Mido shook her head. Husband, as the saying goes, a toad on a frog's back may not bite, but it's still unsettling if we ignore them. The zombies may only gather in greater numbers. Oh, Mido, do you have a plan? She coyly asked, hugging Sun Ran's arm. You know me well. Have you forgotten my identity? I am an undead being. I can control zombies. I will lead them away and let my cats deal with them one by one. Truly, the Dark Princess exhibited remarkable ferocity. All right, but do be careful, Sun Ran cautioned. Rest assured I am now at the fourth layer of chi refinement, and besides, zombies do not attack the undead. With that, Mido took her 2 cats to the explosion-proof door. Nodding towards Sun Ran inside. Xiao Du opened the explosion-proof door. With a loud click, the door swung open automatically. Mido and her 2 cats swiftly darted outside, and the door promptly closed behind them. All the zombies caught a whiff of Mido's scent and immediately recoiled several steps. They then followed Mido and her 2 cats into the distance. After walking approximately 200 meters, Mido activated her innate skill, transforming her 2 silver tabbies into formidable silver beasts. Their size had greatly increased since their previous battle in the underground garage, boasting silvery fur and half-meter-long fangs. Their bodies brimming with explosive power. Eliminate all these zombies. Then let us return for dinner. The 2 cats, obeying the command, extended their 30-centimeter claws and swiftly decapitated the zombies. A severed zombie head rolled to Mido's feet. A flash of light caught her attention. She sensed something within the zombie's head. Without hesitation, she reached in and pulled it out. What is this? A small, translucent object the size of a fingernail appeared in her hand, radiating a significant amount of energy. At this point, all the zombies have been dispatched by her 2 formidable cats. You 2, collect the zombie heads. Upon receiving the order, the cats obediently gathered all the severed heads and placed them at Mido's feet. Mido examined each head, discovering that every one contained such crystal cores, varying in size. Within a short span of time, she had collected over 50. The 2 cats had returned to their normal size. Their eyes fixated on the crystal core in Mido's hand. Oh, you want to eat? Meow. All right, 1 for each. After consuming their share, the 2 cats squinted in delight, purring contentedly. Let us head home. I'll show my husband how to handle these crystal cores. Upon her return to the explosion-proof door, it opened automatically. How did it go? Was everything all right? Sun Ran inquired with concern. Of course, everything is fine. These 2 cats are far more powerful than I am. They likely reached the 5th layer of chi refinement before me. Sun Ran scooped up the 2 kittens, smiling broadly. Tonight you 2 shall have an extra meal. Meow. By the way, husband, I stumbled upon these crystal cores inside the zombie heads. She placed the cores on the table. That I can feel a rich energy emanating from them. It seems there's more than just dark energy contained within it. I wonder if you humans can absorb it. Sun Ran picked one up, holding it in his hand to sense its properties. Indeed, it appears to be a pure energy crystal core, evolved from the zombies. I'll give it a try. It should be fine since we're already immune to dark energy. Before anyone could protest, he swallowed it whole. A minute later, Sun Ran's complexion reddened slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. I feel a boost in strength, albeit minor. Our bodies have already undergone enhancement. No worries. Everyone can feel free to consume them. With a total of 53 cores, Sun Ran and the cats consumed 3, leaving the remaining 9 to be evenly distributed among the 9 humans and the 2 cats. After eating, they all noticed an increase in their physical attributes. And surprisingly, they found their affinity for elements had slightly improved, indicating that their cultivation speed would also increase. Sun Ran exclaimed excitedly. We each averaged 4 crystal cores. And we've enhanced our elemental affinity. Imagine if we had 400. We'd be soaring. Hence, I propose we establish a zombie hunting team, calling it the 1-man, 8-women squad, to specialize in collecting crystal cores and accelerating our cultivation speed. Chapter 56. The Hunting Squad Slays Zombies. Group 1 establishes its own faction in the community. An increasing number of zombies began to roam about. Previously, Sun Ran found these creatures to be a nuisance. But now they had transformed into something quite desirable. The hunting squad had been formed, and Sun Ran resolved to dedicate an hour each day to venture out and hunt zombies, allowing everyone to consume more crystal cores, thus rapidly enhancing their elemental affinity. The goal was to reach the 5th level of Qi training as soon as possible and learn new skills. That night, after a day of cultivation, everyone retired early. However, Sun Ran could not rest, for Mido and Su Ningming had already bathed and were waiting for him in their room. Sometimes, the presence of multiple women could indeed be quite troublesome. The following day, everyone awoke early, had breakfast, and set out to hunt zombies as expected. Due to the large number of living souls in Sun Ran's dwelling, the scent attracted over 50 zombies during the night. Once again, Mido and the 2 cats took the lead. Everyone was eager to engage, as it was an opportunity to assess their progress after so much training. The moment the 2 cats transformed, Sun Ran and the others burst through the blast-proof door. Before they could even strike, the zombies' heads began to fall one by one. Sun Ran unleashed his spatial blade, cutting through them as effortlessly as slicing tofu. Darling, can you slow down a bit and leave some for me to practice on? Mido exclaimed. Sun Ran chuckled. All right, then you go ahead. Su Ningming floated a fruit knife in front of her, deftly maneuvering it to slice through a zombie's neck, resulting in a head rolling to the ground with a thud. Wow, my elemental power is growing stronger by the moment. The zombies, drawn by the scent of humans, charged forward frantically, only to be sent flying by the 2 cats. This allowed the women to freely experiment with their primal elemental attacks. The entire skirmish lasted less than 5 minutes, yielding over 50 crystal cores. Upon returning to the villa, they cleaned themselves with fresh water and each received 5 cores. After consuming them, their elemental affinity indeed increased slightly, reinforcing the understanding that small gains accumulate over time. Although half an hour was spent hunting zombies, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. After absorbing the crystal cores, they entered the spatial realm together to continue their cultivation. Meanwhile, Yihao and his 3 zombie brethren watched from a distance as Sun Ran and the women fought, feeling a sense of dread wash over them. They had not anticipated such rapid growth in these individuals, especially the 2 cats, that if they were to engage in battle now, the outcome would be uncertain. They needed to accelerate their own advancement. Commanding his 3 subordinates, they ventured into the villa district to begin their scavenging for the day. However, many survivors had already congregated together, making it increasingly difficult to find lone survivors. Moreover, human-zombie hybrids were even rarer to encounter. The crystal cores within the zombies' heads could not be absorbed by these hybrids either. Thus, to progress, they needed to locate areas with a higher human population and consume human flesh and blood, which was the fastest way to evolve. Yet, having visited such a place before, Yihao had barely escaped with his life. Survivors, empowered by the absorption of zombie crystal cores, had become incredibly strong and quick that, in a one-on-one scenario, he felt confident, but in a multi-against-one situation, he had nearly lost his head. Consequently, Ihao was hesitant to venture out alone. The conflict between humans and hybrids was irreconcilable that Ihao pondered. The strength of one is indeed feeble, that he realized he must establish a faction to contend with human strongholds and secure more food. While he contemplated how to form such a faction, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than Zhao Qian. Following her were not 3 zombies, but over 20. What did this signify? It indicated that Zhao Qian was immensely powerful, capable of controlling such a horde of zombies that Ihao recognized Zhao Qian from a previous meeting at her home during a self-help group session. They had shared a brief encounter. From a distance, they sensed each other's aura and confirmed they were both hybrids. Ihao took the initiative to speak. Zhao Qian, I am Hao. Do you remember me? Of course. You and Songren visited my home for a meeting. Zhao Qian replied with a smile. Point 1 could not deny that Zhao Qian was exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, Sun Ran would not have pursued her for 5 years. That is good to hear. I am currently a level 3 hybrid, and as you can see, human survivors have congregated together, making food increasingly scarce. Therefore, I seek to establish my own faction. Would you be willing to join me? Zhao Qian fixed her gaze on Ihao and replied, I'm a level 4 hybrid and agree to form a faction, but I want the position of leader. Ihao frowned, scrutinizing the alluring yet formidable woman before him. Suddenly feeling uncertain, not worry. The leader's position is yours, and I shall take the second in command. After contemplating, he thought to himself, women generally regard power lightly. The titles of leader and second in command are merely nominal. I can find an opportunity to win her over later. The leaderess position will still be mine. Very well. Since Ms. Zhao Qian insists, we shall make it a pact. You will be the leader, and I shall be the second in command. Zhao Qian covered her mouth with a smile and said, the term second in command does not sound appealing. Since you are older than me, I shall refer to you as my second brother from now on. Ihao was instantly elated, exclaiming, wonderful. I've always wanted a younger sister. I never expected my dream to come true at this moment. Sister, second brother. What ensued was an amusingly awkward conversation as the zombies behind them lowered their heads, scratching the ground as if carving out a 2-bedroom, 3-hall apartment. Sister, what are your plans from here? Zhao Qian's sultry lips curled into a smirk as she replied, second brother, since we are forming a faction, what we lack are subordinates. Come, I will take you to find some hybrids to join us. Oh, do you know where to find hybrids? Of course. Just follow me. As they walked ahead, the 2 groups of zombies merged into a single formidable horde and made their way to the building where Zhao Qian resided. On the 3rd floor, Shi Kong and Xiao Xiaofu were practicing swordplay when they suddenly heard a knock at the door. Just as Shi Kong was about to speak, Xiao Xiaofu gestured for him to remain silent. They quickly dressed and approached the door. Shi Kong, Xiao Xiaofu, I know you are in the... I am Ihao, and I have come to discuss matters with you. Rest assured, we are the same kind and will not harm you. Shi Kong responded from within, Ihao, my brother, and I have decided not to join your faction. Thank you for your kind offer. Ihao remained calm and patient, saying, I believe you both understand that human survivors have gathered together, making it increasingly difficult to procure food. Do you truly wish to start a home? Or would you prefer to be killed by humans while searching for food, only to have your heads severed and their crystal cores extracted? If you join us, we hybrids can band together, leveraging our innate skills to resist humans and secure more food. Isn't that a favorable outcome? One must acknowledge Ihao's eloquence. With just a few words, he managed to persuade the 2. Shi Kong opened the door, and Xiao Xiaofu immediately noticed Zhao Qian standing behind Ihao. This woman is a devil, he exclaimed before fainting from fright. Chapter 57. The initial formation of Zhao Qian's faction. Is Songren a threat? Inside Shi Kang's residence, Ihao and Zhao Qian sat on one side of the sofa, while Shi Kong occupied the opposite side, with Xiao Xiaofu cowering behind him. Clutching his shirt and too frightened to speak, Zhao Qian retrieved a vial of crimson liquid from her bag and poured each of them a cup. This is fresh blood I acquired from a survivor last night. Give it a taste. It turned out to be a vial of fresh blood. Shi Kong and Xiao Xiaofu licked their lips, feeling a bit embarrassed. Drink up. It is becoming increasingly difficult to find survivors nowadays. How long has it been since you last had human flesh? Shere Kong lifted his cup and drank it in one gulp, licking the rim afterward. We caught a survivor from the neighbor's house initially, but we finished that 2 days ago. Xiao Xiaofu, unable to resist the allure of fresh blood, also grabbed a cup and drank it in several gulps. Since my second brother is forming a faction, I shall be forthright about my ability that my talent is endless devouring, but it only applies to male humans. Zhao Qian, however, kept some information herself, as her ability could also absorb male hybrids, but she feared Yihao might become wary of her. My talent is defensive enhancement. Yihao introduced himself that I possess strength enhancement. Shere Kong boasted, flexing his muscles for emphasis. When it came to Xiao Xiaofu, he lowered his head and mumbled, I can transform into a pseudo-girl, enhancing all my physical attributes. Yihao found it hard to suppress a laugh, but managed to hold back. Zhao Qian nodded and stated, this configuration is quite good. We have frontline fighters and damage dealers. However, we still lack numbers and need to continue recruiting more hybrids to join our ranks. Suddenly, Shere Kong exclaimed, I know of another hybrid. Who? It's Xiao Dalei, Dongfang's husband. 2 days ago, I witnessed him pass by beneath my building. And before long, he returned bearing a corpse. Xiao Dalei? It suddenly came to mind. His wife Dongfang is quite attractive. Indeed, she possesses a certain charm, yet I find myself disinterested. My affections lie solely with Xiao Fufu. After uttering this, Shere Kong cast a tender glance toward Xiao Xiaofu, prompting an immediate shiver of discomfort to run through Yihao. What are we waiting for? Let us seek him out. With that, everyone rose to prepare for the search for Xiao Dalei. However, Xiao Fufu remained motionless on the sofa. Zhao Qian quickly grasped his intentions. Resuming her seat, she patiently explained, Xiao Fufu, regarding the incident where I harmed your father. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Yet, at that moment, I had no alternative. Had I not acted, your father would undoubtedly have forced himself upon me. You are aware of his nature, are you not? Is it so wrong for me to seek self-preservation? Should you find it within yourself to forgive me, I promise to share any food I procure with you first. What say you? Xiao Fufu, recognizing his current inability to contend with a woman before him, could only nod in reluctant agreement. He then stood and joined the others as they exited Shere Kang's home. In the aftermath of Xiao Dalei's crippling at the hands of Dongfang and Sun Ran. He had languished in bed, awaiting death that on the brink of expiration. The eternal night descended. Fueled by his hatred for Sun Ran, he successfully evolved into a human corpse, while his mother transformed into a zombie. His awakened ability mirrored that of Shere Kong, both possessing enhanced strength. When Zhao Qian and her group encountered him, he readily agreed to join their ranks, tears of gratitude glistening in his eyes as he proclaimed, At last, I have found my comrades. Thus, Zhao Qian's team expanded to 5 members. As they made their way downstairs to convene at Shere Kang's residence, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Wang Gang, the president of the Self-Help Association. Upon seeing Yihao, Wang Gang's legs began to tremble involuntarily. Fear not, we shall not harm you. Come, join us for the meeting, Yihao assured him. Consequently, Wang Gang, in a haze of confusion, became a member of Zhao Qian's organization. Before the meeting commenced, Wang Gang introduced his ability, which allowed him to rally and inspire others before battle, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. A support skill. Zhao Qian occupied the main seat, with Yihao beside her. The situation was dire. Human survivors stood united, and as human corpse evolvers, we too must not be disorganized, lest we fall one by one, that we must leverage our ability to control zombies to attract survivors. Setting a trap akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Yihao quickly added, I concur with my sister's strategy. The crystal cores within the zombies' heads are akin to the gold of a prosperous era for human survivors. Shere Kong, with a flourish of his hand, remarked, Indeed, my stance is to engage in battle with the survivors while simultaneously recruiting more human corpse evolvers to bolster our strength. Wang Gang sighed. Human corpse evolvers are exceedingly rare. It is truly fortuitous that we have found each other. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, stating, Quality triumphs over quantity. First, we shall devise a solution for our food scarcity, then gradually seek out our kindred spirits. Suddenly, Yihao interjected, We have another task at hand. Sun Ran. It is perplexing how he awakened his ability while retaining his human identity. The most troubling aspect is the rapid advancement of his combat capabilities. Previously, I bested them single-handedly, nearly eliminating him. Yet upon observing their combat this morning, I fear I may not stand a chance alone. Zhao Qian's expression shifted. Sun Ran. Why does he remain the most fortunate among us? Possessing a human identity and an awakened ability. Fear not, brother, for Sun Ran is also my adversary. Why current circumstances are entirely his doing. Yihao frowned. Given our current strength, confronting Sun Ran feels somewhat daunting. Particularly since his team includes a woman who is also a human corpse. She has become his partner and possesses the ability to control demonic beasts, making her minions formidable foes. Thus, our priority must be to enhance our own strength. The group unanimously agreed with Yihao's assessment that, by the way, I have a human corpse evolver residing in my villa, a woman. However, whenever I inquire about her awakened ability, she becomes evasive. I find her rather peculiar. Zhao Qian pondered for a moment before suggesting, Brother, why don't we all move into your villa? This way, we can look out for one another and coordinate our efforts more conveniently. Additionally, I can investigate the origins of this woman. Yihao nodded in agreement. Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts. Oh, what a song, Ren. Zhao Qian suddenly inquired. Yihao shook his head. After the eternal night ended, I awoke and have not seen him since. I wonder if he has become a zombie and wandered off? Soon, they arrived at Song Ren's villa, where they found him surreptitiously consuming the food he had brought back. Upon hearing the door open, he hastily returned the food to its place and feigned sleep on the sofa. You wretch, have you pilfered my food once more? How many times must I tell you not to steal? It seems you have a death wish. Song Ren, startled, scrambled to explain. Darling, I haven't eaten anything. I was merely resting. Yihao delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, Ren Song, take a look in the mirror at the blood smeared across your face. And yet you dare to deny it. As Zhao Qian observed this woman, she felt an unsettling familiarity. Why did she resemble Song Ren so closely? Chapter 58. Mido ascends to the 5th layer of Qi training. Zhao Qian's team launches an offensive against the priceless group at 8 o'clock in the evening. Within the tranquil training room, an alarm sounded. How swiftly the day has passed. Yet I have ascended to the 4th layer of Qi training. The effort was indeed worthwhile. Sun Ran mused, rubbing his slightly numb thighs and waist. The group felt akin to players in an online game, eagerly anticipating level-ups, acquiring superior gear, and learning advanced skills, all of which motivated them immensely. Training is complete. Ladies, time to head home for dinner. The doors of the training room opened, and Mido bounced joyfully before Sun Ran, lifting her small head to declare, Darling, I have just advanced to the 5th layer of Qi training. My kiddies have also leveled up. Everyone's spirits soared at this news, eagerly inquiring, Have you learned your first spell yet? Of course, this spell is called Dark Nightmare, capable of implanting a realistic nightmare that ensnares the opponent. How long it holds them depends on their strength, she replied proudly. Sun Ran nodded. That is a control spell. It can yield surprising results when employed strategically. By the way, have your two kiddies learned any spells now that they are at the 5th layer of Qi training? Mido cradled Wang Defa, stroking its little head with pride. They have both awakened rare wind element abilities. Wait a moment. Wind element? There isn't a wind element among our 9 types, Sun Ran questioned. Perplexed, Mido contemplated. These 2 cats hail from the Eagle Nation. Perhaps their magical elements are from there. That is indeed plausible. Regardless, our team's strength has ascended once more. I declare we shall host a celebration today. Such gatherings were a regular occurrence, typically every 3 days or so. However, before the festivities could commence, they needed to clear the zombies that had gathered at the entrance. These creatures were invaluable assets. It must be noted that Sun Ran was exceptionally adept at survival. He would not step outside the villa until he reached the 5th layer of Qi training. Sun Ran and Su Ningming prepared the food. While Mido took her 2 cats outside to eliminate the zombies, the others, lacking tasks, leaned against the windows to observe Mido in action. After reaching the 5th layer of Qi training, the most notable transformation was in the 2 cats. Their size had increased significantly. Now standing nearly 2 meters tall, their bodies robust and exuding a streamlined elegance. One cat remained stationary, concentrating for approximately 3 seconds before unleashing a powerful wind blade from its gaping maw, swiftly piercing a nearby zombie. The zombie had no time to react before being sliced into pieces. Fortunately, the crystal core remained intact, or it would have been a wasted opportunity. The women inside the villa gasped in astonishment. This cat was astonishingly formidable. With a single wind blade, it had felled 5 zombies. The only drawback was its inability to turn. Otherwise, it would have been the equivalent of a missile in less than 3 minutes. Mi-Do and her 2 cats returned to the villa, proudly displaying over 60 crystal cores. The 2 cats gazed longingly at the cores, their expressions eager for approval. You 2 greedy felines must wait for your darling to distribute the spoils before you can feast. Following this, it was time to celebrate. Unfortunately, Mi-Do lamented the lack of beverages, settling for beef sashimi and raw fish instead, pouting in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Song Ren's villa starkly contrasted with the lively ambience at Sun Ran's abode. Yao was vigorously whipping Ren Song. Song Run. With his belt, just moments ago, Zhao Qian immediately realized that this person was undoubtedly Song Run. Initially, he refused to admit it, but after number 1 struck him a few times, he sobbed and confessed, revealing that his talent allowed him to change genders at will. This skill was indeed a redundant existence. It offered no offensive capabilities, no damage, and no defense. A complete waste. Number 1 brandished a knife menacingly and declared, "Keeping you around serves no purpose. You're merely a waste of flesh." With that, he was about to plunge the red blade in, only to be interrupted by Zhao Qian's sudden exclamation, "Second brother, I believe that since he can awaken his talent, it must hold some value. Perhaps he is simply too low in level to demonstrate its true potential that if he were to rise in level, it might turn out to be a formidable ability. We cannot waste such talent. After all, a knight as a couple fosters a bond of 100 knights. They'd shared some feelings over the years. After contemplating for a moment, number 1 lowered his knife. He turned to Song Ren and said, "Transform back into Ren Song. You look even more repulsive as a man." Damn! Grateful for his narrow escape, Song Ren shot a glance of appreciation at Zhao Qian and promptly activated his talent, transforming into a fully feminine figure in just 3 seconds. Remarkably, her physique was quite impressive. Wang Gang and Chao Dalei immediately reacted from the side. After resolving the matter with Song Ren, Zhao Qian stated, "The food in the villa is running low. I think we can implement the zombie attraction plan today." Number 1 nodded and said, "I can control 10 zombies, and sister, you can control 20 that the rest can manage 3 each. Altogether, it's quite a significant number. Yes, let's set out once night falls. This way, we can conceal ourselves more effectively." Inside the Chunhua market, the atmosphere was bustling that a group of vendors had utilized the cold storage at the back of the market to revive a large number of surrounding survivors. The frigid weather had preserved the meat stored in the cold storage. Everyone was united in purpose, forming several small teams spontaneously. Adult men formed a supply-seeking team to venture out. Those who had consumed zombie crystal cores formed a hunting squad, dedicated to slaying zombies and seeking out crystal cores. The women organized a support team, responsible for cooking and caring for some homeless children. Some elderly individuals assisted with tasks within their capabilities. Overall, the atmosphere at the Chunhua market was exceptionally harmonious, largely because the group consisted of neighbors who were familiar with one another and easy to get along with. Dinner was simple, consisting of chicken stewed with potatoes. Potatoes, being one of the most durable vegetables, had successfully endured the harsh weather, ultimately finding their way into human mouths. The staple was rice. With the melting snow and receding waters, the supermarket's doors had been opened, revealing enough rice and flour to sustain over 300 members of the bargaining group for some time. Currently, everyone was focused on how to deal with the zombies. After dinner, people gathered in small groups, chatting and sharing a few bags of peanuts while sipping on drinks. A young man rushed in with great urgency to stand beside a burly man. "Captain Song." Over 30 zombies suddenly appeared from who knows where outside. Upon hearing this, Captain Song set down his beer and inquired, "Where are they, and how far away?" "About 500 meters from us, near the entrance of Longshi Garden. It's too dark, and I can't see clearly." "Oh, could it be that the zombies from the community have come out? Brothers, what are your thoughts?" The hunting squad consisted of 30 members, all enhanced by crystal cores, who were particularly enamored with the thrill brought by the enhancement of their bodies. We must act, Big Brother. It's night. Humans are probably asleep, while zombies don't need to rest and will surely be wandering about. Captain Song considered this possibility, took a hearty swig of beer, and shouted, "Hunting squad, assemble. There's a horde of zombies outside. Let us finish them off and then sleep." "Yes, Captain." Chapter 59. The Hunting Squad's Total Annihilation. Zhao Qian's true power. The 30 fully armed individuals departed Chunhua Market under the watchful eyes of the others. Upon exiting, they discovered the horde of zombies lingering nearby, seemingly hesitant to approach the market. Haha, did you see that? We outnumber them. Even the damn zombies fear us. Brothers, keep your voices down. Let us be swift and decisive to avoid attracting more zombies. Rest assured, Captain. The 30 individuals gradually formed a fan-shaped formation, ensuring that even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. The zombies, having caught the scent of humanity, suddenly charged recklessly towards the group. Damn, let us take them down. The clash between humans and zombies was the most direct confrontation. It commenced immediately, bypassing any preliminary banter. Captain Song had consumed over 30 zombie crystal cores, making him equivalent to a Tier 3 evolved being. He cut through the zombies as if they were mere vegetables. "Come on, brothers, let us give it our all, and then we can return to drinking." However, no one responded to him. When he turned around, a cold sweat broke out. All 30 of his brothers had fallen. "Big Brother, did you enjoy the slaughter?" Chao Dalei emerged from the throng of zombies. Captain Song's eyes reddened. These were his comrades who had fought alongside him. "Now all dead, I'll be damned if I let this slide." He suddenly swung a fist, sending Chao Dalei flying. Several teeth were knocked out. As a Tier 2 evolved being, Chao Dalei had the audacity to act tough in front of Captain Song. Who was Tier 3? What did he expect? Number 1 emerged from the horde, a sinister smile on his face. "Brothers, let us take him down together." Wang Gang stood at the back, muttering to himself, "Brothers, we must unite tightly around the street committee and the neighborhood committee. Diligently study the various directives issued, that we must insist on innovative development and proactive engagement to enhance our overall strength." Wang Gang had activated his talent skill, boosting the combat effectiveness and morale of his team through pre-battle mobilization. Number 1 and his companions suddenly felt their attributes surge by at least 30%. They were now on par with Captain Song and could even overpower him. Chao Dalei dared not approach, pretending to be eager, but ultimately refraining from stepping forward. Even the fitness coach, Shirkan, could boast, but when it came to facing a true master, he felt a twinge of hesitation. That it was Xiao Xiaozhu who activated his skill, instantly transforming into an exaggeratedly effeminate figure, prancing over to Captain Song. Before he could make a move, he was swiftly kicked away. Number 1, incensed by the ineffectiveness of his subordinates, felt a surge of frustration. It seemed that everyone had relied on him. Just moments ago, they were all eager to ambush from the zombie horde, but now, in a direct confrontation, they were all cowering. "Second brother, step aside. I'll handle this." Number 1, whose defensive talent did not lend itself to strong offensive capabilities, had struggled to gain the upper hand, while the remaining few dared not advance, merely watching from the sidelines. Captain Song, panting heavily, gazed at Zhao Qian. This woman was undeniably beautiful. If she were human, how splendid she would be. "Big Brother, do you find me attractive?" Captain Song scoffed. "What does it matter how attractive you are? You're just a zombie." "Would you like to see me undress?" Zhao Qian activated her talent, exuding an alluring aura. Captain Song suddenly felt his mind clouded, numbly nodding as drool pooled without his awareness. "How annoying. If you want to see, I'll show you, come on." Captain Song, now akin to a zombie, slowly approached Zhao Qian, his gaze fixated on her voluptuous form, drooling. "Look at that foolish expression. By tonight, you'll be entirely mine." Zhao Qian began to unbutton her clothing. And just as they were within 2 meters of each other, she struck, plunging her long fingers into his skull. The strength Captain Song had accumulated was instantly siphoned away. Within 5 seconds, he was reduced to a mere desiccated corpse. Just as Chao Dalei was about to remark on the waste of a corpse, he caught the glare from Number 1 and promptly shut his mouth. "Quickly clean up. The flesh and blood of these individuals will suffice for your advancement." With that, she turned and returned to the villa, It was at this moment that number one realized Zhao Qian truly possessed formidable power. Moreover, after absorbing the strength from that muscular man, her aura surged once more, likely elevating her to a Tier 5 evolved being. But in that instant, number one completely abandoned any thoughts of seizing power. This woman was simply unfathomable. He promptly directed everyone to assist in transporting the bodies back to the villa alongside the zombies. At Chunhua Market, everyone waited for an hour, yet Captain Song and the hunting squad had not returned. Could something have gone awry? However, with the night so late, no one dared venture out to search for them. Silently, they could only wait, as the atmosphere in the entire market felt exceedingly oppressive. Without this team, no one knew how much longer they could endure. Upon returning to the villa, Zhao Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Song Ren sprawled on the sofa. Dressed in a delicate tank top, fast asleep, this rich second-generation heir was quite handsome, especially when he arrived in a sports car to pick her up from work, an image that left colleagues green with envy. Who would have thought that he had now transformed into a woman? To be fair, she did have an attractive figure. Zhao Qian approached, playfully squeezing her ample bosom a few times that you lecher. Who are you? Song Ren shrieked, bolting upright to shield herself. Upon seeing Zhao Qian, her embarrassment was palpable. What are you doing? Why are you so fond of me now? Song Ren said bashfully. Seeing your delicate skin and youthful charm is irresistible. I couldn't help myself, Zhao Qian replied. What good is that charm? I'm starving. I'm still a level 1 evolver, and the dreadful number 1 has taken my body, yet still looks down on me. Ugh, men are all worthless. Zhao Qian shook her head and pulled out a piece of human flesh from her bag, having brought it specifically for her. Eat up. From now on, I'll take care of you. Zhao Qian knew that today's battle had solidified her status within the team. Sun Ran and the other women continued their monotonous daily routine of rising early, slaying zombies, absorbing crystal cores, and diligently cultivating it. He was uncertain how long this torturous existence would last. Perhaps before long, number one would grow powerful enough to disregard the blast doors. Thus, he knew he must strengthen himself before that happened. What he didn't realize was that number one was not the most fearsome presence. It was Zhao Qian. Since everyone had been absorbing zombie crystal cores daily, their cultivation speeds had increased by nearly 20%. For instance, where it once took 10 days to advance a level, it now only required 8. This was already quite extraordinary. After so many days of hunting, the number of zombies in the community had dwindled significantly. To hunt zombies now, they would need to venture beyond the community. However, Sun Ran's philosophy of hiding away in the villa seemed somewhat counterproductive. Thus, for the time being, everyone continued to cultivate in silence. Meanwhile, far away on a deserted island in the Pacific, Hao Tian's purple hair swayed in the wind. In the next moment, he expelled a dark pearl from his mouth, his innate magical artifact. The pearl soared into the sky, unleashing countless tendrils of black mist in all directions, swiftly forming a massive cloud that drifted with the wind, continuously raining down dark droplets. It's time to pick up the pace. Otherwise, when will I achieve my vengeance? Hao Tian grinned wickedly, then resumed mending his bodily injuries. Chapter 60. The Black Rain arrives. Everyone levels up. In the Chunhua Market, the bargaining group was in disarray. It's been a whole night. Captain Song may not return. What should we do? If zombies and corpsemen come, we, the old, weak, sick, and disabled, might not withstand the onslaught, an elderly man with a red armband lamented. Uncle Zhao, we have only two choices: seal the doors tightly or ally with the Winter Sunshine Group. A bespectacled young man suggested. What good will sealing the doors do? Can we really hide forever? Here's what we'll do. Zhao Qian, take the supplies team and scout the Winter Sunshine Group to see if they will accept us. Uncle Zhao instructed. Zhao Qian nodded. Understood. Uncle Zhao, I'll handle it right away. Last night, Captain Song had led a hunting team to slay zombies and had not returned, signaling a grim fate. The remaining 300 individuals were mostly ordinary civilians with little combat power. Zhao Qian set off with the supply team, leaving the market behind. Back at the Song Ren Villa, number one and her brothers feasted ravenously, leaving the entire place drenched in blood. Song Ren felt on the verge of collapse. After all, it was his house, and in some respect was in order. Humans who have absorbed crystal cores possess such abundant energy. I've leveled up to 3. Chow Dalei exclaimed, his face smeared with blood. Resembling a monkey's rear end, quite revolting. Number 1 retorted disdainfully, what good is leveling up to 3 when you're as timid as a mouse? Chow Dalei stammered, oh, Number 1, I lost a tooth yesterday and was a bit dazed. Just wait until next time, and I'll show you. Xiao Xiaofu, you performed admirably yesterday. At least you were brave enough to step forward. Eat up, and aim to reach level 5 soon. Sitting nearby, Shirkong felt a bit embarrassed. Although Chow Dalei lacked the courage to step up later, at least he had an excuse that he himself had no justification, forced to consume the least energetic meat scraps, while the most potent brains were devoured by Number 1. Xiao Xiaofu, Chow Dalei, Wang Gang, and others. The team had clear regulations. Those who contributed less received less in return. Meanwhile, Songren Kuden Ti even managed to eat meat, reduced to scavenging for scraps and drinking blood. Just getting by. Zhao Qian descended the stairs dressed in a sultry nightgown. Second brother, give Songren 2 brains so he can level up quickly. I believe his skills are not simple. Number 1 immediately stood, retrieving 2 heads from the pile of bodies and tossing them beside Songren. Humph, eat. Gratefully, Songren glanced at Zhao Qian and began to devour the brains voraciously. Sister, what do you think our next move should be? When shall we eliminate Sun Ran? Zhao Qian surveyed the blood-soaked living room, with no place to sit, and replied, what has everyone as current strength? Have you all leveled up? Number 1 said, I've reached level 4. And Wang Gang and Chow Dalei are now level 3. Shirkong and Xiao Xiaofu have achieved level 2. If we consume the remaining food, we could all level up again. Zhao Qian shook her head, stating, our current strength is still insufficient. I must ensure a lethal strike against Sun Ran, or we may be the ones who perish. Next, our target remains Chunhua Market, and we must seek out fellow corpsmen to join our ranks. Yes, sister, the group concurred. Just then, the sky darkened as a massive black cloud enveloped the sun, plunging the day back into night. Accompanying it was a deluge of dark rain. This rain was imbued with dark powers. Come, join me in the rain and absorb the energy. Hurry! Zhao Qian, being the highest level, was the first to sense the extraordinary nature of this black rain. The others quickly followed suit, stepping out to bathe in the rain. Not only did they emerge, but the zombies hiding in the shadows also instinctively came out to absorb the dark energy. Half an hour later, the black clouds passed, and sunlight re-emerged in the sky. How are you feeling? Zhao Qian inquired. I leveled up twice. I'm now a level 6 evolver. I've also gained a new skill called Taunt, which forces enemies to attack me. Number 1 beamed. I've leveled up twice as well. Chow Dalei joyfully added. Everyone had indeed leveled up by 2. Boss, what about you? Zhao Qian asked with a smile that I'm now a level 7 evolver. I could probably match second brother in terms of raw strength. She replied, and one could doubt Zhao Qian's power. Hey. Whereas Songren, I just saw her in the rain. I'm right here. Came the voice from above. Their astonishment. Songren was floating in the air, her form shifting between genders, and even more astonishingly, a pair of enormous wings sprouted from her back. Suddenly, she dove down, grabbing Number 1 and soaring high. Let me go. I'll fall to my death. Number 1 pleaded, but Songren ignored his cries. 30 meters, she released him, and he plummeted toward the ground. Just as he was about to smash into the ground, Songren swooped back to catch him. This is just a warning. If you dare to provoke me or Zhao Qian again, I will end you. Number 1's pants were soaked with fear, his face pale, and he dared not utter a word. Zhao Qian watched Songren with keen interest, asking Songren, what skill have you awakened? Transforming into her female form, she approached Zhao Qian and declared in the heavens, I long to be a pair of winged birds. I have awakened the talent of the winged bird, hermaphroditic and capable of flight. From now on, I can be your mount. Only you are worthy to ride. Zhao Qian covered her mouth, chuckling, then I thank you. Sister, upon returning to the villa, everyone took a shower and gathered in the living room on the first floor. The time has come. I can hardly wait to seek revenge on Sun Ran. As soon as she spoke, everyone, except Wang Gang and Shirkong, began to clench their fists in anticipation. They had waited too long for this moment. Today, it would finally be realized. Our primary goal is the blast doors. If we can destroy them, we can charge in. With our strength, we're bound to succeed. I agree. If you dare not step up this time, Chow Daily, you'd better leave the team. Rest assured, Brother One. My wife is over there, and I must bring her back this time. While Zhao Qian's team is deliberating here, joyous news arrives from Sun Rant's side. Apart from Ido, all of Sun Rant's companions have been promoted to the 5th level of Qi training. Moreover, they mastered their first personal elemental spell within a single day. Chapter 61. Sun Ran, who has been hiding in the villa, finally musters the courage to fight. That evening, Sun Ran and the others exuberantly discuss their skills. The most formidable among them is undoubtedly Sun Ran. His space element skill, in addition to the basic space slicing, has now learned a new ability. The space cage, when combined with space slicing. It creates a flawless synergy. The skills of the others are equally useful, and they have practiced a few simple combinations. Tang Tiantian unleashed a vine spell on a stool, effectively ensnaring it. Xi and Tong conjured a massive earth shield in front of everyone, allowing them to safely unleash their skills from behind. Sun Ran cast a space cage, enveloping the stool in a cage radiating with yellow light, and then executed a space slicing, effortlessly cleaving the stool in two. After practicing their combo techniques, everyone exchanged smiles. Among them, the most peculiar spell belongs to Qian Xiaoya. Her spell is called Divine Enlightenment. It seems to lack offensive power, but the spellbook offers little further explanation. Indeed, our team now possesses a comprehensive array of defense, control, attack, and tank capabilities. Let us all strive forward. Since everyone is at the 5th level of Qi training, their spiritual energy is not yet very robust. Typically, they can only release skills 3 or 4 times before needing to return to the meditation space to recover. Nevertheless, everyone is quite satisfied. This signifies an increased assurance of survival in this world. At that moment, the intelligent butler Xiao Du emitted an alert. Master, there are intruders advancing towards the 1st floor blast door. Everyone quickly assembled and approached the window. Through the sunroom, they spotted a group of shadowy figures approaching. However, it was too dark to discern their identities. Sun Ran rushed to the monitoring room, and with the night vision cameras, he finally recognized the intruders. Zhao Qian, Brother One. What are they doing together? And Chow Daily, Xiao Xiaofu, Shi Kong. It seems they do not come with good intentions. Sun Ran exited the monitoring room and relayed the information about the intruders to everyone, urging them to prepare for battle. Sure enough, upon reaching the blast door, the intruders wasted no time and began to violently assault it. This time was different. As Brother One swung his heavy hammer down, the entire sunroom trembled. At this rate, they might indeed succeed in breaching it. This was not what Sun Ran wished to witness, especially since they had all reached the 5th level of Qi training and possessed great confidence in their abilities. So, are we daring enough to engage them in battle? Su Ningming, eager for action, declared, I have long grown weary of enduring. Let us confront them head-on right now. Mido casually stroked a kitten and replied, I'm not afraid of them. If a fight breaks out, I'll have my wand to bite them to death first. The others also expressed their willingness to engage in combat, emphasizing that hiding would be detrimental to their future training. Very well, let us devise a strategy. Sun Ran proposed that we will have the 2 demon beasts lead the charge, and we will coordinate as we did before, but without being too rigid. Flexibility is key, and we must prioritize our safety. After attentively listening to Sun Ran's tactical arrangements, everyone nodded earnestly. All right, follow me to the underground parking lot. We will flank them from behind and launch a surprise attack. They swiftly made their way to the underground blast door and soon emerged behind the intruders, just as they intended to approach stealthily and catch them off guard. Zhao Qian unexpectedly sensed their presence. Her heightened instincts, honed as a level 7 evolved being, detected their powerful aura from hundreds of meters away. Stop smashing. They are coming out. Brother One was already drenched in sweat, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. He dropped the heavy hammer and, upon spotting Sun, ran not far away. His eyes widened in shock. The 2 groups did not rush to engage, but slowly closed in on one another. Darling, we meet again. I never expected that after the extreme weather, you would still exist as a human. Are you staying close, or are you drifting away? Sun Ran chuckled nonchalantly and replied, I didn't anticipate you would transform into a human corpse instead of a zombie. Quite impressive. I hope the crystal core in your head meets my expectations. Zhao Qian's expression shifted, but she quickly responded with a seductive smile. As long as you desire it, my dear, I will certainly provide it for you. Come now. I shall give it to you. With that, she activated her innate passive ability, bewitchment, coupled with infinite devouring, preparing to drain him dry the moment they drew close. Sun Ran felt his mind whirl. As if transported back to the days shortly after their marriage, when Zhao Qian had treated him with kindness, occasionally offering a smile. Those days were truly wonderful. She was so beautiful, her figure so perfect. He willingly devoted everything to her as they drew nearer. Su Ningming, sensing something amiss, unleashed her golden elemental skill, blade piercing. Instantly, a blade of golden energy formed within her, aimed directly at Zhao Qian's head. Zhao Qian had to interrupt her spell casting, narrowly evading the lethal strike, which left her drenched in cold sweat. She did not expect a seemingly innocent girl to possess such ferocity, with her charm disrupted. Sun Ran would surely be on guard, and with all opponents being women, her skills would find no suitable application. Let us unleash chaos, she declared. Brothers, charge! Level 5 Wang Gang had already prepared for a frontline rally, delivering motivational speeches that made their ears sore. However, the benefit was a 40% increase in attributes. Level 6 Brother 1, Level 5 Chao Dalei, and Level 5 Song Ren soared through the air, while Level 5 Shi Kong and Xiao Xiaofu transformed into flamboyant fighters, charging towards Sun Ran's line under the leadership of Level 7 Zhao Qian. After a brief moment of confusion, Sun Ran regained his composure. Observing the returning Zhao Qian and her cohorts, he took 2 steps back. Stick to the plan. Xi and Tong summoned a massive earth wall, 20 meters wide and 5 meters high, directly blocking Zhao Qian's path. Song Run, unable to halt his rapid flight, collided with the wall, sliding down in a rather comical manner. Useless. Get up! Zhao Qian shouted at that moment. 2 towering demon beasts leaped out from behind the wall. Lunging at Zhao Qian and Brother 1. Brother 1 immediately entered defense mode, clashing head-on with one of the beasts, while Zhao Qian, thanks to her agility as a level 7 evolved being, easily dodged the attack and retaliated with a punch. Resulting in a stalemate against the demon beast, Sun Ran swiftly hurled a space cage into the thickest part of the crowd, ensnaring Shi Kong, Xiao Xiaofu, and Chao Dalei together. He then executed a precise space slicing. Despite being a level 5 evolved being, Chao Dalei sensed the imminent danger and activated his defensive skill, enduring the damage, which prevented his companions from being cleaved in 2 within mere seconds of the battle commencing. It escalated to a fever pitch. Chapter 62. First victory achieved. New training regimen introduced. Chao Dalei and his companions managed to break free from Sun Ran's space cage, but before they could advance, Tang Tiantian's wooden vine spell ensnared their ankles with a sudden burst of green vines in that instant. Dong Fang's fire spells, Su Li's lightning spells, and Lin Yao's water spells were unleashed simultaneously, resulting in Chao Dalei and his companions being knocked unconscious. Now, the only combatants remaining were the recently wall-colliding Song Run, Zhao Qian, and Brother 1, while the others lay unconscious, unaware of their fates. Meanwhile, Wang Gang merely stood at the back, incessantly reciting the latest community committee documents. At this moment, even if Zhao Qian wished to retreat, she could not, for the 2 demon beasts continued to viciously attack her, and Brother 1. Zhao Qian's ability was effective against men, but utterly useless against demon beasts, forcing her to rely solely on her own strength to resist. She was gradually losing ground. Not far away, Brother 1 repelled a demon beast with a punch, then swiftly ran to Zhao Qian's side, urging her to flee. We must run now, or it will be too late. The second wave of magical attacks is imminent. Song Run, flying through the air, hesitated to descend, knowing that doing so would turn him into a target for Sun Ran's group. Upon seeing Brother 1 pulling Zhao Qian away, he abandoned his heroics and flapped his wings to escape. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Chao Dalei discreetly opened his eyes, noticing that the leaders had fled, prompting him to wake Shi Kong and Xiao Xiaofu, who were also pretending to be unconscious. They sprang to their feet and began to run, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Sun Ran did not pursue them. wary of potential ambushes in the darkness and recognizing that everyone's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Before Zhao Qian's arrival, they had practiced their skill combinations multiple times within the villa, exhausting considerable energy. With no time to replenish their spiritual energy, they plunged directly into battle. Watching the figures vanish into the shadows, Sun Ran laughed heartily, so they were merely a pack of paper tigers. Haha, Tang Tiantian remarked, I never expected that Song Run, that useless fool, could evolve wings. However, a fool remains a fool. He even managed to crash into a wall. I nearly died laughing. Dongfang chuckled, covering her mouth, and said, Did you see Chao Dalei and his companions pretending to be dead? I thought they were actually lifeless, but it turned out they were just acting. Everyone laughed heartily as they returned to the villa, where they retrieved an array of skewers and beer stacked on the coffee table. As they consumed and imbibed, they engaged in a spirited discussion about the recent battle, offering summaries and hoping that they would be more adept in future encounters of such nature. In Song Ren's villa, Zhao Qian rarely lost her temper, exclaiming, Useless! A bunch of useless individuals. They didn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy before lying on the ground pretending to be dead. And as for Song Ren, before the fight even started, you crashed into a wall. Are you blind? Chao Dalei, what did you say before? At the crucial moment, you just pretended to be dead. It's one thing to feign death yourself, but dragging Xiao Xiaofu and Shi Kong into it is absurd. Number one stood up and said, Sister, please don't be too angry. We truly cannot blame those few this time. If it weren't for Chao Dalei activating his defensive talent at the critical moment, Shi Kong and Xiao Xiaofu might not have returned. Moreover, he continued, while their spells are indeed formidable, we possess our own advantages. Zhao Qian inquired, What advantages? As long as we don't lose our heads, we can't die. Number one shook his head, smiling as he replied, We can control the zombies. Furthermore, this mysterious black rain has not only strengthened us, but has also enhanced the zombies. The current zombies are a force to be reckoned with. I can now control approximately 30 zombies. Together, the 7 of us can command over 200 zombies. Isn't that a considerable power? Zhao Qian suddenly understood. Indeed, second brother. How could I have forgotten that? So what are we waiting for? Let us swiftly go and hunt zombies. Number one shook his head, stating, Even if we find zombies now, they would be difficult to deal with. My intention is to control the zombies to attack human settlements, thereby upgrading through their flesh and blood. Additionally, I have a premonition that this black rain will return. The black rain can enhance us and the zombies, but it cannot strengthen Sun Ran and the others. With this ebb and flow, in less than half a year, we will surpass them. By then, we will control thousands of zombies that have been enhanced multiple times, combined with our own strength, ensuring a decisive victory. Lastly, we should use this time to recruit more human corpses to join us, thus making us even stronger. Number one articulated his thoughts one by one, and after listening, Zhao Qian nodded and said, Second brother, I'm grateful for your presence. Otherwise, in a fit of impulsiveness, I might have acted rashly. Let us proceed as you suggest. We will first control the zombies, and then take down the humans in Chunhua Market. While searching for human corpses, we will wait for the black rain to descend once more. In Sun Ran's villa, the festivities continued until the early hours of the morning, and they were too lazy to return to their rooms. Instead, falling asleep on the thick carpet in the living room, by 7 in the morning, they awoke promptly, channeling their internal spiritual energy to expel the alcohol from the previous night's revelries. Feeling significantly refreshed, after a light breakfast, they hurriedly entered the training space to commence a day of cultivation. Currently, aside from absorbing spiritual energy, they also engaged in combat training. The advantage of this was that it rapidly honed their skills and quickly depleted their spiritual energy. Each time they exhausted their energy, they would absorb more, leading to a swift enhancement of their cultivation. This approach was far more efficient than merely meditating to absorb spiritual energy to boost everyone's enthusiasm for combat. Sun Ran decided to implement a lottery system, randomly pairing 9 individuals against each other, with one person getting a bye into the next round. Then they would draw opponents again with another bye. This process continued until a champion emerged. After numerous rounds, the champions were predominantly Sun Ran and Mi Do, as both of their spells shared a common trait. They possessed both control and damage capabilities. Later, to ensure fairness, they decided to form pairs for combat, yet the outcome remained the same. Whoever was paired with Sun Ran or Mi Do was guaranteed to win, in addition to meditative training and combat practice. They also ventured out to hunt zombies. Following their previous victory against Zhao Qian's team, their confidence surged. Thus, the scope of their zombie hunting expanded to the surrounding areas. During this latest hunt, Sun Ran was astonished to discover that the zombies had evolved. Their strength and speed doubled. Consequently, the crystals in their heads had also increased in size. However, this was undoubtedly a nightmare for the human survivors, as their numbers were already scarce, while food was not very lacking. Their operational space had been significantly constricted. Now, teams of dozens dared not venture out for sustenance, fearing the zombies lurking in the shadows. They could only move in groups. Yet this posed a disadvantage, as congregating too closely heightened their bloodlust, making them more susceptible to attracting hordes of zombies. In summary, the human survivors were at a critical juncture between life and death, and Sun Ran, along with his team, made their appearance. Chapter 63. The zombie hunting team encounters Zhao Qian's team. Everyone, take your positions. Xian Tong will place the earth wall here, and then I will lure the zombies. Please watch your safety. The zombies in the community had been mostly cleared out by Sun Ran and the women, and now they could only venture outside the community to hunt. However, the number of zombies outside was overwhelming. Ever since the last Black Rain, all the hidden zombies and those that had remained indoors emerged outdoors. Consequently, every street and community was teeming with zombies. Honey, be careful not to attract too many. Rest assured, Sun Ran swiftly darted forward, utilizing his spatial talents to achieve a movement akin to instantaneous teleportation. In mere moments, he had covered several hundred meters. Sun Ran shouted at the densely packed zombies in the distance, immediately catching their attention. Confirming their direction, they began to chase after him. After waiting a few seconds, he dashed towards the community entrance. They're coming. Honey, you're back. Everyone, pay attention, Su Qingmeng said, focusing intently. When the zombies were within 50 meters, entering the range of their spells, Xian Tong's earth wall suddenly materialized out of thin air. The zombies, unable to halt their momentum, crashed into the wall. Wives, attack. With that command, Su Qingmeng's blades pierced through Su Li's thunderous strikes, Lin Yao's icy blades, Dongfang's fireballs, and Tang Tiantian's vine spells rained down indiscriminately upon the zombie horde. Sun Ran, standing behind the earth wall, unleashed his spatial cuts at the most densely packed area of zombies. Previously, this single strike could decapitate a dozen or so zombies, but now, due to the enhancement from the Black Rain, each spatial blade could only fell 2 or 3 before being thwarted by the zombies' pallid skin. The earth wall was soon breached under the relentless assault of the zombies, though their numbers had dwindled considerably. Sisters, watch me. Divine Insights. Qian Xiaoya's radiant spell required extensive preparation time and consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, yet wielded immense power. With hands emanating purple light, she hurled it towards the rapidly advancing zombies. Indeed, it was a divine insight, toppling all the zombies in front. Quick, clear the battlefield. Then we'll launch another wave. Sun Ran had set a goal that each person must absorb 10 crystal cores daily, ensuring everyone would enhance their elemental affinity and accelerate their cultivation speed. All right, darling, in less than 10 minutes, they extracted the crystal cores from over 100 zombies. Now, they were entirely unfazed by such gory tasks, akin to effortlessly extracting seeds from a watermelon. The second wave was similarly dispatched with ease. That today's mission is complete. Everyone, head back, Sun Ran said with a smile as he glanced at the crystal cores in his space. Upon returning to the villa, everyone retrieved 10 crystal cores from the space. Even the 2 cats had their share. After consuming them, their elemental affinity surged once again. They entered the training space, meditating in the morning to absorb spiritual energy, engaging in simulated combat in the afternoon, and then absorbing spiritual energy once more. After 10 days, everyone had advanced to the 7th level of Qi refining, with Mi Do reaching the 8th level. Zhao Qian and her companions had not ventured outside in recent days. Instead, they consumed the food they had brought back last time, resulting in a level increase for everyone. With food depleted, Zhao Qian led the group to gather zombies, preparing to attack the nearby Chunhua market. Upon arriving at the community, they were astonished to find that the zombies had vanished after just a few days of absence. Could it be that Sun Ran and his group had wiped them all out? With no other option, they had to venture outside to gather zombies to avoid encountering Sun Ran and the others. They unanimously decided to take the back exit of the community after leaving the community. Zhao Qian and her group effortlessly gathered over 300 evolved zombies. This force had completely surpassed that of Chunhua Market, just as they were about to seize the humans from the bargain group. A group emerged across the road. 7 or 8 humans, accompanied by a throng of zombies. The numbers are roughly comparable to Zhao Qian's. The leader, whom Zhao Qian surprisingly recognizes, is also known to Song Ren. This individual is none other than the proprietor of the largest nightclub in the vicinity, famously referred to as Sang Biao. Before the apocalypse, Song Ren, a well-known rich second generation, frequently brought Zhao Qian to the nightclub for leisure, thus fostering a relatively amicable relationship between them. Is that Zhao Qian's sister over there? Sang Biao exclaimed arrogantly. Zhao Qian flashed a charming smile and coyly replied, "Brother Sang Biao, indeed, it is your little sister. I am genuinely delighted to see you well." As they spoke, Sang Biao, accompanied by his entourage, advanced to within 10 meters of her. He scanned behind Zhao Qian, but failed to spot Song Ren. It would have been strange if he had, for at that moment, Song Ren had taken on the appearance of a woman. Among the remaining individuals, aside from the first one who appeared quite formidable, the others were rather unimpressive. There was a flamboyant fitness instructor, a teenager, and a bespectacled Wang Gang. This ensemble could easily be mistaken for a comedic act. "Sister, how about joining my team? Look at my brothers, all robust and strong. Their awakened talent skills are top-notch. They can certainly protect you well." No, Brother Sang Biao, we are all neighbors and look out for each other, so we wouldn't want to impose on you. Sang Biao's expression darkened immediately. In the days of prosperity, Song Ren often brought the enchanting Zhao Qian to the nightclub, and Sang Biao had long harbored intentions towards her. Unexpectedly encountering her today, Sang Biao felt unperturbed even if Song Ren were present, bolstered by the presence of his comrades. His awakened talent was attack enhancement, while his pair of twin brothers possessed defensive and offensive talents. Furthermore, one burly man had previously served as his personal bodyguard, endowed with combat skills. The 2 women accompanying him had control skills, proving to be quite practical. This combination could undoubtedly overpower the motley crew across from them. "Sister Zhao Qian, I suggest you think carefully. You might regret it later. Don't blame me for not warning you." The first one stepped forward. "Regret? What are you so arrogant about?" Zhao Qian quickly halted him and took a couple of steps forward, feigning a look of indecision. Suddenly, she raised her head and activated her passive charm skill. How could a level 6 human zombie evolver like Sang Biao withstand the allure of a level 7 Zhao Qian? He fell directly into her enchantment, ensnared in a world of fantasy where he not only possessed Zhao Qian's heart, but also her body. This is bliss. Suddenly, a piercing pain erupted in his head, and all the energy within him was drained. Zhao Qian unceremoniously tossed the drained Sang Biao to the ground. With a seductive smile, she inquired, "Will you be joining us, or shall we join you?" Chapter 64. Fated Rivals. No retreat, only battle. With Sang Biao dead, his subordinates began to retreat. The first one displayed keen insight, swiftly commanding the zombies to encircle them. At this moment, Sang Biao's bodyguard, Zhuzi, cautiously spoke up. "Sister Qian, can we join you? I hope you won't hold past grudges and will take us in." Zhao Qian did not rush to respond, but instead looked past Zhuzi and cheerfully asked, "What about you guys?" The twin brothers hung their heads, too frightened to meet Zhao Qian's gaze, fearing they might end up like Sang Biao, drained of their essence. "Sister Qian, we brothers would also like to join your team." The 2 women at the back quickly expressed their willingness to join, promising not to have any regrets. "Good. Since you all wish to join my team, we shall be one family from now on. Next, let us introduce ourselves to better understand one another. All right, I'll go first at him. My name is Zhuzi, and I am Sang Biao's bodyguard, trained in martial arts with a combat talent. I am elder brother, Zhang Tianyu, with a defensive enhancement talent. This is my younger brother, Zhang Tianzhua, with an offensive enhancement talent. We both have been imprisoned for robbery and had nothing to do after our release until we awakened our human zombie talents and followed Sang Biao. I am Wu Xiaohong, formerly a princess in Sang Biao's establishment. My awakened talent is gentle entanglement, which allows my hands to extend and ensnare enemies. That I am Sun Nana, a potion maker. My talent is venom, enabling me to expel highly corrosive toxins. Upon hearing the introductions, Zhao Qian thought to herself, there isn't a decent person among them. However, she maintained a cheerful facade, exclaiming, what a talented bunch, after both sides had introduced themselves. Zhao Qian gathered the two groups together. The nearest human settlement to us now is Chunhua Market, which houses nearly 300 humans. Their hunting group has been eliminated by us, leaving behind only the elderly, frail, and sick. Our objective today is to clear out this market. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although a new leader had emerged, in this apocalypse, power dictated authority. We must remain vigilant. First, let's control the zombies for a wave of attack. Our mission is to prevent the human survivors from escaping. Is that clear? Understood, Sister Qian. Sun Ran awoke in the morning, stretching his 4 arms and 2 legs. Though his movements were gentle, they nonetheless roused 2 beautiful women. Qian Xiaoya opened her eyes wide, pouting, darling, it's only 6:30. Let us sleep a little longer. Sun Ran playfully swatted her bottom and replied, today it's my turn to cook, so rise and shine for you little gluttons. All right, I won't sleep anymore. I'll help you make breakfast. With that, Qian Xiaoya sat up naked and began to dress. Since Mido couldn't consume human food, she was assigned any cooking duties. Today it was Sun Ran and Su Ningming's turn to prepare breakfast, and with Qian Xiaoya's assistance, they swiftly prepared a feast. Steak, milk, juice, fries, buns, and youtiao, resembling a high-end hotel breakfast buffet. They could take whatever they desired since the space was abundant with food. Once everyone reached the foundational stage, they would essentially be able to fast, making meals inconsequential. After breakfast, Sun Ran began assigning tasks. We have now established a route to Chunhua Market. To my knowledge, there should be a number of survivors there. My proposal is to clear the zombies surrounding the market, providing a relatively safe area for these survivors to scavenge for supplies. As the number of human survivors dwindles, every little bit of help counts. What do you all think? Suli took a sip of milk and gazed at Sun Ran with affectionate eyes, saying, darling, I've noticed you are increasingly suited to leadership. I think you should establish a human survivor base. You can be the king, and we can be your concubines. Sun Ran shook his head quickly. No way. That would entail constant responsibilities, leaving me no time for cultivation. Our primary mission now is to train and eliminate the mastermind. Hao Yin, our secondary mission is to assist humanity wherever possible. The women unanimously agreed, voicing their full support for Sun Ran's decision. Since there are no objections, let us tidy up and set off. Remember, prioritize your safety. Do not take unnecessary risks. Understood, darling. You remind us every day. Sun Ran, accompanied by 8 women and 2 cats, donned their gear and departed the villa for Chunhua Market, just as Sun Ran was about to reach the market's main entrance. A group of people appeared at another fork in the road. To be precise, it was a dozen human zombies accompanied by hundreds of zombies. Darling, it's Zhao Qian and her crew. Zhao Qian's side was equally taken aback. Fated rivals, what a coincidence. Including the 2 cats, Sun Ran had 11 combat-capable members. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian's side, with the zombies, boasted over 400 capable fighters. This stark contrast immediately bolstered Zhao Qian's confidence. Brothers, command the zombies to launch a direct assault and surround Sun Ran. We shall seize the opportunity to strike. However, Sun Ran had no intention of fleeing. With their deepening cultivation, they understood that training was fundamentally about defying fate and borrowing life from the heavens. Retreating would only unsettle their minds, leading to potential pitfalls and future advancements. Thus, they fixed their determined gazes upon the approaching zombies. Fight! Only through battle can we elevate ourselves. Are you afraid, my darlings? Not afraid. Darling, all right, let us approach this as we usually do in battle and see who can slay more zombies. Over 400 evolved zombies charged forward. Xiantong's earthen wall rose up instantly. Now, at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, Xiantong's wall was sturdier and thicker than before. Even evolved zombies would struggle to breach it. In the 8th layer of Qi cultivation, Mido unleashed 2 towering beasts, each over 2 meters in height. Their claws resembled grim reaper's scythes, mercilessly reaping the lives of the zombies. At this moment, Sun Ran had already taken refuge behind a dirt wall, manipulating the spatial elements within him to form a transparent spatial blade over a meter long, which he wielded back and forth to sever the heads of the undead Su Ningming. On the other hand, deftly maneuvered her blade through the throngs of zombies in the blink of an eye. The number of zombies had decreased by a third. Number 1, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "Sister, if we don't join in soon, the zombies will all be eliminated." Zhao Qian chuckled, "Silly brother, what we're lacking right now is not zombies. We need to immediately release our control over these zombies and recruit more from the surroundings. I can't afford to exhaust them." Number 1's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, this world boasts a population of several billion. Just Chaoshu City alone has millions that we truly lack nothing but zombies. He rallied his comrades. "Brothers, let's hurry and find more zombies. They can't possibly kill them all in a short time." Chao Dali and the others, relieved that they did not have to confront Sun Ran directly, sprang into action with uncontainable excitement, bouncing around as they sought new zombies. Chapter 65. Zhao Qian's team retreats. Sun Ran's team faces crisis despite the overwhelming number of zombies. For Sun Ran and his companions, it merely meant spending a bit more time as the zombies dwindled. A smile spread across Sun Ran's face. While controlling the spatial blade, he remarked, "Today has indeed been fruitful. We've harvested over 400 evolved zombie cores. I must extend my gratitude to Zhao Qian." Su Ningming interjected, "Darling, with zombies everywhere, is it really necessary to thank her?" "Ha, I'm just saying that to tease her," he replied. Just then, Number 1 and his crew reappeared behind Zhao Qian, leading over 300 zombies. Sun Ran instantly understood. He had been pondering how the group had suddenly vanished, leaving only Zhao Qian behind. They had gone to recruit more zombies. Damn, these crafty individuals intend to exhaust us with their sea of corpses. Su Ningming scoffed, "Humph, even if they come in greater numbers, it won't matter. I'm not afraid." Sun Ran sighed. "Ningming, this isn't about fear. It's about the depletion of our spiritual energy. The Earth's spiritual energy is insufficient, and once we expend all our internal energy, what will we do?" Su Ningming then realized she was akin to a hero in a game. Out of mana and reliant only on basic attacks, the number of zombies surged to over 400 again. Unease settled over everyone, especially since Number 1's group had vanished once more. Zhao Qian stood at a distance, a smug expression on her face as she observed Sun Ran and the others. Suddenly, the sound of clanking chains echoed through the air. The rusted rolling shutter of the Chunhua market began to rise, revealing countless human survivors behind it. The leader, an elderly man, proclaimed, "Young man, we've been watching from within for quite some time that we can no longer allow you to fight alone. Everyone stand shoulder to shoulder. Let us slay the zombies." With that, over 200 individuals surged forth from the market. Sun Ran, without time for gratitude, swiftly transitioned from offense to defense, conjuring a massive spatial cage that ensnared the zombies. "Elder, you all take care of the zombies trapped inside the cage. Quickly extract the cores and consume them." The survivors, quick-witted, understood immediately, brandishing knives and cleavers to hack away. They swiftly retrieved the cores, tossing them into their mouths. Within moments, the cores were absorbed, rejuvenating the elder by 20 years and exponentially increasing his strength. This transformation occurred for many others as well. However, some were not so fortunate, meeting their demise at the hands of the zombies. Now was not the time for sorrow. They had to eradicate the zombies swiftly. As more survivors consumed the cores, the balance of power began to shift. 10 minutes later, at the cost of over 30 survivors' lives. The remaining survivors were empowered, and all the zombies were vanquished. Zhao Qian's face darkened significantly. At this moment, Number 1 returned with over 300 zombies. Yet upon seeing the 200 human survivors standing behind Sun Ran, he was left dumbfounded. Zhao Qian thought to herself, having just recruited a few new team members, if they were to face defeat now, it would tarnish her future reputation. Thus, she declared, "Let us spare them for today. They want to be so fortunate next time that I refuse to believe Sun Ran can keep watching over this bunch of useless market dwellers." Number 1, well aware of Sun Ran's strength and the recently empowered survivors, realized that their chances of victory were slim. Sister is right. Next time, We shall thoroughly cleanse Chunhua Market. After uttering those harsh words, Zhao Qian led her group away without a hint of regret. Sun Ran sighed in relief. His spiritual energy had already been significantly depleted. If they had charged at that moment, even a victory would come at a great cost. Fortunately, the previous encounter had left them with a psychological barrier, preventing them from recklessly attacking. Elder, we were the ones who eliminated the initial batch of zombies, so we'll gather the cores. Since you took care of the second batch, the cores belong to you. Does that seem fair? The elder, though advanced in age, was shrewd and promptly declined. Young man, we don't need the cores. We've already consumed quite a few. These are all for you. Come on, everyone, help the young man collect the cores. And no one is allowed to keep any for themselves, the elder commanded, and his authority among the survivors was evident. Sun Ran didn't take refuse, having a rough estimate of the number of zombies they had slain. After more than 10 minutes, the survivors voluntarily handed over the cores to Sun Ran, totaling 360. Young man, we owe you our gratitude today. Had it not been for you all, these zombies would have surely breached the market's gates, and we would have faced dire consequences. Elder, there's no need for such formalities that we are all survivors. We help each other when we can. Moreover, now that everyone has consumed the cores, their physical attributes have more than doubled. They now possess the capability to fight against the zombies that I suggest you hunt more zombies to further enhance your abilities that I understand. We previously organized a hunting team, but they never returned from their last mission. I suspect they fell victim to the zombies. Sun Ran nodded solemnly. That is highly likely. You must be extra cautious moving forward. If any emergencies arise, you can find me at Villa 32 in Longxi Garden. After leaving the address, Sun Ran returned to the villa with his companions, preparing to absorb the cores before entering a training session. Each person would receive over 30 cores, all from evolved zombies, effectively doubling their value. Su Ningming meticulously cleaned the cores and distributed them among the group. After absorbing the cores, everyone's elemental affinity saw a significant increase. Once in the training space, Sun Ran closed his eyes to feel the changes and remarked, the cores we've absorbed have at least boosted our training speed by 30%, that I'm confident that within 10 days, I can break through to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. The others share their sentiments, expressing their surprise. It truly is as you say. It seems merely meditating and practicing in isolation is not sufficient. In the ensuing days, Sun Ran and his team rose early to hunt zombies, absorbing the cores afterward to train. Meanwhile, the survivors in the market also diligently worked to enhance their own strengths. That a few exceptional individuals emerged, and under their leadership, the survivors' collective power grew steadily. Zhao Qian, on the other hand, had shifted her focus towards other smaller human settlements. The low population of these survivor enclaves made them easy targets for Zhao Qian's team. As time passed, Zhao Qian's group gradually grew in strength. Rise and shine, it's time for work, ladies. Early in the morning, Sun Ran went from room to room, knocking on doors. In a short while, the doors swung open, revealing a parade of drowsy beauties. After groggily freshening up and enjoying breakfast, everyone stepped outside to commence their first task of the day, hunting zombies. After 10 days of relentless hunting, the number of zombies around the market had been nearly eradicated. To continue slaying zombies in bulk, they would have to venture further afield, which was why Sun Ran had awakened everyone so early. After walking along the road for 15 minutes, they finally spotted a horde of zombies at the entrance of a residential complex. Just as they prepared to launch their attack, a massive dark cloud rapidly approached from the sky. In mere moments, it loomed directly above Sun Ran and his companions, accompanied by a torrential downpour of black rain. In an instant, darkness enveloped their surroundings and countless zombies surged from all directions, trapping Sun Ran and his team. Chapter 66. Surrounded from all sides, Mido successfully established his foundation in the pitch-black chaos. With the relentless downpour, Sun Ran and his companions found themselves cornered by the zombies. Wang Defa, Wang Sai, transform. Instantly, the two silver tabbies morphed into colossal beasts, rampaging through the horde of zombies with unrestrained fury. This audacious display incited the zombies' wrath, prompting them to retaliate, fight, and retreat. Do not engage in prolonged battles. Two have successfully captured the attention of the zombies, yet countless undead continue to rush towards Sun Ran and his companions. A massive earthen wall rises to obstruct the relentless pursuit of the zombies, but the horde is too vast. It merely slows their advance, and with the rain falling, the wall's effectiveness is significantly diminished. At this moment, Mido has recalled and while the group casts spells to slay the zombies, they retreat toward the Dragonstream homestead. Husband, zombies are appearing behind us, and their numbers are overwhelming. Sully shouted, "It truly is a case of being pursued from the front and intercepted from the back. Ladies, do not hold back your vital energy. We must carve a path forward. Follow me." Sun Ran summoned his physical strength and spiritual energy, channeling it into the spatial blade to clear a way ahead. The two flanked the spatial blade, assisting in the effort. However, the sheer number of zombies proved insurmountable. Even with E in the spatial blade, they could not pierce through the throng that, if this continued, they would be doomed. At that moment, Qian Xiaoya exclaimed, "Husband, sisters, protect me. I may have a solution." Her element was light, but the others had only witnessed her using the skill of enlightenment, never her basic elemental spells. "All right, Xiaoya." Rest assured, the group formed a protective circle around Qian Xiaoya, unleashing their skills to eliminate the nearby zombies. Seconds later, they were suddenly dazzled by a brilliant light emanating from behind them. Akatia's sister Xiaoya. She is glowing. The zombies seem to cower in fear of this radiance, retreating in terror. "Quickly, I cannot hold this for long," Qian Xiaoya managed to utter. "Let us go." With a light spread, zombies hastily withdrew, and the group sprinted towards the Dragonstream homestead. "Mido, why aren't you moving?" "Husband, you all should go ahead. I need to absorb the energy from this rain. I must establish my foundation." "All right, take care." Mido, being a being of both human and zombie, was not attacked by the zombies. In fact, they feared her. Just as they were nearing the entrance of the Dragonstream homestead, Qian Xiaoya suddenly exhausted her spiritual energy and collapsed. The light vanished in an instant. The horde of zombies trailing behind surged forward like rabid dogs, lunging at Sun Ran and his companions. "Damn, this horde of zombies is truly relentless. Run." Fortunately, the zombies within the community had been cleared out earlier, or they would have found themselves besieged from both sides. The zombies, empowered by the dark rain, moved swiftly but remained at a distance from Sun Ran and the others. At that moment, a whooshing sound echoed from behind. "Husband, look! I can fly now." "Huh." Mido was seen standing on a sword that each of them possessed, taken from the training palace. She swiftly landed in front of the others and confidently declared, "Everyone, stop running. Prepare to collect the zombie cores." As she finished speaking, the sword she stood upon suddenly sprang to life, transforming into a streak of azure light, weaving through the zombie horde, and in an instant, the zombies' heads fell like durians from a tree, plummeting to the ground. Sun Ran and the others were left dumbfounded. Was this the power of a Foundation establishment cultivator? The ability to control a flying sword to slay enemies? In that moment, a singular thought filled their minds. They must cultivate immediately. They wouldn't emerge until they reached Foundation establishment. Minutes later, the thousands of pursuing zombies were all slain. The dark rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. The sky brightened once more. The community was now a scene of chaos, littered with the heads of zombies. "We struck gold. Ladies, quickly gather the cores." "I, Sun Ran, declare this. I shall not return to the villa until I reach Foundation establishment." Mido rushed over, wrapping her arms around Sun Ran's, saying, "Silly husband, there's no need to rush. I was already aiming for the 9th level of Qi refinement. That black rain just pushed me to the 9th level. Then I gained insight and stood in the rain to absorb more, breaking through my bottleneck and advancing to Foundation establishment in one go." "Take your time. Haste makes waste." Upon hearing Mido's words, Sun Ran broke into a cold sweat. His heart had been a bit chaotic earlier. First, he had been chased by zombies, then felt powerless to protect his woman. Finally, witnessing Mido's strength ignited jealousy within him. Such a state was not conducive to cultivation. "Thank you, Mido, for your reminder. I understand now. Haste makes waste, and it's best to let things unfold naturally." "Indeed, husband, take your time. You are the strongest among us." "I'll go collect the cores." Sun Ran shook his head and joined the others in gathering the cores. The moment the dark rain fell, Zhao Qian and her companions immediately led their zombie minions outdoors to absorb the power of the rain. Just as number one had said, this dark rain had returned. It was as if someone had orchestrated it deliberately, providing energy for both zombies and human corpses to continuously level up. Zhao Qian, already at level 8, soared to level 10 after this dark rain, awakening a new skill. Fatal Kiss. She transformed the dark energy within her body into a scorching kiss, shooting it outward that if an enemy was struck, they would be mesmerized for several seconds, regardless of gender. This skill finally filled the gap in Zhao Qian's lack of control and manipulation skills. Others generally rose to levels 8 or 9. While the zombies reached level 4, the entire strength of Zhao Qian's team had significantly increased. However, they did not rush to seek revenge on Sun Ran. Instead, they diligently searched for human corpses to expand their ranks. After the dark rain, the boost in levels filled everyone with confidence. Sister Qian, what's our next target? Zhao Qian lifted her head and sniffed the air, saying, before the apocalypse, I love shopping at Yida Plaza. It's been ages since I went. Let us stroll there. Everyone filled their ranks with zombie minions. Accompany me to Yida for shopping. Yes, Sister Qian, now that everyone had leveled up, nearly each person could control around 50 zombies. While Zhao Qian could control over 100, a large group made their way to Yida Plaza. Zhao Qian was correct. There indeed was a gathering place for humans here, and it was quite substantial. With around 2,000 people, they were scattered across various floors, lacking a unified leader, fighting amongst themselves, resembling a community from before the apocalypse. Some were brawling, others stealing, and some selling their bodies. All manner of chaos ensued. Not good. A horde of human corpses leading zombies is heading towards us. Quickly, warn those upstairs. Prepare for battle. Panic erupted among the crowd. Chaos ensued. Those on the first floor rushed to the second. Those on the second floor scrambled to the third. While the third floor occupants fled to the fourth. Those on the fourth floor could only wait for death, for Yida Plaza was only 4 stories high when Zhao Qian arrived on the first floor of Yida Plaza. Not a single living person remained, only a sea of tattered shoes and socks, along with heaps of refuse that a bunch of foolish humans. Since they're all hiding upstairs, Wishan Sun Ran commenced distributing crystal cores among the group. Each individual received nearly 100, including 2 silver gradient cats that also obtained crystal cores. After absorbing the cores, everyone entered the cultivation space together, embarking on the journey to advance to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Meanwhile, Mido fortuitously reached the foundation establishment stage, thus not feeling an urgent need to cultivate. Instead, she began studying the spells pertinent to this phase. The spell associated with the dark element during the foundation establishment stage is known as Dark Illusion. Upon release, it ensnares all enemies within its range in an illusion. However, if an opponent's cultivation surpasses her own, they remain unaffected. This can be regarded as a crowd control ability. The downside of this skill, however, is its significant consumption of stamina and spiritual energy. It is likely that before the enemies could be trapped indefinitely, her own spiritual energy would be entirely depleted. Yet, this was of little concern, as Mido had her teammates. A few seconds of control would likely suffice for Sun Ran and the others to eliminate the foes. 3 months passed swiftly, and due to the rich spiritual energy within the cultivation space, combined with the substantial absorption of zombie crystal cores, everyone successfully ascended to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The next step was to prepare for the breakthrough to foundation establishment. According to the cultivation manual left by Luo Yi, the foundation establishment stage is the most crucial phase in the cultivation journey, with many individuals spending their entire lives ensnared in this stage. Only by reaching foundation establishment can one be deemed to have truly crossed the threshold of cultivation. Each person's opportunities differ. Only through accumulating experience to a certain level can one soar to great heights and succeed in foundation establishment. Husband, the spiritual energy within me is now full. According to the book, I must transform the spiritual energy from a gaseous state to a liquid state for it to be considered a success. But how does one achieve this transformation? Sun Ran chuckled wryly. I'm also at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and lack experience. I can only consult Mido. Mido quickly replied, Don't look at me. That city of black rain was my opportunity. I am just as clueless, having stumbled into the Foundation establishment stage myself. Sun Ran remarked, I believe it is futile for us to continue cultivating aimlessly here. We should venture out and engage in some battles. Perhaps through combat, we will comprehend the mysteries of Foundation establishment. Indeed, novels often depict such scenarios. In life-and-death situations, one's inner universe erupts. A transformation occurs. Su Ningming chimed in with a playful grin. All right, given the hard work everyone has put in recently, I propose we take a day off to relax. Afterwards, we can seek out opponents. Hooray! Over the past 3 months, everyone had tirelessly battled zombies, absorbed crystal cores, and engaged in relentless cultivation and combat without a moment's respite. A rare opportunity to unwind had arrived. The group gathered on the rooftop terrace of the 5th floor, setting up a barbecue grill and placing a whole lamb inside to roast. A table laden with beer and beverages accompanied them, while music played in the background. Given that not a single zombie could be seen in the vicinity, as they had all been cleared out, any further incursions would necessitate a drive several kilometers away. Subsequently, survivors from Chunhua Market approached Sun Ran, expressing their desire to relocate to Longshi Garden due to the overcrowding in the market. This community was not owned by Sun Ran, and thus he had no reason to refuse. Now, approximately 400 human survivors resided in the community, which was also guarded at the entrance. People moved freely within the vicinity, and for a fleeting moment, everyone felt as if they had returned to a time before the apocalypse. All of this was thanks to the efforts of Sun Ran's team. After finishing their barbecue, the group could not miss out on karaoke. They sang boisterously into the night, unperturbed by the potential disturbance. After a day of relaxation, everyone's spirits were rejuvenated. The next day, everyone donned their gear, and before departing, Sun Ran stated, we have nearly eradicated the zombies within a 5-kilometer radius. Oh, you have any other objectives? Mido responded, before the apocalypse, I loved shopping at Yida Mall. Why don't we go there? It could evoke some fond memories. Absolutely, I adored going there too. I used to get my manicures done on the 1st floor of Yida. Su Ningming eagerly added, yes, that's so. Which salon did you go to? Sun Ran chuckled. You two keep chatting. It's already noon. Are we leaving or not? The two exchanged playful tongue gestures before boarding a large business vehicle and heading towards Yida Mall. As they approached the mall, a traffic light away, the number of zombies began to increase. Ladies, it's time to get to work. First, let us clear the zombies, then we can proceed to Yida Mall. All right, husband, Mido, you need to intervene unless there is danger. Just stay alert. Understood, husband. While Sun Ran and his companions were busy hunting zombies near Yida Mall, an individual cautiously retreated into the mall, relaying information to Zhao Qian, who was enjoying breakfast. Zhao Qian rose, surveying the 30 or so newly recruited minions behind her, brimming with confidence. This time, she was determined to capture Sun Ran. Chapter 68. Fierce battle in the lobby of Yida Plaza's second brother. Shortly, lead the newly recruited minions to ambush in the alley beside the entrance of Yida. When Sun Ran arrives, follow my signals and charge out. Song Run, you lead Air Zhuzi, the Tianyu twin brothers, Wu Xiaohong and Sun Nana, as well as Chao Daliai and others to lay in wait at the entrance. Once second brother makes his move, surround them from the side. Strike them when they least expect it. Zhao Qian methodically assigned tasks to everyone. Qian Jia, how do you know that Sun Ran and the others will definitely enter Yida Plaza? Zhao Qian covered her mouth and smiled, because I'm a woman. Every woman enjoys shopping. All right, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and prepare. Yes, Qian Jia. The two teams, accompanied by their controlled zombies, exited the 1st floor lobby, while Zhao Qian ascended to the 2nd floor, ready to provide support at any moment. Mido and her 2 kittens followed closely behind, while Sun Ran and his companions formed a compact formation, adeptly defending and attacking as they effortlessly dispatched the evolved zombies. They then collected the zombies' heads, storing them in their spatial compartments to retrieve the cores later. Husband, it feels so effortless to slay zombies now. Just a few simple spells hardly consume any spiritual energy, Su Ningming remarked, skillfully maneuvering metallic blades through the horde of zombies, harvesting their heads. Indeed, there is hardly any challenge in this. That I wonder where Zhao Qian and her group have concealed themselves. If we encounter them again, we must show no mercy to as they conversed. They eliminated all the zombies in their path. Wow, we've finally arrived at the long-awaited Yida Mall. I must visit the nail salon first to see if they have any manicure supplies. I want to get my nails done. Me too, Sun Ran, chuckling, remarked. Ah, women. They slowly approached the first entrance of Ida. Wait, do you smell that? Such a strong scent of blood, and not a single zombie in sight. Something feels off, Sun Ran furrowed his brow. Oh, husband, don't be paranoid. Perhaps there are a lot of survivors inside, Tang Tiantian suggested. Maybe among them, there's even a manicurist. Enough with the useless talk. Let us be cautious, seeing Sun Ran's serious demeanor. Tang Tiantian and Su Ningming immediately fell silent, exchanging glances and sticking out their tongues in a cute manner on the second floor. Zhao Qian observed Sun Ran and the 8 stunning women behind him, her heart igniting with fury. You will regret this, Sun Ran, that I will make my minions harm each of your women right before your eyes. She seethed through clenched teeth. As Sun Ran and his group stepped through the first entrance into the lobby. Zhao Qian signaled from the second floor. The hidden minion outside rushed in with over 500 zombies, but by the time Sun Ran heard the footsteps, it was too late, for the ambush had already begun. Without hesitation, they launched into battle at that moment. In the lobby, Sun Ran's team witnessed the ambush and quickly rushed over as well. Sun Ran and his 9 companions were immediately surrounded. This time, there would be no pre-fight banter. They dove directly into combat. One knew that Sun Ran and his group excelled in long-range attacks, while their weakness lay in close combat. The defensive minions activated their skills, shielding themselves in front, bravely absorbing the assault from Sun Ran's team, while the offensive minions armed themselves with weapons, eager to engage in close-quarters combat. Zombies, heedless of their own safety, charged toward Sun Ran's group. Sun Ran shouted, Mido, if anyone is in danger, you must intervene to save them. If not, just observe. Everyone understood that cultivating in a sheltered environment of the palace was utterly insufficient for achieving foundation establishment. Only through battling against nature and humanity could they grasp the true essence of life, allowing their mindsets to ascend and thus facilitate their advancement. Without enduring storms, how could one expect to see rainbows? Sun Ran's spatial confinement was the first to be unleashed, trapping the incoming minions within. However, since the leader was also at the 9th level, it broke free within seconds and continued its reckless advance. A few defensive minions instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands as they followed closely behind the leader. Vine technique. Tang Tiantian ensnared those at the forefront, binding them alongside the zombies. Yet, similar to Sun Ran's spatial confinement, it proved ineffective against opponents of equal standing, failing to restrain them for more than a few seconds. However, the other corpses were not so fortunate, being firmly trapped in place. Seizing the moment, Dong Feng immediately hurled several large fireballs, incinerating all the low-level corpses ensnared in their predicament. These newly recruited subordinates of Zhao Qian were of relatively low rank. How could they possibly withstand Dong Feng's fireball technique, cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refinement? Meanwhile, Song Ren charged in from the rear with Air Zhuzi and the twins. Wu Xiaohong activated her innate skill, causing her hands to elongate dramatically as she reached for the idol Mido. Mido laughed, thinking, I am not provoking you, and yet there are still those foolish enough to challenge me. With a swift manipulation of her spirit sword, she sliced Wu Xiaohong's rubber-like arms into countless segments. Ah, my hands! My hands are shattered. Sun Nana rushed to help her up, then activated her talent, unleashing a torrent of venom towards Mido and her companions at that moment. Exen Tong happened to witness the scene and instinctively erected a soil wall in front of the venom. The toxic liquid splattered against the wall, sizzling ominously. Su Li, upon seeing this, erupted in anger, exclaiming, Those 2 wretches are truly revolting, spitting at us. With that, 2 thunderous bolts struck true, obliterating Wu Xiaohong and Sun Nana's heads. Song Ren was taken aback, suddenly recalling what had been said before the battle. This group was invincible at range, and they had to engage in close combat. With this thought, he spread his wings and ascended into the air. While Chao Dalei and the others took cover behind the zombies, preparing to charge Mido and her group, Sun Ran and his 9 companions formed a protective circle, preparing to fight on 2 fronts. The only concern for Sun Ran was that Zhao Qian had yet to make an appearance. The enemy hiding in the shadows was the most terrifying of all. Just then, Sun Ran felt an intense energy surging toward him, causing his scalp to tingle. Acting on instinct, he forcefully shifted his body half a meter to the left. A cloud of pink gas brushed past him. This was Zhao Qian's level 10 innate skill. The deadly kiss. Anyone who came into contact with this pink gas would be controlled, and the duration of that control depended on the strength of the victim. Before Sun Ran could catch his breath, 2 more streams of pink gas lunged at him, completely poisoning the area around him, leaving him with no option to evade. That if he dodged directly, those behind him would suffer the consequences. The current situation saw the first number launching a frontal assault, Song Ren leading the rear attack, while Zhao Qian lurked amidst the zombie horde, launching her skills from the shadows. Was it truly reliant on Mido to resolve this crisis? No, there was still a trump card. The final ace up their sleeve. Chapter 69. The curtain falls on Zhao Qian. The first volume concludes as the pink mist drew ever closer. Sun Ran found himself with no place to hide and could only unleash a spatial blade in hopes of blocking it. However, even if the mist was cleaved in 2, it would be of no use. Sun Ran could only brace himself for the onslaught. The pink mist immediately penetrated his body, in the next moment. His head spun, his limbs became unresponsive, and he stumbled forward in a daze. Suddenly, a beam of purple light descended upon his head. Qian Xiaoya's radiant element spell struck like a bolt of enlightenment. At this critical juncture, it was once again Qian Xiaoya. Her ability was twofold. It could inflict harm on zombies and corpses while dispelling all control skills when cast upon allies. Sun Ran instantly regained his senses, and Zhao Qian was taken aback, never expecting her skill to be dispelled so swiftly. Ladies, do you remember the elemental fusion? At this point, everyone's spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted, having cast spells as if they were free. Remember, darling. What do you mean? Sun Ran kicked away an advancing zombie, then flung out a spatial blade to block the oncoming first number, declaring loudly, "Initiate elemental fusion ahead of time. Perhaps this is the key to our ascension." The ancient tome left by Luo Yi stated that to defeat Hao Yan, relying solely on one type of elemental magic was utterly insufficient. Only by merging 9 elements into one could they achieve victory. However, this elemental fusion required unity of intent and a cultivation level above the foundation stage to execute. Given the current circumstances, they could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Although Zhao Qian was unaware of what elemental fusion entailed, she surmised it must be some grand technique, thus shouting, "Charge, kill them, and do not allow them to unleash their ultimate move." The close-quarters battle finally commenced. Due to a lack of spiritual energy, the rate of spell casting diminished, allowing the first number and his companions to reach Sun Ran's side, brandishing their weapons to strike. At this moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The first number and his companions felt a powerful force pushing them away. Sun Ran and the women joined hands, forming a circle. 9 distinct lights began to swirl rapidly around their bodies. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Qian unleashed 3 deadly kisses. Yet, before they could reach, they were dispersed by the force. As the light spun faster, Sun Ran and his companions' momentum surged. The spiritual energy that had been depleted within them began to replenish, gradually transitioning from a gaseous state to a liquid one. The 9 types of elemental energy circulated within them, and moments later, the transformation completed, a formidable power breaking through the barriers of the 8 individuals. Successfully advancing to the foundation stage, Sun Ran, now in control of the rapidly circulating 9 types of energy, gradually brought it to a halt. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the first number and his companions not far away, grinning as he said, "Thank you for aiding us in reaching the foundation stage. Now, I shall send you to meet Yama." With that, the 9 simultaneously summoned their flying swords, transforming into 9 streaks of light, ensuring that both zombies and corpses perished without exception. Moments later, the lobby of the Yida building fell silent, strewn with corpses that seemed to narrate the ferocity of the prior battle. Zhao Qian crouched on the ground, shrieking in terror. "Enough with the screams. Zhao Qian, did you not wish to know why Su Ningming and I have targeted you repeatedly? Since you're about to meet your end, allow me to enlighten you." It is not because you and Song Run deceived me for 5 years, wearing a green hat. Rather, Su Ningming and I are both reincarnated beings, and the reason for our rebirth is entirely due to you. In the dire cold with no food, you and your family bound Su Ningming and me mercilessly killing us to consume our flesh. Yet because of your cruelty, we have been reborn once more. Thus, our primary task in this life is vengeance. Zhao Qian trembled as she stood, finally grasping why Sun Ran possessed a grand villa and countless resources. It was all thanks to her actions. Darling, let me join you. I promise to obey you from now on. And I can cultivate too. Teach me how to cultivate, just as you taught me to drive back then. I still love you. Before she could finish her plea, a blade hurled by Su Ningming severed her head cleanly. I've heard that same line 1,000 times. Can't you come up with something new? Zhao Qian, the green tea who had caused the deaths of Sun Ran and Su Ningming in this apocalyptic world, finally met her demise. Having collected the numerous zombie cores, the group's spirits lifted. Remarkably, after this battle, they all advanced to the foundation stage, officially stepping into the realm of cultivation. Following this, they began to explore the Yida Plaza floor by floor. Darling, judging by the traces here, there should be many survivors. Could it be that they were all slaughtered by Zhao Qian and her crew? Sun Ran shook his head and replied, I don't know. Let's search each floor and see what we can find. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Sun Ran was taken aback. The stench was overwhelming, as over 1,000 emaciated human survivors huddled together, their spirits in disarray. Upon seeing Sun Ran and the others, they screamed in terror. Sun Ran gathered his spiritual energy and shouted, Silence! We are all human. This shout, imbued with spiritual power, immediately roused the crowd. Many began to weep, exclaiming, Finally, salvation has arrived. After inquiring, they learned that these individuals have been kept as livestock by Zhao Qian's team, with a few being consumed daily for sustenance to prevent them from dying. The first number and his companions provided them with minimal food, forcing them to compete for scraps, deriving amusement from their struggle. Sun Ran sighed and said, You need not worry. That group of corpses has been vanquished by us. I will help clear the surrounding zombies. And you can survive here in Yida Plaza. With that, he produced some rice, flour, and cooking oil from his spatial storage and placed them in the lobby on the 1st floor. Let us help them to the end. Let us clean up the zombies around Yida, Su Ningming suggested. Yes, I share the same sentiment, but having just reached the foundation stage, I have yet to experience flight. How can that be? Come on, let's see who learns to fly the sword first. With that, he directed his internal energy, controlling the spirit sword beneath him, and with a gentle leap, landed on the flying sword, guiding it to ascend slowly. Wow, this is exhilarating. Just as he spoke, he lost focus and fell off the flying sword, eliciting laughter from the women. Again, this time, Sun Ran remained focused, diligently controlling the flying sword as it rose higher and faster, until the entire city lay beneath him. This once beautiful city, ravaged by extreme cold. Eternal night, zombies, and corpses have fallen into ruin, while survivors struggled to survive within its confines. How could this planet be saved? Where exactly was Hao Yin now? What was his current strength? Sun Ran suddenly felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The first volume concludes, a total of 69 chapters, nearly 170,000 words. The second volume will officially confront Hao Yin, but what schemes lie within? Can Sun Ran and his team truly eliminate Hao Tian and save the Earth? Please be patient and read on. There is a mandatory ticket. I kindly ask everyone to provide one. Thank you. Chapter 70 of Volume 2 has commenced. The 12 Corpse Kings have been born. Hao Tian awakens from his cultivation. Having been sealed for 1 billion years, his current strength is but a fraction of what it once was. He must cultivate diligently to restore himself to his former glory before seeking vengeance against the one who imprisoned him. Just moments ago, he felt a pang of unease, sensing a faint presence of energy that could pose a threat to him. If that power were to amplify infinitely, it could even lead to his destruction. Furthermore, within that aura, he detected a familiar essence. Could it be his sister, Luo Yi? Impossible, for he has already felt her demise. Regardless of who it may be, nothing will hinder his quest for revenge. Hatred fuels his very existence. No, He must eradicate this faint energy that threatens him before it has the chance to grow. It must be extinguished in its cradle. How Tion soared into the air, vanishing from a small island. He intends to select a few puppets in this world to assist him in eliminating the master of that power. He must seize every moment to regain his strength. There is another crucial task at hand, to open a portal to the Dark Realm and seek allies. For he hails from the Dark Realm, having arrived in this dimension through a series of unforeseen circumstances that, if he desires vengeance, he must open this passage and lead the creatures of the Dark Realm to aid him in his quest for retribution. Whether restoring his power or establishing a spatial conduit, he requires time. As he flew through the sky, he utilized his still recovering consciousness to select his agents. Only those of exceptional talent among the corpses would qualify to become his subordinates. Thus, a month passed, and how Tion selected 12 corpses, each of varying skin tones. Observing the 12 standing before him, how Tion felt immense satisfaction. Should these individuals devote themselves to cultivation, he might even consider integrating them into his future army of vengeance. From this day forth, you shall be known as the 12 Corpse Kings. I shall impart the dark laws to you. Your task is to venture east and seek out those who may threaten me. Then eliminate them. Remember, any human is your enemy. The first spell is Dark Erosion. The second spell is Devour Darkness. The first spell serves as an offensive incantation, unleashing dark energy to corrode all your adversaries. The second is a cultivation spell. I shall periodically unleash Black Rain. During such times, you may utilize the second spell to enhance your cultivation speed. Furthermore, your current levels correspond to the foundation establishment stage within the realm of cultivation. Remember your mission, to annihilate all humans. Yes, Dark King Hao Tion. The 12 Corpse Kings knelt before him, speaking with utmost reverence. Meanwhile, Sun Ran and the women were on the 5th floor of the villa, enjoying a barbecue. It had been over 2 months since they had eliminated Zhao Qian's team at Yidamal. Everyone now felt an unprecedented sense of ease, both in cultivation and daily life. The most significant change was not among themselves, but rather among the survivors of Yida. They had all relocated to Longxi Homestead, which had transformed into a substantial human settlement, with new survivors joining daily. The surrounding zombies had been entirely cleared by Sun Ran and several survivors, making travel safe for all. Regarding sustenance, they had returned to an agrarian lifestyle, clearing green belts to cultivate grains and vegetables. Many young individuals, finding the pace too slow, organically organized supply teams to scour for resources, returning to sell their finds. The trade largely revolved around barter, as currency and gold had effectively become obsolete. Husband, you wouldn't believe it. When I went out just now, the people in the community showed me such respect, nodding and greeting me enthusiastically. Soon Ningming exclaimed proudly. Tang Tian chuckled. Isn't it because we helped them eliminate the zombies? Yet, I noticed many young girls casting flirtatious glances at you. Husband, what do you think of that? Sun Ran, flipping food on the grill with tongs, replied with a smile. What can I think? I'm already struggling to manage you few. I hardly have the energy to notice other girls. Lin Yao, cradling a small infant, whispered, I think we need to keep a close eye on her husband. Otherwise, one outing could see him enchanted by those young girls. Upon seeing Lin Yao ascend the stairs, Sun Ran immediately set down the tongs, carefully taking the baby from her arms. Last month, Lin Yao had successfully given birth to a baby girl, marking Sun Ran's first true child, an extraordinary occurrence. They named her son Jingxin. Little Jingxin awoke, so obedient, eating and sleeping, and when she woke, she was ready to eat again. Qian Xiaoya burst into laughter, saying, Husband, if you truly have nothing to praise, you needn't feel obligated. Today marks Jingxin's full moon celebration, and the 9 adults will host a feast to wish her a healthy growth. Half a year swiftly passed, and little Jingxin had learned to lift her head, growing plump and white, adored by all. Whenever the others went to cultivate, they would leave her in the care of 2 elder aunties at Longxi Homestead. Over this time, everyone stabilized their foundation establishment levels, continuously merging crystal cores to enhance elemental affinity. The pace of their cultivation was remarkably swift. Midu had already advanced to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, the strongest among them, while the rest had reached the 2nd layer. Beyond cultivation, they gradually practiced elemental combination spells, Following the manual left by Luo Yi, this technique required the initial fusion of two elements before gradually introducing others. After much deliberation, they decided to center around Sun Ran. As space could amalgamate any element, Su Ningming's metal spells fused seamlessly, leading to the most successful and rapid integration. Following the fusion, Sun Ran's space blade upgraded to a metal space blade, while Su Ningming's blade impact now carried spatial elements, making its trajectory far more unpredictable and its speed several times quicker. Next, they attempted to incorporate water elements. However, despite Lin Yao's earnest efforts, she failed to succeed. Sun Ran deduced that their powers were insufficient, as elemental fusion was an advanced technique reserved for those above the Golden Core stage. Even with their high comprehension, asking elementary students to tackle university-level mathematics was unrealistic. Thus, they resumed their previous routine, engaging in combat practice alongside meditation. Lord Luo, we have now landed in this mysterious east. What shall we do next? Eagle King inquired. The Ghost King Hao Tian has provided us with specific coordinates, roughly coinciding with our landing spot. My proposal is to proceed directly from here, slaying survivors while gathering corpses to bolster our ranks. With a larger force, we should swiftly locate the humans mentioned by the Ghost King. I concur with Lord Luo's plan. A black-skinned corpse chimed in. I too agree. These individuals were the 12 Corpse Kings, personally cultivated by the Ghost King Hao Tian after more than half a month of travel. They finally arrived at this enigmatic eastern continent. Chapter 71. Sun Ran discovers a treasure. The 12 Corpse Kings lead their army to the morning market. Among the 12 Corpse Kings, the leader, named Luo, a Caucasian, addressed the group. Brothers and sisters, we have landed on this mysterious continent. However, we are but 12 in number, and our power remains feeble. Therefore, each of us must control 10,000 zombies and beyond that. We must seek out human corpse evolvers to assist us in locating that mysterious power. In 1 week, we will gather in Jincheng. Right here, should we encounter the individuals mentioned by the Ghost King. Do not engage them in battle. Mark their positions and wait for our regrouping. Understood, Lord Luo. The other 11 summoned their flying swords, dark energy guiding them as they soared into the sky, preparing to recruit their zombie army. A week later, the 12 congregated in Jincheng, each accompanied by an army of 10,000 zombies and several hundred human corpse evolvers. Brothers, you have done well. However, along the way, we encountered numerous human survivor bases. Yet none contained the group described by the Ghost King. Have we strayed from our path? Luo pulled out a map, scrutinizing the densely packed red lines. Lord Luo, it appears that way. Therefore, how about we head north? That route will lead us directly to the morning market. If they are not there, we shall proceed to Shuncheng. I refuse to believe we cannot find them. Luo nodded in agreement, stating, we have no choice but to proceed in that direction. Once we reach the morning market, we shall dispatch the corpse team to scour each community and street for leads. This approach should yield results more swiftly that a meticulously devised plan has been set in motion. With 12 formidable Corpse Kings leading an army of 120,000 zombies, accompanied by over 3,000 evolved corpses, as they advance towards the bustling marketplace. Upon reaching the foundational stage of their cultivation, Sun Ran and his companions were taken aback to discover that the palace they resided in was constructed entirely of spirit stones. The reason for this revelation lay in their ignorance of spirit stones during their Qi refining period. However, upon attaining the foundational stage and unlocking a wealth of knowledge from ancient texts, they were astounded to realize that the currency of the cultivation world, spirit stones, had been utilized by Luo Yi to erect an entire palace. Otherwise, how could they have ascended to the foundational stage so swiftly? It was purely a matter of financial investment. My dear, do you think that if we absorb the spiritual energy from the air while simultaneously drawing from the spirit stones, our progress might accelerate even further? Su Li mused, her fingers gliding over the palace's spirit stone walls. Sun Ran paused, contemplating her question. That I must admit, I had not considered that. It seems plausible. He decided to slice off a piece of the spirit stone from the steps to test the theory. With a swift motion of his sword, he severed a small chunk, which shattered into countless fragments. The group gathered the pieces suitable for holding in hand and retreated to their training chamber. After 2 hours of cultivation, the spirit stones in their possession had turned to a dull gray, ceasing to emit any radiance. Yet astonishingly, their training speed had increased once more. The 2 hours spent cultivating were equivalent to 4 hours previously. Emerging from the training room, the group was filled with elation. This colossal palace made of spirit stones was more than sufficient for their training needs. Moreover, Luo, he had mentioned the existence of a vast spirit vein beneath the ground. If they were to mine it, it was likely they would never exhaust its resources. Sun Ran ventured outside the palace once more, carefully cutting several pieces of spirit stone from the steps, which he then meticulously fashioned into manageable sizes with his flying sword. He distributed them among the group, ensuring even the 2 cats received their share. Each person received approximately 200 pieces, ample for 2 months of cultivation. Remarkably, only a small portion of the steps had been removed, making it nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Luo Wang, according to the map, we have arrived at the marketplace. Let us disperse the corpses now. Indeed, spare not a single street or community. Understood, Luo Wang. The evolved corpses, upon receiving the command, swiftly scattered in all directions, while the 12 corpse kings followed at a measured pace. Awaiting updates from their subordinates, as darkness descended, Sun Ran and his companions concluded their day of training and returned to their villa. Lin Yao's first action was to seek out her daughter, Xiao Jingxin. Upon seeing her mother return, Xiao Jingxin joyfully rushed into Lin Yao's embrace. Though still quite young, she could discern her mother's presence through scent. Quick, let me hold Xiao Jingxin too. Sun Ran beamed with happiness as he gazed at the adorable infant. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Oh no! The corpses are charging in! Quickly, everyone, find Sun Ran! Countless residents hurriedly made their way to Sun Ran's villa. Sun Ran entrusted the child to an aunt and gathered everyone outside. Sun Ran, a horde of corpses has gathered at the entrance of the community. They're not zombies. They're evolved corpses. Kill on sight. What? Where did all these evolved corpses come from? You all need to hide. My dear, it's time to act. With that, Sun Ran led the women against the tide of the oncoming corpses. Upon reaching the high-rise area, over 100 evolved corpses were relentlessly pursuing the fleeing crowd. Spotting an elderly woman lagging behind, Sun Ran unleashed a golden energy blade, severing the head of an approaching corpse with precision. Yu Lingmeng rushed forward to assist the elderly woman, urging her to leave the area swiftly. 9 individuals began to employ their skills to vanquish the corpses. All of them had reached the 3rd level of foundational cultivation. With Mi Do boasting a 4th level at this moment, everyone suddenly remembered the matter of the spiritual stones. Tang Tiantian smiled and said, I've noticed that every time there's a crucial moment, it's always little Sister Xiaoya who steps forward. All right, Sister Tiantian, hurry and absorb the spiritual energy. We might have to fight for a long time ahead. Indeed, as Sun Ran had imagined, the target of these zombies was none other than the 9 of them. And no matter where Sun Ran and his companions went, the zombies followed closely behind. Even if there was a considerable distance between the zombies and the human corpses, they would not stray to attack other survivors in the community, but remained tightly bound to Sun Ran and the others. Soon, Sun Ran and his companions exited the community. The area became desolate. And this was not good news for Sun Ran, as emptiness meant they would face a greater onslaught of zombies. We cannot stop. We must keep running. It's too open here. We must completely draw these zombies away. Fortunately, the horde of zombies closely trailed them. The 12 human corpses flying above leisurely followed behind. Sun Ran, unexpectedly, was a person of emotion and loyalty, wanting to lead the zombies away to protect the human survivors. What use is that? Once we kill them, these survivors will still perish. It's just a matter of time. Thus, Sun Ran led the women ahead, with over 100,000 zombies pursuing them. Half an hour later, as they neared the edge of the morning market, Sun Ran finally halted. Everyone, follow me into the sky. We're going to confront the ones controlling from above. Instantly, everyone stepped onto their flying swords and ascended. The zombies and human corpses widened their eyes in naive astonishment. Thinking you can fly? Why didn't you do so earlier? We've been running for half an hour. Sun Ran paid no heed to what the zombies thought. As they soared into the sky, it was Qian Xiaoya who first sensed an unusual energy. Due to her affinity for light elements, She was particularly sensitive to dark elements. Husband, they are diagonally above us. About 500 meters away. They, ISNT at just one person? Qian Xiaoya shook her head and said, not one person, but a group. Their dark energy is extraordinarily potent, strong or not. We must engage. Xiaoya, activate your initial light element spell. It will illuminate the area and pose a threat to them. Everyone, do not hold back. We will confront them head on. All of you, follow my command. Diagonally above, 500 meters. Charge. Sun Ran took the lead and flew upwards. Cultivators must not fear death. Otherwise, they would never ascend. However, they also could not recklessly seek death. Qian Xiaoya closely followed, and after flying 300 meters, she suddenly exclaimed, "They are coming!" Subsequently, Qian Xiaoya's body erupted with a radiant light, illuminating the dark sky as if it were daytime. This was Qian Xiaoya at the third level of Foundation establishment, her power enhanced manifold from the last encounter in the Black Rain. Ah, the energy of light. Retreat. Everyone heed my command. Unleash dark erosion. Chapter 73. Successfully slaying the 12 Corpse Kings. Successfully integrating the third element. Quick, everyone unleash dark erosion. The 12 individuals hurriedly released the first spell taught by the Ghost King. Waves of black mist enveloped Sun Ran and his companions as if they had a life of their own. Even Qian Xiaoya's light spell dimmed in the presence of this darkness. Most infuriating was that this black mist followed them relentlessly, always shadowing their movements. No matter whether Sun Ran and his group ascended or descended, the black mist always surrounded them, continuously draining the spiritual energy from their bodies and transforming it into more and more black fog. In the midst of this black mist, Sun Ran shouted, "Who are you? Why are you trying to kill us?" The Corpse King Luo laughed heartily and replied, "Since you're all destined to die, there's no harm in telling you. We are the 12 Corpse Kings under the Ghost King. As for why we want to kill you, it's simply because we find you displeasing." Sun Ran was taken aback upon hearing this. The inevitable had arrived, and it seemed his suspicions were correct. The collective ascension to Foundation establishment had caused too much commotion, leading to this calamity. We must break through. Otherwise, if our spiritual energy is drained, we will surely perish. Everyone, follow me and charge. With that, Sun Ran maneuvered his flying sword towards the direction of the human Corpse King Luo. The women followed suit, yet despite their speed, the black mist managed to match their pace. As if it were intent on sticking to them, Luo gazed at Sun Ran, who attempted to break through the black mist, and smirked disdainfully. "Since you come seeking death, don't blame me." With that, he unleashed a torrent of black mist, enveloping himself completely. The other Corpse Kings followed suit, merging into the black fog. When these two masses of black mist converged, Sun Ran's team officially encountered the 12 Corpse Kings. There stood the 12 Corpse Kings, black, white, yellow, and brown-skinned, all sharing the common trait of blood-red eyes, far more crimson than those of Zhao Qian and her companions, resembling fresh blood. Sun Ran immediately cast a spatial cage to ensnare them, then unleashed spatial slicing. However, the very next moment, the spatial cage was shattered, and the once invincible spatial slicing merely served to slightly hinder their advance. Stop wasting your energy in this realm of darkness. Your spells will be infinitely weakened. Bluff all you want. I refuse to believe we cannot slay you wretched beings. Su Ningming gathered her physical energy and launched a frenzied assault on their bodies. Yet left not a single scratch. Suddenly, the Corpse King Luo felt the world spin and began to attack his own companions. It turned out to be Mi Do's doing. They were completely unaware that Mi Do was also one of them. In this dark realm, she not only remained unaffected but also grew stronger. Her skill, Dark Nightmare, allowed her to create a dreamscape to assault her foes. The nearby Corpse Kings met a grim fate, with no means of escape, as Luo killed them outright, crushing their heads. The next moment, Luo awakened from a dream, witnessing his subordinates slain at his hands, and immediately erupted in fury. It was that woman. "It's her? Everyone, kill her!" The other Corpse Kings brandished their weapons and charged at Mi Do. Suddenly, Sun Ran had a flash of inspiration. "Everyone, grab them and bring them into the training space." Everyone instantly realized, "Yes, We can't defeat you in this dark realm, but can we not triumph in the space? Sun Ran seized the two and directly transported them into space, while the others followed suit, grabbing hold of their clothing and pulling them in. Only those who had previously activated the Jade Ornament could freely enter and exit this space. Once inside, unless Sun Ran permitted them to leave, they would remain trapped forever. The Dark Realm fell silent. In the training space, the remaining 11 Corpse Kings suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. Here, the air was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, shaded by lush trees. Yet the dense spiritual energy made them exceedingly uncomfortable. Haha, here I wonder how you will continue to be arrogant. Sun Ran suddenly appeared behind them, casting a spatial cage that ensnared 2 of the Corpse Kings. Everyone focused their attacks on severing their heads. In the next moment, Luo unleashed Dark Erosion, but found that the spell, which was easily cast in the outside world, became exceedingly difficult here, with its power greatly diminished. Stop with your black smoke. It's useless. Tang Tiantian unleashed her vine technique, ensnaring him firmly to the ground, while Suli sent forth a thunderous strike, sending him flying. While still airborne, Lin Yao's ice blade technique struck. Piercing his neck, Su Ningming's blade cleanly severed his head. The remaining Corpse Kings continued their futile resistance. At this moment, Qian Xiaoya radiated a holy light that blinded several of the foes. 2 demon beasts of the same foundation establishment level swiftly devoured the Corpse Kings, biting off their heads and swallowing them whole. After consuming them, the 2 beasts grew larger and emanated a more powerful aura. Sun Ran exclaimed, "What? They just ascended to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Is this the advantage of demon beasts?" After a few seconds of resistance, the remaining Corpse Kings were all slain. Sun Ran extracted the cores from the heads of the Corpse Kings. Perfectly one for each individual. Surviving the ordeal, they exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. They laughed joyfully. No one wishes for death when life is still at stake. This was Sun Ran's team's first direct confrontation with the Ghost King Haotian, or rather, the forces under the Ghost King Haotian. Ultimately, they emerged victorious. Quick, let us absorb the cores and then head out to deal with those zombies. If we let them scatter, it will be hard to find them later. This time, absorbing the cores was different from before. Previously, absorbing them would merely increase elemental affinity, but these cores directly enhanced everyone's cultivation. The result was that everyone advanced by a small realm. Mi Do and the 2 demon beasts ascended to the 5th level of foundation establishment, while Sun Ran and the others all advanced to the 4th level. Although this process was somewhat perilous, the outcome was favorable. Indeed, who would have thought we would directly ascend a small realm? Su Ningming joyfully exclaimed, "By the way, darling, last time we attempted to merge the water element, it was unsuccessful. Now that we have ascended to a minor realm, can we give it another try?" Lin Yao suddenly interjected. Sun Ran pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, let's give it a shot. Each element we merge will exponentially enhance our power. If we can successfully combine your water element, it may make our endeavor to slay the zombies outside considerably easier." "Excellent. Darling, let's first merge our elements, and then Lin Yao, you can attempt to join us." Having prior experience with fusion, the trio felt relatively confident. Sun Ran swiftly combined his spatial element with Su Ningming's golden element. That moment, Lin Yao carefully controlled her water element and gradually introduced it into the already fused golden attributes of the 2. Initially, the water element enveloped the 2 elements swiftly, yet showed no signs of merging. Lin Yao, envision in your mind that water can both embrace and dissolve. Take your time. No need to rush. Lin Yao immediately grasped Sun Ran's intent. She began to calm her mind and slowly infused her spiritual energy into the water element, allowing it to gradually dissolve within the 2 existing elements. After an unknown duration, with a soft pop, the water element began to merge. It exhibited both amalgamation and resilience, nourishing the spatial and golden elements. The 3rd element had successfully fused. Chapter 74. A decade later, we did it. We truly succeeded, Lin Yao exclaimed with joy. Her spell, Ice Blade, underwent a transformative change after the fusion. The blade was now encased in a golden outline, rendering it sharper and infused with the characteristics of the spatial element. IT could suddenly vanish from an enemy's sight, only to reappear in front of the target in the next instant, showcasing its elusive nature. Meanwhile, Su Ningming's piercing blade gained the softness of water, boasting a formidable power and an inherent area-freezing effect, enhancing its penetration capabilities considerably. Sun Ran's spell also benefited from the unique attributes of both elements, significantly amplifying both its offensive power and cutting ability. Outside, there are still over 100,000 zombies waiting for us. Each of us should take 2 spirit stones to swiftly recover our spiritual energy. We must embark on a killing spree soon. Darling, there are over 100,000 zombies out there. We can't possibly slay them all. Perhaps we should lure them away instead, Sun Ran contemplated, realizing the truth of her words. Even if they stood still for the group to attack, it would likely take several days to eliminate them all. Completely exterminating them is indeed unrealistic. Very well. Let us lure them all away to the nearby agricultural zone, where there are demonstration fields and scarcely any people. After devising a strategy, they began to restore their spiritual energy in preparation for luring the zombies away. At that moment, Hao Yin was in a cave on a small island, racing against time to recover his strength. Suddenly, his body trembled as he lost contact with the 12 Corpse Kings. This situation could only mean 2 things. Either the Corpse Kings had departed from this realm, or they had perished. Could that force have slain my Corpse Kings? Damn it! If my current body wasn't so weak, I would personally eliminate you all. Even the power left by my sister cannot deter me. I will eradicate every human on this planet. I seek vengeance. Just give me 10 years, and I shall regain 1% of my peak strength. I will open the interdimensional passage, and then it will be your demise. After venting his fury, Hao Yin resumed his cultivation. Sun Ran and the others stood on their flying swords, occasionally casting spells into the horde of zombies to draw their attention, gradually leading them toward the suburban demonstration fields. After an hour, they finally arrived at a flat agricultural field, devoid of any human presence. In prosperous times, apart from the occasional fishermen, few ventured here, let alone during the apocalypse, having lured the zombie horde to the center of the demonstration fields. The group suddenly accelerated upwards, swiftly escaping the zombies' line of sight. The remaining zombies were left bewildered, questioning their own identities and whereabouts. Soon after, Sun Ran and his companions returned to Longxi Homestead, where they assisted the survivors in collecting zombie crystal cores, which were valuable resources. Once the cores were gathered, they collectively piled the zombie bodies together, and Dong Fong, wielding fire attributes, unleashed over 20 large fireball spells to ignite the corpses. Thick black smoke billowed into the dark night sky, burning for an entire day and night until they were reduced to ashes. All the survivors sighed in relief. Had it not been for Sun Ran and his companions' timely intervention, the thousands of people would have undoubtedly perished that day. Accepting the survivors' cheers and gratitude in silence, the group finally returned to the villa. Collapsing onto the sofa, they remained motionless, having just endured an exceedingly perilous ordeal. Lin Yao cradled Zai Jingxin, beginning to feed her. Gazing into her daughter's innocent big eyes, tears silently streamed down Lin Yao's cheeks. Sun Ran approached to offer comfort. Lin Yao, do not cry. Since we have chosen this path, it is bound to be one filled with danger and hardship. Cultivators are engaged in a constant struggle against heaven, humanity, and even oneself. Are they not? Lin Yao wiped her tears and gently replied, I understand. Darling, I simply miss our daughter. I fear I may never see her again. Do not speak such nonsense. How could we possibly not see her? Look at this little glutton. She is perfectly fine. Su Ningming stood up, interjecting with playful banter. I envy you so much, Sister Lin Yao. Why is my belly so uncooperative? It's been so long, yet there is no sign of anything. Nearby, Tang Tiantian chimed in with a hint of jealousy. Who has to say otherwise? Darling, you must work overtime tonight. Also want a little baby, Qian Xiaoya suddenly remarked. I read in the notes left by Loy that it is quite challenging for cultivators to have offspring, and the higher one's cultivation, the slimmer the chances. Sun Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, that as cultivators, we act against the will of heaven. So how could the heavens easily allow us, these chosen ones, to have progeny? Let everything take its natural course. Suli stood up, shedding her outerwear to reveal a seductive camisole, smiling as she declared, regardless, "Today marks yet another significant victory, and I believe we should celebrate properly." Agreed. Agreed one. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Zaya Jingson was now 11 years old, blossoming into a young lady. Yet to this day, she had not awakened any elemental talent, remaining an ordinary child. Sun Ran and Lin Yao agreed that if she possessed talent, she should cultivate. If not, she should simply enjoy a happy life. Throughout the decade, continuous absorption of zombie crystal cores, coupled with relentless training, had elevated everyone's cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Ascending to the golden core stage also required an opportunity, and the process entailed facing tribulations, which would only be deemed successful if one could endure them. Now, what they lacked was either an epiphany or a life-and-death battle. However, in the past decade, aside from slaying zombies, they had not encountered such an opportunity. The Longxi homestead had become renowned far and wide. Now, centered around the community, the survivor base radiated nearly 10 kilometers outward, accommodating almost 200,000 individuals. The zombie threat in the surrounding areas had been largely eradicated, and Sun Ran and his companions occasionally ventured into even more distant locations to hunt zombies, striving to create a better living environment for the human survivors. This survivor base not only included elementary and middle schools, but also various shops and farmers markets, gradually resuming operations. Moreover, the farmland surrounding the city had been cultivated with crops, essentially solving the food supply issue for the 200,000 inhabitants. Zaya Jingson was now in the 4th grade of elementary school, returning home for lunch every day without ever needing to bring food to school. One day, her desk mate, Xiao Pan, feeling famished before lunchtime due to a light breakfast, discreetly took out his lunchbox during recess. He retrieved a boiled potato seasoned with a bit of salt and devoured half of it ravenously. Curious, Zaya Jingson looked at Xiao Pan and asked, "What are you eating? It's a potato, boiled potato. Haven't you ever had this? Does your family have no food at all?" Xiao Pan exclaimed, revealing a pitying expression for Zaya Jingson. He broke off half of the potato with his dirty hands and offered it to her, smiling, "Here, you can have it. You must be starving." Zaya Jingson accepted the potato, filled with curiosity, took a bite, and immediately spat it out. "This tastes awful." Xiao Pan hurriedly picked up the potato, nearly in tears from frustration. She stood up and dashed outside, just as the teacher entered the room. Xiao Pan shouted, "Teacher, Sun Jingxin wasted food by spitting the potato on the floor. And she said it was disgusting." The teacher first comforted Xiao Pan, informing her that Sun Jingxin did not act with intention and advised her to return to her seat. Subsequently, she took Sun Jingxin aside. "Jingxin," the teacher began, "I understand that you did not mean any harm. However, the students at our school, including the teachers, subsist daily on humble fare, such as potatoes and corn tea this moment. We lack the capacity for large-scale grain cultivation. So being able to eat these foods is already a considerable blessing. You grasp my meaning?" Jingxin nodded, appearing to understand, yet she felt a lingering confusion. Why was it that she could enjoy a variety of foods? Fresh vegetables, meats, and seafood at home while other children could not. Finally, the school day came to a close, and Lin Yao arrived to pick her up on their way home. Jingxin recounted the day's events to her mother. Initially incensed, Lin Yao contemplated reprimanding Sun Jingxin, but then reflected that a child's habits are often shaped by their parents. What right did she have to scold the child? Thus, Lin Yao resolved that dinner would consist of potatoes, boiled potatoes. Upon returning home, Sun Ran and the others emerged from their training space, washed up, and prepared for dinner. As they were still in the foundation building stage, they required the energy from grains. Once they reached the golden core stage, sustenance would no longer be necessary. They could survive on spiritual energy pills, or even none at all, relying solely on ethereal support. If they felt peckish, they could eat as much as they wished without consequence. For any excess could be refined away using spiritual energy. Sun Ran, after his bath, gazed quizzically at the large platter of boiled potatoes and a few ears of corn on the table, directing a questioning look at Lin Yao. She shook her head, signaling for him to wait. The other women, seeing the potatoes and corn, assumed Lin Yao was preparing a diet meal, and they enthusiastically began dipping the potatoes in chili sauce. devouring them heartily. However, Sun Jingxin found it difficult to swallow her potato. How could it compare to a succulent lobster smothered in cheese? Fried chicken and hamburgers would be delightful too, especially paired with a glass of cola. Simply exquisite. Sun Ran quickly grasped Lin Yao's intentions. This child, accustomed to a life of luxury, had no comprehension of the hardships faced by other survivors. Even if all the land surrounding the market were cultivated, it would suffice only for the 20,000 inhabitants. Moreover, every day, more survivors fled from other cities to join the base. Food had always been in short supply. Sun Ran smiled and remarked, "Little Jingxin, while these foods may not be delectable, they are remarkably nutritious. No less than your beloved lobster burgers. One potato can sustain a person's energy for an entire morning. Here, let me add some ketchup. Consider it a form of fries." Jingxin, who had always enjoyed a close relationship with her father, felt compelled to comply, especially since he had spoken. After a few bites, she discovered it was not as unpalatable as she had imagined. After dinner, Jingxin went to do her homework, and Lin Yao called Sun Ran to the 5th floor to discuss the day's events. Sun Ran recognized Lin Yao's anxiety. 3 years prior, they had discovered a portal in their training space, leading to what was likely the higher plane mentioned by Luo. That realm was where cultivators were meant to ascend. This training space could only support their advancement to the Golden Core stage. To progress to the nascent soul stage, they would need to leave and venture to the true higher plane. That if they all departed, Jingxin would be left to navigate this world alone as a mere mortal. Currently, Jingxin seemed so out of place among the survivors. Do not worry, Sun Ran reassured her. Jingxin is still young. She will mature and understand in time. Besides, we have yet to ascertain when we will reach the Golden Core stage. What is the use of fretting over it now? Lin Yao, however, confided, "I have been feeling increasingly restless during my training, awakening suddenly, as if something is about to transpire. I suspect that Hao Yan's power is returning." Lin Yao, intrigued, inquired, 10 years ago, he was defeated. Will he truly return? Indeed, Sun Ran replied, that in these 10 years, we have made progress, but so has he. Our attributes have only integrated to the 4th type, and we do not know when we will successfully advance to the Golden Core stage. This leaves us in a passive position. Lin Yao furrowed her brow and remarked, "Unlike 10 years ago, we now have too many ties. This survivor base has swelled to nearly 250,000. If Hao Yan returns, it could spell disaster for humanity. Let them come. We shall meet them with resolve. Regardless, this is both a calamity and an opportunity for us. Come now, do not frown. I shall check on how Jingxin is faring with her homework." Lin Yao smiled and added, "You spoil her. Do not sneak her any treats." Sun Ran paused and replied, "Rest assured, it takes time to alter a habit of pampering. We shall take it slow." Deep within a secluded island in the Pacific, Hao Qian's blood-red hair billowed, without wind. He formed seals with his hands, and a dark energy erupted from his palms, gradually coalescing into a black door. Beyond it lay an equally dark realm, with a blood-red luminescent sphere hanging in the sky, casting a faint light over the shadowy world. Moments later, a slender creature peered cautiously from the doorway, its large eyes and razor-sharp teeth accentuated by claws that appeared to be weapons, all enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Upon emerging, it noticed Hao Yan seated on the ground, momentarily taken aback, before cautiously approaching him, sniffing intently. Suddenly, its knees buckled, and it knelt before him. "Lieutenant of the 10th Legion of the Nine Nether Valley. Shura pays homage to the Ghost Emperor." It had been previously established that Hao Yan, due to a twist of fate, had arrived in this realm, while his true form was that of a Ghost Emperor in the Ghost Realm. The reason Li Dezhuang recognized Hao Yan as the Ghost Emperor lay in the unique aura that surrounded him. There could be no mistaking it. In the Ghost Realm, there existed levels of cultivation: Ghost Soldiers, Ghost Warriors, Shura Generals, Ghost Commanders, and Ghost Kings, corresponding to the cultivation realms of Qi Refining, Foundation Building, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. "Rise and speak," Hao Yan commanded. "Did you truly think that after all these years, anyone would still remember me?" "Ghost Emperor Hao Yan, you were indeed renowned in the Ghost Realm. Who could possibly forget? However, later, there were rumors that you had reincarnated, and I never expected to encounter you here. Haha. Let us not dwell on the past. You mentioned that you are from the Nine Nether Valley. How fares your valley lord? Luo Jie. Li Dazhuang hesitated and replied, the current valley lord is Luo Ying, presumably a descendant of Luo Jie. Ha ha ha, my memory fails me, for that was an event from 1 billion years ago. Here is what I propose. Summon your valley lord to meet me. Inform him that the Ghost Emperor has matters to discuss. As you wish, Ghost Emperor. I shall go at once. With that, he turned and slipped back through the portal. Before long, a middle-aged man emerged from the portal, bursting with excitement as he exclaimed, I pay my respects to the Ghost Emperor. I am Luo Jie of the Nine Nether Valley, here to greet you. Haotian rose, exuding the unique aura of a Ghost Emperor. Excellent, excellent. Quickly rise. Let me have a good look at you. Indeed, a person of distinction. Tell me, what relation does Luo Jie bear to you? He is my ancestor, 18 generations removed. Ah, a true lineage. It seems the Luo family still has successors. After they both settled, Luo Jie inquired Ghost Emperor Haotian. I find the spiritual energy in this realm to be quite sparse and uncomfortable. Where exactly is this? Haotian pondered briefly and replied, this was once the main star for human cultivators. Later, due to my actions, they relocated the main star to a lower plane. Oh, a lower plane? Did the Ghost Emperor summon us here for a purpose? Indeed, as I have yet to regain my peak strength, I cannot spare the time. I require you to mobilize forces to completely seize control of this planet. Once accomplished, I shall relocate this planet back to the higher plane, using it as a base to conquer the entire human cultivation realm. Understood, Ghost King. I shall return to gather troops, ensuring the completion of your command. However, there's one thing I do not comprehend. Speak. Why does the Ghost King insist on relocating this planet rather than proceeding directly to the higher plane? Haotian stood, taking a few steps as he responded, this is my original home. It is the only place of significance to me in the human cultivation realm. This time, I shall seize the human cultivation realm under the identity of the Ghost Emperor, making it clear to these hypocrites the consequences of crossing me. In the realm of cultivation, although this family is drawing ever closer to the Golden Core stage, the spiritual energy in the air seems to have become less dense. It appears to be true, as Roy mentioned, that upon reaching the Golden Core stage, if one does not ascend to a higher plane, their cultivation will gradually decline until they revert to being mere mortals. During this period, apart from cultivating and slaying zombies, Sun Ran has another task: to dismantle all the outer steps of the cultivation palace and transform them into countless small pieces of spirit stones. As time passes, the feeling of foreboding within Sun Ran intensifies that he senses that something ominous is imminent. Thus, preparing more spirit stones is certainly a prudent measure. They could see the entrance of the portal to the ghost realm. Over 100,000 ghost soldiers, 10,000 ghost warriors, and several dozen Azura generals have gathered. Roger addresses Li Dazhuang beside him, stating, it was you who discovered the portal, hence I command you to lead these 100,000 ghost soldiers to the other world and fulfill the task assigned by the Haotian Ghost Emperor without fail. Yes, thank you, Valley Master, for your cultivation. I shall certainly accomplish the mission. Following this command, over 100,000 ghost soldiers stepped into the portal, arriving at the battlefield of another realm. Chapter 76. What must come? Will come. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth as survivors across the bustling market began their daily routines. Farming, harvesting, gathering supplies, working, and studying, creating an illusion that this was not an apocalyptic world. In a villa, Sun Ran awoke early, standing by the window as he lit a cigarette. Su Ningming, lying in bed with a furrowed brow, remarked, Darling, you haven't had breakfast yet, and you're already smoking that it's not good for your health. Sun Ran turned his head, extinguishing the cigarette, and replied with a smile. So, according to you, smoking after a meal is somehow beneficial? Oh, that's not what I meant. I don't care. I just want you to stay with me a little longer. Sun Ran shook his head and said, What must come, will come. Su Ningming, puzzled, asked, What is coming? Why can't I feel it? Perhaps it is because I'm the master of the jade ornament this morning. The patterns on the jade emitted a signal, as if hinting that a dark force is approaching that I wonder if I should relocate the survivors. Are you joking? There are over 200,000 survivors. Where could we possibly move them? Anywhere is better than remaining here. Living is preferable to dying. I trust the signal from the Jade. Soon Ningming sat up and embraced Sun Ran from behind. Darling, whatever you decide to do, I will support you. All right then, we shall forego cultivation today and devise a strategy first. Breakfast consisted once again of boiled potatoes and corn, after sharing heartfelt conversations with Xiao Jingxin the previous day. Sun Ran no longer harbored such aversion to these foods. After breakfast, they took Xiao Jingxin to school, and everyone gathered on the sofa to discuss their plans. Sun Ran shared the message from the Jade Ornament, proposing the relocation of the survivors. Initially, everyone reacted with skepticism, deeming the task impossible. However, if the message from the Jade was indeed true, failing to relocate would only complicate matters when it came time to fight. Ultimately, everyone agreed to support Sun Ran's idea. The next question was where to relocate. Sun Ran suggested, Ping County, under the jurisdiction of the market, is our city's agricultural powerhouse, boasting the highest yield of various grains and vast arable land. My proposal is to relocate there. Tang Tiantian chimed in. I'm familiar with Ping County. My grandmother lives there, but it's nearly 100 kilometers away from our market. The journey may not be easy. The distance is not an issue. Let everyone gather vehicles from the city. Traveling a little over 100 kilometers should pose no problem. Though it was turned to discussion, it was primarily Sun Ran who made the decisions. With others offering minor suggestions, 10 minutes later, the plan was essentially finalized. Sun Ran stood up and declared, Currently, we lack communication, so I must rely on everyone to relay messages to one another. I do not know when that dark force will arrive, but the sooner we move, the better. Today and tomorrow will be preparation days, and we shall depart early the day after tomorrow. If there are those who refuse to follow us at that time, they shall fend for themselves. With that, everyone donned their coats and left the villa, beginning to spread the word across factories, schools, farmlands, and residential areas. One message led to 10, and 10 to 100, in the span of a day. Nearly 250,000 people received the news. They began to gather their belongings, seek suitable vehicles, and form lines at gas stations to refuel. On the following day, the survivor base was abuzz with activity. Schools were closed, factories halted production, and no one tended to the fields. Sun Ran specifically took some of his food supplies from his space to distribute among everyone as a transitional measure for developing the new base. At the break of dawn on the third day, regardless of whether everyone was prepared, they set off at 8 o'clock. Countless vehicles formed a long procession, slowly departing from the market. Meanwhile, Li Dazhuang led the 10,000 ghost soldiers and ghost generals from the small island. Those capable of flight soared through the air, while those unable to flew through the water. After 3 days, they finally set foot on this mysterious continent of the East, thanks to the precise coordinates provided by the Haotian Ghost King. The 10,000 ghost soldiers did not need to take detours. Upon reaching solid ground, they quickened their pace, charging forward with fervor. Along the way, zombies and corpses fled in terror, for even they feared this formidable force. The survivors they encountered, however, met a grim fate, being drained of their life essence by these ghost cultivators. Boss, I must say, the humans here are far sweeter than those from our ghost realm. I almost don't want to return. Nonsense. Just wait until the Haotian Ghost Emperor launches an assault on the human cultivation realm. Then you'll see what truly sweet humans are like. Wow, boss, you even know that. Have you been there? Shut up and keep moving. Li Dazhuang slapped his underling, thinking to himself that if he could venture into the human cultivation realm, he would have been obliterated long ago. As they sped along, when they came across the survivor base, it turned into a brutal massacre, merciless and savage. In the eyes of these ghost cultivators, humans were merely food. It was as simple as that. Soon, Li Dazhuang led his 10,000 ghost soldiers to the outskirts of the market. Consulting a map, IT our current speed, we should be right here. You three, go scout ahead. The Haotian Ghost King mentioned these few individuals are no ordinary people. We must not meet our demise due to carelessness. Yes, Commander. The 3 ghost warriors swiftly took to the skies atop their skeletal steeds, vanishing in mere moments. 10 minutes later, the 3 ghost warriors returned in a flurry. Commander, it's bad. I saw humans all packed inside a metal box. And there are so many of them. Upon hearing this, Li Dazhuang thought, could it be that these humans are aware of our impending arrival? Regardless, we cannot let them escape. Failure to complete our mission would surely spell death upon our return. The rules of the Ghost Realm are merciless. Pursue them. Everyone. Follow my lead and slaughter them without mercy. I refuse to believe they can escape from our grasp. The 10,000 ghost soldiers surged forward like rabid dogs, howling as they chased after the fleeing survivors. Sun Ran, gazing at the lengthy procession stretching for over 10 kilometers, wore a worried expression. Darling, there's no need to fret. Once we clear the city, we can accelerate. This route had been cleared the day before their departure, with all zombies and corpses along the way eliminated. They had even lured the zombies from the urban area of Ping County, allowing Dong Fong to incinerate them all. Yet it wasn't a matter of speed. The dark forces had already arrived. Sun Ran stood at the city exit, peering into the distant mist, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the fog, clad in black, a frail physique, gaunt to the point where his facial features resembled that of Skull, with only a few stubborn strands of hair adorning his head. The ghost cultivators, having consumed the spiritual and yang energy of others, found their own spiritual energy to be complex and difficult to absorb. The advantage was rapid enhancement of strength, but the downside was that over time, they became neither human nor ghost, with increasingly eccentric personalities. Then, more figures like him began to emerge from behind, dense and multiplying. They emitted gurgling sounds from their mouths. Upon witnessing these dark beings, Sun Ran could not help but smile. Finally, they have arrived. I have been on edge for nearly a month. Yet when these dark forces truly manifested, Sun Ran felt a sense of relief. For it is the hidden enemy that is the most terrifying. Drawing forth his spiritual sword, he addressed the women behind him. We, as a couple, have cultivated for over 10 years, yet have yet to ascend to the Golden Core, since we have chosen to defy the heavens. Let us fight to the end. Ladies, follow me into battle. With that, Sun Ran, at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, unleashed his profound spiritual energy, charging headlong into the ghost soldiers, his spiritual sword slicing through them like a scythe through chaff, leaving chaos in his wake. In an instant, he decimated the ghost soldiers. Suddenly, a powerful force locked onto him. An Azura general had made his move, equivalent to a human cultivator at the Golden Core stage. A skull hurtled toward him like a shooting star. Just what I was hoping for. Sun Ran did not shy away. His spiritual sword shot forth like a missile, colliding with it. In that moment, he learned the true meaning of standing against a chariot with an insect's limbs. The flying sword shattered into countless fragments. Sun Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, but undeterred, he still had an abundance of spiritual swords in his space. Retrieving a new one, he charged back into battle. Sun Ran understood that the owner of that skull must possess Golden Core cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to withstand even a single strike. Yet he had to fight, because of the survivors behind him, because he is determined to defy the heavens, because he is intent on unleashing his true potential. Sun Ran, aims to ascend to the Golden Core stage. Chapter 77. Sun Ran's Ascension to the Golden Core stage. The colorful thunder tribulation comes to assist. The dragon spear emerges. Su Ningming watched as Sun Ran coughed up blood, rushing forward in alarm. However, the skull once again lunged at him. It appeared that its master had realized that Sun Ran was undoubtedly the leader of this team, and thus must be eliminated. The remaining women posed no further threat. Sun Ran, observing the oncoming skull, chose not to act recklessly as before. Instead, he summoned the spatial power within him, feigning control over his flying sword to collide with it. Yet, at the moment of impact, the sword suddenly vanished from sight, causing the skull to lose its target and crash into the ghostly soldiers, directly slaying dozens of them. In the next instant, the sword reappeared before the Shura general. A mere trick? With a gentle wave of his hand, the spiritual sword lost its connection to Sun Ran once more. Sun Ran coughed up another mouthful of blood, powerful, completely insurmountable. The remaining dozen or so ghost generals of the Shura general level looked on as if watching a farce, mocking Sun Ran, the jester, in his performance. Indeed, the chasm between the Golden Core stage and the Foundation Establishment stage is an insurmountable divide, even though he had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. That slight difference rendered it futile. Without the recognition of the laws of heaven and earth, one cannot truly be considered a practitioner. Kid, You possess great talent and strength. However, without reaching the golden core stage, you shall forever remain as nothing but refuse. Ha ha. With that, he waved his hand, and a dozen skulls charged at Sun Ran once more. There was no way for Sun Ran to evade. Was he destined to die? From the apocalypse to rebirth, from rebirth to vengeance, and from vengeance to now, over a decade had unknowingly passed, and he was nearing 40 years of age. The events of those 40 years played out in his mind like scenes from a film. To die. But what would happen to the women he cherished, especially Xiao Jing? What of the countless survivors? Yes, he could not die. Wasn't it merely a matter of ascending to the golden core stage? Merely breaking through this thin barrier in the face of death. These concerns were trivial. Sun Ran refused to perish. Suddenly, Sun Ran's body erupted with overwhelming momentum, and the previously clear sky darkened with an abundance of ominous clouds. The dozen skulls seemed to recoil in fear of the gathering clouds, daring not to approach Sun Ran. The clouds continued to thicken, forming a vortex at the center, where lightning danced violently, creating a terrifying spectacle. Among the ghostly soldiers, a voice proclaimed, "He is about to undergo tribulation. Stop him." With that, countless ghostly soldiers charged toward Sun Ran, but before they could reach him, they were repelled by an invisible barrier. The women watched, their hearts racing for Sun Ran. The dozen ghost generals at the Shura stage, unable to attack Sun Ran, redirected their assault towards the women. Su Ningming, as the first to follow Sun Ran, stepped up to shield her sisters from harm. Yet if even Sun Ran could scarcely withstand a single blow, how could they hope to defend themselves? Sun Ran, under the thunderous tribulation, could see the unfolding scene outside. Watching them get injured, his heart burning with anxiety. At that moment, the tribulation cloud stirred, and a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended with fury. Sun Ran shouted, "Come on," raising his right hand. He channeled all his spiritual energy to counter it. He easily passed through the first tribulation. Before he could catch his breath, the second tribulation struck. This time the lightning was fully twice as thick as the last. Then came the third tribulation. "Ha! I have succeeded. I have successfully transcended the tribulation," Sun Ran, in a disheveled state, shouted with excitement. For within the secret manual of Luo Yi, it was stated that there are 3 tribulations in the golden core stage. At that moment, the golden spiritual energy within Sun Ran underwent a dramatic transformation, gradually contracting before ultimately forming the golden core, whirling rapidly within his dantian. The golden core was complete, yet something bizarre occurred. The tribulation clouds did not dissipate. Instead, they brewed an even more formidable tribulation. Could it be? Is there more? Even the Shura generals among the ghostly soldiers have forgotten their assault on Su Ningming and the others. Gazing up at the sky, in confusion, boom, a thunderclap resonated, making everyone's ears ring. Then a colossal, multicolored lightning bolt descended. At this moment, Sun Ran had just ascended to the golden core stage, and his internal energy was depleted, leaving him incapable of defending against it. Damn, this time he was surely doomed. Just as the multicolored lightning was about to strike Sun Ran, the jade ornament on his chest suddenly radiated brilliant golden light, protecting his vital organs and brain. With a crack, the lightning struck. Sun Ran braced himself against the tribulation. Thanks to the golden light shielding his critical organs, he astonishingly survived, merely left with a tingling sensation throughout his body. The tribulation clouds, unable to affect Sun Ran, reluctantly dispersed. In that moment, Sun Ran seized a glance at his golden core. Before the fourth multicolored tribulation descended, it was approximately the size of a peanut. After the fourth bolt struck, it astonishingly doubled in size. This meant that his current strength surpassed that of practitioners at the mid-golden core stage. Moreover, the multicolored tribulation represented an individual's potential. The tribulation clouds would determine the intensity of the tribulation based on one's potential. Typically, the golden core stage entails 3 tribulations, though some exceptional talents may face 4. However, a multicolored tribulation such as this is rarely seen in the true cultivation realm. Such an honor is reserved for the most exceptional of talents. Yet, in this lower realm, no one paid attention to this matter, for they simply did not understand.